Hokage Hatake Glory Chapter 1-20 Tech Chapter 1 Konoha Gang Form Kakashi, your little nephew still can't practice chakra. After the task was over, Sarutobi Asuma with a cigarette in his mouth turned to look beside him, and his tone involuntarily took on sigh. Interesting academy in the ninja family of this era. It is definitely a disastrous thing not to be a ninja. Maybe one day, it will die inexplicably, and life and death are completely involuntary. Hatake, whose head looks like grass, squinted with one eye and sighed. Isn't it true? But that kid was a stubborn one when he was young, and he focused on martial art, and he didn't look down on our profession as ninjas at all. Then you just leave him alone. Sarutobi Asuma breathed out a meaningful sigh of smoke with the glass in his hand. Since the death of Hatake Tsukumo, the Hatake family has not been as good as it used to be. If the direct descendants of the family become waste again, it will undoubtedly be a heavy blow. If one is not good, it will make people feel peeping. After all, friends are not omnipotent. In the dark room at night, Kakashi, who was holding a wine glass, was silent for a long time, and then he suffocated and decided, I will send him to school when he is a big student. Can you persuade him? Of course, he has to go if he doesn't. After all, I am the head of the Hatake family. Ha ha oh. Elda sneezes and sniffles. Hatake slam. Kickloo the sandbag. Why can't I practice chakra? The man cultivates internal strength, and he will definitely stand in the sky in the future. It is possible to become stronger once again in a new life. The guy we lived in for a lifetime finally got away from Yuhila, got rid of the care of Ma Wadong who was cursed before his death, and got the inheritance of DNF martial artist, which also became his reliance on Hokage. But to be honest, Liamong was very uncomfortable when I first came here. Among the 5 countries in Hokage, Konoha ranks 3rd in his heart at most, and he belongs to the appearance of surface fiber. Compared with the 2 countries, there is a world of difference. Konoha White Fang committed suicide. 8 colors died one after another. It's fine if the starter of the interesting academy hangs normally, but all of them died inexplicably. Danzo 3 generations of 2 old bastards. Neither of them is a good person. In truth, both guys had to be dragged out and shot. Dedicated to such a ninja village, Lou Manton felt that the duck was wrong. After knowing his surname, this enormous pressure instantly climbed from the foot of the Himalayas to the top of Mount Zumolangma. Hatake, what a bloody surname. Speaking out is definitely the first choice to attract hatred. I think the name of Konoha White Fang was too loud back then. Ninjas can't give up in the middle of the task. Even if they don't want to die, they have to complete it. However, after Hatake Tsukumo became famous, all ninja villages issued edict one after another. When encountering him, you can directly give up the task and run away. It is not a failure, and if you can escape back, it is a victory. Because of this, after the news of Kakashi's father's suicide spread, every member of the Hatake family who went out on a mission had to be extra careful. Once the name is exposed, no matter what the strength is, it will attract a group of pursuers who are not afraid of death. The revenge, the snow hate, and the chaos were utterly swept through the sky. From this, it can be imagined that Hatake Tsukumo has done a lot of evil that year, and no one wants a second White Fang to appear in the ninja world. There are countless attacks in and out of the village. Result, the Hatake family was unlucky, from the original high-end peak family, all the way down to the middle back. If it wasn't for Kakashi's resistance all these years, I'm afraid people would have stepped into the mud long ago, or it would have been expelled from the family. Inheriting such a provocative surname, Liamong would be false if he didn't complain. All with a wooden character. Smack yourself, so unlucky to have the surname Hatake, not the Deadwood. Senbon Sakura, Byakuya, how many years can Reaper live, and how long can Hokage live? Mother Sippy, this time crossing is too bloody. I really want to kill myself. A series of vomit was scolded for 3 years, and 3 years later Liamong ushered in another heavy blow. After many inspections, it was confirmed that the descendants of the Hatake family are expected to become the children of the Hatake family after Kakashi, and their physique is naturally insulated from chakra. In other words, if Liamong couldn't become a ninja, the identity of the family heir would naturally be deprived. After that, all the people who had been favored by 100 times changed their faces, from the original young master to a waif, and even the servant treated him differently. Liamong suffered a lot for this, but as the old saying goes, when God closes one window, he quietly opens another. Blind ears, dumb hand. Lu Meng cannot be a ninja, but he can become a martial artist. The disconnected cities and weak warriors who were often cursed in their previous lives were possessed for some reason, and they had to pay back what they owed me, and call back all those who scolded me. With martial art self-defense, I didn't want to be bullied by others and learned to work hard, and with that kind of energy, I entered Kakashi's eyes and got a new resource. Although not as good as before, it is barely enough. However, these did not eliminate the resentment in Lu Meng's heart, because these are what he deserved. If he sees me not being good, he will abandon them. If he sees my hard work, he will provide them. Such a realistic family is disgusting. Hatake, is it amazing? I bother. With a fistful of resentment, the 50-kilogram sandbag burst, and the swirl swirling sand was sprayed far away from the back like flowers. Martial art collapsing fist. Due to the uncontrollable force, it is impossible to throw a punch now, and the sand and stone are turned into powder. Looking down at most of the sand and stones on the ground that were still in full shape, Liamong shook his head dissatisfiedly, asked the servant to change the bag and hang it up again, and banged again. 3 years have passed, and the reluctant Liuman was thrown into the ninja school by Kakashi. Kakashi, the turtle who suffered thousands of knives, said in the name of the patriarch, "If you don't go, I will cut off your family's supply." A 6-year-old doll. How strong can it be? Without family support, it would be impossible to survive. This was confirmed when Liamong sneaked into the forest at the age of 4. None of those beasts were normal. However, that sneaking was not without gain. He leaned over and hugged Zaifeng, who was snoring at his feet. Liamong followed Kakashi to the ninja school. Unexpectedly and logically, he entered Naruto 1 class. That's right, it's the protagonist Banji. Aluka, I will leave Liamong to you in the future. Don't worry Kakashi-senpai, I will teach him well. Baruka Ueno smiled and pressed Liamong's head, rubbing it hard twice. After finishing the work, the head of Hatake disappeared with a light grace, leaving only one of our classmates full of resentment. When the people arrived, they took the stage to give speeches. After a talk full of allegiance to the village, Baruka ordered everyone to come on stage in order to introduce themselves. Soon as the word fell, a yellow figure stood up immediately. I'll come first. I'll come first. I'm going to be a Hokage man. Shut up. Shut up. He stepped forward. A big flying foot fell to the ground. Liamong coughed twice and walked to the podium. Under the surprised eyes of the whole class and the teacher, he smashed his fist. After taking the lectern, in the name of Hatake Liamong, I announced that the Konoha gang was established and recruited members after school. And don't forget to pay the protection fee tomorrow. If anyone doesn't pay it, I will join him. Text chapter 2 _ the secretaries of the thugs and military divisions are all in place. Hatake-san, how can you do this? The blindfolded Ueno Aruka stared at the podium, the student sitting below in an uproar. Konoha gangster, protection money. What a stinky bastard. Who does he think he is? Trouble, but it cool to say. After being yelled at, he kicked the smashed lectern aside. Hatake Liamong copied Kabuto with both hands and walked back to his seat. Baidu Interesting Academy. Baruka with a light cough, and motioned for the next person to come up with a black line all over his head, but there was no one answering him among the students who were staring at each other. Uchiha, Sasuke, there is no stinky fart, only more stinky fart. The guy who was called had an ice cube face. He went up faster and went down faster, which immediately attracted acclamations from the nympho girls, but Aruka was over. He had a feeling that the class of students in front of him was probably the biggest challenge in his life as a teacher. In fact, Aruka was absolutely right. No, it happened again. Just as the student Ursukako, who had registered his name, was about to go back to his seat and sit down, Naruto, who woke up from a coma, blocked his way and blocked the aisle with his feet on both sides of the desk. Why are you hitting me? Idiot. Who are you calling an idiot? Whoever promises is an idiot. 2 pairs of eyes and 4 eyeballs stared together, accompanied by the crusade of almost all the girls in the class. Uzumaki Naruto held his knees with both hands and slowly leaned forward, playing cross-eyed with Uchiha Sasuke, intense sparks as the two approached. More and more bright. The classmate Liamong sitting in the back row can take a look. Okay, let me help you. 5 fingers turned over the bricks and weighed them up, making a bad boy in baseball throwing posture, and throwing a brick on Naruto's ass. For a moment, the entire class fell silent. About a minute later, the roar of the sky overturned the roof. I'm going to kill you. Yuhi's eyes widened. Yuhi's second assistant clenched his fist, and he kissed a man mouth to mouth. Naruto spat wildly and shouted angrily, "Oh God, my mouth is broken." Baidu Interesting Academy. No, Sasuke-san's first kiss. Damn, that's mine. Kill that yellow-haired boy and kill him. Enough. Baruka, whose whole body was pierced with bark, went berserk as the blackboard shattered with a clatter. Hatake Liamong, get out for me. Immediately. Okay, let go now. It's better if you think I'm willing to come, and I'll be expelled. Indifferently, he took Zaifeng into his arms, and Liamong, who didn't want to come to the school at all, left as soon as he said it, whistling cheerfully. Out of class. At this time, the students discovered the kitten with golden fur and black striped Madara pattern. It's not that they have bad eyes, it's just that a certain classmate was too conspicuous before and completely ignored others. Seeing the back of Hatake swaying away, Ueno Aruka, who was trembling all over, stiffened his neck and shouted, "Don't leave the school." Got it? It's really long-winded. It's not good to go back like this on the first day of school. Liamong, who embraced the west wind, decided to visit around. In the afternoon, the bell for the dismissal of school rang, and Liamong, who came back from the tour, blocked the door of the class, and the 3rd class of the year, which was about to dismiss, was dead silent. Don't be in a hurry. The Konoha gang I founded is officially recruiting people. That one, don't slack Kiba there. Say you, stalker. Who are you talking about? Dog walking. Inazuka Kiba, who was leaning against the desk, stared, and Akamaru in his arms also barked. bar twice. Liamong, who was very shameless, patted the west wind lightly. Just say a word, don't embarrass me. Yawning and raising his small paws to wipe his mouth, Zaifeng, who was woken up by his master, turned over by a Kugan, curled up and shrank, and fell asleep again. That shady appearance immediately attracted the cheers of the nympho girls. So cute. It's so cute. What is it? Akamaru, who got in through the collar, shivered all over, and Inuzuka Kiba looked at the west wind in horror. Liamong smiled disdainfully. Zaifeng is not a cat, but a tiger. I stumbled into the number 44 practice field when I was 4 years old. For the sake of keeping pet, how about messing with me? Don't bullshit. Inuzuka Kiba, who knew the surrounding environment of Konoha very well, was stunned when he heard the name of the number 44 practice ground. Similarly, the girls who returned to their senses no longer had the same narcissistic look they had before, and all looked at Zaifeng with fear. For these obviously brain-dead guys, Lu Meng didn't even bother to deal with it, but just looked at Kiba with questioning eye. While the first member of the Konoha gang walked up to him and explained his choice with his action, the Liamong classmate who successfully recruited a capable general turned his eyes and looked at the pineapple head who was looking at the roof of the canopy in the last row. Shikamaru will not come. We still have less military division. Don't come to me with troublesome thing. There will be barbecue after joining. I will treat you tonight. Nara Shikamaru can't be kidnapped, and Akamichi Choji can't be dealt with. Sure enough, Liamong's voice fell, and the little fat man eating potato chips next to Shikamaru changed his position. Let's join the gang. I want to eat barbecue. Troublesome guy, but forget it. Another 2 members joined the team, feeling almost flamboyant, and turned their attention to Aburame Shino, a transparent person with small round sunglasses. Will the buggers come? Good. Okay, the thugs and strategists have been recruited, and there is still a secretary for the bookkeeping. I'll take a look. He glanced at the rest of the class, and the Liuman who blocked the door took Hyuga Hinata into his arms, and the little girl who didn't understand rejection suddenly jumped. Suddenly white smoke was blowing, and Yuhi's delicate little face turned into an apple in the blink of an eye. The contented gang leader announced loudly, the recruitment is over, and the rest don't forget to bring the protection fee tomorrow. Idiot. He wanted to walk past when he uttered the cold word, and Sasuke Uchiha's handsome performance attracted a chorus of praises. Liamong was slapped in the face again. His hand was horizontal, and he slapped the door frame. Second assistant, do you want to be beaten? You can try. Dominantly raised his chin. Sasuke Uchiha didn't even take his hand out of his kabuto pants. Liamong laughed at his bird-like anger, and gently put Zaifeng and Hinata aside, and raised his hand. It was dim. Street Fighter sand throwing. What? His eyes blinched and he retreated. Sasuke was about to retreat when a brick that appeared out of nowhere hit him on the forehead and fell to the ground. Good. So despicable. Shameless. How could he do this? Oh my Sasuke. My heart. A brick knocked Urzuzi down, and Lu Meng spit to the side in disdain. If it weren't for the mad dog-like attitude of the Uchiha family, the brick just smashed the bridge of the nose instead of hitting the forehead. I promised to send it directly to the hospital after that. Plastic surgery. Choji, did you really decide to join this gang? Shikamaru glanced at the handsome pot lying on the ground with black lines all over his head, feeling that big trouble was coming. The little fat man hesitated for a moment while chewing on the potato chip. I still want to eat barbecue. You know, roast meat. Lu Meng, who was about to lead the team away, patted down Sasuke and hugged him back to Zaifeng, when suddenly there was a guy with a beard in front of him. Well, I also want to join the Konoha gang. Except me, I'm the future Hokage-sama. Quiet. Dead quiet. Regarding Uzumaki Naruto, the students in the class are not as cold as they were when they were young, but it can never be called intimacy, and the title of the monster fox has been heard from time to time. It must be a big trouble to get him into the gang. What will he do? The whole class looked at him, and Naruto, who was waiting left and right to answer, gradually became desperate, and just as he was about to leave, Liamong hit him on the shoulder with a fist. Let go, the future Hokage-sama. But with you joining us, we can't eat the barbecue in the store today. Therefore, the gang leader decided to go to the river to do open-air barbecue. Ah, you agree. Naruto opened his eyes in disbelief. The founder of the Konoha gang suddenly regretted. Idiot, how slow is your nerve reaction? Hurry up with me. The meat will be undercooked after a while. Wow, I'm in the gang. I'm in the Konoha gang. Jumping and jumping and shouting and shouting. Naruto's crazy celebration was not over yet, and more people brushed at the door. Hatake Liamong, Lord Hokage summoned. Shikamaru. Kiba. Trouble. Rolling his eyes and looking back at the newly harvested younger brother, Liamong reluctantly ordered, you go to the river to prepare the materials. Naruto and Kiba are in charge of hunting fish, rabbit, wild boars, etc. Are fine. Choji and Shikamaru are in charge of collecting firewood. Shino, Cheetah, go get some honey and clay. Better to pick some fresh lotus leaf, and get ready when I come back and do it myself. I'll go see what the 3-generation-old man wants to do first. Tech Chapter 3 _ The biggest gangster in the world kicked open the door of Hokage's office. Classmate Liamong leaned against the wall on the left side of the door with a face full of XYZ, and asked impatiently, "Father, what are you doing with me? Be respectful to Lord Hokage." Baidu Interesting Academy stared at the dead fish's eyes exposed outside, and Kakashi frowned in fury. In front of this fucking little nephew, he couldn't help but get angry. Liamong made a disdainful cut, and looked at the main seat without flinching. "Why establish the Konoha gang?" the three-generation-old man asked in a soft tone, with no hint of joy or anger. The old face covered with tawny Madara was smiling, like an old fox who had only become a fine. Classmate Lu Mang, whose eyelids rolled white, replied indifferently, "Boring." "No, boring. What kind of answer is this? Answer the questions raised by Hokage-sama." "Idiot." Turning his eyes to Kakashi, who was threatening to interject, Liuman was about to get angry. "Isn't your 250 with an antenna in your head forcing me to send me to school? Is this young master looking for something to start a gang?" The Thunderbolt clearly knows that the young master can't practice chakra by nature, and the things he learns have nothing to do with ninjas. "What are you throwing me into the ninja school? Is it a waste of time?" The more he said, the more angry his eyes were spitting fire. Liamong continued to roar frantically. "It is precisely because of what you have done as an idiot and brainless that the young master decided after a few nights of deliberation, in order not to waste future money. For 6 years, I can only build a gang to play. If you don't want to see me ruining the Hatake family, you will get the young man out of the school." The young man promises to disband the Konoha gang immediately. Okay, Kakashi, don't be angry with a child. The three-generation-old man who was holding his pipe, poisoning the future flowers of the Fire Kingdom while swallowing cloud, asked in a strange voice, "Hatake Liamong, as big as you are, don't all the children like to be good people and heroes? Why do you want to set up a gang to collect protection fees?" "Aha, a good man, a hero. Old man, are you telling a joke?" Lei bent over as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Classmate Liamong covered his belly and almost laughed. "Good people don't live long. The scourge has lived for thousands of years, and the heroes have died early since ancient times. The young master of the Interesting Academy cherishes his own life very much, and he still wants to live forever, but he doesn't want to die halfway. I'll teach you how to be a good man and a hero." Quote, "Little guy, how can a good person and a hero die early? Who did you listen to? Is the fourth generation a good person?" Classmate Liamong asked a different question. The old man nodded without thinking. "Are those 4 generations heroes?" Remembering the disciple and grandson who sealed the QB, Nine-Tails demon fought with his own life, the 3 generations of eyes exhaled a smoke. "Yes, he is not who is, but he's dead." A bleak autumn wind blew through the skylight outside the building, and the fluttering leaves blew into the distance. The 3 generations were speechless, and Kakashi was silent. "Heroes are always prone to die prematurely." This sentence is very philosophical after hearing it hard at first, but it is very philosophical when you think about it carefully. The names engraved on the memorial tablet are the best proof. I don't want to be a hero, and I don't want to be a good person. Heavenly Path is power, and the Land of Fire is the biggest gangster in the world. It's like a tiger in the forest will never give up hunting rabbit, or he will starve to death. "Father, actually I want to learn from you." The words of the sudden turning point were extremely strange, and the 3rd-generation Hokage raised his eyebrows strangely. This child who is not like a child but looks like a wise man. Since he doesn't want to be a good man and a hero, why does he want to learn from him? Sarutobi Hiruzen's curiosity is enough to kill a cat. "Because you're not a good person." The long sound that was deliberately dragged shattered his heart, and Patriarch Hatake's body froze instantly. Hokage, the 3rd generation of eyes, overturned the teacup excitedly. "Little guy, why is this old man not a good person?" "Old man, don't listen to me when I say this. Look at the 3 apprentices you taught." With a twisted look, Lu Meng set off a map cannon. Orochimaru drug dealer, abducted and sold. Population, Jiraiya lustful peeping at the bathhouse. Tsunadeheim excessive gambling and defaulting on debt. Porn, gambling, drug, and the 3 most dangerous things in the world. You teach your apprentices the same thing. You can teach your apprentices like this. Look, tell me, will you be a good person as a master? Click. A dull thunder struck his forehead, and the 3rd-generation Hokage was done. This is a word of heart killing, an absolute word of heart killing. After speaking, the Liamong classmate who confuses the 3-generation old man, opened the door disdainfully. "Okay, you have finished asking what you want to ask. I also want to attend the gang establishment party. Let's see you later." "No, best never to be seen again." Boom. With a slam, the door was slammed, and the founder of the Konoha gang ran away without a trace. The dull-eyed Sandemu was silent for a while, then suddenly opened his mouth and asked, "Kakashi, are these what you taught him?" "No, my little nephew liked to study the history of various countries when he was a child, and he especially liked to collect range articles. He may have realized these things himself." The owner of Hatake replied that he was very uncertain, and he was more and more at a loss to Liamong. So, the pipe in his mouth flickered a few times, and the 3rd-generation Hokage suddenly smiled. "Teach him well. This kid has a pair of eyes that can see through the fog." "What about about the Konoha gang? Let's put it aside and see. Maybe bad things can turn into good things. The decision was made to let it go. It's time for the peaceful village to make a move. Kakashi, you should step back first. Yes, the figure disappeared in an instant, and there was only one person left in the office. The 3-generation-old man who slowly got up walked to the window and looked at Hokage Rock, murmuring the word heavenly path repeatedly in his mouth, gradually sloping westward. Liamong, classmate, who hurried to the river bank, laughed and started roasting meat, dried the blood and hollowed out the internal organ, filled the inside with spices. The grass chicken wrapped in fresh lotus leaves was covered with clay and buried under the fire, and the free-handed chef brushed the hair on the wooden stick with honey and brushed it for a while. Roasted in layers for a while, the roasted hair has a crispy skin and a sweet and fragrant flesh. It is a perfect match with the beggar chicken dug out of the pit. It was so delicious. Quote, I still want. That's mine. You scrambled for me to eat. Heisai. Watching the food made by yourself was eaten up by the younger brothers. Liamong has a different kind of satisfaction. After secretly wrapping the last hidden rabbit leg and stuffing it to Hinata, we were very happy. The bastard declared the party over. The 6 Xiaoqiang went home and reported to their parent, not to mention that Liamong, who returned to Hatake's house, became a scourge again, and ordered his servants to cut down an ancient tree that Kakashi liked most, and cut off sick baseball bat. In the early morning of the second day, the gangster who walked into the school gate more than half an hour late distributed crime tools to the younger brothers. Seeing that others have it, Hinata is anxious, and she doesn't know what to do with Yuhi's little face. The corner of her mouth is ready, and she stuffed a brand new butterfly notebook in it. You are the secretary, and you will be in charge in the future. Just keep the account, and leave the shouting and killing to us. What are you looking at? Why don't you quickly take out the protection fee? Boom. The first robbery by the Konoha gang begins when a baseball bat smashes over the desk. We are cultural people, and we are not human beings when we are cultured. Malu, give Lao Su a good time, and don't make the father angry. Tech Chapter 4 _ Congratulations to the 3rd generation. With the tragic experience of classmate Urzuzi yesterday, the work of collecting protection fees is progressing very smoothly today. Interesting academy. Well, Yamada Hanataro 5 tails. This is a little less. Remember to make up tomorrow. Kagawa Hiroshi 29 tails. Not bad, not bad. Wow, this kid named Tiantian has 500 tails. Hinata marked his name, and he won't have to pay it again this month. He patted the little fat man Tiantian on the shoulder. If something happens in the future, I will report my brother's name. Who dares to bully you, and I will beat him. Thank you, classmate Liamong. The pocket money given by the family was robbed at one point, and the little fat man with glasses wanted to cry without tears. The face of the gangster, who was very unconscious, turned pale. What, classmate, do you want to call the boss in the future? I know, boss. A drop of cold sweat ran down his cheek, and Tian, whose legs were shaking, was about to be paralyzed. That, boss, can I go back? Come on. Next one. The first day, the first year protection fee was charged a total of 2 taels. This extremely eye-catching figure strengthened Liamong's heart to rob, and decided to pay the protection fee to the end. But I ran into a little trouble doing it the next day. There was a hard ballast in the 2nd grade. Brother Ning, Neji. The little face drew from behind Liamong, showing his head half pulled, and the little secretary Hinata grabbed the corner of his shirt nervously. Miss. First, he looked at the dodging Hyuga Hinata, and then at the Urliuzi with Kiba's signature silver white in his mouth. Hyuga Neji's face dropped to freezing point. In your honorable capacity, you shouldn't be fooled by these bastards. Together, it would bring shame to the Hyuga family. Quote, no, it's not. He pulled the little secretary who wanted to defend himself behind him, and spit out the Kiba sign in his mouth. Why, look down on us. I don't care who you are, and I will not be allowed to interact with the eldest lady in the future. The Hyuga family is not something that you people can achieve. Left one is Hyuga, the right one is Hyuga. Hyuga Neji has offended the people in the Konoha gang. Although the families behind Liamong's younger brothers are not very strong, they can't do Hyuga alone, but they really want to work together. Not to mention Hyuga, even Uchiha has to weigh it. Boss, I want to beat him. Woo. Inazuka Kiba, who was upset, tilted his neck, and the little white dog Chimaru also barked. Nara Shikamaru frowned and took 2 steps forward, nodding her toes and saying, although I hate trouble, I think he's very upset. Beat him. I'm going to buy barbecue with his money. Akamichi Choji put away the film and banged his fists as big as 2 gravel. And me. This was Uzumaki Naruto. Count me in. He raised his hand and pushed the small sunglasses on the bridge of his nose, and Aburame Shino was the last to sign up. The little secretary hiding behind Liamong was completely flustered. On one side was her brother in the family, and on the other was a new friend. She really didn't know who to help. Hyuga Neji looked at the gang of gangsters who came around, slowly raised his hand, and snapped his fingerprint. You will pay for your arrogance. The honor of the Hyuga family cannot be tarnished by a Kugan Kai. The milky white pupils suddenly shrank, and Hyuga Neji, who had blue veins all around, was about to make a gesture of gentle fist, and a handful of yellow sand mixed with pepper noodles came over. Yumu, what a great eyeball technique. Brothers, come up with me and flatten him. Shazi slapped a brick on the forehead. The gangster who lifted the baseball bat and threw the eldest young master Neji to the ground, and the younger brothers who followed him lifted their feet and kicked. I made you Hyuga. I made you look down on us. Can't kill you. No, don't fight. Please stop fighting. The cry of begging for mercy came into my ears. Liamong stopped for a moment, looked back at Hinata's small tearful face and retracted his feet. Today, tell our secretary to face Naruto. Find the money. Others will block me over here. The door, and all those who do not pay will be brought down. Quote, settle Hyuga Neji. It is much easier to collect money. Although this guy is a bit stinky, he is the chief student of the second grade. That is, the number one of the second grade department. Fuck him, and everyone else will give it all for nothing. Six tails, we sent it. As soon as the money was collected, the bright-eyed classmate Liamong grinned and pinched his waist, almost grinning to the back of his head. After laughing, he immediately turned his attention to the third grade. From the beginning of this day, the students of Konoha Ninja School are considered bloody mildew, and they are routinely robbed once a week, ranging from hundreds to a few dollars. If a file is created, if it is overdue or not enough, it will be pulled into the toilet to top. For this matter, the three generations of old men are not less worried, and there are many black spots on Madara's face, which is already full of old age. But will our flamboyant classmate care? In the past 6 years, he took the lead in grabbing 9 grades and more than 30 classes. He never thought that what he did was wrong, and every year, he will bring a thug and Hinata little secretary to welcome the new student. Those juniors and juniors who didn't know the inside information, all became lambs to be slaughtered, and they were all recorded in notebook, and the banknote flowed into the pockets of the Konoha gangster. For these stolen money, Liamong did not spend it indiscriminately. According to the different development directions of the gang members, many props are specially customized for them. For example, Hinata played iron ball for 6 years, which has become an integral part of her life, and the weight on Akamichi Choji, the bug in Aburameshino's backpack, and so on. During this time full of laughter and laughter, everyone unknowingly spent 6 years of study and life. Apart from the extermination of the Uchiha family in the second grade, and a big play directed by Lu Mang, nothing really happened. A week after the Uchiha family was exterminated, the returning Rasukuko turned from an ice cube into an iceberg. After class, I didn't know which muscle was wrong, so I challenged Liamong. At that time, Lu Mang didn't want to agree. In his word, he didn't want to bully orphans and widows. Who would have thought that it would be better not to say this? But the second assistant immediately became anxious when he said that, and took out Kuu and greeted him. Under the anger of Liamong, a violent hammer sent Uchiha Sasuke to the hospital. For this reason, Kakashi locked him in a small black room for a month, saying that it was a wise decision made by 3 generations of old people. The little black house is really called a black. There is not even a skylight in the darkness, and there is no light in the room, except when the servants deliver meals every day. Light can be seen from the open dark pavilion, and the rest of the time is terribly dark. If the light is dark, that's all. The ghost place is still dead, and it won't even give birth to Cricket. When it was released a month later, everyone was almost dumbfounded, and after 2 weeks of delay, he was still in a trance. In order not to leave sequelae to himself, Liamong, who is slowly recovering, decides to take revenge. Is it summer? %B. Tech Chapter 5 _ gotta get a catch at the end. Day that the 3 generations of Hokage were destroyed, in a blink of an eye, it was time for graduation. In the past few years, the interesting academy may have been caused by the ants selling vegetables downstairs, but unfortunately, I don't know if it's because of my old age that I didn't add a new recruit. Ashima, who had retired from the Daming Mansion, was outraged. She moved out by herself and set up a family for another life, almost angering the 3-generation-old man to death. After hearing about it, classmate Liamong secretly made a lot of fun, and even held a party to celebrate, which made the Hinata brothers all stunned, and they didn't know what kind of evil the boss was making. Konoha, which is like spring all year round, ushered in a new year. At the same time, it was time for the gangsters who had been at the Konoha Ninja School for 6 years to graduate. For this reason, the excited tears of the juniors and juniors from grades 1 to 5 became the Yellow River. They're finally leaving. A young boy who was often bullied wiped his nose and smiled. Madara, sitting next to him, frantically threw up the book and cheered loudly. We are finally liberated. Hallelujah. God. Boom. Are you happy that we are leaving? A baseball bat smashed on the glass of the open door. Listening to the familiar threatening tone, the second class of the 5th grade fell silent for a moment. A long time. Tianjian Samlang, who was the squad leader, swallowed his saliva and stood up, and asked nervously, Boss Lu, Liamong, I don't know what are your orders for coming here. We have already paid the protection fee for this week 2 days ago. Don't worry, boy, the uncle is not here to collect money this time. Leaning over his neck and leaning against the door, his fingers flicked open the broken glass and explained with a smile, we will be leaving in a few days, to thank you. After 2 nights of thinking, the uncle has decided to hold a grand graduation party. Don't forget to attend when the time comes. You, don't worry, we will definitely go. The party held by Liamong can't be delayed even if it goes up to the mountain and down to the sea of fire, otherwise there will be consequences. Thinking of some horrific images, Tian Sanlang couldn't help shivering. After finishing the business, Liamong picked up the baseball bat to fight against his shoulder, and walked towards his class with 8-character steps. As soon as he entered the door, he saw Luca's old face that was black as hell. The scar on the bridge of his nose twisted back and forth with the shaking of his cheek, just like the earthworms born in the garbage heap. What are you doing again? Don't worry, I'm not charging protection fees this time. I'm going to invite them to the graduation party. Yawning and leaning against the door, seeing Aluka's glamorous face is clear. If you don't explain things clearly, you have to let him go out. Why don't you stand here and wait? Hearing that Liamong didn't bully her classmate, Aluka, who had been suffering from headache for 6 years, was taken aback for a moment. Then she regained her senses and asked, what graduation party? Why didn't I know there was such a thing? Of course you won't know, because this is what I did. It's easier to read on a mobile phone. m.heihei168.com. His eyebrows twitched and his mouth winked. Aluka, who doesn't know what kind of monster this bastard has produced, said with a stern expression, those who are about to graduate soon, you are not allowed to bully the lower grade student. Now go back to your seat and sit down. We are going to take the graduation exam. What, the test? Separation, body, technique. After spitting out the 3 words, Aluka's voice fell, and one person jumped out immediately. Mr. Aluka, how can you do this? You know that I can't do the avatar technique, but you still ask this question. You say, do you have any intention of not wanting me to graduate? Shouting out Yuhi's ears red. Uzumaki Naruto hammered the table frantically. Boom, bang, bang. Enough. If you keep filming, I'll disqualify you from the exam. Baruka's heart and lungs almost exploded as she slapped the blackboard on her forehead with a livid face. What a good student. He just let Liamong, this bastard, break it. Seeing Naruto like this, he dared to yell at the teacher. He must be taught a good lesson. The 3 teachers invigilated the exam, and the students took turns to enter the door. But while the exam was taking place, Aluka found that there was one person missing. Where did Hatake's splendor go? The record book that has already jumped over 3 lines. Liamong's line is still empty. After thinking about it, Baruka shouted out the door. Call Hyuga Hinata in for me. After 6 years of getting along, Aluka had already figured out the details of the student, and wanted to find Hatake. Liamong, that bastard. Where is that kid now? Doesn't he know he is going to take the test? Hinata's little secretary replied shyly. Yuhi, brother Liamong went to pick up supplies for the party. He said that he couldn't practice chakra, so he didn't need to take the graduation exam at all. It's a waste of time to come here. This bastard. Bang. His fist slammed into the table, and Uruka's 7 orifices glowed with anger, and his eyes were on fire. It's fine if you don't come for the usual exam. How dare you not come for the graduation exam? Inside the Hokage office building, the 3 generations of Hokage who observed the exam room through the crystal ball raised his eyelid. Kakashi, what are your plans for your little nephew? It's all up to Lord Hokage. Liuman's temperament is too wild, and if he doesn't put a collar around his neck, he might cause some trouble. I really don't feel relieved to leave him alone at home. When Kiba came together, the owner of Hatake sold Liamong. Generation old man took his pipe in his mouth and thought, then follow the example of last year. You mean little Lee, that kid from Lee Rock? Kakashi smiled as the one-eyed outside lit up. Thinking about it in my heart, I can finally drive this fucking thing out of the house and avenge the ancient tree in my yard. Who would have thought that if he hadn't been happy for a while, the 3rd generation of Hokage gave him a fatal blow? Well, just like little Lee, your nephew Liamong will be specially approved for graduation. I'll see and put him in the 7th class. Believe it. Teach him yourself, and he will surely grow up. Fire! Lord Hokage, can I not have him? No. A muffled thunder struck his forehead with a click, and Sparta, the owner of the Hatake family, dug a hole and buried himself. Why is this? God, can you tell me why this is? Not to mention that Kakashi's heart was full of ashes and his head was full of gold stars, and the Liamong classmates who finished picking up the props arrived at the venue early. It was said to be the venue, but it was actually outside the gate of the ninja school. This place is spacious enough, and it is still in the place where you must pass, and there is nowhere to run if you want to run. Set up the stage, pull the wires, and aim the 8 subwoofer speakers in all directions. In order to buy these items, Liamong spent a lot of money, but it doesn't matter. I believe that after the party, all the investment can be earned back. When did the Konoha gang ever make a bad business? Lu Meng personally served as the director. Hinata's little secretary served as the host. Aburame Shino was responsible for maintaining the order of the venue, and Nara Shikamaru coordinated everything. The school bell rang, and all-night heavy metal music rang through Konoha. The Luang classmate with a wireless microphone shouted hoarsely, to celebrate the graduation of all the students of the 6th grade, 3rd class, I announce as the founder founder of the Konoha gang history. Shoji Ninja School graduation gala has officially started. All students and teachers attending the party are requested to pay the admission fee voluntarily, 50 taels per student, 500 taels per teacher, and 80 parent. Okay, Akamichi Choji, please collect the money as soon as possible. Quote, you are still robbery. It's okay to rob students in the school. How come they are about to graduate and they also rob the teacher together? The angry Iruka was just about to get angry when Akamichi Choji's fat face came in front of him, smiled and said very honestly, Mr. Iruka, we also need money to hold a party. The students have less money and we don't want too much. Just it can only be put on your teacher's head. If you don't want to pay it's fine. We didn't force you anyway. Right, Choji. I always thought you were a good student. I didn't think so. You also learned badly from them. With tears in her eyes and sniffling, Iruka never dreamed that even a simple and honest fat man like Choji would learn to come out and collect money. But what I have to say is that Choji's appearance is really attractive. Yeah, like it very much. Like it or not. After collecting the money, the dance started, and even parents and teachers were counted as students, and they collected a total of 150,000 taels, which made Liamong happy. While he was happy, Hinata's little secretary's slightly cowardly voice came from the stage. The founder of the Konoha gang, Hatake, Liamong boss, please bring us a campus youth song. You at the same table. Please. The elusive boss shines brightly on the field. Quote, cough, come here. Raising the back of his hand to wipe his mouth, he wiped the stray cat's waist into the backstage, took the guitar from Shikamaru's hand and walked to the front court, cutting the wires with a kitchen knife all the way. The teacher, student, and parents who came here half forced and half curious all opened their eyes wide, wanting to see what kind of shit this bastard who had been at the ninja school for 6 years could sing. You at the same table, why have you never heard of it? Gently plucked the strings twice, closed both eyes, and took a deep breath of the evening breeze, as if returning to the past, back to the water like youth. Liunin sang along with the wind. Will you remember tomorrow? The diary you wrote yesterday. Do you still think about tomorrow? You who used to cry the most. Teachers can't remember. You who can't guess the problem. I also flip pictures by accident. I just remembered you at the same table. Who married the sentimental you? Who read your diary? Who put your long hair up? Who made your wedding dress? La 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 la, accompanied by the memories buried in the bottom of my heart, playing the music engraved into the soul, and immersing in the luminosity of the singing. At this moment, it seems to have obtained some kind of sublimation, which infected everyone in the venue. Regardless of age, regardless of you and me, all fell into the childhood that I thought I had forgotten in my heart. Who said that being young is not frivolous, but it has flown away, opening the long-cherished beauty. Everyone who heard the song cried. Students are afraid of losing. Parents regret the past, but who can seize the present? After the song was sung, Liamong shook his head to shake off his thoughts, walked slowly to Hinata, and bowed his head affectionately in front of all the participants, imprinting that sweet softness. This kiss, the mountains and tsunami. This kiss, the love for life. But two people smashed the table. One is Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third generation, who peeps with a crystal ball, and the other is the head of the Hyuga family, Hinata, his father, Hyuga Hiyashi, who observes with Byakugan. These two guys, one had their daughter stolen, the other remembered a lifelong hatred. Hatake, Liamong, don't let this old man know that you forged that letter. Liamong, to show his extraordinary artistic talent, but also sent himself into the eyes of 3 generations of Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had been unable to find the culprit, suddenly thought of a possibility. It is possible to do evil in the sky, but it is impossible to live by doing it by yourself. Little bastard, wait for the old man. This matter has absolutely nothing to do with you. Tech Chapter 6_Farce Graduation. Boss, that kid Naruto is gone. Baidu Interesting Academy. Just after the graduation party ended, Aburame Shino ran over, showing a trace of concern in a cold silence. Liamong, who was ordering money, was stunned and secretly delighted. He deliberately put on a heavy look and said, that kid failed the exam today. Maybe he can't think of where to run. Call everyone together, and everyone will look for it together. With the help of Inuzuka Kiba's Akamaru, it is not difficult to find Naruto, not to mention Hinata's Byakugan perspective, but Aburame Shino's bugs are not very useful. If they are not placed in advance, the searchability of those small things is not wrong. The sick people led the way with Akamaru, and the little white dog barked and ran out of Konoha. When he was about to leave the fence, Shikamaru stopped, frowned and analyzed. Something is not right. Even if Naruto fails the exam, he should not run out of the village. Although we are not official ninjas yet, there is no warrant issued by Hokage. If you leave the village without permission, you will be sentenced to escape. Quote, then what are we going to do? With the flamboyant oil paint on his face, Inuzuka Kiba stared outside outside the village in the direction of Akamaru's roar. Nara Shikamaru closed her eyes and thought for a moment, then cast her eyes on Liamong. Keep chasing. Lu Meng replied decisively. What if Lord Hokage is to blame? I'll take it all. As a gang boss, you must have the momentum of a gang boss, and Lu Meng was very fearless at this moment. The younger brothers looked at each other, laughed and jumped out shyly and proudly, following Hinata's little secretary beside him. Over there, stopping to sniff the air and turning to the west. Suddenly, Hinata, who was observing from the center, exclaimed, Ruruka-sensei is injured. Who did it? Yes, it's Mizuki-sensei. Hinata replied, very disturbed, startled by the cruel reality. Liamong's eyes narrowed slightly and continued to ask, where's Naruto? Behind the big tree. The moonlight like water swayed silverway, looking at his colleague who was paralyzed in a pool of blood under the tree. Mizuki's whole face was distorted. Ueno Ruruka is not only a classmate of his time, but also a teammate after graduation. However, unlike Ruruka, who is content with the status quo, Mizuki has always been dissatisfied with the work arranged by the village. What's so good about being a teacher? Tenten teaches those idiot students who don't understand anything, but also depends on the face of the big family and act like a grandson all year round. As a cannon fodder chunin, Mizuki has always been dissatisfied. In pursuit of the strength to get out of the ordinary, this high-spirited educator never gave up looking for opportunities, and today he finally found it. Ruruka, hand over Naruto. I'll take the Book of Seals and leave. For the sake of the past, I won't kill you. Ha, you don't think about it. How could Ruruka not know what the sealed book meant to Konoha? He would never agree to this. Mizuki was irritated by this answer. Ruruka, you don't know what's wrong. Do you think it's worth it to accompany your life for the demon fox? Don't forget how your parents died. Shut up. Naruto is not a demon fox. A very bloody emotional scene was staged while Liamong and others were on their way. The 3-generation-old man who observed through the crystal ball put his hands up, and the eyes under Hokage's hat looked particularly gloomy. How will Naruto choose? Thinking of Namikaze Minato's exhortation before his death, the dying 3-generation-old man is ashamed and ashamed. Heihei168.com. But for the so-called persistence in his heart, this old guy doesn't mind being ashamed. Uzumaki Naruto, don't make it difficult for the old man. Hinata, how far is it? Liamong asked anxiously after glancing at the bloodstains left on the road. 500 meters. Accelerate. Swish swish. Sikav figure changed rapidly. Mizuki, who finally caught the person in front of him, laughed wildly. The whistling windmill shuriken in his hand turned into a whirlwind. Ruruka, give me death. Great blade throwing lawn. Ruruka-sensei. With a loud roar, the figure jumped out, and the returning Naruto blocked in front of Ruruka, the blood on his back gushing out like he didn't want money, and stained the large scroll tied around his waist. Seeing the Book of Seals again, Mizuki was about to laugh. Just when he was about to knock Naruto down and take the book to escape, a man suddenly appeared from the side, and said in a very playful and provocative tone, what are you laughing at? Say it. Do you guys have fun together? Flag, wood, Ryu, Mang. Biting out the name word by word, whoever Mizuki hated the most in the school, except for the demon fox Uzumaki Naruto, is none other than our Liamong classmate. Seeing this bastard right now, Mizuki's face twitched like a donkey butt. You brought it on yourself. Go to me. The slowly slipping Kunwu spun and fell to the ground, and Shuimu, who was trembling all over, froze in place. Yuehua was scattered, and Shikamaru with a troubled face squatted on the ground and complained, Boss, you are not careful. Shadow imitation is very tiring. Those who are capable will work harder. Control them. Brothers will flatten him together. He pulled out the baseball bat that he had used for 6 years from his pocket with his backhand. Liamong felt that this thing should be retired. Shino Choji, who also picked up a stick, walked out of the shadows, and Inuzuka Kiba, who was holding Akamaru, was also full of bad intention. Teacher Mizuki was shocked. What do you want to do? Don't do anything. Fuck you. A stick knocked on the middle of the forehead, and Lu Meng, who rushed forward, lifted his foot and kicked in the crotch, out his eyes, like a toad, and scared the General Jonin who was watching through the crystal ball. Kakashi, you taught him this trick. Might Guy covered his crotch with a solemn expression, and the tone of the question was obviously defensive. Facing the sharp eyes of a group of colleagues, the owner of Hatake wanted to shake his head and say no, but would people trust him? Mizuki picked up Ruruka after he was done flattening, and Liamong smashed Naruto's head with a fist under the dodging eyes of Naruto. I will tell everyone in advance, and if you dare to mess around again, be careful I beat you. Oh, boss. He pushed away Uzumaki Naruto, who was so excited that he wanted to rub against him. Liamong took the Book of Seals and threw it behind him. Hurry up and find something useful to write down by yourself, or soon the old man will send people will have no chance if they come. Quote, Hatake Liamong, you can't do this. Ruruka hurriedly shouted when Liamong threw the sealed book to Shikamaru. Seeing his uncontrollable appearance, Lu Meng spit in disdain. You have to get paid for your work. Let's help the village retrieve the Book of Seals. Can't we learn ninjutsu? Listen to me, everyone. Hurry up guys. No, it's full of forbidden forbidden technique. You guys. Hinata, tell him to shut up. He's already injured. Why are you making a fuss? Inuzuka Kiba shouted again while Liamong was yawning and resting. Boss, there are too many ninjutsu records in it. What do we learn? You and Choji look for the 8th inner gate. Whether you can use it or not, write it down first. Shino looks at the 2nd generation Hokage's dark ills, and your bugs are the treasures of the Yin people. Shikamaru, I don't need to say it. Now, you can figure it out for yourself. Naruto, don't bother me here. Go see the Shuriken Shadow Clone technique. You will be invincible if you learn this. Really, boss, we all have ninjutsu record. Why don't you and Hinata come to see? Hearing that there was an invincible ninjutsu, Naruto hurriedly ran to the Book of Seals, turning around and asking as he ran. Lu Mang, who was sitting on the ground, gave him an impatient look. Let's forget it. The blood of the Hinata family can't use high-end goods, and I don't have chakra here at all. When you remember it, put the principles of the 8th inner gates with all, just say it. You're going to be lazy again. Inuzuka Kiba and Choji turned their heads with twitching face and eyelid. Liamong angrily threw a clod of oil over Chu Mao Cho. If you have this skill, hurry up and memorize it. If I make a mistake, be careful I knock you. The farcical sealed book incident ended with the arrival of Kakashi. Returning to the village to question the 3 generations of the old man, Liamong turned up Byakugan indifferently. What do? I just let the younger brothers learn some ninjutsu. What about you? That's not ordinary ninjutsu. It's forbidden technique. Do you understand forbidden technique? After shouting furiously, the 3-generation old man persuaded angrily. If you don't learn to walk, you want to run. If you have the ability, why do you remember such a technique? It's okay if you don't use it, but if you use it, you will die. Is the forbidden technique really easy to learn? Quote, oh hey, I said you old immortal can say something human. You think we are stupid? We can't learn if we can't use it. Can't we remember it first? After speaking, the entire Hokage office fell into a dead silence, including Anbu who was hiding. All looked at him with admiration. Dare to call Mr. Hokage old and immortal? This little guy is too sturdy. Compared with him, those fucking students in the past are extremely weak. You get out of here. The cigarette bag pot in his mouth was pinched in his hand and it was broken, and the distressed regeneration old man ran away. Boom, boom. Dodging a few pieces that were thrown, classmate Liamong ran out of the gate with a weird smile. The next day at dawn, the students of the 6th grade and 3rd class came very early. The graduates who did not graduate all gathered together, took the classmate record invented by Liamong, and the 3-1 gang got together to write down their thoughts. There are many. The teacher also bought one. Undoubtedly, these small books have made the Konoha gang a big hit. Boss, do you think we will be separated? Naruto, who kept showing off his forehead, with his yellow-haired head close to him, aroused a lot of anger, and all the students who did not graduate all looked at him, his eyes wide open. The jealous fire that spews out can burn the country of fire to ashes, but this kid still doesn't change the virtue of that stinky fart. He was kicked by his annoying Liuman, remembering the specially approved graduation certificate and forehead guard that Kakashi threw over after returning home last night, and the fire pierced out of his head. After half an hour, Baruka, who was dragging the disabled body, entered the shift group, and Liuman entered the 7th shift without any accident, and divided with the overjoyed Uzumaki Naruto, the ice-dead face Uchiha Sasuke, and the nympho Sakura Haruno, together. When the 10th class was in, after Hinata, who was disappointed and weeping, Ino's sister also became violent. Baruka-sensei, why do you want me to be with these 2 bad guys? Ahem, this is Lord Hokage's arrangement. With a slightly pale face, Iruka quickly divided the rest and left immediately with a blessing. After a while, the teachers who came one after another took their students away. When Kurenai Yuhi appeared, Liamong rushed over. Beautiful sister, can we discuss something? Xiaoshueguo, what do you want to say? The beautiful Philip Yuhi blinked. Kurenai Yuhi of course knew who Liamong was. What, can I come with you? Kakashi's only son is too unhuman. I'm afraid he will find a place to throw me when he goes out on a mission. Kukai chuckled and covered his mouth. Although he had heard it before, Kurenai Yuhi never imagined that the relationship between the uncle and nephew would be so bad. Look at what this bastard said, and even kidnapped him out and threw him away. How can you say that about your elders? However, with Kakashi's temperament, this is really the same. Thinking of this, Kurenai Yuhi became sympathetic, and the man who beat the snake and followed the stick took the opportunity to wipe away the tears. Sister beautiful, can you promise me I'll send you flowers? With a backhand, he pulled out a bunch of flaming roses, and when he found something wrong, Liamong quickly shoved it to Hinata, and then touched a bunch of deep Yuhi-colored roses. Kurenai Yuhi flicked his nasty forehead with a funny flick. Do you just want to be with you? Little guy, you really understand flowers, but my sister doesn't have time to accompany you. Come with me in the 8th class. Oh, you sell high. My angel has left me. He sat back down in dejection, and Liamong, who was hit so hard, lost his heart. A few minutes later, a middle-aged uncle with a beard and a cigarette in his mouth walked in. When he called to the 10th class, Ino's patience finally reached the limit. I quit. First, there are two bad guys. One can eat and the other can sleep. And the teacher who finally arrived is still a smoker. God kills 3 generations of old age. And my mother is fighting with you. Sakura, don't stop me. Horse. Shrill scream. Ino's sister was hit as hard as the sick sage created the moon. Sarutobi Ashima's cheek trembled as the cigarette slowly slipped from his mouth, feeling that the future was gloomy. This is the student I want to bring. Old man, I want to kill you too. Whether you like it or not. Smoker or slacker. Ino is always dragged away. When the room was quiet, only the mantle Sakura Naruto Sasuke was left. He got up from his depression and walked to the door of the classroom. Naruto looked surprised. Boss, where are you going? You can't wait for the teacher to lead the team. Alright, safe. I know who that slacker is. Tell him I'll go home and sleep first. Lazy waved his arm. Liamong, who didn't look back, was about to leave, and a black shadow came in front of him. Is this your attitude towards the head of the family? Hey, the sun is coming out from the north today. He looked at the sky outside the door in amazement, and turned his head strangely. Kakashi, why don't you touch the black cat? I thought I had to wait until the sun go down the mountain. With black lines all over his head, his fist clenched tightly, and the nose of the head of the Hatake family was almost crooked. He didn't want to come so early, but Liamong was there. It was really late, and the students didn't all run away with him. 7th class, follow me to the rooftop. Kakashi, who couldn't wait to speak, got angry. You bastard, tell me quickly, and go home when you're done. Ah, is it my turn? Tech chapter 7_dementia. Stupid class 7, for collection. When it comes to dreams or something, if you put it in the past, Liamong will never mention it lightly, because it is useless to mention it. Baidu interesting academy. But now, as Kakashi's angry voice fell, this stinky boy who played a little cynical suddenly burst into a terrifying brilliance, and his eyes stared at the sky. The breeze blew up the silver-white tulle, and it drifted obliquely into the distance. Suddenly, Liamong spoke. His voice was not high, but full of firmness. I will put this body into martial art. Use martial arts to prove Tao, and shatter the void. My will definitely stand in the sky. Quiet, dead quiet. After a long time, classmate Ursukuko put his mouth behind his ears, and hummed with disdain in his eyes. What a arrogant. I don't seem to understand it very well, but I said it with great momentum. Haruno Sakura blinked ignorantly, and became crazy again. Kakashi stared at Liamong silently. Is this really my bastard? Naruto, who was sulking for a long time, sullenly said, Boss, what are you talking about? I can't understand a word. Sakura, Sasuke, I rely on. As the perfect aura was broken, Uzumaki Naruto's head was full of pain, so let's focus on it. Lu Mang, who was struck by lightning while pretending to be B, staggered, jumped his feet in a frenzy and cursed. Kakashi he was aiming at. Look at what apprentices you have accepted. A nympho. Everyone turned their attention to Haruno Sakura, and a big tic-tac-toe appeared on Sakura's broad forehead. A fool who puts on a stinky face all day. Everyone turned their attention to Sasuke Uchiha again, and the face of classmate Fuziko became colder. There is also a fool who is born without a string in his head. Boss, where's the idiot? Naruto watched all the guys look at him, looked left and right in confusion, touched the back of his head and started to be silly. The Liamong classmate, who was completely defeated by him, twitched his face twice, and turned his attention to the master again. A nympho, a fool who puts on a stinky face all day, plus a natural lack of brain. Genshin's idiot. Kakashi, you're a slacker. You've chosen 3 students, and one of them is not bad. Why? Do you want to be on par with your immortal 3-generation grandfather? They taught pornography, gambling and drug. You have to teach stupidity. Your sister. I quit. Indignant and frantic, Liamong turned his head and left after spraying, leaving behind 4 teachers and apprentices. The face is not the face, the nose is not the nose. After a while of kung fu, Haruno Sakura, who was finally relieved, threw her fist violently. Sasuke, don't stop me. I'm going to kill him. The next day, dawn, the sun rises 3 poles. Last night, the Liamong classmate who was threatened by the owner Howden came to the number 7 practice ground with a stick of glutinous rice balls in one hand and a rice ball in the other. As soon as the Baidu Interesting Academy arrived, Naruto's second-hand man shouted, Hey, boss, can't you tell? Shut up. I really can't think of it, but you slacker teacher doesn't agree. Take it, eat your meal quickly, and don't inquire before taking the exam. You can believe what Kakashi's Lei King said. Lei King, a word to wake up the person in the dream, and they rushed over at 4:30 in the morning. For fear of being late, the trio all stretched their old faces. One by one, they looked up at the sun that was approaching noon, and black lines appeared on their forehead. Looking down at the rice dumplings in Naruto's hand, I was moved and burst into tears. But when people are unlucky, they drink cold water and fill up kiba, and Sasuke Sakura Naruto is about to eat, and the food in his hand is gone. Food, where did the food go? Enla, are you disobedient? Kakashi, who grabbed the rice ball in his hand and tossed it up and down, suddenly appeared and put the alarm clock on the top of the wooden stake, and the pointer pointing to 10 o'clock was extremely dazzling. Student guys, I really like the look in your eye. Before noon, afternoon. Whoever gets it will be considered qualified. Otherwise, go back to ninja school for me to repeat. Quote, the two bells in his hands were casually hung on his waist, and Kakashi, who took out a small yellow book, successfully aroused his resentment. After Naruto's idiot asked some brain-dead questions, the ignorant thing announced the exam. Start. Then stay where the two of you are. You don't have to find a place to hide first. The will of martial art. Face the powerful enemy head-on. Liamong touched a Kiba sign and held it at the corner of his mouth, with a strong belligerence in his eyes. Kakashi, the young master has long wanted to clean up you. Naruto. #1 program. Yes, boss. Fingerprints knotted together. Bang 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 burst into continuous smoke, and countless Naruto surrounded Kakashi by the river. Looking at the shadow clones standing on the river, the head of the Hatake family was shocked. Who taught Naruto this? Kakashi sensei, except the move, the Shuriken shadow clone technique. Countless Naruto took out countless kunai, and with a flick of his wrist, the overwhelming Wooming shot out like a locust. 1 becomes 10, 10 becomes 100, 100 becomes 1000. Seeing the rain of arrows by the river like a city wall, Haruno, Sakura and Ursuko, who were hiding, were stunned. Then, that's really Naruto. So strong. Damn, he's just the tail of a crane. How can he be so strong? The continuous rain of arrows stopped, and he glanced at the ground full of kunai, and snorted disdainfully. Kakashi, don't hide. Are you still afraid of our two fresh graduate? You guys are fresh graduate. I'm afraid even Jonin can't get enough of this power. Hiding behind a tree and putting away his beloved little yellow book, Kakashi touched the scratches with great distress, raised his backhand and pulled it away. He took off the Konoha forehead that he was wearing diagonally, revealing a fishy Yuhi eyeball. Uchiha family Kekkei Genkai 3 Tomo Sharingan show. The Hatake family is serious. Glancing at the guy who came out from behind the tree, Lumeng snapped his fingers. Naruto, plan number 2. Understood, boss. The two teamed up with each other, and the Naruto standing in front was bang, transformed into a giant windmill shuriken. At the beginning, Mizuki only carried 2 of these objects, and it was a well-deserved killer in throwing ninja tools. Looking at these pervert things, Kakashi, who revealed Sharingan, was scared to pee. Wait, you guys are qualified. Never mind, keep shooting him. Fit ass. If you don't let your anger out enough today, how can you be worthy of your previous skirt? Naruto, who was used to listening to orders in the past 6 years, didn't even think about it. He shook off the giant windmill shuriken and threw it out. Then he closed his fingerprints and used the previous ninjutsu. Hatake Liamong Gaiden. 3 generations of Hokage creation. Uzumaki Naruto tailor-made big killer. Secret mystery. Shuriken shadow clone technique. When a specific ninjutsu is taught to a specific ninja, it will exert unimaginable fighting power. Kakashi, tremble in Naruto's arrows. Whoa, 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 whoa. Before the impromptu dance was over, Naruto interrupted Liamong's excitement when he found out that he was wrong. He scratched his head and said, boss, it seems that he missed the shot. You idiot, get out of the way. Before he could finish the warning, Naruto, who had revealed his true body, slammed into the ground with a wow, leaving only his dizzy head exposed. Kakashi, who jumped out from the side, fluttered with the mud stained on his body, looked back at the forest that was cut into the plain, and shook his finger when struck by lightning. No matter how powerful ninjutsu can't hit anyone, it's useless. This combination does benefit. Did you teach it to him? It's not me. Could it be you? The Kiba sign in his mouth chewed hard twice, and Liamong glanced at the ground with hatred, and shook his head as he looked at the comatose #1 younger brother and horseboy. The fist swept back and forth from the chest, and made a Sanshi gesture. Come on, Kakashi, it's my turn after Naruto high. Let me see. How strong can a man who copied thousands of ninjutsu be strong? To what extent? That eye is Sharingan. Uchiha Sasuke, who was lying in the bushes, widened his eyes, clutching the turf with great trembling. Kakashi stared at Liamong without realizing it, and stared at Liamong with a wary expression. As an elite Jonin, his intuition told him that his little nephew was not easy. Street Fighter sand throwing, brick attack, poisoned shadow needle. Bricks were slapped at the door. Out. At the beginning Liamong planned to take 1,000 copies, but unfortunately because of his age, it was too strange to hold 1,000 copies. The length of 1,000 books was really not suitable for him, so he could only sign up with Kiba. However, for a Street Fighter, Kiba sign is no different from Shinbin, and it is full of poison when spit out. No, Kakashi is out of luck here. Although he had tried his best to dodge intuitively, there was still a bloodstain on his face, and his whole body instantly turned dark Yuhi. A burning stinging pain spread, and a weak numbness appeared all over the body. This kid actually used poison. Where are you looking? With the help of the yellow sand mixed with pepper to block his sight, the high-yielding stream fell on the top of Kakashi's head. His arms spread like an eagle, and his right foot kicked like a claw. Step, tread, tread, tread. He kicked 5 feet in a row, then twisted his waist, turned his back, turned around, and pulled out the whirlwind leg. The stiff Kakashi crossed his arms in front of him, and kept falling back like a sandbag. He secretly said in his heart that he must take care of this bastard when he returned. What damage did did this do? It's okay to use poison. Why even sprinkle the seasoning? Is this kid trying to fry me as a dish? Kakashi, take my final blow. Street Fighter King Kong smash. The power of the volley's rotation was unloaded, and the crazy Liuman could not care about other things. The figure did not drop but rose and suddenly stopped. The right fist that was pulled to the back of the head, aimed at the door and blasted it. The unhappy Kakashi Sharingan spins wildly and slams his fist in the face, turned into wood. The King Kong shattered to the ground, and the scattered sawdust had not yet finished flying. Boom! A bang fit his gaze. I saw that centered on the right fist that smashed into the ground. The turf with a radius of 2 meters sank several feet, and the radial crack spread to a full 5 meters. This is Master Tsunade's chakra enhanced rank. Sharingan burst out, sweating coldly on his forehead. Kakashi coughed twice with blood from the corner of his mouth. Obviously the substitute technique just now hadn't completely avoided. When he was about to explore the bottom again, Liamong copied his hand into Kabuto. Stop fighting, Naruto, follow me. Ah, boss, let's stop playing. Let's not grab the bell. The yellow-haired boy who had just struggled out of the mud asked stupidly with his mouth wide open. Forehead threw him a Byakugan. Fuck you if you pass. Hurry up, let's go to Hinata's place to have a look. Kurenai Yuhi is a beautiful woman, more disabled than our broom-headed Class A. Much stronger. Broomhead. Class A crippled. Hatake is a liar. I order you as the head of the Hatake family. You tell me clearly, who is the broomhead and who is the Class A crippled? Idiot, you're really not suitable for a writer. He turned around and left a ruthless remark, and rediscovered the Liamong on the Kiba stick. Kakashi froze in place for a long time, and suddenly a big kick kicked the turf over. This bastard. Haruno Sakura, Uchiha Sasuke, if you two don't come out again, return me to the ninja school. Now, immediately, give me, I'll run around the village, and you'll pass after 500. Tech Chapter 8 _ This old man lost his conscience. You're immortal, you said. Are you treating me with your heart? There was a loud crack in the joints of both hands, and the anger of Liamong classmates was enough to set the whole Konoha village on fire. Interesting academy. Third generation Hokage took up his pipe with a smile, and Madara, an old man with a dark brown face, seemed to be happy. How could it be? This is a task required. The villagers have sent a task, and someone has to do it right. Then you'll let us take out the feces. Boom. With a slap, he slapped the task sheet on the table, and his whole body shivered. Your sister. This old man has lost his conscience. Don't say that. The task is given by the villagers, and it's your turn and I have no choice. Jokingly exhaled the thick smoke and leaned back. The 3 generations of the old man put on a cheap look. He hated people as much as he hated them. Knowing that he couldn't turn him around in this matter, Lu Meng kicked his desk angrily, and turned back to go to the public toilet in the commercial district of Konoha village, the mission location, with his equally black-faced teammate. You immortal, you wait for me. In front of countless people, the face of the 7th class was lost. Hatake Kakashi, who was coming, looked left and right, and suddenly narrowed his one-eyed exposed outside and said, you guys are doing it here first. I have something to go out for, and I will be back soon. Kakashi-sensei. Woo. Looking at the teacher in charge of the class who ran away without giving time to answer the call after finishing a sentence, the entire 7th class was in a mess. Haruno Sakura has a tic-tac-toe on her forehead. The second assistant twitched the corners of his mouth. Naruto sluggish turned into a toad. Liamong, who was standing at the back, got furious and ran away. I'm just kidding me. Slip away. Slip away. What excuses are there? Turning his head to stare at Kakashi's disappearing figure, his angry liar threw the draft away. Naruto Sasuke Haruno Sakura standing in front of the public toilet with a gloomy face. You look at me, I look at you. Who is doing this? Is it everyone together, or find someone to come alone? Just as he was hesitating, a spherical fat man who was at least 800 jins and seriously exceeded the standard opened the wooden curtain. In an instant, a faint scent of feces blew all over the body. Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura. After a short pause, Naruto squatted while covering his belly and vomited. Sasuke's face was twitching and he said dryly, whoever like to do this work can do it. Kill me. Haruno Sakura collapsed and grabbed her collar. The little girl's disgusting face turned green. After complaining, Liamong looked at their appearance, rolled his eyes and pulled Naruto up. Does it stink in there? Smelly. You don't want to get on your body, do you? Yes. So, Liamong nodded and said, then, Naruto, I'll leave this job to you. It's easier to read on mobile phones. m.heihei168.com. Ah, boss, why me? With his mouth wide open, he pointed at his nose, and Uzumaki Naruto was instantly Spartan. Liamong patted his yellow-haired head and said, Shadow Clone. Does Shadow Clone understand? Shadow Clone. Their faces tightened, and Liamong gestured to Sasuke Sakura with his eyes while making a bad move. The two who didn't want to go to the toilet to dig up feces showed a smile to Naruto for the first time, and there was no lack of desire in their words. Naruto, who was almost moved to tears, was so moved that he assigned hundreds of Shadow Clones. He was foolishly dragged away by Liamong, saying that he was going to the river to eat barbecue. barbecue. Shadow Clone, who had finished digging out the feces, disappeared one after another, and Naruto, who was nibbling on the rabbit's leg, froze, and his little face instantly turned green, dark green and dark green. Vomit. I cannot stand it anymore. Who can help me? I'm dying. The nauseating feeling that Shadow Clone brought back from a day's work erupted at the same moment, like Naruto soaked in a big dung soup, and the mouth is full of the smell of the cesspool. The originally delicious roasted rabbit meat turned into a deadly poison at this moment. Old, big, in the water like night, the extremely miserable scream spread over the entire Konoha ninja village, and the cat let out a long sigh at Hatake's resident. Don't blame me. I don't want to do this. If you want to blame you can blame the 3 generations for not dying. The task is given by him. It has nothing to do with me, and it has nothing to do with a dime. The next morning, a light wind blew through the green leaf. Inside the Hokage office building, the pale-faced Naruto drooped his head as if he had been ill for more than 10 years. Kakashi was stunned after receiving the task, shoved the list into Liamong and ran. The female cat next door is giving birth. I'll go help. Female cat in labor. The black line on his forehead stared at Kakashi, who was leaving like the wind. Liamong suddenly had an extremely uneasy premonition. He lowered his head and slowly opened the task list. His handsome little face instantly turned black into the bottom of the pot. You're immortal. Are you finished? Yesterday was digging out the dung for the public toilet, and today is pouring dung soup into the field. He code. Can't you send a task that has nothing to do with shit? Liamong Genin, this is the village's test for you. Some tasks always have to be done by someone. Well, you can go now. The next one. Officially, he waved his hand to leave, and the 3-generation-old man who was stealing the fun said secretly, dare to get me a fat woman to go home. I won't kill you, kid. I won't be called Sarutobi Hiruzen. Who does today's work? The hot wind was blowing in the field, and the piles of dung soup could stink for 800 miles. Haruno Sakura looked at Naruto with a pale face. The fool who suffered a big loss yesterday saw the beauty showing timidity, and immediately clapped his chest to promise that he would do the job today. I'm proud of you. Lu Meng nodded and left. Urzuzi snorted arrogantly. You're just as good as you are. Naruto, please, I'll make you lunch. Haruno Sakura, who has short hands and short mouth, and doesn't want to be contaminated with dung soup, uses a trump card to fool Naruto's classmate. Liumen, who walked out not far, was silent for a moment, and suddenly turned back and reminded loudly, since Shadow Clone can bring back the feeling of digging dung, it can also bring the combat experience back to the main body. Naruto, do you understand what I'm talking about? Sakura, Sasuke, I don't understand. Boom, boom. With 2 muffled noises, the shocked Haruno Sakura and classmates Ursukuko fell to the ground and slapped their forehead. Naruto, you're an idiot. I mean it. Ah, boss, that's how it looked. You're a genius. Suddenly, he figured it out, and looked at Uzumaki Naruto, who was thrown into the dung heap, his fingers twitching. Liamong turned around and left. If he stayed any longer, he was afraid that he couldn't help but chop off the rebellious boy with a knife. The sun went down and another day's mission was completed. Kakashi opened the door and coughed. It's impossible to practice with Shadow Clone. I know, but Naruto can do it. His white eyes flicked out of the door, and the corners of his mouth twitched sarcastically. Kakashi, who was instantly blinded, was stunned for a moment, then turned his head and slammed the door. I shouldn't have come here. You really shouldn't be here. My lord is not a ninja. You're telling me it's useless. Don't forget to remind Ursukuko and Sakura that those 2 guys aren't very smart. Dada's foot squeaked and stumbled, listening to the sound of thumping and slipping outside. Liamong closed his eyes with satisfaction, and continued to do the great cause of cross-legged meditation, which has never been interrupted since he was born. Although it is possible to lie down, this position is the most efficient. The next day, Tianming, in addition to Liamong and Kakashi, the famous slacker of Class 7, the rest of the 3 people were all dead, like eggplants beaten by frost. Kakashi-sensei, why can't I? Pervert, the second assistant classmate who lit up the light and was ruthlessly smothered. Ah no, is gaff. Kakashi looked back and forth 3 times with a dignified expression, and rarely reminded seriously, since Shadow Clone is listed as forbidden technique, there is a reason why it is listed as forbidden technique. You and Sakura are different from Naruto. He is from the Uzumaki family. Humans are inherently resilient, and, glancing at his belly, Kakashi cut off what he wanted to say. Uchiha Sasuke clenched his fist angrily, and looked at Naruto with jealousy. But when he was jealous of others, he seemed to forget that others were not jealous of his Sharingan. What suits you is the best. Suddenly reminded to say no more, Lu Meng didn't want to be a nanny. Sasuke, who was agitated, turned his head and bowed to ask for guidance. Liamong turned his attention to Kakashi. He's your class teacher. Ah, how can classmate Liamong be like this? Haven't you helped Naruto? Why can't you help Sasuke? Glanced coldly at Sakura, who was a nympho, and the flowing man pulled Naruto and rubbed his yellow-haired head twice. This kid is my younger brother, and it's natural for me to help him. I can also be your little brother. With bright eyes, he promised that the second assistant would give everything for revenge. Looking at this guy who was full full of sadness all his life. Liamong sighed softly. I can help you open Sharingan, but forget about being a younger brother. Our Konoha gang doesn't plan to recruit people for the time being. Then please. Bowing deeply to the ground, Nisukako completely ignored Kakashi who was standing beside him. No one in the 7th class was willing to answer the instructor who didn't even perform tasks together. Naruto, assign a shadow clone to pick up the mission. Sasuke, follow me. Bottomless towering cliff, and the cliffs are full of stone spurs crisscrossed by Kiba. Liamong, standing at the top tier, took off the rope that was on his shoulders, and threw one end of the rope to Ursu, whose face changed slightly, and laughed like a fox. Tie it to your waist. Jump. Don't worry, you won't die. What are you kidding again? People will die. The pink fist clenched tightly and snatched the end of the rope, and Haruno Sakura burst out in a hurry, looking at Sasuke with concern. Ursukako, whose face changed wildly, thought for a while, but Kiba took back the rope and tied it around her waist. Before he could open his mouth, Liamong's figure turned around, and he took aim at his buttock. Sasuke Uchiha falling off the cliff with his head down. Haruno Sakura shouted in astonishment. You, what are you doing? The rope, which was falling straight down, was rapidly decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the bottom was almost bottomed out in circles. Hearing the screams from Feng Xiaozhang's classmate Ursukako, Haruno Sakura frantically grabbed Liamong's collar. I want to kill you and return Sasuke to me. Brainless woman, if you don't let go quickly, he will really die. He glanced at the rope that had only a few laps left on the ground from the corner of his eyes. Liamong pushed Haruno Sakura away, picked up the other end of the rope and shoved it into the one just now. Uzumaki Naruto returned to his senses. Hold on, if you can't hold Sasuke, you will die. Ah, yes, boss. With a startled head, Naruto clenched Kiba and wrapped the rope around his arm. Seeing his stupid appearance, Liamong was going to die of anger. Use Shadow Clone, you idiot. Ah, Shadow Clone. With a stunned expression, the rope in his hand slipped, and Naruto Uzumaki stared at the shovel with both feet, and rounded his eyes at the flowing mane that was quickly dragged towards the edge of the cliff, and finally reacted at the last moment. But there is no rush to arrest people anymore. Bang, boom, boom, boom. The separated Shadow Clones swooped forward one after another, but luckily grabbed the ankle of Sakura, who had saved first. As the sun went down, Class 7, who had almost died, gathered together, and the Liuman's classmate, who were bruised in places, stared viciously at Naruto Uzumaki, who was scratching his head and giggling. You know what? Boy, I really want to kill you. Tech Chapter 9 _ that poor cat named Ahu. Successfully helping Sasuke to open Sharingan, the flamboyant feat shocked the top of Konoha, and even specially gathered for 3 trials for this matter. A careerist with a cane in his left hand, Homura Mitokado, an old man with glasses on the bridge of his nose, and Kaharu Udatane, an old woman with a chopstick in his hair. The 3 old immortals stood apart at the Hokage desk in front of their old skinned faces, and stared at the Liuman in front of the desk with extremely oppressive eyes. The cold wind blew the yellowed leaves and swept out the window, bringing a slight rustling. Danzo's left hand was leaning heavily on the stick to the ground and sternly asked, Genin Hatake, why do you know how to open the eyes of the Uchiha family? Please answer the question. That the old man said clearly. Boom. The murderous intent suddenly appeared, and it was the old man who had lived for decades. The momentum accumulated on the battlefield in the past was diffused, and the still warm room was reduced to freezing point in an instant. With murderous aura, he touched his nose with a shivering gleam all over his body, and cocked his mouth impatiently. Just open a Sharingan. Do you need it? Presumptuous. The 2 voices focused their eyes, and Homura Mitokado and Kaharu Udatane also opened their eyes. The pressure of the 3 old immortals combined added to their body, and their legs and feet were softened because of their boldness and recklessness. After about a minute, seeing that the fright was almost over, the 3-generation-old man sitting on the main seat jumped out and pretended to be a good person. Liamong is still a child. Don't be like this. Say it. Don't hide anything. Ekri snorted and stepped back. His body suddenly lightened, and he swayed twice and almost landed on the ground. His lowered eyes were full of hatred. He understood that he couldn't resist and could only suppress his grief and anger and exclaim, I'm just helping Sasuke Uchiha to stimulate his body's potential. Potential power erupt when his life is seriously threatened. Kekkei Genkai is also a kind of physical ability, and there will naturally be breakthroughs at the moment of life and death. Is it any wonder? Quote, where did you know this? Although Lu Meng said it was reasonable, Shimura Danzo, who always liked to look at people with suspicion, didn't believe it. He felt that Liamong must be hiding something. Generation-old man coughed lightly. This kid likes to read books when he was young, and the Hatake family is a family handed down from the age of samurai, so it's not surprising that they have such books. Sarutobi, I'm going to take him away. With a look in his eyes, Shimura Danzo became interested in Liamong. As long as people are brought back to their root, anything can be asked. Even if you can't ask anything, you can have multiple talent. 3rd generation of Hokage quit. This can't be done. Your hand is too long. The walking stick in his left hand slammed to the ground again. Danzo glanced coldly at Liamong, and walked to the door without saying a word. Watching the back of Danzo leaving, Menyon and Kaharu also nodded and turned to leave. After a while, only one old man and one young man were left in the room facing each other. Mobile reading is more convenient. m.heihei168.com. Tell me, old man, what else do you want to ask? Hokage just now didn't let Danzo take him away, and his mouth was slightly grateful. Sarutobi Hiruzen on the pipe and lightly rubbed it with his thumb, revealing his powerful chakra control power, and his eyes were straight. Small trick, you can't get on the stage, and they're useless in battle. The three-generation-old man who was content to suck the smoke from his mouth and puffed up the clouds laughed. Liamong rolled his eyelids and hummed with pretend. What's so great? I won't give it to me for nothing. Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled thick smoke with a smile. You really don't learn. Learn a fart. He stared at the three-generations-old immortal angrily, and Liamong cursed in his playful eyes. Young master doesn't have chakra, and he is learning physical skills handed down from the warrior era. If you can teach me, I have the same last name as you. Ha, I forgot about this. The three-generation Hokage, who nearly coughed up tears, shot out 2 smoke dragons from his nostrils and grabbed the pipe that flew out. Maybe it's because of the feeling of being indebted, or something else, but since the beginning of this day, the tasks of the 7th class are finally normal. But it's not a good life. Hoeing, plucking grass, and watching children. Lu Mang, who had fun in hardship, felt this way and said a famous saying that will spread far and wide in the future. In life you can practice everywhere. How to fix it? Urzuzi, who was most concerned about this matter, hurriedly asked. Liamong hit the awning and looked into the distance, pointed to the vegetable field that needed to be plowed, and explained, you and Naruto pull the plow and steer the other. Before working, unload the plowshare. Then when you climb trees by treading water. Method, try not to let your feet sink into the soil, and then turn the ground as quickly as possible. Quote, what can I practice like this? Urzuko frowned in confusion as he listened. Liamong's mouth threw a shocking answer. I don't know. No, I don't know. I don't know that you still let us do this. His eyes widened. Uchiha Sasuke almost fainted. Liamong squinted at him. I don't know, but I know it must be useful. If you don't do it, I will do it. Naruto will leave, and you will be in front of me. I'm coming. Although he didn't understand what this would strengthen, the Tenten wanted to become stronger. Ursuko still grabbed the plowshare. Haruno Sakura looked at the two who were cursing each other with envy, and looked at Liamong expectantly. Can I do something too? Then, use this thing to pick up stone. Liamong took out 2 1-meter-long iron chopsticks from the portable space and handed them over. Seeing Sakura's confused expression, he explained, using chopsticks to hold stones can exercise physical coordination. After landing on the ground, pay attention to the coordination of your hands and eyes, as well as the steps under your feet. Try to use the shortest route and pick up the most stone. Quote, oh, I see. With the bamboo basket behind her back, Haruno Sakura quickly ran to the two arguing in the ground. Because the method Liamong said was too difficult, Naruto and Ursuko had already quarreled. Here is an idiot, there is a fool, you come and I have a lot of fun. Kakashi, who suddenly appeared, looked at the busy trio in the field and walked to Liamong, who was yawning and drowsy. You let them do all the work, then what are you doing? Being lazy. Kakashi, who almost fell into the ground, said it casually, you can do it. Learn from you. Turning his eyes to the side, Lu Meng looked up and down for a while, and suddenly said playfully, why didn't you help Grandma to cross the road today? Or are you walking back from the lost path of life already? Ha! This is the task that needs to be performed in the afternoon. He took out the task list from Kabuto and threw it away. Kakashi, who was embarrassed to death, turned around and left. He couldn't stay any longer. He raised his middle finger high and opened the task list, a black line flowing down his face. I wondered how the only son of Kakashi could run so fast. Directing took on this life-threatening task again. Catch a tiger. Assignee, Mrs. Shino M.I. Status, wife of the Fire Country Daimyo. Age, around 50. Personality, passionate, generous. Features, look plump, like to dress up in heavy clothes. Objective, dark brown domestic cat with yuhibao on right ear. Remark, this cat has an extremely rich escape experience. Also, keep an eye out for applause. Good luck, Jenin. Wow, why is this task again? Naruto spit out a sentence with the mantra he learned from Lu Meng, and looked left and right in a depressed voice, and asked in a strange voice, where's Kakashi-sensei? Go away. The task sheet was thrown at Sakura, who was blue-faced, and the same depressed man turned over his equipment. A wireless headset for liaison, a rugby helmet shield, rubber glove, leather pant, and finally, an enhanced women's electric shock wolf protector. Distributing the equipment, headed to the village, the most famous rookie task in Konoha. Almost all the Konoha genins of this era have done. Ahu, how fierce. Don't look at this little thing as a cat, but its ferocity is not inferior to that of a tiger. In order not to be taken back and ravaged by Mrs. Shino M.I., Ahu is able to display abilities beyond the limits of human imagination when escaping arrest. And for this reason, he has evolved tricks such as lightning flashes, snake-like trick, hiding in cup and volley gliding. It is not an easy thing to catch him, and even if he was caught, he had to guard against Ahu's crazy counterattack. Many newcomers have suffered from its dark losses when they performed this task for the first time, and many people even broke their eyes for it. If it weren't for the high level of Konoha medical ninjas, I'm afraid this generation of ninjas would have to cover their faces. Recognized by Naruto Sasuke Sakura. Today I must electrocute that cat. Reaching out to touch the cheek that seemed to be still hurting, Uzumaki Naruto grabbed the electric shock and launched a ruthless attack. When he first performed this task, he not only had his face scratched, but his nose was also bitten. God, Akatsuki got the crazy cat named Ahu. How could he be so cruel? Scattered, searched, probed, searched from the noon sun to the dark and the moon rose, and finally found the 7th class in the broken flower pot on the street corner, grinning around the square. Sasuke stood on the roof, Sakura guarded the window, and squatted against the wall. Naruto, who was blocking the entrance of the alley, divided hundreds of shadow clone, and then the main body rushed in with an electric shock. Aim. It's fizzling. Take aim. Z-la-la. At the end of the mission, Mrs. Shino Mi, who was suspected of being Tsubaji's cousin, stared blankly at Ahu, who had more air and less air, and burst into tears frantically. Immediately after, a tiger pounced it into his arms and squeezed his chest desperately. Ah, my little darling, what's the matter with you? Aim. A mournful howl stuck out his right paw. Ahu struggled to squeeze his head out of the pile of meat. How could he still look half dead just now? She tried all her life to twist frantically. The more it twisted, the tighter Mrs. Shino's hug became. The elephant's arm, the big pancake face, and the fierce urge like the Magata Trent, moving straight together like dough. Looking at the poor cat who was struggling with his life in Roshan, Naruto Sasuke Sakura pulled his face and was about to go. The 3-generation-old man stopped him. In view of your excellent completion during this period of time, after considering the various tasks and the abilities you have personally, I decided to issue AC level tasks to you. Can you not go? Without the excitement as imagined, the 7th class now does not want to do advanced tasks. For them, it's a complete waste of time. With Liamong in the middle to guide, Sasuke Naruto Sakura improves his strength very quickly. If the B level task is still fine, AC level is really not much fun. However, the order issued by Hokage could not be refused. After seeing the alcoholic client the next morning, the originally reluctant face shook his head and smiled. Dishonor, it should be this guy, right? Tech Chapter 10 Kakashi, you are really not fit to be the head of the house. Sasuke, Sakura, don't stop me. Boss, give me a knife. I'm going to cut down this old drunkard. It's easier to read on a mobile phone. m.heihei168.com. It doesn't matter if he is suspected of his rank. Dishonor dares to laugh at Ming people or uneducated. A child who has lived in Byakugan since childhood. You can laugh at him for being stupid. You can also scold him for being stupid, but you can't insult his parent. It was because of the lack that he knew how precious it was. Looking at Naruto, who was in a frenzy, he walked in front of Dasna with a smile, and in the old man's scornful eyes, he knocked off his half-mouthed Kiba with a fist. Remember, I'm not hitting you. I'm saving you. Bah. Hatake shimmering. Naruto, Sandai, Kakashi. The glances that turn around can't believe it. The 3-generation-old man is angry with Chichaoshunyan's nostrils and eyes. How can you beat the mission client? Do you know how bad the impact of this is? He deserves a beating. Leaning over the unconscious Dasner's clothes, he carefully wiped off the blood-stained fist face, showing no sense that he had done anything wrong. Homura Mitokado, who was in charge of the mission reception next to him, was furious and asked, Genin Hatake Liamong, do you still know the rules of the ninja? How did you graduate from the ninja school? Boss, he has never taken the test, and his test scores are all zeros. Weakly reminded him to shrink his neck. Naruto was still very afraid of these old guys. Homura Mitokado's old face turned black in an instant. Sarutobi. Ahem, both parties are responsible for this matter. Can't the client insult the ninja casually? We have to guarantee the dignity of the Konoha ninja. But he made us lose faith. A big country must have the bearing of a big country. As the center of the world's ninja village, how could Konoha do such a shameful thing? 3 generations of minion were making a noise here, and Dasna, who had been in a coma for a while on the ground, got up. His family knew about his family affairs. Not only was he not angry when he was beaten, but he was secretly happy. The guys at Konoha beat themselves now, and won't hold them too much afterward. How could he not know what was going on in this mission? As a result, this ghostly old guy hurriedly said some good things, and his attitude turned 180 degrees. This abnormal performance immediately caught the attention of 3 generations of Hokage and Homura Mitokado advisors. After Kakashi's 7th team set off, another team immediately followed. Kuwuduo with proof of leaving the village. He nailed the notice board. Kakashi led the team out of the gate. Kamizuki Izumo and Gangzati didn't even look at it, which shows the guy's reputation in Konoha. But there is no door for Liamong to worship him. Be careful of being struck by lightning if you install too much. What are you talking about? Asked again, deliberately pretending not to hear clearly. Glory, playing with Kakashi, who had been with Might Guy for a long time. Interesting academy. Liamong looked at his dry look, snorted and turned away. Before taking 2 steps, Dasna, who was talking behind the wind, shouted, "Hey, where are you going? The country of water is here." Quack quack. Fool, quack fool, what are you looking at? Is it strange to go in the wrong direction? I haven't been there before. He gave Dishonor a fierce look. If it wasn't for the mission, Lu Meng really wanted to strip him and hang him on the door. He aimed at it. Can't you be gentler? After getting the direction and starting again, the first 2 days were nothing, but at noon on the 3rd day, Liamong, who quietly raised his guard, stopped the team. What's that shiny thing in front of you? It looks like it's a blister, boss. Naruto pouted and gave the answer. Liamong's eyes narrowed and he said badly, "It's useless for us to hurry like this. Zuko, Naruto, you two, who can urinate into that pool of water at the farthest distance, I'll teach him an A-level forbearance technique." Really? Boss, are you really willing to teach us Class A ninjutsu? Uzumaki Naruto's eyes straightened when he heard that there was an A-level ninjutsu to learn. Although the second assistant next to him did not be, but seeing his excited look, he was obviously moved. Only Haruno Sakura's pretty face made Yuhi squeeze her pink fist, both ashamed and angry. I am ashamed that the rambunctious idea is better than peeing. I am annoyed that she is not included in this game. You must know that it is A-level ninjutsu. But why didn't she think about who she could win even if she took her? Trapped in a congenital defect. If Sakura stood up and compared with Naruto Sasuke, it would really be called peeing in the wind. Peeing one leg, peeing against the wind, peeing all over the body. There is no comparison at all. Hatake Liamong, I hate you to death. Don't guess the girl's mind. Let's ignore Haruno Sakura, who has a second personality, and see that Naruto Sasuke has opened Shikai Pan. Can you turn around first, or I won't be able to pee? Yuhi opened his mouth with a face, and Uzumaki Naruto looked at the only lady in the 7th class in embarrassment. The mad Sakura punched him on the forehead and turned his back. Naruto, who almost urinated, quickly got up and ran to Sasuke's side. 2 people stand together to estimate the distance. You move forward a little. I will move forward a little. I am afraid that the distance is close and loose, but the ghost brother who is incarnated in blisters is angry. Ming-Tu, come on. Fuck them. Your left, my right. 2 black shadows jumping up and down, one left and one right, came with a whistling, and the chains dragged between the 2 steel claw prosthetic limbs were terrifyingly cold. Wait a second. The trousers were half unfastened and the blisters disappeared. Looking at the strange enemy rushing over, Uzumaki Naruto tore the zipper in a hurry. Sasuke, who was standing next to him, saw this and kicked him out. Shaking his hands was a series of hands. Lijian shot out. Chunin of Kurigakure village, who came to, with both hands in kabuto, not eager to attack. Kakashi's eyes turned back and forth between Naruto and Dasna. When he saw that the ghost brother ignored Sasuke and went straight to Dasna, a dodging lock neck solved the incoming enemy, and Uzumaki, who had just put on his pants, slammed his face to the ground. Kakashi-sensei is really annoying. You stole all the limelight. And client, shouldn't you say something? He took out the rope to tie the ghost brothers. Kakashi first appeased the noisy Naruto, and then looked at Dasna with murderous intent. Lu Meng, who was waiting beside him, kicked the old thing to the ground. Don't ask. You can see what's going on just by looking at his Shang virtue. It seems that the punch I hit him last time didn't count. Injustice. I am also forced to be helpless. I beg you must help me, or my whole family will not be able to live. 1 cry, 2 trouble, 3 hang. The exposed old ghost wine cried and danced again and again, and even took out his daughter and grandson as threat, and he was extremely shameless. Liamong, who was too angry, pressed him to the ground and hammered him again, and when he was relieved, he sat down to rest under the strong resistance of Naruto Sakura. After the dog blood conversation was over, Naruto, the fool, made people fool again, and Haoyun went to the country of waves to help. Liamong looked at his silly appearance, and felt that after the completion of this task, he had to educate him one, and don't let him kill the big guy in the future. Killed him 2 by 1. Kakashi took out 2 kunai and threw them at his feet, and Kakashi, who was alarmed that the mission was about to get into trouble, began to guide the killing. Naruto Sasuke, who was staring at kunai, was done. Kakashi-sensei, do you have to kill them? Are they not already? These 2 guys are ninjas from the village of Kurigakure, the land of water. If you don't want to be hunted down by the blood mist in the future, pick up kunai and stab them to death. The ninjas in this ninja village are all lunatic, and they don't die when they perform their task. Non-stop. Quote, after the bloody words were finished, Kakashi immediately stepped aside. Naruto Sasuke looked at each other and swallowed together. Although I knew for a long time that such a day would come, I really felt that killing people was not as simple as I thought. Liamong, who couldn't stand it any longer, gave them a kick. Hurry up. Killing a chicken is no different. It's all a stab in the neck, and it's clean by wiping the neck. Boss, why don't you come? Rely on your sister. If it's a man, be happy. A fist hit Naruto's face and swung it far away, and Liamong spat out the Kiba sign in his mouth, centering on the crotch of Ming-Tu's crotch. The roadside began began to howl. Ming Tu, who woke up from the coma, broke his throat and woke up his brother. Seeing the miserable appearance of Ming Tu beside him, because of training pervert in the blood fog, Yi Tu was terrified. Seeing the appearance of these two guys, Liamong smiled with satisfaction. Kill it. Meet their tyrannical eyes. Kill him if you don't want to die, or I will kill you both. Old boss. Puff. With a muffled sound, Kanai nailed his throat, and Ursukiko, who had finished fighting the enemy, turned his back coolly. But it is not difficult to see from his trembling back that his heart is not as calm as it appears on the surface. Kiba in his crotch, with a fatal blow to the neck. Seeing the tragic death of his brother, the head of the industry struggled frantically, and Naruto couldn't help but back away in fright with the appearance of spitting blood. Boss, are you really playing? Either he dies, or you die. Choose. Boy. Kuwu, who was holding back Naruto's heart in his hand, stabbed forward slightly, and the boy who saw the blood went mad. Why don't you just kill someone? I'll kill you, mentioned Kuwuji and rushed forward. Uzumaki Naruto slammed through the heart of the head, and a large amount of dirty blood spurted out of his throat, spitting him everywhere. I killed. Did I really kill? Staggering 2 steps, he stumbled and fell, and Naruto Uzumaki tucked his knees into an ostrich. The night wind blew through the green grass, and the team that lit the bonfire was silent a lot. The feeling of killing someone for the first time was very bad. Both Nisukako and Naruto ate very little, and even Sakura lost their appetite. Only Liamong and Kakashi were heartless and stuffed their belly. Boy, do you know that you're acting very abnormal. After eating, Kakashi leaned over and sat down. Liamong moved to the side in disdain, laying on the grass with the Kiba sign and looking at the starry sky. This is the awakening of a warrior. In the eyes of a warrior, life in the world is no different. There is no difference between a rabbit and a rabbit. It is nothing but a strong and a weak. The weak will eventually pass away, and only the strong can reach the peak. Just like a tiger roaring proudly in the mountains and forests, and an eagle spreading its wings in the sky. Quote, Kakashi, you are really unfit to be the head of the house. From the moment you transplanted that eye, you are no longer worthy of being called the Hatake family. Copy ninja, what a big name. Mang's eyes were ironic to the extreme. When someone mentions you, have you ever thought of your surname? Sharingan Kakashi, have you forgotten the name Hatake? You. Tech chapter 11 _ shameless to no lower limit. Hatake family that came down, in fact, cannot be called a ninja family in the true sense. Interestingly, the inheritance recorded in the first-timers of the academy is also more martial art than ninjutsu. The reason why Kakashi's father was able to make such a big name in the ninja world back then, did he rely on it? The sword technique that came down. In the process of death slaughter full of blood-colored breath, he realized the ultimate of the sword and created his unique Hatake-style knife technique. Use the short knife to suddenly activate at medium and close-range facsimile face from the samurai era. It's funny to say, Hatake Sakumo is not a ninjutsu, although he has the name of a ninja. This is also the reason why the Hatake family is in decline. It's not some ninjutsu, but a legend from the samurai era. Ninjas and warriors are fundamentally different. Today's Hatake family's children learn how to become ninjas at a young age, rather than aspire to become a warrior. Ninja is a surprise attack, which achieves the goal of one-hit kill. This is the white-fanged swordsman who stands in the world. He must have his own persistence, and he must have the courage to fight for his life without fear of power. Without these things, it is not that no one wants to inherit his white-fanged swordsmanship. The martial artist simply cannot learn it. The doomed tragedy is also an irresistible disaster for human beings. Hatake family who are unlucky in this disaster. Hyuga tools are not responsible for the means to achieve their goal, and a warrior has the pride of being a warrior. Has long been like the Hatake family. Kakashi did not study the family's secret martial art, but instead relied on transplantation to become a martial artist. Because of this, the downfall of the Hatake family was inevitable. It's time to change. 3 days later, the sun pierced through the morning fog, and Naruto, who was born with thick nerve, took the lead out of the shadows, and the Ha family also fell into blood mold. Since the death of Hyuga Tenin, how could there still be a decent character in the Hyuga family? With the pupil technique on it, I am afraid that a snow-white rabbit will be relieved. The peach land will not be cut again. The Sharingan played ninjutsu. No wonder Liuman looked down on him. Only the one that suits you is the best. Learn ninjutsu. You're a white blind person. B level, A level, S level, laughing and running ahead. Look left, look right. No shooting a mouse with a kunai is like throwing a dart and hitting a squirrel. Make the big guy angry. Pierce his nostrils and eyes, and put a line on his forehead until he finds out. Beheading with a whistling toss. One of the 7 knives in Kurigakure village, the country of water. The user of the broken knife. Decapitation broadsword. Grandmaster Suiten, water style, ninjutsu. He escaped from the village due to a failed plan to assassinate Mizukage and became missing nin. Mission experience. D level 4 times. C. Copy ninja card time. Encountering such an enemy whose strength is called pervert in AC level mission is tantamount to a disaster for ordinary ninjas. As soon as we met each other, this bastard gave the 7th class a slap in the face. What? The big knife knife, wiping the top of Kaka's head, flew over, and cut into the tree with a slam, and most of the blade fell into the tree. When everyone climbed up from the ground in embarrassment, he was struck by lightning and stepped on the hilt of the knife, condescending and filling his head. Hey, that guy with no eyebrows over there, what do you call Kakashi-sensei? Sweat. Great sweat. Nicaragua Falls Han. This kid is not afraid to stare at Naruto's furious face, with 3 huge tic-tac-toe popping out of his forehead. His bad appearance has always been his heart disease. Heihei168.com. Sasuke, who found out what was going to happen, quickly pulled Naruto behind him and took out the kuai in front of his chest. Cassie. Cut. Kakashi's mouth twitched and his heart twitched as he planned to discuss it. How could he accept such a 250-year-old apprentice? I said if I don't cut it again, let's discuss it with the two of us. If he didn't cut the West again, he still tried to negotiate. Naruto, who was so irritated, snorted, and his murderous eyes instantly fixed on Dasna, who was hiding behind Sakura, who was trembling. Take this careful attention to the one who stepped on the beheading sword. The backhand raised his forehead to reveal Yuhi's Ritomo Sharingan, and Kakashi, who failed to negotiate, took a fighting stand. The figure flickered, and the beheading sword was instantly drawn out. Although there is no hope in my heart, the art of Kaka sweetened, water-style Kurigakure. A hazy mist of water filled every inch of the surrounding space as the voice fell. Zaibuju, who was hiding in it, was just trying to use language to impress an old man and hand it over to me. Looks like it won't work anymore. I'm dying of laughter. Boy, what are you laughing at? Zaibujin's voice was cold. You could tell he was angry. No matter what he lost, he appeared on the river surface in a blink of an eye, with one hand in front and the other pointing to the sky. Laugh at you stupid. Uzumaki Naruto, haven't you always wanted to be in the limelight? To kill him for Lao Su, the technique of shuriken in all direction. Adding pressure, a sudden burst of laughter pierced the sky. Ha 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 ha, it's so funny that Naruto's shadow clone. And this is just the beginning. Ugly. Liamong, who covered his belly and rolled wildly, slammed the ground frantically and wiped his tears with his cup. Seeing this combination of pervert ninjutsu again, Kakashi asked Liamong shamelessly. Got it, boss? Boom, 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 boom. Continuous explosions of smoke formed a circle, from the sky to the ground, everywhere. He was very persistent. Recalling those miserable days. Shu, Chen, Z, Shu, Hai, Si, Yin Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. The misery thrown out by shaking hands is not 10. 10 is 100. 100 is 1000. Boss, how on earth did you teach Naruto hand seal? A ninjutsu practiced for 3 years. Even a fool can learn it. Although Naruto is a little stupid in hand seal, he has to say, I mean I'm here. I think so I think. Liamong swears, I'll never teach this kid any ninjutsu that requires a hand seal in the future. Boss, I forgot. Boss, I forgot again. The guy spoke again. The depressed memory shook his head and threw it aside, and the flow of slowly closing his eyes scattered his perception around. This is the profound meaning that only true warriors can comprehend, the sixth sense consciousness beyond the 5 senses. So I want to see you. Naruto, he's on the left. Without the slightest hesitation, he turned to attack, and Kunai's flying shot merged into a wall in the blink of an eye. Just as the big guy's strange Liuman's command was in that unhurried tone, this time, he's behind. The attack of another turn turned into a torrential rain, and the nearly fatal one retreated all the way. Boy, are you a sentient ninja, compared to the existence of grave. If I don't cut it again, in front of my heart, any concealment will be in vain. This eye is the eye of true consciousness, which penetrates into the foundation of the existence of all things, without subjective judgment or unconscious discrimination. So you may not understand, but I can, still. Although it is difficult to see things in the fog, the big guy still does not distinguish between enemy and foe, and focuses his eyes on the position where Liamong is standing. Wait, boss, how can this kind of thing be taught to the enemy? Don't take me and that unruly head high. If martial arts are really so easy to pursue, the world will not be dominated by ninjas. Zabujin's gloomy voice here through the mist. You are too arrogant, boy. Teach you what? At this moment, he seemed to be detached from everything. I once spent 3 years in the courtyard, where I closed my 5 senses and realized my surroundings. It was extremely difficult at first, and I was always easily disturbed by the outside world. I teach. Can he learn it? The way of arrogance and awe-inspiring eyes. In front of me, you have no secret. This. How could someone do this kind of thing? Kid, don't you say it again. It's not arrogant. It's all confidence. He laughed disdainfully. You are afraid of Liamong. How could I be afraid? The beheading sword banged. He was standing in front of him, and he used a roar to cover up his guilty conscience. You are in a state of unawakenedness. After 3 years, you will be able to understand the rhythm of the wind and the murmur of the grass. If you don't cut it again, this is the skill to train your heart. Kurigakure's power is doubled, but all this is completely useless to Liamong. Big talk. Li Nei Yan retorted 2 sentences, and if he didn't cut his mouth to say he didn't believe it, he was actually more careful. Quote. I thought that I could cut Liamong in 2 without cutting it, but I never thought that things would turn out like this. Son, you are courting death. Suigan Student, water style, water body art. Naruto has shadow clone, and if he doesn't cut it again, it also belongs to him. If you don't cut it again, I just said that in front of me, you have nothing. Whoa, this is impossible. The shadow behind him suddenly appeared, and he lifted the big knife with his backhand and leaned towards the sky, as powerless as a fight. But it is practice to survive without cutting several times. Clasped his hands together to clamp the surface of the knife, closed his eyes and bowed his head with a smile at the corner of his mouth, and the silver-white wind and flower yarn was swept behind him by the strong wind rolled up by the beheading knife with a kind of uninhibited freedom. The kick was empty, and Lu Meng was not disappointed. The big secret of beheading. Valkyrie kick, bone shatter. The upper body does not move, the lower body is swept away, and there is no wind whistling from the side kick of the swinging leg. It seems to be a slow side kick, as if the child, Sweden, water style, water separation technique intuitively tells him that this kick is very dangerous. Very dangerous. No more knife. The right hand holding the hilt of the knife loosened, and Kurigakure, who had done several backflips in a row, withdrew and went all the way. In one room, the knife was slashed left and right in his hand and threw behind him. Take him. This is my trophy. Boy, don't think that the uncle can only use the sword. Open your eyes and see clearly. First, he took out a dozen water and wrapped his body around Naruto, and then he stood on the river with his fingerprints flying. After a while, a huge wave surged up behind him. Sweden, water style, great waterfall technique. 9 days the silver river poured back the water that spewed from the rumbling sound, and it was like a wave that didn't want money. I rely on you to code me. Liamong can ninjutsu. Even God can't stop him. But the key problem is that Liamong can. If he can fight, he will fight. If he can't, he will run. Fang is a gangster, but Liamong doesn't think he can stop this pervert thing. He trotted and hid behind his owner. Break time. Boundless wave crashing against the shore. Sasuke had his throat. The hidden mouth under Kakashi's mask almost looks like a hippo. 7th class collective Sparta. He's our boss. Kakashi, it's over to you. Classmate Liamong is too shameless. This is the shame of the ninja world. I have to kick him out of the house. Sakura is shocked. Naruto is done. Tech Chapter 12. Kurenai Yuhi's shocked 8th class comes to help. No matter how Naruto, Sakura, Sasuke, Kakashi slandered the shameless Liuman, in order to protect the client's life, they had to stop the torrent created by Zaibusion for Liamong. Interesting Academy first release. Of course, no one else can do this, and Kakashi has to do it. Doden, earth style, earth wall art. Fingerprint flew out and vomited out several pools of sludge, and the earthen city wall raised from the ground blocked the impact of the boundless wave, and it was full of water. Although Tulubi is only AB level ninjutsu, but because of the mutual restraint of attribute, it is not afraid of the waterfall of the A-pole. The top two, one standing on the waves and the other standing on the top of the mountain, with blue veins engraved, all chakra frantically poured into the duel of ninjutsu. For a time, the earth and mountains were stacked, the huge waves were in the sky, and the rumblings were endless. When the water pressure subsides a little, and the roar is gone, how can there be a shadow if you try to find someone? Seeing that the situation is not good, Teodi ran away without cutting it, leaving not even a root hair. However, his knife is really good. Retrieving the loot from Naruto, Lu Meng played it carefully twice, but finally gave up. Although the beheading sword is good, it is contrary to the path he has taken. Kakashi actually has a knife manual left by his father, but is that thing useful? The knife technique created by Hatake Tsukumo, suitable only for his own use, has a distinct personal touch. White Fang is the profound meaning that he learned from the slaughter of all beings. When Kakashi's father was on his mission, no men, women or children were left behind. From an 80-year-old woman to a baby waiting to be fed, everything they saw was obliterated without the slightest hesitation. If they can't have the same will and killing intent, White Fang's swordsmanship can only summon Byakugan, making people laugh at Hatake's family without success. Who wants this stuff? Who turned around twice? It was inserted into the ground, and the beheading sword that was submerged more than halfway radiated cold light. Hearing the sound and turning his head, Naruto, Sakura, Sasuke was completely stunned. Seeing the students so rude, Kakashi, who was also slightly stagnant, coughed dryly. Liamong, this knife should be handed over to the village. Does the village give money? This, I'm afraid I can't. The black line on the forehead touched the mask. Kakashi was speechless to this little nephew who wanted money. When Liamong heard that he wouldn't give the money, his face immediately fell to the ground. If you don't give money, you will pay a fart. Do you three want anything? No one wants me to keep it as a gift. Boss, how does this thing work? Curiously, he leaned forward and looked at the beheading sword that was nearly half submerged in the ground. Naruto's round eyes were full of wonder. Sasuke also followed over to take a look. He seemed a little moved and hesitant, but Haruno Sakura stood there and didn't move. Who would use such a big knife? Sakura, who fantasized about marrying Sasuke, hurriedly shook her head, imagining herself as a shrew wielding a big sword. Interesting Academy first release. Don't give it for nothing. It will affect your temperament too much. It's definitely a crazy woman who uses that thing, and maybe Maybe that girl Ino will like it. The dark-bellied yin smile shone brightly, and Haruno Sakura found the owner of the beheading sword. Classmate Liamong, can you give it to me? I think Ino might like it. Cold sweat, black line, waterfall sweat. Kakashi, who knew what Haruno Sakura was thinking about, sighed. Sure enough, for a young girl of this age, it's still important to fall in love. What time is it? And I'm still thinking about attacking a rival in love. This night, will Ino want it? Probably, maybe. Facing the questioning eyes, Haruno Sakura bit her fingers weakly, and her eyes wandered to both sides. After a short rest, the team continued on the road. Kakashi reminded on the road, Kurigakure has always been on the mission. If you don't kill him this time, you will definitely encounter a strong enemy next time. Therefore, you need special training. Is Kakashi-sensei planning to teach us anything? By 3 feet's eyes gathered, and Naruto Sasuke Sakura was all excited. Who was walking beside him against the decapitation sword, let out a laugh and tilted his head to look at Shirakumo. That cloud is really strange, like fog, rain, and wind. Wandering all the way to Dazna's house, he threw the old man with a blue nose and swollen face to his beautiful young daughter Jinbo, and sat on the chair to have a full meal. Kakashi winked at him during the banquet. Image, pay attention to the image of Konoha Ninja Village. The image is a fart. I think he needs to be beaten. He slapped the table and shook his chopstick high. As soon as the imposing gangster's momentum came out, the old alcoholic Dazna did not do much. His little grandson first crying wow. I'm there. Mom, I'm afraid. Turning around and throwing his head into the arms of the beautiful woman, little Budian was really frightened. His face was twitching and he let out 2 squeaks, and looked at Dazna viciously. The old drunkard immediately put on the appearance of being hurt and agreed, and wiping cat urine with a mournful voice. Hey, the ninja from Konoha village. I also learned to bully the lonely old man. Have pity on my beautiful little daughter, who lost her husband at a young age, and my little grandson who lost her father. I am not alive. Quote, you close my anus. Boom. His fist smashed over the table. Looking at the room that was instantly silent, Lu Meng threw open the door and walked out. Damn old lick. I really should have kicked you more last time. How can people be so shameless? You waited for me. You irritated the old man. And the young man turned back and put your daughter to sleep. The tender young mother appeared in front of her eyes, and Lu Meng secretly swallowed 2 mouthfuls of saliva. Although he didn't want to admit it, he really couldn't resist gentle women. This is the case with Hinata, and so is this beautiful woman named Jinbo. Should I take a chance? Tisk twice rolled to the beach, watching the magnificent waves of the sea in the sky. Liuman suddenly felt homesick. Thinking, looked on. Hinata, Lu, Liamong brother, boss, Wong. The boat that came from a distance swayed to the beach, and it was the 8th class of the same grade who came to help, led by teacher Kurenai Yuhi. The big wavy head, the pretty face, the plump body, the seductive eyes, and the pair of Yuhi-colored pupils make people fascinated. The most unbearable thing is the 2 balls on her chest. Wow, how big are these 2 white-faced buns? But they are really good. E or F. Little devil, what are you looking at? Kurenai Yuhi pursed his chest boldly, snapping his long index finger to his forehead. Liamong, who almost hit the tip of his nose, quickly took 2 steps back and stayed where he was. He was afraid that he would nosebleed to death. Mr. Yuhi, why are you here? Master Hokage added an order after you set off. He thinks that the commissioner may have concealed the task level. Me, I rely on him to check me. Damn stinky old man. Does he have maggots in his head? He knew there was a problem, so he asked us to come. If something goes wrong, my life will be lost. Kurenai Yuhi listened to Liamong's not very respectful address, and joked with a smile. You can't call Hokage-sama that small, lustful, wolf. I'm a little lecher, a wolf, and he's an old lecher. Don't tell me you don't know the virtue of that old immortality. Ahem. Where's Kakashi? As a qualified Konoha ninja, it's better not to talk about such a topic. Brothers, Hinata and Inuzuka Kiba Aburame Shino. Liamong took the lead and returned to Dazna's home. Seeing the sudden arrival of the 8th squad, Kakashi was obviously relieved, and he and Kurenai Yuhi found a corner and muttered. The remaining 2 groups of young people gathered together, and you talked about the mission experience in recent days. After listening to the task done by the 8th class, Naruto tugged at his hair and ran wild. Why do we have to dig out the toilet to pour out the feces and pick up the garbage, but you can help people clean and take care of the house? Damn old man, his conscience must be bad. I think so too. Sakura, who had never dared to speak ill of Hokage, spoke up unexpectedly, but one could imagine how much resentment she had. Sukuko's ice cube face also froze at a speed visible to the naked eye. Obviously, the 7th class is not friendly to the 3rd generation of Hokage. After the retelling was over, the training began. In order to deal with the impending crisis, the 7th and 8th classes silently strengthened their training. Sasuke, come with me. With his neck twisted to the side, Kakashi threw the rest to Kurenai Yuhi. Looking at the 5 students standing in front of them with anticipation on their faces, the beautiful royal sister Gaba clenched her fist. Kakashi, wait for your mother. I will kill you when you go back. Yuhi teacher, what will you teach us? Is there any any ninjutsu. I'm only good at demonic illusion. One sentence. Uzumaki Naruto, who was jumping up and down, fell to the ground, and Kurenai Yuhi really had no idea how to teach the remaining 3 students of the 7th class. Kakashi was never in charge of this class, and the Leoman who counted ants by the tree spoke up. Naruto, you are here in ink. Play with your balloon. How many days have you not succeeded? Boss, are you playing with balloons again? If he scratched the back of his head, Uzumaki Naruto was already tired of playing. In order to strengthen the motivation for this silly boy, Lu Meng waved his hand to signal everyone to disperse, and stood in the field to get angry. When I was young, I opened my mouth and shouted, "Look good, 100 blossoms spiral aura." The left hand swung from the chest to the back, and at the same time, the right palm, which was held in the lower abdomen, lunged forward. After a loud shout, the frantically spinning blue vortex dazzled the eyes. So strong. Shino's eyes hidden under the sunglasses flashed, as if thinking of something, as expected of the boss. Inuzuka Kiba also showed admiration. This is the ninjutsu of the 4th Hokage. Shock. Incredible. Looking at the super large spiral storm with a circumference of 2 meters, Kurenai Yuhi's beautiful eyes opened to the limit. Liamong let out a long sigh and smiled. Mr. Yuhi, this is not the ninjutsu of the 4th generation of Hokage, but the secret technique of martial artists, a means of bursting chi in the samurai. There are records in the time, but because of the excessive consumption, no one will use him in actual combat. Quote, boss, that's what you taught me. Before seeing Shinzo, how could Naruto Uzumaki think that the tricks he was going to learn would be so beneficial? His head lacking a string can be consumed no matter what. Chakra is a problem that does not need to be considered for a pervert like him. Have fun with balloons, boy, isn't it? Boss, still playing. He took out 2 bags of colorful balloons from Kabuto, and Naruto's face turned green. I blow. A balloon swelled up. Poof. I keep blowing. The 2 balloons swelled up and popped again. After playing with hundreds of balloons in a row and failing to pass, Naruto went berserk. Boss, I can't take it anymore. Who will save me? My hands are sore and my head is so swollen. I'm going to die. Tech chapter 13 _ there is a kind of you don't run. Boom. There was a muffled sound, and as the hammer held high in Dazner's hand fell, the troubled Wave Kingdom bridge finally arrived at the time of completion. The villagers of the interesting academy sang, danced, and were very happy. Many little girls and boys went together and started a warm and romantic beach dance by the sea. The rolling wave, the blue wave, and the swirling note form a very humorous picture. The children of the sea will never be conquered by the enemy, but unlike the optimistic young people, many elderly people have worries on their faces. Cardo wouldn't let it go so easily. The untold amount of money was enough to drive anyone crazy. The sea breeze in the evening was a little cool, and Yuhi's burning clouds reflected Yuhi's blue. Client, take the villagers home immediately. The O-cup in his hand slowly dropped, and Kakashi turned his head to look at the distant sky. Bye. It looks like someone found a small boat, 2 figures, and the peach land with arms around it stood at the bow of the boat, no longer grinning. The girl standing silently guarding beside him did not answer. The sea breeze blowing through the jet black hair had a kind of quiet beauty. If they don't cut it, they are the enemies, you said. From left to right, 1, 4, 5, 6. The voices coming from under the black raincoat were extremely disdainful. Was a little annoyed if he didn't cut it again. Late Kiba, don't despise them. Yo, isn't that the copy ninja? I'm going to hold a grand funeral for Hiroshi. Are you right, Rinmara? Ray Kiba, be careful. The sleeping bag on his back slid away halfway, and the peaceful and quiet little child like a porcelain doll chuckled. That smile, as if even the sunset would be inferior to it by 3 points. The man under the cloak stopped talking. He was also one of the 7 knives of Kurigakure. He beheaded a ruthless man who had graduated from his teammates in the blood fog. I am afraid that only they knew best why they took in the abandoned children after defecting. Rinmara, the owner of Keke Genkai, the monster that the world fears and feared. In them, Late Kiba and Zaibujian seemed to have seen the path. No matter how vicious people are, they also have their own share of warmth. Be careful, let go. Jumping out and running on the wave, the figure who opened the 3 waterlines stopped abruptly before reaching the shore. Kakashi was depressed because he saw the familiar gesture. Sweden, water style, Kurigakure's art. Matter how good the writing wheel is, it is also a pupil technique, and together with water mist, the greatest ability is instantly abolished. Similarly, Kurenai Yuhi, who came to help, is also a bit tricky. She is a demonic illusion type ninja. Can't see how people use demonic illusion. Mr. Yuhi, I can do it. Interesting academy. Byakugan on. Fingerprints closed on his chest and blue veins on his face. Hinata opened the Keke Genkai of Hyuga's house. On the left, Kiba pass Kiba. Shot is the ultimate move. Inuzuka Kiba hate this water mist very much. The tiny water molecules pour into the nasal cavity. He and Akamaru always want to sneeze. Give me death. With the frantically spinning body and the sharpness of the 10-fingered claws, the secret techniques of the Inuzuka family penetrated the chopping board like a drill. Hinata, what going on? Kiba's voice was puzzled. puzzled, with a wary expression on the ground. The little secretary, who was not in a hurry to answer, turned around with a palm, but the same strange thing happened. The target of crushing was not the enemy that Byakugan saw, but an empty beak. The A class was a little flustered, and the most experienced Kurenai Yuhi stopped the student's commotion and turned his eyes to the side. Sunglasses to disperse the insect swarm. Aburame Shino understood what the teacher meant. Insects will not deceive people. Demonic illusion solution. The chakra in the body jumped, and Kurenai Yuhi opened his eyes again for a moment. No, this is no ordinary demonic illusion. What exactly is it? Hinata, who was looking around in a panic, and then looking at Kiba, who closed his eyes and groped with his sense of smell. Just as Kurenai Yuhi hesitated, a playful and frivolous voice rang out. Yo, don't be nervous. If I'm not mistaken, it should be Kurosuke Rai Kiba, right? You know me, boy. Kiba, sharp knives with thunder in their hands, jumped with bark, and the thunder Kiba that penetrated the water mist was very surprised. Lu Meng squinted and smiled. Not only do I know you, I also know the child behind you, a rare kind of blood descendant. Dare to fight Lan Wan's idea. Die. Thunder gun, thunder wrist. Raised the two thunder knives high with his backhand and suddenly fell, and the Liamong turned around and ran away. Kakashi, I'll leave it to you. Be careful of the demonic illusion of the child behind him. After a little reminder, he rushed to the beach, and Liuman laughed and raised his head. If you don't cut it again, do you still remember Xiaoyi? Come on, let's fight. Martial arts _____. An extremely ferocious shoulder hit his chest, and Liamong, who hit his crossed arms, raised his foot and kicked. In the meantime, it was yellow sand and brick, and I had a lot of fun. Little devil, do you know that you are annoying? Kurigaku's 7 knives and close-up skills are all on weapons, and their fists and feet are not outstanding. Although it's not for nothing, it's numb when you meet someone who specializes in it. Raising his eyes, he didn't slash the aggrieved face of XYZ again, and the more he hit, the more happy he felt. I punch, I kick. If you don't cut, don't run. Come, let's fight for 800 rounds, and we will return the knife to you if we win. Seriously, don't you run. He was obviously afraid of the enemy's use of ninjutsu, but he said that he was full of pride, and this kid Liuman was dead. The shriveled and angry Kurigaku with fire-breathing eyes bit Kiba, slammed his lower abdomen with a slap palm, and threw himself to the surface of the sea and fell into the water. Saw that he didn't cut into the water again. Liamong didn't want to turn around and ran. What? Yuhi, get back. Kurenai Yuhi didn't know what was going on. How could Kakashi, who had been through it once, not know? Lake Kiba, who pushed back the battle with one kick, quickly turned back and ran away, running and sulking there. You stinky boy, if you know how to be courteous to beautiful women, even the owner and the teacher have forgotten this is not a thing. Kakashi was in the midst of this grumpy time when the huge waves that seemed to cover the sky behind him rumbled down. Compared to the last battle by the riverside, this time, walking on the coastline is more beneficial, and the waves it evokes are more than 5 or 6 times higher, as terrifying as thousands of horses galloping. Looking back, all the internal organs were mentioned in the throat. Look at the height of the wave, at least 10 meters above. Boss, you're too mean to be a buddy. Wong, taking the little white dog Chimaru to catch up with Inuzuka Kiba, who was full of resentment. Hinata is the most important thing. We give it all for nothing, right? He looked back at Aburame Shino, who was following him with a sullen head, and said in a maddening manner, with your kid B, do you need me to say it? Shino is not fast, but his brain is easy to use. This is not complete. Are you all right? Is it really like this? Veins on his forehead creaked and his mouth laughed. If it wasn't for the wrong time, Inuzuka Kiba really wanted to beat this bastard to the ground. The battlefield shifted. Liamong pushed Hinata aside. Just as he was about to take advantage of his ultimate move, snowflake suddenly floated in the sky. The afterglow of the setting sun lit up, and the colorful Madara was unusually beautiful. Looking at the fantastic scenery around, Lu Meng's heart sank to the bottom of the valley. Hurry up! Arcane magic mirror crystal. Boom, 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 boom. The ice mirror rising from the ground blocked the way to escape, and Haku, who floated up from the mirror, appeared. Her Hyoten ice-style secret technique has also been strengthened with the flood that she has just created. This is the strength of the Sweden water-style ninja, a dragon in the sea and a worm in the desert. Except for the pervert of the second-generation Hokage and Kisame Hoshigaki, who is known as the god of water, no one has been able to break this iron law. Unfortunately, the battlefield happened to be by the sea today, and Lanwa's entire yard was water. Boy, why did you run away? Don't you run away. Just now, Liamong was molested and never cut, but now Liamong who has entered the cage has been molested by no longer. But when has Liamong, who is a promiscuous person, suffers in his mouth? I said if you don't cut it again, are you not going to lift it? Why do you still rely on a woman to get ahead? It's enough to rely on a woman, and a little woman. Tis. It as to pervert. Boring, absolutely boring. Bai is a man. Zaibi Yuzan's voice was very cold, and Mi Man's murderous intent seemed to turn the snow into pieces. Liamong pointed his head in surprise and said, it's really a man. If it's really a man, you let her take off her clothes and I'll take a look. Don't worry, I've never taken advantage of a girl's family. Just peel off the upper body. Blue, Liamong brother. Hinata's seductive little face Yuhi was transparent, like a pot. Kurigakure was instantly furious. You are courting death. Suiton, water style. If you don't kill the lord again, please hand him over to me. The cold and transparent Bingaling couldn't hear a trace of the richness that a man should have. With such a beautiful voice, if I was not a woman, Liamong would go to the river. Well, the river pulled by the side of the investment house. You shouldn't make Lord Zaibujan angry. Arcane 10,000 ice petal. Hey, good men don't fight with women. Come on, don't bang Jien by himself. He snorted and aimed at Kakashi. The head of Hatake, who was almost chased by the waves into a dead dog, was drenched all over. Lake Kiba was chasing him frantically. Say hello. Copy ninja Kakashi. Do you have the ability to copy my ninjutsu? Come on, let's fight. Crazy, tyrannical, hysterical. Kurosuke Lake Kiba, who entered a state of battle, was obviously abnormal, like a critically ill patient running out of a mental hospital bed. Kakashi was depressed again. How can I touch some pervert? First a Kurigakure ghost, then another Kurigakure madman. Will there be another Kurigakure weirdo in the future? Damn, why did all the unlucky things get me on the way? Reikiri touched the lightning blade. The electric light touched the spark, and when he saw the two of them fighting vigorously, his hands were itchy even if he didn't cut it. When he was about to move, a tree pole wrapped around his waist. Magic tree bound kill. You can die. Hand to his neck. Kurenai Yuhi finally sees the opportunity without the fog blocking him. The battlefield was instantly quiet. Don't kill the adults again. Tech chapter 14 _ It turns out that Ghost can also say this. Get out of the water. When, Mr. Kakashi, here we are. Baidu Interesting Academy. Zaibujan, which was shattered into water stains and fell to the ground, disappeared without a trace, and the 7th class, which ran from afar, fell to the ground. Not only Uchiha Sasuke Haruno Sakura, who was by his side, was stunned, but even the enemy and us who were fighting were stunned. Is this kid sick? Instead of looking for a chance to sneak attack, he shouted first. Who does he think he is? Which village shadow? Kakashi is speechless and decadent. Kurenai Yuhi looked at him with surprise. How did you teach such a superb apprentice? Don't ask me. I want to know too. Hey, boss, what are you doing hiding in there? Shaking into the magic mirror crystal, Uzumaki Naruto reached out and touched the psychic mask that Liamong used under everyone's undie. In the golden yellow chanting hood that looked like an upside-down sea bowl, all the students in class 8 wanted to strangle this idiot to death. Looking at these two things that came home, and then seeing that there was no room for people to stand, countless exclamation marks appeared on Liamong's forehead. It's so weird. How did this kid make it? Don't Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina have hidden full property? Whirlpool, Vortex, Naruto, Human, Kiba, why are you looking at me like this? Staggering back and forth, dodging Inuzuka Kiba's claws on his chest, Naruto, who hadn't reacted, pouted. In the blink of an eye, this idiot was transformed into a hedgehog in the flying shadows. Is he also your companion? With dozens of ice mirrors in all directions, Bai Qing's cold tone revealed a little smirk. Liamong, whose nose was almost crooked, quickly shook his head. No, I don't know him. Do you know him? Boss, Naruto is dead. A step away. Although Inuzuka Kiba and Naruto often fought each other, they had a better relationship with him in the Konoha gang. Akamaru, Kiba passed Kiba. 2 whirlwinds flew out staggeredly, and the empty stream beside him was insane. Both idiot. Come back for me. Another teammate became a hedgehog, and Shui Wuyu's blood was terrifying to the extreme. Sasuke Sakura, who was standing outside, was stunned. Even with Sharingan's enhanced vision, Ursukuko could only see a black shadow. One can imagine how pervert Bai's speed is in the magic mirror crystal. Kaden, fire style, great fireball jutsu. Siwei Shenhai Wuyin. Uchiha Sasuke, who tried his best, didn't achieve the result he wanted. An instant, just an instant. One-handed hand seal. Looking back and squinting, regardless of blood or ninjutsu, Shiro has completely suppressed Ursukuko. Hyoten, ice style, ice wall. The icy barrier that stood up in a loud voice was like a wall of despair, allowing the grand fireball to burn, and the two who looked at each other through the flames and frost seemed to stand at the two extremes of the world. Interesting Academy first release. Why is this happening? Sasuke frantically pulled his neck forward, hated in his heart, betrayed by his brother, and died tragically for his parent. This orphan of the Uchiha family lived a harder life than everyone imagined. I'm not reconciled. Raiden, thunder style, Chidori. Li Guang, like 1,000 birds singing in unison, was raised high above the top, and Sasuke, who suddenly pressed against the ground, rushed out against the sea of fire, aiming at the ice wall, rushing forward. Crackling sound. The wall of ice summoned by Haku exploded into pieces, and Ursukuko, who passed through, collided with the magic mirror again. Then there was another hedgehog on the ground. Damn, Naruto is stupid. Are you stupid too? Again and again, the teammate fell down again and again. If it wasn't for the fact that Bai had not killed the killer, the rogue would have gone mad. First Naruto, then Kiba. Here comes the second assist instant. He coded, "What kind of heads do you guys have? Didn't you see Lao Su saying it was very hard? If you have this skill, don't go to help Kakashi deal with the Thunder Kiba, or help Kurenai Yuhi to catch it and then don't cut it. What do you do in the magic mirror crystal? There is no such thing in courting death." Anger, anxious and angry, Liamong is really afraid that something will happen unexpectedly. If Haku kills someone with a shake of his hand, there's no place to make sense of this. "Kakashi, how long will you be an idiot? If you don't have any trick, everyone will explain it. Nyang Exapi, it's really not a good thing to stay with you. When I go back to the village, I must apply to the old man for a shift change. If he doesn't agree with me, I will retire." He sprayed the saliva all over his head and wiped his nose. The flowing Meng is really angry. Hearing the sound, Kakashi roared furiously in the heart of Sharingan, "Do you think I want to be your teacher? If it wasn't for your father, I would have kicked you out of the Hatake house long ago. Change shift, change shift. As long as you can do it, I'm sure there is nothing wrong with it." Kakashi is thinking about beauty here, but Kurosuke Lei Kiba on the opposite side is not happy. "Trick, you have a fart trick. Pick me up first." Thunder Saber _ with the thorns of Kiba pointed forward with a rumbling sound, and the muffled thunder said it. Kakashi, who is slashing away with instinctive wave, has not recovered yet, and the thunderbolts one after another slashed again. "I told you to hide. You try to hide for me again, and dissipate in the thunderous funeral." Thunder Sword Technique, Thunder Gate. If it was just a single attack just now, then the lightning-inducing technique that inserts the double knife backhand into the ground is group annihilation. Looking at Yulong, who was constantly rolling in the sky, everyone couldn't wait any longer. Kurosuke Lei Kiba, "You're a lunatic. Shiro, run with me. Run out immediately." Shui Shun jumped to the side of Zaibuzhin, who suddenly appeared, and quickly left. Kurigakure said to go away, took the opportunity to pull the trio of idiots back to the hood, and sat on the back of Uzumaki Naruto's head, looking solemnly at Naruto. Up the sky. "Hinata, if you find something bad for a while, don't take care of us. Use revolving heaven. Understand? Brother Liamong, listen." He turned back and kissed lightly, revealing a smile. Liamong took a deep breath of cold wind, and faced the sky firmly. Maybe it was a long time, maybe it was a moment. The tumbling thunder suddenly fell down. The winding thunder Jinchuriki column, the jumping crackle, composed a song called Destruction on the ground where the flowing water accumulated. Tweeden, water style, water formation wall. Rub, rub. The two jumped to their side. Kakashi and Kurenai Yuhi, the two Jonins, shielded their student. Before the thunder was about to hit the forehead, Kakashi decisively used a Tweeden, water style, defend. Water conducts electricity. As long as the water formation wall is not broken, people will be fine. The wind dissipated the ground like a dog gnawed with gort, and a pungent earthy smell was blown by the sea breeze, and it was hard to drill into the nose. Seeing that the enemy was not dead, Kurosuke Rai Kiba was a little surprised, and Renmara, who was on his back, moved lightly. Be careful of the ground. Doden, earth style, decapitation in the heart. The hollowed out arm was retracted with a puff, and Kakashi returned to the front of the team solemnly, looking exhausted to the extreme. Yuhi, take them back to the village immediately. The mission is not done. Kakashi, don't talk too much. I can't put it off for long. A backhand, he opened the hidden button on his chest vest. Kakashi smashed the scroll that slipped out, and bit his thumb to draw a dark Yuhi's bloodstain on it. Let go now. Arms swung the scroll, and Hatake Kakashi was tragic and decisive. Mr. Yuhi, take Hinata and the others to go first. Touching his nose, he threw Nisukako to Sakura, Naruto to Shino, Kiba to Kurenai Yuhi. Liamong patted Hinata on the shoulder encouragingly. Good boy, go back and wait for me. Brother Liamong, you must come back. The 8th class who had gone away disappeared in the blink of an eye, and Lei Kiba, who was on guard, was not in a hurry to catch up. I didn't run far if I didn't cut it just now. How could it be that simple to escape the pursuit in the blood fog? Kurigakure, the country of water, is the well-deserved #1 in the ninja world, and there is no second in the world. Take, with a beheading sound, a big knife smashed into the wood. Liamong stopped in front of Teode Zabushu, smiling and scratching his head. Then what? Can we discuss something? What to discuss? Afterglow from the corner of his eyes patrolled back and forth twice, and the appearance of not taking off guard was very funny. Liamong took 2 long breaths. Don't look at it. I'm the only one. Are you here to die? Don't say that. You see that we have nothing to lose, and I will return the beheading sword to you. If you don't cut it, let's stop fighting. Okay. Boy, what joke are you talking about? After working hard for 2 months, if you don't want to fight, you won't fight. How can there be such a good thing in the world? Liamong shook his head helplessly. Look at you, how old you are, yet still so childish. Shut up. Stop trying to delay time. Shiro, kill him. Yes, don't kill the adults again. Arcane 10,000 ice petal. Thousands of ice-made books appeared out of thin air in all directions, inserted into the big holes all over the body like a torrential rain, and a strange cry called out the golden yellow psychic hood, and hidden a turtle inside. If you don't cut it again, how much did Kato give you? Working so hard for him. If I were you, I would steal his money and run run away. Quack wool quack. I don't know if I don't listen. I was startled when I heard it, and then I was done. Rob the committee and drag people's money away. Such a thing, such a thing. You are sentenced to forbearance. You dare to kill the 4 generations of Mizuka. Are you afraid of killing a client? Liuman's contemptuous expression was extremely disdainful, and his wildly curled mouth was full of sarcasm. No longer frantic and frantic. Boy, what do you know? Ninjas must have ninja rules. Do you want to bring the uncle into disrepute? Ah, ninjas have a fart rule. Is fame and money important? He spat on the ground, and Lu Meng tried his best to bewitch. You should know better than anyone how much money Kato has. What do you want to do when you rob him? Can't you go back to hiding and build your own power? As long as you have money, what can't you do? You're just a stick. Heartbeat. Hesitate. After several changes in his face, he couldn't calm down anymore. Compared with trying to offend the first village of the ninja world with Kakashi, it seemed easier to rob Kato. As for fame, with complicated eyes for a long time, Kurigakure had to admit one thing: fame is indeed less important than money. Loyalty, just because the value of betrayal is not enough. If you don't cut it, think about it. After thinking about it, I can also point you to a clear place, a good place. Don't kill the adults again. Go ahead, boy, I'll let you go. Cut. With a sigh, he looked at the Kurigakure ghost who wanted to save face, and then looked at the girl who always stood behind him, and hummed with jealousy. Go find a girl named Kazuhana Koyuki. She should be an actress now. Quote, identity. Zai Bujin's voice was cold. Liamong smiled. Princess of the Snow Country. If you get her, you can get everything in the Snow Country. It is said that there is a secret treasure left by the previous king there. Go find it, Ghost Man. Ding Ding was silent for a long time and picked up the beheading sword, and Zaibujin, who left with Bai, walked into the distance. Liamong was about to leave with a long sigh, and a whisper came into his ear. Thank you. That what go say. Ask for collection. New book is on the list. Please support it a lot. Tech chapter 15 _ road ahead. Robbery continued. Hatake Liamong, should you explain it? Baidu Interesting Academy. On the day of the battle, when Kakashi summoned the 8 ninja dogs and was about to kill him with a single blow from Reikiri, our rogue classmate stopped him and watched as he did not take away the seriously injured Kurosuke Reikiba. The bizarre eye contact between the enemy and the enemy aroused Kakashi as vigilant, which made him very uneasy. For Liamong's little nephew, he didn't see through it since he was a child, as if there was always a vague layer of fog. Faced with Kakashi as questioning, Liamong quickened his pace and didn't mean to answer at all. Return to the village. Report to the Hokage office building. Shimura Danzo is immortal. Menyon Kaharu 2 advisors, plus a 3-generation-old man with a dead face. This is the second time Liamong has been treated so solemnly by the high level. It's a special honor to be a fresh graduate genin, even though he doesn't want it. Genin Hatake Liamong, say, why did you let the enemy go privately during the mission? Kakashi told you that. Liamong's face was very ugly, and there was a wound of being betrayed. Kaharu Udatane can ignore that. Please answer the questions I'm waiting for. Cut. Are you idiot? Presumptuous. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 eyes converged, and the livid expression became more and more puzzled. The enemy is the missing nin in the blood mist known as the Kurigakure Ghost and the Kurigakure Madman. If I let them go, it better to say they let go. Let me go. At that time, Kakashi had already given the order to retreat. What's wrong with my strike on the condition of beheading the sword? You should hand it over to the village. Shimura Danzo rolled her eyes in fury. Liuman moved his mouth almost babblingly. Anyone can taste the mouth shape of the word idiot. Being provoked again and again, the 2 advisors of Menyon Kaharu were furious. Genin Hatake, do you want to betray Konoha? Is this how you treat the elders? Betrayal. Attitude. Tilted his head and stared at them for a while, then turned his eyes to Danzo, then to the 3rd generation of Hokage, and blurted out angrily, if I want to betray the village, I won't come back. There will be 2s in AC level mission. Grade missing nin. I want to explain to. Quote, boom. Are you questioning the village's decision? Sandalwood crutches slammed down to the ground, and Danzo's narrowed one eye was wide open. Liamong, who seemed to be staring at the evil spirit, stopped scratching his hair, not understanding why these people always like to be on the line. Silent. Confrontation. The 4 elders were silent, and a strange atmosphere gradually gathered. Sudden. The 3rd generation old man took down the pipe in his mouth. Let's just forget about this. Hatake Liamong, please sort out the spells you used in the mission. The village needs them. Oh, it turns out that after such a big circle, you just want my technique. Disappointed, contemptuous, disdainful, and arrogant almost laughed. Hokage closed his eyes when his mind was revealed, but the 2 advisors did not feel embarrassed. Instead, there was a kind of anger that their authority was being provoked. Genin Hatake Liamong, do you want to betray Konoha? Not pursuing this matter. Heihei168.com. Being threatened with this slogan again, Lu Meng's heart became colder and colder. In the clenched fist, the nails of 10 fingers were all sunk into the flesh. These immortal guys. Them, damn it. Maddened with hatred, he bit Kiba secretly, realizing that he couldn't escape with his own ability. ability. He looked up and looked around again, and suddenly laughed strangely. Don't you want my technique? Well, I'll give it, but it's ugly. Let's talk about it first. I'm practicing technique handed down from the warrior era, using qigong, not chakra. Don't blame me if you practice dead people. Quote, it's none of your business. With a cold snort, Homura Mitokado was confident. What kind of martial arts and ninjutsu is the same for people who have reached their level, and they can still be used after modification? Liamong took a deep breath. I need time. 3 days. We only give you 3 days. 3 days passed in a flash. During these 3 days, Liamong completely ignored Anbu, who was under surveillance. First, he held the first large-scale party after the completion of the Konoha gang, and then spent another day with Hinata. On the last day, he immersed himself in writing up the scroll. The next morning, it was placed on the desk of Hokage's office. Liamong, don't blame them. They are also for the good of the village. I know. There was no proper anger, and there was no original struggle. Liamong was very respectful, and the respectful sky was high and the earth was far away. You go down first. He sighed secretly and picked up his pipe. Sarutobi Hiruzen stared at the table with a complicated expression, and was fascinated by the 2 scrolls placed on the table. Leaving the Hokage office building, Lu Mang, who was wandering on the street, went to Ino's flower shop to buy a bunch of flowers, and walked to Hyuga's residence. After touching the nose, he quietly sent a signal to Hinata and slipped away. Perhaps it was for the purpose of surveillance, or perhaps it was for the purpose of examining Liamong's mind, and the mission of the 7th class returned to its original trajectory. Pulling grass, picking up trash, picking up big dung. Troublesome, nasty, disgusting. Everything is extremely boring. Naruto 1010 shouting. Sakura watches Sasuke go crazy every day. Urzuzi always has a straight face on Zhang Bingshan, like who owes him 8 million. The only thing that stays the same is Kakashi, the famous late king of Konoha, who either touched the black hat today, helped the grandma tomorrow, or got lost on the road of life. Whenever Naruto couldn't help but go wild, he would explain it in an extremely sincere tone, making the lies just as frustrating as the truth. As the days passed by 1010, I gradually felt that the moldy, degenerate and long-haired 7th class couldn't take it anymore. I have to do high-level tasks, and I don't want to pick big shit. I really want to travel with Sasuke. The village is too boring. How can such a life increase rank? Time is coming. Silently glanced at the 3 classmates who were in a state of madness. Liamong quietly folded his arms. Since he returned from the mission of the Kingdom of Wave, he has become like this. Except for the time with Hinata, she is always transparent like a passerby. This strange performance once made the 3 generations of Hokage Kakashi and others feel uneasy, but later found that there was no other change in Liamong, and gradually dispelled their doubt, thinking that it was the depression after being forced to surrender. For this matter, Kakashi also took the time to persuade him, but Liamong didn't even bother him at all. As a patriarch, he couldn't even protect his family's children, so what was he doing alive? Or, he didn't consider himself a Hatake member at all. Early in the morning, at dawn, Liamong, who slowly opened his eyes, pushed open the front window and stared at the tall Hokage rock for a long time. This practice has been going on for a long time. I will make you pay. Whether it's Kakashi, or 3 generations of Hokage, or something that doesn't die of old age. Getting dressed, thinking about Silver's white wind, and taking out 2 things from the drawer. These are 2 silver white headbands, one with 3 holes and one with 2 eyes. They should not be seen in Hokage. Like Silver White Wind Warsaw, Liamong imitated the god of death. Take them. From today onward, I will change my surname to Deadwood. Deadwood Liamong. Lifetime. Liamong originally planned to bear the name of Hatake and fight for it all his life, but he was betrayed without realizing it. In that case, let him recreate a family that belongs only to himself. Star Tong, I hope you bring me good luck. 3 bundles of silver silk were perforated, and 2 bundles of sideburns slanted behind the head. An independent courtyard, not belonging to Hatake, but only to himself. To him. Wow, that brother is so handsome. A cool boy. Who's that poor kid? Little lowly, pretty woman, drunk. Liamong has caused countless storms along the way. The cold temperament after being betrayed. The contemptuous attitude changed in the heart. Walking on the street, as if the whole world is spinning. The eagle chirped in the air. His eyes raised instantly were sharp and excited. It finally started. Going forward, turning around, and taking a step, looking at the Konoha Maru who was grabbed by the collar and held in the air. The sudden appearance of the Liuman clapped his hands and said encouragingly, the ninja of Tsunagakure village in the land of wind. If you want to kill him, I think the 3 generations of old immortals will definitely be willing to have a friendly exchange with you. Quote, boss, lay on the ground and turned his head. Uzumaki Naruto is always full of surprises. Liamong didn't answer him, and after the change of mind, the 2 were destined to become passers-by. Kankuro, who was unable to ride a tiger, shook the little guy he was holding and asked sharply his name and identity. His name is Sarutobi Konoha Maru, the posthumous son of Midori Sarutobi Shinisu, the grandson of the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. Don't worry about about it. Hearing Liamong expose his old bottom, the little guy who was lifted in midair turned his head. Konkuro was instantly Spartan. Hurry up and let him go. Tamari's clear voice was very urgent, and his beautiful big eyes glanced around, and it was impossible for such a character to be without Anbu following him. Cold sweat slid down his flamboyant cheek, and the puppet master, who also knew that he was causing trouble, hurriedly put Konohamaru aside, but stared at Liamong unwillingly. Ugly-looking people have always disliked guys who are more handsome than themselves, especially those who are particularly stubborn. Boy, can't move him. Can't I move you? Give it to me. The hand that touched the puppet behind him froze in midair, and Konkuro struggled to turn his neck. Looking around, under the shade of the tree, the pineapple head with the hand seal with both hands is smiling helplessly. The troublesome boss, do you want to beat him up? It's really time for you to come, and the mission is completed. With a smile on his face, Lumang felt that he had to do something big for the gang before he left. Robbery, boy. Aburame Shino, Akamichi Choji, Inazuka Kiba, the Yakuza who appeared one after another surrounded the surrounding. A few black bugs climbed up the pretty face. Tamari screamed in horror, raised her hand to slap her face, and a ghostly voice entered her ear. I advise you to stay out of the way, or those little guys might have an accident. You, the Aburame clan. The slender hand holding the Samsung fan trembled slightly, and Tamari's beautiful eyes rounded in horror after reading the records in the village. Shino, who copied Kabuto with both hands, nodded slightly, admitting his identity. The two sides confronted each other, and a piece of yellow sand was suddenly photographed. 100 flowers spiral aura. With a little toes, he turned his backhand into the air, and the blue vortex pushed out by Liuman blocked the attack. Sneak attack failed. Gara turned black and Yuhi's panda eyes were full of bloodshot, but after seeing the number of people, she had to retreat with hatred. It's a shame for me. Hurry up. Wait, what the hell is going on here? Sakura finally asked what she was holding back without finding a chance to open her mouth several times. Gave her a disdainful look, asked Kakashi to go, and the Konoha gangsters will follow me. Since it's time for the Chunin exam, we should also collect protection fees. Those from this village, from other villages, will not be allowed to take the exam. Say, please boss, can you be serious? This will be very troublesome. Shikamaru knew it was going to be bad when he covered his forehead. Akamichi Choji, who was inseparable, took 2 mouthfuls and said, I want to eat free yakiniku with their money. The price of dog food has gone up again. I want to collect bug from all over the world. Hey, why don't you take me with such a cool thing? I'm going to be a Hokage man. Turning over and jumping up to express his position, Uzumaki Naruto pinched his waist and raised his head and laughed. The wind passed, the leaves fell, and the laughing fool was sluggish. People, where have people gone? Ask for collection. New book is on the list. Please support more. Tech chapter 16 _ angry over your old turtle cover. What do you want to do? In the afternoon, the candidates from a Megakure village, who were covered in cold sweat, swallowed with great difficulty, and the 2 companions in the corner of their eyes had already passed out. One head slammed into a telephone pole, and the other fell headfirst into the ground. Konoha ninjas around him who were clearly malicious. He felt it was necessary to ask the question clearly. Lift up the hockey pop. Snap. Liamong, who clapped his palm, smiled. It seems that this is someone who understands. Understand what? The surviving candidates from a Megakure village were taken aback for a moment, wondering what the smirking boy in front of him meant. Hang Erlang walked up to Lumang, put down his baseball bat, raised his hand to flick off the floating dust on his clothes that didn't exist on his clothes, pressed his shoulders and spit out 2 words. Pay the money. Pay. A thunderclap rang out in the clear sky, and the candidates from a Megakure village, who were sluggish for a moment, didn't know what to say. Liamong nodded as a matter of course. Yes, pay. In order to ensure personal safety during the non-exam period, I think it is necessary for you to pay the protection fee to our Konoha gang. Not much. 50,000 taels per person. 50,000 taels. You guys are robbery, and this is about to reach the charging standard for B-level tasks. Hearing such a huge amount of money, the candidates from a Megakure village, who wanted to be safe, were in a hurry. His brows in dissatisfaction, the hand holding his shoulder exerted a little force, and with a crisp sound, the Megakure candidate almost didn't jump up. Dude, what you said is too hurtful. How can this be called robbery? We charged protection fees. Do you understand the protection fees? If you pay this money, you will be safe. Otherwise, a Megakure village examinee, whose shoulder blades were almost shattered, nodded frantically. I hand it in. Can't I hand it in? Is this a robbery? No. Life and death cannot be controlled by oneself. How dare the candidates of a Megakure village say no? Liamong clicked his tongue and asked again, what is that? Protection fee. Well, that good. After getting the answer he wanted, Lumang, contented, let go of his hand and took the 300,000 taels of silver tickets that he turned out to lead the team away. What? You asked. Why is there another 150,000 taels? Please, isn't the labor fee that you started just now not being charged? Anyway, I turned it out, and it's not a flamboyant character when I put it back. 300,000 taels of silver tickets are enough for for 2 top-level B-level missions. It's a huge sum of money, and we've got to go ahead and grab it. After successfully robbing a vote of candidate from a Megakure village, he was shocked to see the path of getting rich and started his robbery journey with great interest. 5 collaborators: Inuzuka Kiba, Uzumaki Naruto, Nara Shikamaru, Akamichi Choji, Aburame Shino. Recorded by one person, Hyuga Hinata. When the third-generation old man got the victim's report and called people to reprimand him in anger, the amount of silver votes in Liamong's hand had reached an exaggerated 3.5 million tael. Mobile phone reading is more convenient. m.heihei168.com. One can imagine how many people this kid has robbed. Say, why are you doing this? Gather intelligence. The long-prepared rhetoric bit out, and Lu Meng stood in front of the big guy. The 3 generations of the old man's mouth were crooked, collecting newspapers, collecting information, and collecting them in Kabuto. Do you know how serious the consequences are when you do this? I don't know, Liamong replied happily. Newly bought pipe shattered again. Liamong Genin, I order you in the name of Hokage in Konoha village to immediately return the money you receive, and sincerely apologize to the candidates in each village. I won't do it. Why? The 2 eyes stared out. The more Lu Meng looked at the 3-generation old man, the less pleasing to the eye. The Chunin exam is coming. What's wrong with us collecting information? What's wrong with making a little money by the way? If you don't have enough skills, why do you blame others? You can't keep your money, and taking the exam is a dead thing. Sarutobi, I don't think there's anything wrong with what Liamong Genin said. Suddenly, Shimura Danzo, who pushed in the door, came in with support. The face of the 3-generation old man immediately turned black and turned into ashes. Shimura, how can you support this approach? It's so disrespectful. It's not that he's being rude, it's that you are weak. The demeanor of a great country is shown, not by an apology. The tit-for-tat momentum broke out, and the collision of the 2 concepts was destined to be no peace. The Liuman who was watching from the sidelines moved to the side, and his heart was about to fart. Noisy, it's good to make a cerebral hemorrhage. Liamong Genin, take your people out first. No more robbery activities without order. The 3rd generation, who opened his mouth and walked away from the house, made up his mind to have a good fight with Danzo. Sound. The livid Shin who led the team out of the Hokage office building raised his chin, announcing that the robbery activities would continue. Shikamaru's head grew big when he heard it. Boss, we can't do this. Disobeying Hokage's orders is going to be decapitated. You stupid, aren't you? With a grin, Liamong asked sullenly, what was the order the old man gave just now? We are not allowed to rob. Shikamaru answered with certainty. A person with a good brain has a good memory. Liamong's face became even worse. Listen, the old man said that we were not allowed to rob. Didn't he say that we were not allowed to collect protection fees? Did we rob? It's okay. High IQ doesn't mean high EQ. Just listen to this kind of word game precipitated by thousands of years of history. Because of Nara Shikamaru's intelligence, he instantly turned into a fool, pulled out the baseball bat again, and called out a robbery. No, the activities of collecting protection fees should continue. However, having learned the lesson of being denounced before, this reunion did not come in a hurry, but asked Hinata's little secretary to draw up a contract for client Konoha Gang Party B Chunin exam student. In order to protect the personal safety of Party B during the non-Chunin examination period, Party A shall, at the invitation of Party B, collect a protection fee of 50,000 taels per person. After charging, Party A is obliged to ensure the safety of Party B, except for irresistible factors. This contract, Konoha Gang has the final interpretation right. Party A's signature, Hyuga Hinata. Party B's signature, XXX. Go, collect the money and go. After preparing the bloodletting one by one, with this thing in hand, who is Liuman afraid of? The candidates from the hidden villages who fell bloody mildew suffered sap one by one. There were those stubborn people who wanted to resist, either knocked out, stripped naked, and threw them into the toilet, or they were admitted to the hospital with broken legs and arms. The practice of Liamong has been recognized by the majority of Konoha medical workers. Many new medical ninjas are dragging their feet, hoping to send a few more in. Inuzuka Kiba, boss, my sister's teammate sister needs an upper hand with a fractured thigh bone, don't you think? Akamichi Choji, boss, my old dad said that his friend's youngest daughter needs a man with a ruptured spleen. Aburame Shino, I want someone with damaged heart muscle here. Boss, look at Mao, go do it. With the nurse's sister's soft-spoken request, Liamong's dryness became even more vigorous. Robbery, protection fee, we are the messengers of justice, the vermin of Konoha. Come on, brother, sign it, and pay the money when you're done. What, you don't sign? That great. Kiba, your sister's mission is done. Come on, hit the stick with the stick. What do you want? No. There was a crackling sound, and the thigh bone was crooked. He squatted down and carefully turned over the shimmering that felt unsafe, and shook the baseball bat in his hand to make it up for him. Focus on the key. What if you fail to pass the light? Well, Hinata has collected the money and is ready to find the next one. Inuzuka Kiba released dog. Aburame Shine Shino deworming. After the target is found, there is a Byakugan perspective observation. Let's get to the end of the great height. Good. Sign and hand over the money. The arrogant behavior full of blood, tears and crying continued for half a month, and it didn't end until the Chunin exam started. In order to celebrate the big guy's pockets exceeding 10 million, Liamong, whose eyes turned into numbers, held a grand celebration banquet the day before the exam. Fresh lotus beggar chicken, honey sweet rabbit. In addition to these two delicious pastries, Liamong also made potted pork, spicy shredded pork, mapo tofu, yuhi roasted pork and other home-style dishes. As a former hardcore otaku, this ability is absolutely indispensable. Come on, Hinata will pay for this. With a chopstick of meat on the left and vegetables with a chopstick on the right, Liamong, who has a decision in his heart, believes that everyone should be happy to finish this period. I'm afraid there won't be many opportunities in the future. After cleaning the battlefield, we split up and walked into Ino's flower shop with Hinata's gleam in his arm. Although I didn't meet much at school, I have to say that they are very beautiful. Come to buy flowers for Hinata again. Well, here's a bunch of flaming roses. Duo, I recently made a small fortune. Liamong took out a stack of copies and put it on the desk, looking at the little secretary in his arms with all his fascination. Ino curled his lip somewhat appetizingly, and feigned anger. Xiao Kai, how did I hear that someone robbed more than 10 million yuan? Then what? Who did you listen to? Why don't I know? I pretend to be vague. I know some things. How can I say it casually? Isn't that making it difficult for Hokage-sama? By the way, the old man won't be angry. He secretly took the bouquet of roses. Liamong waved goodbye to the angry sister Ino, and went shopping with Hinata, who was ashamed of Yuhi. As the sun sets in the west, the figure dragged by the afterglow of the setting sun slowly grows longer, and a warm atmosphere permeates my heart. Brother Liamong, come on. Yeah. Nodding lightly and sending the beloved girl home, Hang Erlang took a step back to the hospital. What are you doing here? You really don't plan to go home? Kakashi in the night was a little lonely, but also a little sad. Lu Meng didn't pay any attention to him, and he wanted to open the door when he opened his body. Go back. Kakashi tried to make a final persuasion. As soon as the hand holding the key stopped, Liamong's mouth curled into a sneer. What are you going to do when you go back? Are you going back to earn the owner of the house with you? I forgot to tell you, my surname will be Kuimu from now on. Kuimu Liamong. You have disappointed me so much. Walk slowly, don't send it. Ziya pushed open the door and slammed it shut. Lu Meng let out a long breath and closed his eyes tightly. People always have to pay for what they do, whether good or bad. Kakashi, you can't blame anyone for this. Ask for collection. New book is on the list. Please support me a lot. Thank you from the cloud. Tech chapter 17_youth is all water. Decided. With the 4 application forms in his hand, Kakashi asked for the last time. His eyes were fixed on Liamong, and his mood was extremely complicated. This kid doesn't seem to be coming back. The blind man folded his arms and lowered his eyes, as if he was silent like a passerby, but the 3 teammates next to him were extremely excited. Naruto clenched his fist and raised his head high. The second assistant who disappeared for half a month is calm and confident. Only Haruno Sakura was a little nervous, but she wasn't too afraid. Her pretty face was stubborn and she had the strength to be ruthless. Glancing at these grown-up students, Kakashi turned around and waved away. It was night, and Iruka, who was eager to protect the calf, turned into an enemy village ninja and wanted to try the student guild. Result: Choji, come on, sit him dead. Using shadow imitation to immobilize the sneak attack, Narashikamaru gave an order in annoyance. Because of the levy protection, the sneak attacks encountered these days have never stopped. 20 minutes later, the light of the grand fireball rises in the Uchiha's house. Another 20 minutes. Iruka was sent to the hospital with a shuriken. After Naruto discovered the true face of the person who came, he was immediately stunned. Iruka-sensei. No, it must be the enemy pretending. I have to take a good look. Naruto Uzumaki pulled Iruka into a noodle, pulling his arms and legs and pulling his cheeks with all his strength. The 2 shadow clones squeezed from side to side, and their mouths turned into hippos. Anbu, who was following next to him, couldn't bear to look at it and appeared, reminding him with a black line all over his face. He is really Iruka, not an enemy. You must be his accomplice. Look, shuriken shadow clone technique. Fuck it. Anbu ninja, who was in grief and indignation, shouted to stop while dodging the attack. Hurry up and stop me. Attacking Anbu is equivalent to rebelling. Bullshit. You are the enemy, and I will catch you with him. The art of shadow clone. The crystal ball was engulfed by the continuous burst of smoke. The 3-generation-old man grinned, and the pipe fell to the ground. It took a long time to recover and roar. Kakashi, hurry up and go there yourself. With Hokage-sama's instruction, Kakashi rushed to the scene of the incident and finally sent Iruka to the hospital alive. Also sent in, there is the kind Anbu ninja. After finishing the wound and moving into the ward, Naruto, who couldn't believe it, sat down on the edge of the bed, wiping his eyes and wiping away his tears and complaining. Iruka-sensei, I really didn't mean it. You must believe me. I didn't even know it was was you. Ah, why didn't you tell me first? Naruto, move your butt away first. Sit on my hand. The pale and blue face uttered two difficult words, and the wounded Iruka almost fainted. Naruto, who understood, jumped up high, wow, and fell on the bed with a strange cry, with a muffled thud. The one with the handle, the one with the cover, all buried together. Sakura, who happened to come to visit, stuck his eyes straight at the door, stared at them for a long time, and suddenly screamed and rushed to the duty room. Doctor, call the doctor, there are patients here. The next day, at dawn, the 7th shift in the hospital, who was busy for half the night, was a little tired, especially the culprit, Naruto, whose eyes were still swollen. Boss, Sakura, do you think Iruka-sensei will be okay? I really didn't mean to. Well, I understand, you didn't do it on purpose. You did it on purpose. Feifei kicked this chatter into the roadside trash can. Liamong twitched the corners of his mouth frantically. He didn't do anything else this morning. He just asked this question 100 times or 1,000 times. Overturning Naruto to clean up his mood, the 7th class regrouped and walked towards the examination room. As soon as he went upstairs, he saw Gangziti kicking the little Lee who was pretending to be a bear away, and the stinky fart banged in vain. When he still wanted to clean up Tenten, Lu Meng said, it's very disrespectful to be rough with a girl. Don't worry about it. He snorted angrily, and Tenten had no sympathy for this gangster who stole his money for 5 years. With a bright smile, he pouted and spread his hand. That's okay. Please continue. Continue. What to continue? Seeing this bitter enemy, who would care about the rest? Relying on the large number of people, the candidate from each hidden village have a pair of eyes, and they want to clean up Liamong. It's a pity that their expectations can only be expectations in the end. And someone came up from below, with heavy footstep. A prickly guy smiled and waved hello. Yo, boss, these rubbish have offended you. Wong. Arms to say hello. Inuzuka Kiba looked at the crowd provocatively. Then the Aburame Shino sunglasses that came up flashed, and Hula was scared away. Finally, the little secretary Hinata came over with Yuhi again. Brother Liamong. Hi. Morning everyone. Shall we wait here first, or clean them up later? Suddenly looking back, his chin raised, and he felt the flowing mantle that was held by the Kiba stick. The resentment that the candidates in each hidden village were holding back almost knocked the roof off. Shikamaru, who pushed the door in, looked at it, and the cat wanted to slip away. But after seeing who was causing trouble, he walked back helplessly, sighing as he walked. Hey, boss, you're such a troublesome guy. You don't stop wherever you go. You can't really blame me for this. The very innocent pouted. Didn't they just rob them of some money? Chunins, who had been ignored for a long time, slapped their old faces. It wasn't because they didn't want to do something, but they really didn't have the strength. Baruka's tragic situation last night had already spread to Konoha. Although the two of them are stronger, they are not much stronger. What's more, the group of gangsters in front of them never preached any morality, and it happened from time to time that they would fight a previous group. Why? Don't talk anymore. If you don't talk, just get out of the way and get the hell out of here. Boom. Turning over and swiping a roundabout kick to his forehead, little Lee with his right foot raised, his eyes blazing, those eyes twinkling like an 800-watt light bulb. Lu Meng, I've graduated from ninja school for a year. Mr. Guy, teach me not to bow to evil forces. Now, accept my challenge. You, the sea, your code. Well, Tenten is very angry today. There is no cloud in the sky. Nana said a ha-ha, looking at Kiba's shiny watermelon head with big thumbs in front of him. He wiped his body and wanted to lead the team away. The little Lee who couldn't get an answer gave up, and his green body turned to intercept again. How can youth escape the challenge? Classmate Liamong, let's have a youth competition. Damn, whoever gets this thing out, I'm going to vomit. Although he is unwilling to deal with this one-sided guy in every possible way, Liamong is clear that if he is not dealt with, he will not want to leave today. Follow me, go. Biting Kiba and spitting out 3 words, the team that went to the hall downstairs gathered in a crowd. Not only the Konoha gangs are here, but many candidates from the outer village are also interested. Among them, there are many guys who have the idea of inferiority, and they are ready to take advantage of the loss after both sides are injured. In the field, stand still, look at the old rivals Lee, Neji, and Tenten lined up in a row. Liamong Kiba signed up and said, are you going to go together, or come one by one? Well, it's 15 minutes before the exam begins, and we have to settle it quickly. Me first. Youth is not allowed to back down. Classmate Liamong, shut up for me. Really couldn't bear to rush forward. Liamong was sullen and fought with little Lee, 2 guys who were completely incapable of ninjutsu demonic illusion, but only taijutsu fought together, which terrified the spectators. Boom, boom, consecutive bursts of loud noises, close attack, punches and kicks and beating, and the shimmering light of brick, yellow sand and other objects from time to time in their hands were all insidious tricks. Inserting the eye, kicking the crotch, and kicking the guy too. None of them are not bad tricks. Captain, can we go back? Don't take this exam. I'm afraid. I'm afraid too. His lips were trembling and his thighs were weak, and a team in a small hidden village was completely discouraged. The time was short, and the originally crowded spectator group was half empty. What Izumo couldn't do, Liamong did it for them. However, there is no time to discuss the issue of labor costs with them right now, and there is still a guy who needs to solve it urgently. It's really difficult enough. Another brick was smashed into pieces, and the yellow sand covering his face bit out the Kiba sign that was bitten in his mouth. The body froze, and the little Lee, who was not feeling well, stepped back, wiped the blood on his face and made up his mind. Sorry, Mr. Guy, the challenge of youth is not allowed to be given up. Forgive me for the mistake of banning Matsuri. I'm going to use that trick. Watch Lianhua. The figure that disappeared in an instant flashed back and forth. A flower in front of Liamong's eyes. Tang flew into the air. Shadow dance lead. Lotus of Konoha. Boom. In midair, twisting his waist and swaying. His flamboyant floating technique is not at the level of Urzuzi's freehand. It's already shameful enough for people to kick them. Cyclone leg eagle step. 360 degrees big loop. One foot fluttered the little Lee S. Luguang to be happy, and the two legs were thrown back and forth like a whirlwind. The left foot finished shaking the right foot. The right foot finished shaking the left foot. The kicks rose again and again like a sandbag. The last one turned over, and the back of his feet smashed his head to the ground, trying to inlay him into a floor tile. But unfortunately, this tantalizing idea failed to materialize. Just before little Lee was about to hit the floor, a tall figure caught him. It was Might Guy who came to the rescue, a magnified version of Lee's father. Compared with little Lee, Might Guy has thicker eyebrows, brighter kiba, an oversized watermelon head, and a feces green close-fitting outfit, which made people have to doubt their relationship. Are you his father? Liamong couldn't hold back and asked for a while. How can you think like this? Might Guy grabbed the big kiba and hugged Lee Rock. Little Lee is my apprentice. Mr. Guy Lee. Mr. Guy Lee. I'm sorry, Mr. Guy. I let you down. With his head down, little Lee's expression was very lonely. Might Guy slammed his chest, and his thumb was in front of him. It doesn't matter. This is youth. Youth has to be brave to surpass. Lee, let's fight for youth together. Boss, my stomach hurt. I hurt too. 10-10. How do you usually endure? Sakura bit his ear curiously. The little beauty in Chinese style lowered her head and entered Waigu with a depressed expression. The minute hand turned, and suddenly found that the team that was going to the exam time hula rushed out. Might Guy and little Lee, who were still hugging each other, looked at each other, and their affection moved out of the yellow river, which was full of water. Mr. Guy, I'm going to take the test. Lee, go bravely towards you. Mr. Guy. Lee. Mr. Guy. Go. I'm going to throw up if I don't go. Vomit. Boss, wait for me. Taking the lead in escaping from these two masters and apprentices who were too good to be saved, Lu Mang, who rushed into the examination room, froze. There is no hatred in the eyes that look at him. It this brat, and those bastards. My money, and mine. Mine was also stolen. Cough. It seems that you are not very popular. Pushing the flat mirror on the bridge of his nose, Yakushi Kabuto came over harmlessly. Head showed a smile, and said something that made him vomit blood. Hanada check. Has this guy paid the money? Why do I look at him a little? Brother Liamong, you don't need to check. With a timid whisper, the little secretary said loudly, all the candidates in our village will be confiscated. What? How does this work? He patted his head with a solemn expression as if he remembered something important. Liamong withstood the pressure of the whole house and said with a crooked neck, pay the money. If you haven't paid it, take it out. 50,000 taels per person. Whoever doesn't pay, I'll beat him up. Boy, do you want to die? Dang, 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 dang. Countless gazes gathered, and the skyrocketing pressure hit the coast. Suddenly, Liamong smiled, and a middle finger was raised high towards the roof, and two words were squeezed out of Kiba's mouth. Silly. Compare. Ask for collection. New book is on the list. Please support more. Thank to the cloud. Tech chapter 18 _ this kid has lost his money. Go. Kill him. Hey168.com. It is unacceptable to do things that make public anger, and Liuman's reckless demeanor immediately ignited the long-suppressed anger of the candidate. Brush. First jumped more than 10. Although he did not dare to use the ninjutsu equipment due to the consideration of the examination room, the number of people was enough. Looking at them, the corner of Liamong's mouth with his middle finger raised high, he moved forward instead of retreating, and kicked into the air with a kick. That's what you want. You idiot. You'll never understand the difference between people. Art skill lightning dance. Leaping up diagonally, he swung his legs into the crotch of Kasuga Ninja, and all the examinees saw a flower, and the silver light that swept across the crowd. Hearing the muffled groaning in his ears and the crackling of his fists and feet to his flesh, both his own and his enemies were stunned. 1 second or half a second, maybe even less than half a second, the candidates who jumped into the air and wanted to look good fell in full, some with their head tucked into their roofs and neck, and some with their bodies hanging out of the window in the bright wind. There are also simply put their heads down into the floor to chew on brick. Looking at these miserable comatose colleagues, needles could be heard falling in the examination room for a while. The 3 strands of hair that had been passed by the star-lifting pliers slid across his cheek, and he tore off the luxuriant yarn and threw it into the air. Looking around, the candidates from the hidden hidden villages immediately agreed, except for Gaara's black-eyed and Pan-Uhisi who endured there, and one of the others was counted as one, and they all became ostriches in the desert, a kind of bare-ass chickens who bury their heads in the sand when they see danger. Who did this? The figure that suddenly appeared stood all over the place, and Morino Ibiki with 2 scars slanting across his cheeks made a strong appearance. Eagle-like eyes, wolf-like eyes, and thin cheeks are all hideous. Looking at him, Liamong slowly withdrew his foot on the lecture table, and Ibiki immediately looked over, like electricity. Is this what you did? Well, I did it. He tilted his neck without any intention of denying it, and smiled with the Kiba sign in his mouth. Let's discuss it. Give me 5 minutes. I still have something to do. Quote, Jenin, pay attention to your attitude towards Shangguan. With a murderous look in his eyes, Ibiki's dark heart erupted. Liamong covered his forehead with a tisk. Hello, examiner. How can I clean the house if you don't give me time? And the money has not been collected yet. Look, these are all money. Slowly swinging his arms sideways and pointing at all the candidates, the appearance of Liamong dying asking for money overwhelmed countless audiences. Interesting academy. In Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen was holding a newly bought pipe, biting the Fakiba, and hating Danzo in his heart and wishing he could strangle him. It's you, the old bastard who stopped me. How can I let this little bastard get so arrogant? The money was actually received in the examination room. What did he want to do? To offend all the ninjas on the mainland. This is so fucked up. Boom. With a loud bang, the 3rd generation Hokage, which was slapped on the table with 2 slaps, shattered the pipe that had just been bought. The center of the crystal ball, Lu Meng faced Ibiki without flinching. The eyes of the 2 people collided, and fierce spark flashed endlessly. Konoha's top torture expert restrained his momentum, and suddenly showed a smile that was uglier than crying. Jenin, you are good. Start the timer now, and the exam will start in 5 minutes. Ha, thank you, brothers. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and collect the money. One person in a row. Hanada is in charge of accounting. Forget it. You can also go down and collect this account, and let them take out all the money. There was an invigilator in the lineup, and Lu Meng was so bold that he couldn't believe it. Look at what's around. There are all elite ninjas, and there are several in Jonin alone. Are you afraid that you won't be able to receive the money when they are there? Sign and pay. A long-drawn contract was slapped on the table like an exam paper, and looking at the terms written on it, all the hidden village exams exploded with anger. Many unlucky ghosts who have received it for the 2nd time know that this is simply a piece of waste paper, and it is embarrassing to use him to go to the toilet. See that the final interpretation right of this contract belongs to the Konoha gang. How dare you say it depends on your mood? He aimed it. He aimed it. Hate returns to hate. Anger returns to anger. And the candidates who have been looking around for a week still bite Kiba and write down their name. Who knows if this is allowed by these senior ninjas? Anyway, the exam is still important. 5 minutes passed in a flash, and Liamong, who had collected the money, did not rush to check, licked his little face, and gave money to the invigilators one by one. Jonin 100,000, Chunin 50,000, an old Sarutobi who is not bad for sneaking. He vomited blood, and the chaos in Hokage's office became a mess. Morino Ibiki held his hand that was twice as thick as the others, and the silver tickets totaling 200,000 taels were sluggish for a long time, and he started to work with a cough. After the test paper was published, everyone else showed their magical powers in the 8 immortals crossing the sea. This boy Liamong was so good. He squinted his eyes and counted the money there. The exam paper that was in the way simply sat under the buttock, and the table was full of banknotes. 1 5 10, 2 50 20, 3 50 30. Hey, where did I count? Touching his head, Lu Meng, who suddenly forgot, decided to count again. Hanada's little secretary, who was sitting not far away, opened his mouth and wanted to come over to help, because she knows that she usually manages the accounts herself. Liamong has no impression of these things at all, and somehow, since the premium protection received 10 million taels, brother Liamong became strained. As long as you're in this weird state, it's not the right money. If the amount is less than 100, you can make up for it. After 100, you will start catching shrimp. If it is more than 10,000, you will not count. As time passed, Lu Meng, who was lying on the table and counting money, counted back and forth more than 10 times, and the amount each time was not correct. All the ninjas in charge of proctoring lowered their heads, as if 10,000 grass and mud horses ran through their heart. It's so embarrassing. Nicaragua Falls can't sweat it. Minute hand pointed to 6 o'clock, and more than half of the time had passed. Ibiki pressed his hands on the table and stuck his head out, roaring like sand. Now the 10th question is announced. After some bloody remark, Lu Meng, who was interrupted and counted the wrong money, sniffed and continued to count. When Ibiki led the group of black-faced ninjas away, and Mitarashi Enko appeared, he was still there, listening to the voices of 1, 5, 10, 20, 50, 20. Enko Silver Kiba took a bite and took out a kunai, snatch, shot into the table. Moving his gaze forward, he looked at the glistening kunai on the table, and then looked at the dozen banknotes that had been pierced by the kunai. His heart shattered into several pieces, and he cried out in a a piercing voice. I money. Kill her for me. Boss, don't be impulsive. Face. Inuzuka Kiba hurriedly grabbed Liamong's arm, and Choji, who also reacted, stretched out his arm to hold his thigh, and his chubby face was pumped together. Shikamaru covered his head and looked at the toes of his shoes. Shino pushed his glasses and looked out the window, and Hinata almost slumped into the ground in embarrassment. But Liamong didn't feel ashamed at all. Instead, Billy shouted wildly, "Let me go. You let me go. I want her to accompany Lao Su's money." "Little guy, do you want me to accompany you for money?" Instantly pressing the hand on the desk and pressing the stack of banknotes, Mitarashi Anko's dangerously beautiful eyes narrowed into balls. In her eyes, the money all turned into all kinds of balls. Seafood, vegetables, bean paste, glutinous rice. She was really looking forward to it. "Half the meeting. I won't hold you to blame for the half," Anko said, swiping in the middle of the desk and taking the money away. Seeing the bad situation, Liamong threw himself on the desk. "Female hooligan, you are robbery." "Who said that?" "I am confiscating the stolen money." The two people who got into Chian's eyes met, and they didn't even care about the exam the next day. After a loud noise, they decided to go out to eat on fire. The candidates who were waiting for the teacher to announce what they were going to take in the second exam were all confused. Seeing these two guys with obvious IQ problem, Chi-Chi hesitated whether to take the next exam. People are smart, and they can't understand the lunatic. When the lunatic has a lot of interest, it is even more troublesome. Besides, there is more than one lunatic in this exam. "Let go, Hinata. Let go to dinner with Sister Anko. I'll treat you. We're not short of money." He took the money with a flash of both hands, and patted Liamong on his chest to make a big sum. The room full of Spartan candidates stared blankly at the figures of a man and two women who were walking away, and all fell over. Shikamaru, who was looking around, hurriedly typed a password, and the remaining Konoha gangsters hurried out of the window. That night, watching the protest papers piled up on the roof by the teachers led by Gian Village, Sarutobi Hiruzen madly rushed to the Root's lair, and quarreled with Danzo to the death. The sky cleared, and Liamong, who had been eating and drinking last night, opened his eyes and rubbed his head subconsciously. "What is so soft? It's really comfortable to lie down, and then rub it. Rub, rub. Have you rubbed enough?" Mitarashi Anko, who was awakened faintly, bit over Kiba tightly as he was attacked on his chest. Looking up, the rogue shivered. "Enough, enough. Enough is enough, and don't let me die." A woman with a carefree personality doesn't mean that she liked to be taken advantage of by others. She jumped up in a hurry and stood there, looking left and right before she realized it. This should be Anko's home. After sending Hinata back last night, the woman had to drag herself to a nightclub to drink, and she became confused after drinking. Seeing Liamong's coma that still didn't change, Mitarashi Anko thumped his pink fist twice and threw himself on him. "Give me death." Early in the morning, I had a morning exercise, and when Liamong came to the examination room to meet with his peers, everyone looked right at each other. His eyes were swollen, his face was blue, his clothes were messed up, his shoes were wrong, and his messy hair was left, right, front, back, as if being stepped on by a mad cow. "Boss, what are you doing? Boss, have you been boiled by crab? Boss, whoever beat you up, I'll avenge you." Brother Liamong. Ask for collection. New book is on the list. Please support more. Thank to the cloud. Tech chapter 19_Naruto. You are such a scourge. Cough. I'm fine. I'm fine. Hey168.com. Hinata, who had a worried face in his arm, twitched the corners of his mouth, feeling like he was scratched by a cat with a painful wound. Could this also be a kind of love? Beating is kissing. Scolding is love. Love comes and love kicks with feet. Why are you still standing there stupidly? Bring your little brothers and quickly come to help me. A night of intimacy and a morning of in-depth communication. Mitarashi Anko, who pretends to be her sister, pinched her waist and roared, using the Konoha gang as a construction worker, and built a simple shack to distribute scrolls to him before starting work. Pressed Liamong's shoulder, bit his ear meaningfully and said, "This is a very important job. Do it well." Dry. "Fuck your sister." "Sister, you are so kind to me." "Well, just no." Anko, who had touched a few $100 ticket, left, walking very casually. The bleak autumn wind blew through, and the livid heart cooled. My money." Reaching out, opening his mouth, the frantic gang leader bang bang knocked on the wood. "What is there to build this little broken house? Isn't it just to make a broken scroll?" He aimed. "That thing can be eaten as a meal if you take too much." Wrong. Suddenly thinking of something, he slammed the palm of his hand, and his mouth slowly grinned to the back of his ear. "Hey, brothers, I found another way to get rich. Come on here, let's do this and this and this again." The noon sun slowly shortened the shade of the tree, and the candidate from the hidden villages who had finally found out where the exam was going came to the number 44 practice ground. As soon as they arrived, they all froze there. "Drink. What a big tiger." This tiger has a number similar to an adult male rhino. Golden hair, black stripe, a big king word on his forehead, and a tail like a steel whip behind his butt. Look at the thickness of the tail, at least the thickness of a duck egg. Take a look at the middle of the stomach again. Okay, this is still a person. Squinting and looking carefully, the more he looks at this person, the more familiar he is. Why is is this guy again? The examinees from the hidden villages who finally found out who was lying on the tiger's belly twitched their eyes and twitched. You asked in a low voice in fear, is that big tiger a ninja beast? I want to go back. 1, 2, 3, 4. More and more crowds slowly gathered together. Just when they wanted to swarm up to deal with the enemy, a group of thugs came out from the small room next to them, all shaking their arms and wrists. There, boss, you're too bad. How can you just let us do it while you sleep there? And didn't I look at people for you? It's not too much to say that I came up with the idea, and it's not too much to be lazy, right? He patted Zaifeng's head. Go home. I'll take you away in a while. Baidu Interesting Academy. Roar. A tiger roar shook his body, and the golden-haired tiger who was circling around Liamong leapt into the air. The tall iron fence didn't play any role at all. In mid-air, blue light flashed and jumped in. The ninja who know the goods know that the thing just now is the enchantment. The tiger. Snap, snap. Look here. He clapped his hand and drew his gaze back, and Lu Meng walked over to his companion and took a booklet the size of a slab. The booklet is not thick, only 8 pages, and it is full of information about the number 44 training ground. Of course, it is up to the buyer to judge whether it is true or not. Glancing at these rich men who wished they could swallow themselves raw, Liamong recommended like a profiteer. Want to pass the second Chunin exam safely, or walk out of the forest of death alive? The Safe Survival Guide is your best choice. The guide records everything that the 44th driving range has. Mountains and rivers, small rivers, poisonous, non-poisonous, flowery, thorny, everything you want to know is there. What are you waiting for? Candidates from all the hidden villages. It's better to act if you are excited. Come and buy it. Each survival guide is only 50,000 taels. 50,000 taels, which is already the price of cabbage, and the on-selling vegetables downstairs don't have it portioned. Quote, go to your cabbage price. Your cabbage can sell for 50,000 taels. Kiba scratched his head, and his heart was blocked, looking at this bastard who has harmed them since he came to Konoha. If the candidates in each hidden village were not obstructed by the boundary, they really wanted to join forces to kill him. The two opposites faced each other with the cold wind blowing. Listening to the rustling of the leaves, the candidates from each hidden village wanted to leave. But what if that booklet really worked? Buy it or not? This is a very serious question. Others will definitely suffer a big loss if they don't buy it, but if they do, they will be hit by this bastard. You know, most of them have no money in their bag. How many minutes have passed? Finally, a candidate who couldn't help it came out and bought the booklet with money. A few smart guys wanted to borrow it, but were unexpectedly rejected. Who doesn't have a dark heart? Oh, I bought a pamphlet and got slaughtered when I took advantage of it. But you want to be wise people and read it in vain. Why? I was slaughtered. Don't think about it. The candidates from each hidden village did not come from the same place, not to mention that there are feuds between many hidden villages, and there is also a competitive relationship between ninjas in the same village. 50,000 taels of silver ticket. Not to kill you. Buy them yourself. Bring me one too. The 50,000 taels of silver tickets were handed over to Kiba. Touching the thin booklet in his hand, the ninja of Taki Ninja Village turned his head and left. Liamong slapped the banknotes in his hand, and shouted to the next one. His smug look made the candidates angry. But no matter how angry, the rich have to buy it. After buying and buying, some people find that something is wrong, why the content of the records is not the same, and there are even places to support each other. This thing can't be fake, right? A large amount of cold sweat broke out on the forehead, and the two teams of ninjas who exchanged guides were all dumbfounded. The matter spread. There was a lot of indignation, and the Omegakure village examinee who first noticed something was wrong, Zhang Yuhi asked with a face, what going on? Liamong glanced at these guys and snorted, what to look at, what to look at, what to look at. The booklet was not written by one person, so naturally there are some differences. Did I say that the contents in it are all the same? You're cheating. A fat ninja choked Yuhi's face. Liamong was reluctant. How can you say that? What is deceit? Have I ever deceived you? Turn over the booklet and read it clearly before speaking. Be careful that the uncle will sue you for slander. The palm-sized booklet was turned to the back. 2 lines of teeny small characters were hidden in the pattern, and it was written in a circle. This guide, the final interpretation right, belongs to the Konoha gang. You, me, you. See clearly. Wow, puff. His throat was blocked and he vomited out a mouthful of black blood. Looking at the student from Takiakura village who was overturned in the sky, he wiped away the tears of the crocodile sadly. They are all ninjas. How can they be so angry? No. Do you know that ninjas can't be handled with common sense? My friend, you can go in peace. I will burn a newspaper for you next year. Bastard. This stinky bastard with 1,000 knives is he. Boy, you're really interesting. The shadow that flashed behind him in an instant spit out a long tongue and licked his lip, turning his head stiffly as if he was being stared at by a poisonous snake. Orochimaru. 1 drop, 2 drops, countless drops of cold sweat slid down his cheek, and he couldn't understand how someone like himself could provoke such a pervert. Orochimaru, who incarnated as a candidate from Omegakure village, squinted his dangerous golden eyes and lowered his body, and when he was about about to do something. He slanted down and shot kunai. Have you had enough? Hurry up and roll me over when you've had enough. The exam will start soon. Ha, it's Sister Anko. Come here. He hurriedly ran away without turning his head after making a ha-ha. Liamong, who was rubbing oil on the soles of his feet, didn't even say a word of cruelty. Inuzuka Kiba touched the trembling Akamaru and stood beside him. Among all the candidates, this was the second existence that made the ninja fear. What to do, boss? Kiba's voice was low, his eyes wary. Liamong bit Kiba and said, hide from him. Sneaking a glance behind him, the two people who were discovered instantly swallowed in unison. The monster incarnated by Orochimaru stood gloomily under the shade of a tree, like an evil spirit crawling out of hell. Inuzuka Kiba, who was covered in sweat, turned his wrists and rubbed his nose. The big guys gathered together to discuss and decided to avoid this guy. Fight those who can fight together, and run away if you can. This is what gangsters should do. No matter who encounters these two people in the exam, they must run away immediately. Don't hesitate. Remember, you must see where they are in a while. Boss, why is this? Uzumaki scratched the back of his head in confusion, suddenly turned his head as if to understand something, and raised his middle finger at Orochimaru and Gaara. Listen to me, you two guys. I will not lose. Anyone who dares to come over, I will knock him down. Quote, this idiot. With a violent fist, Naruto was overturned from behind, and he slapped brightly. Haha. Don't pay attention to him. He has a disease in his head. Why do I feel that the trouble is getting bigger and bigger? Shikamaru glanced at Naruto, who had passed out with a headache, with hash marks all over his forehead. Inuzuka Kiba said in a chorus with fine sweat, I feel the same. He was aiming and shouldn't bring this scourge. After the two scrolls of heaven and earth were sent out, the life and death agreement was signed, and 44 iron gates slammed open. Standing in front of this very unlucky number, Liamong smacked his lips and decided to go it alone. The scrolls for you. With a toss of his hand, the scroll was thrown to the stupefied Sakura, and Liamong copied Kabuto with both hands and walked inside. Recently, Naruto, who felt constantly alienated, called out to the boss, and after getting no response, he lowered his outstretched arm, not knowing what happened to the team. After returning from the mission in the land of Wade, not only the boss Liamong changed his appearance, but even Sasuke became strange, and his eyes were not the same as before. What happened to them? The rustling Linfeng blew through his golden hair, and Uzumaki Naruto looked at the sky in confusion. Walking alone in the dense thorny forest of the Death Forest, breathing the breath from under his feet, Liamong stretched out his hand to catch a leaf that was floating in front of him. The leaves are green and should have just fallen off, but it doesn't take long for it to become the same disgusting thing as the one underfoot. He opened his palm, and the blade slowly slid across his fingertip. Looking at the trajectory of it flying into the distance with the wind, Lu Meng closed his eyes sadly. Embrace your destiny. In fact, I'm no different from you. Shaking his head to shake off the boredom, the young man with the silver-white wind and flower yarn brushing back accelerated his speed. 5 days, 5 nights. Are you ready? Ask for collection. New book is on the list. Please support more. Thanks to the cloud. Tech chapter 20_4 to the outbreak of the flash. Hey, who do you think we can get to the place first this time? Inuzuka Kiba, who was on the move, suddenly turned around. Baidu Interesting Academy. Aburame Shino pushed the sunglasses without answering. Hanada's little secretary shyly didn't speak. Inuzuka Kiba was depressed. Can't you squeak? Yeah, Shino really squeaked. Hanada has 2 more words. Okay. Wow, let go. Holding his head and holding his hair tightly, the lively and active Inuzuka Kiba couldn't understand why he assigned himself such 2 superb teammates. The guy who plays with bugs is an adult and mysterious shishi, like a transparent person. After being friends for so many years, I can't say a few adjectives. I belong to the boring show who can't play a fart. Not to mention the little secretary Hanada, who just met the boss Liamong when he fell into a coma and fainted. With such 2 teammates who are like gold, Inuzuka Kiba has always felt a lot of pressure. Wong. What is this called? Although the family is good at training ninja dog, Akamaru is also a companion from childhood. But he can't understand such a complicated animal language. Wow, I really want to kill me. Found it. In the jungle, 3 tightly dressed adult ninjas hid in the dark, and Guigi Chongchong aimed at the 8th class. Judging from the forehead guards they wore on their forehead, they were Konoha's colleagues. But looking at the demeanor of these guys, it was obvious that they didn't have a good idea. Shino, Hanada. With a slight twitch of his nose, Inuzuka Kiba glanced around vigilantly. The 3 adult ninjas who were hidden in the dark stayed silently on the spot, very confident, and did not move. So what if you find out? Can you determine the position? When you reveal your flaws, that's it. What's the matter with you? Suddenly realizing that something was wrong, he turned his head, and the team leader of the trio widened his eyes in shock. A leech the size of an adult palm stared at his companion's neck with a black creep. Slowly. Every time you move it increases a lot. Quick, get out of here. The hurriedly issued order will blurt out, and the swarms of insects that pounce on the ground will fall. You He-S, green, black, blue, long-haired, horned, whatever. The adult ninja trio collapsed in an instant. No, get them out of the way. I'm going to die. Help. 3 soft click. Aburame Shino stood beside the unconscious adult ninja and dispelled the boiling swarms of insects. You shouldn't be here. This is my home ground. The scroll of earth. It's the same as ours. He flipped out the scroll in disappointment, and Hinata's little secretary, who was accustomed to taking out all the money, also failed. Interesting Academy first release. Inazuka Kiba glanced at the two friends who could finally speak a complete sentence, touched his head and turned up by Ikugan. Hearing the screams coming from the wood, the candidates of each team turned their eyes. Did someone die so fast? Shikamaru, I'm hungry. Plop down. And Ino, who stumbled into the grass, clenched his fist frantically. She was really fed up. Why did God put her in the 10th class? Look at the people in this class. The teacher leading the team is a smoker, and 10 smoke clouds of smoke to harm people. He is obviously young, but he has a long beard and mature. Doesn't he know that secondhand smoke can damage women's skin? Complaining about Sarutobi Ashima, Ino thought of the two teammates again. Shikamaru Choji has always been a bad person in her eyes. One is annoying, the other is greedy. It's not idle trouble, it's just wanting to eat meat. 10's year is not that I'm hungry, just trouble. God damn it, I hate trouble, and I hate fat people even more. The first one, Ino. Hyuga Neji, who suddenly appeared, stood beside Ino, who fell with his arms folded. Shikamaru and Choji's foreheads shed a lot of cold sweat. The 5-year-long battle in the school. The two sides are dreadful. The hatred is deep like the sea. It is definitely not good to collide at this time. What's more unfortunate is that they were even taken hostage by the other party. Let her go. The scroll will be given to you. Shikamaru wisely chose to surrender. As the strategist of the Konoha gang, Shikamaru has always been outstanding in his ability to seize power. Something unexpected happened. Hyuga Neji did not reach out, but turned her back and walked away. How is this going? Glancing at each other and blinking, Shikamaru Choji was done. Ino quietly got up, rushed to Hyuga Neji and went, Bastard, did you trip the old lady? Stop for me. Go away. With a cold word, the Hidong lion who was pounced immediately turned into a cowering sheep, and Ino was terrified by Neji's sudden burst of momentum. Neji, who had stopped, turned around again, probably because someone got angry. Seeing his dangling appearance, Shikamaru Choji twitched his face dully, thinking that he had been trampled by 10,000 grass mud horses. Take a look at what this idiot woman has done. Didn't she go out to eat barbecue today? Damn, how can we have such troublesome teammates? You know what? Hyuga Neji's arrogant eyes were full of contempt. You cats and dogs are really disgusting. Give me a word for your rogue chief. Just say I'll be waiting for him in the central tower. Cool. For the humiliation he inflicted on me for 5 years, I, Hyuga Neji, want to give him all the same. Now, you can get out. Quote, get out, get out, get out of here. Knowing that your strength is not as good as you are, but you still speak ruthlessly. Shikamaru Kaishao wanted to run away with Choji, but Ino's sister was in a hurry. Arrogant guy, who are you calling a cat and a dog? Have you made it clear to me? Ino, you two bastard, get out of the way. My mother has to teach him a lesson. Heart to heart. 8 trigrams vacuum palm. Neji, who turned around abruptly, knocked Ino into the air before he could activate the handprint that was going out. Trouble, it doesn't seem to be good anymore. I'm going to eat barbecue after the fight. His arms that suddenly became larger and stretched caught Ino, who was flying upside down, and Choji's chubby smiling face was dyed solemnly. Looking at the two guys who were serious, Neji raised his chin with a sneer. Just the two of you want to fight with me? There are 2 more people. Let's call them out together. He pulled his hands behind his head and pulled the head rope to tie it up again. Shikamaru calmly sorted out his clothes. Hyuga Neji looked at the two of them with contempt. You don't need teammates to clean up you. That's it. Choji, come on. The hand squatting on the ground tying shoelaces snapped into fingerprint, and the shadow under Shikamaru's feet sprang out like a poisonous snake. Akamichi Choji, who received the order, jumped into the air. His arms and legs retracted into his stomach. His whole body swelled into a spherical shape, and he flew like the reels of a chariot. Shadow pattern art meet bomb chariot. The combination of deer and butterflies without pig. Even sneak attacks and strong attack have extraordinary momentum in the sky and the ground. Attack was imminent. Hyuga Neji's expression became even more disdainful. Trash is always trash. 8 trigrams palm revolving heaven. Shadow imitation techniques and flesh bombing chariots were all given for nothing in front of the Hyuga clan. The chakra vortex that spewed out of 365 large holes around the body powerfully destroyed everything. The rustling wind blew, and the 8th class, who had woken up from the coma, sat together, with the scroll of the earth in the middle. Ironically, I've been despised. Shikamaru rarely said trouble, leaning on his chin in a trance. Choji, whose belly was rumbling, didn't even call out that he was hungry, and lowered his head like a rooster. It's a shame to say it. Why did you do that just now? Shui Lingling's big eyes blinked twice, and Ino, who clasped his wrist tightly, was full of confusion. Shikamaru turned his head and glanced at her her without saying a word. Choji scratched his head with a smile. These two guys snort, proudly staring at the turf. Yamanaka Ino suddenly realized that having such two teammates is not bad. Although they are still annoying and greedy, they are unexpectedly warm. The harmonious atmosphere of the squad is condensed, and the hearts of the 10th class are united. Just as they were about to get up and set off, a roar that rushed towards Yunxiao came from afar. Senior Kabuto, what are you doing to stop me? He leaned against the tree and leaned over his neck, staring at Yakushi Kabuto standing on the branch. The professional spy with a flat mirror in his eyes smiled like a sly silver fur fox. Why is my little brother here alone? It's very dangerous to say. It's dangerous to see you. His eyes swept up and down at will, and Lu Meng's caution rose by no less than 3 levels. The chakra scalpel, this bloody medical ninjutsu, is the most hated thing of all taijutsu ninjas. If you really get hit, you'll be out of luck. My little brother seems to be very wary of me. He raised his index finger and pushed up the flat mirror. Yakushi Kabuto's voice gradually became colder. Class 7, it's really troublesome for him to aim at. Even if you dodge all the way, you will be blocked by others. Is it worth your attention, Mr. Kiba? Secretly in his heart, knowing that Liamong, who knew he couldn't escape, raised his head violently and slapped it with a brick. Street Fighter brick attack. Yo, 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 the little brother is really cruel. This kind of trick is too bad, right? You don't need to tell me if you can't get down to 3 bad guys. A brick slammed into the air, and the Liuman didn't want to give Yakushi Kabuto a chance to get close. Sand throwing poison shadow needle. The yellow sand covering his face filled with a strong pungent smell, and Yakushi Kabuto's expression changed immediately. Pepper noodles, mustard powder. This guy. Puff. A cold light flashed across his cheek. Using the scent to distract his attention, he took the opportunity to spit out the Kiba sign in his mouth. You use poison. Yakushi Kabuto, who was hit, looked very flustered, his limbs staggering back and forth, as if he could fall from the tree at any time. You don't need to pretend. I know that thing is useless to you. 2 feet backed away. Lu Meng didn't think the poison shadow needle would work for Grandmaster medical ninjutsu people. Yakushi Kabuto wiped the blood stains gloomily, put it to his mouth and tasted it in surprise. What is this poison worthy of? Why can't the senior pay for it? I don't know. Liamong's expression was serious. He really didn't know. Yakushi Kabuto's face laughed. Little brother, senior promises you will say it. Aha. Senior Kabuto, don't scare me. I'm not scared. Liamong said haha, but there was no smile on his face, and his eyes were even colder. Yakushi Kabuto, face to face. It seems that you don't need to hide anything. In fact, I also want to know what my strength is. Come on, let's fight. Pick me up with a cannon. Hokage Hatake Glory. Chapter 21-40. Tech Chapter 21 _ She must be a dog. In the forest of death with towering ancient tree, the cannons that were about the size of an adult thigh shot into the air one after another, turning everything into powder. Mobile phone reading is more convenient. Heihei 168. Calm. Yakushi Kabuto hides behind the tree pole and pushes the flat light mirror, and frowns at the blue and white arrow-shaped lightning beams that are meters long. Dear Kabuto, senpai, why are you hiding? The younger brother really wants to be intimate with you. Come out. What's the point of hiding? The right hand pressed under the flank. The divine light was dazzling. The vortex-shaped blue-white energy group even appeared Jinhua, and the 5-color thunder and lightning squeaked and squeaked sharply. Looking at this pervert thing, Yakushi Kabuto murmured in his heart, who said that this kid can't attack from a distance? It's so stupid. After several bombardments, the main owner could not be found. The cat-glowing light in the hood dissipated the energy pressed by the tiger's claws under the rib, touched his nose and jumped to the treetop. Since the senior doesn't want to come out, then the junior can just left. Go. Where are you going? Liuman finally emerged from the strange golden barrier. Yakushi Kabuto clenched his fingers, revealing 3 silver-white scalpels between his fingers. Sharp single-use medical tools are sometimes even more dangerous than kunai. Senior, if you don't come out again, is the younger brother really gone? Tay. 3 cold beams shot into his feet, and Liamong, who jumped high, saw a lot of people in front of him. Isn't junior brother looking for me? I'm here. He also pointed to the sudden appearance of Yakushi Kabuto with a cold smile on his face. Chakra scalpel, broken gold, punch in one palm. Yakushi Kabuto's smirk was turned into fear by the huge pain in his chest and abdomen. How can it be? How could this kid fist be so heavy? Once mistaken by Kakashi as Tsunade Heim chakra enhanced rank, the martial arts hit his chest. Liamong never thought that Kabuto would be so easily fooled. Senior, you really can't blame me for this. You can only blame you for being too arrogant. Now, let me go. As if the platoon leader was overwhelmed by the sea, the huge force pressed his chest and abdomen to the ground, and Yakushi Kabuto's whole face was instantly drawn into a flower. He understood that if he was really smashed, he would be half disabled even if he didn't die. Escape. Yin healing and destruction hydration technique. 2 consecutive tricks of pressing the bottom of the box. Yakushi Kabuto's body broke into blisters and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Rumbling down, the Liuman who hit the ground 5 feet with his fist slowly stood up straight, feeling very tired and crooked. Encountering such an enemy who liked to hide when he hits and hits is better than encountering Lee Rock's one-strand opponent, also annoying. Dear Kabuto Sr., are you a rat? Why do you always like to drill holes? Boy, I will definitely make you pay. The cat was holding the chest and abdomen with broken ribs in the grass, and Yakushi Kabuto's hands radiated a light of healing. Hey168.com. Suddenly, there was another person in front of him, on the ground, and put his head over his head, licking his face with a squinting smile. The two eyes were less than half a finger apart, and the startled Yakushi Kabuto hurriedly jumped out. What happened? Finding a place to recat again. Dear Kabuto, Senpai broke out in a cold sweat. This kid has too many ways to hide. This is not normal. What is he trying to do? Senior, it turns out you were hiding here. A small rock hit his butt, and the condescending man was completely broken. Being caught twice, Yakushi Kabuto, who knew that it was useless to hide, simply walked out and sighed while pushing his glasses. What a great strength. Hatake Liamong, you are only 12 years old this year. Right, it's 12, but correct me. My surname is now Kuimu, and Kuimu Liamong. Changed last name. Yakushi Kabuto seemed surprised. Lu Meng snorted. Don't you know about this? Looks like the rumors are true. How about you? Are you interested in joining us? The trafficker's #1 horseboy is indeed a crony brought out by the traffickers. Liamong, who looked up and down at Yakushi Kabuto, turned around and left, and if he stayed there and said something he shouldn't have said, it would be a big trouble. The plan can't be messed up. When borrowing chickens to lay egg, won't the chickens be over if they don't lay eggs? Seeing Liamong turn and leave without saying a word, Yakushi Kabuto's face lost the smile. Will this obsessed boy hinder the adult plan? After thinking about it, Kabuto decided to take a look first. Walking alone in the forest full of breath, Liamong lazily held a Kiba sign in his mouth and walked forward swayingly, walking, depressed. Nyang Exapi, the young master definitely didn't read the almanac when he came out today. I've already encountered a tough enough one just now, so how come I've come across an even tougher one? Sister Anko, won't you bring a few more people? Go away, brat. He glanced nervously at the newly recognized younger brother who suddenly appeared, and Mitarashi Anko stared at the opposite. Cold Kun Orochimaru. Bumping into this guy has been a bloodbath for 8 lifetimes. Liamong raised his hand to say hello and turned around. Well, hello Uncle Snake. Goodbye Uncle Snake. Am I allowing you to go? The unspeakable evil spirit of the figure slowly rising from the ground, looking at this trafficker who turned Doden, Earth-style, into a deification. Liamong was about to cry. Uncle Snake, if we can negotiate with the two of us, you can just pretend you didn't see me, okay? Boy, your name is really interesting. Are we related? Maybe I have it in my previous life. I'll be honest. Liamong folded his hands with sincerity, and he was full of cute childishness. Seeing this dinky boy's look of anticipation, Orochimaru slowly raised the corners of his mouth. He has been a killer all his life and a monster all his life. The most cordial name he has ever heard is the word teacher. Uncle Snake. This kid in front of him is so interesting. Do you think that you can let him go by casually clinging to relatives? Surprised by Orochimaru's increasing murderous intentions, Lu Meng smiled dryly, and slapped a brick over with a smile. Sister Anko, you withdraw first. I'll hold him back. Street Fighter punk kick. If all the hidden cards are revealed, and if you encounter an enemy like Orochimaru and then keep your hand, it will be tantamount to suicide. Reinforced iron bones soften muscles. Consciousness mind. Surrounded by thought, Liamong exploded in the blink of an eye. Orochimaru, who was surrounded by a group of blue and white clones for a good time, showed a smiling face with a full body of electric flowers, and the smiling tongue stuck out the elder. Boy, you are really making me more and more interested. Looking up and down at the golden Buddha-like glow, and then at the fluffy aura and surrounding light clusters around the flowing man's body, the heart of Orochimaru's scientist gradually rose, getting thicker. Without the same ability to recognize, no matter the blue and white thunder clones that could explode just now, or the blessing secret gills in front of him, or even the brick that appeared out of thin air, Orochimaru was interested in getting to the bottom of it. He didn't know that he had turned over all the cards in his pit and made a strange cry. Just when Orochimaru thought he was about to attack, he rushed to Anko's side, picked it up and ran. The chief sister who was cursed was in her arms, gritted her teeth angrily, smiled at her, and shot out like an arrow. Shunpo, dance of lightning, air leg. Knowing that with his own strength, he would definitely not be able to defeat perverts like Orochimaru, he used all his skills to escape, and swept outwards without daring to stop for a moment. Orochimaru, who found that he couldn't catch anyone in a short time, put out Yuhi's long tongue and licked his lip. We'll meet again, boy. Sasuke can't escape, neither will you. Ah, one sneezed while fleeing. Lu Meng sniffed and turned around for a while. Sister Anko, your ghost master doesn't seem to be following. Sister Anko, shouting twice without answering and lowering his eyes. Mitarashi Anko's eyes that could not eat people met. Little pervert, do you think you did it on purpose? Mitarashi Anko, whose pretty face turned black, squinted and smiled, tilted his head to find a place on his chest, and bit like down with one mouth. Ah, you are a dog. There is no reward for a good person. Before leaving, Lu Meng wiped away tears and left, and asked Enko repeatedly, hoping that she would not reveal her strength. Good sister, you also know our business. Can you? Don't mention me. You really decided to do this. Mitarashi Enko withdrew his playful smile and his expression became very serious. Liamong nodded affirmatively. I'm going to be a genin for the rest of my life. I'll just go through the exam this time, and I can find an excuse to retire after 2 years. The white lie blurted out. Liamong looked at the ground and pointed his toes. The bleak night wind blew through the green leaves. Mitarashi Enko shook his head and walked away. No matter what, my sister supports you. Just treat it as a secret for the two of us. Be careful. Before leaving, he heavily left a lip mark on his face. The hot wind hurts when the hot wind blows. Liamong more and more confirmed the previous conjecture. This cheap sister must be a dog. But what is really soft? Subconsciously, he closed his fingers and smacked his lip. After such a delay, the bad luck should have passed. Right. Facing the sunset, I reminisced, and I decided to turn my eyes to the forest again, and proceed according to the previous plan. Uncle is going to make a fortune. Sheik, here I come. A few ghost horns in the quiet forest cut through the night sky. The cooing owl turned its neck crookedly, and two big green eyes startled Hinata. Please, Chief Secretary, can you be more courageous? Yes, I'm sorry. Nana lowered his head. The timid Hinata faced Yuhi again. Helpless, Inuzuka Kiba grabbed his hair and looked at the night sky. Since he was assigned to the 8th shift, he has developed this habitual movement. Shino, who was standing by the tree next to him, stretched out his hand to pick up the flying insect, and suddenly said, I found them. Should we rush over there? It seems to be troublesome over there. Are there those two people? Inuzuka Kiba slowly put down the hand that grabbed his hair, asking very cautious question. Aburame Shino shook his head. Kiba was happy. So what are you waiting for? The task given by the boss must be completed. Recently I heard that the country of medicine has a new dog food. Woo goo. Hey, be quiet. You're scaring people. Under the watery night, the owl that was startled by Akamaru flew into the night sky. Looking up at the unlucky night owl, Ino, who was hurrying in the dark, said depressedly, it seems that something bad is about to happen. Trouble. I want to eat barbecue. Damn, this place can't have a fire. He glared at his friend. Shikamaru lowered his head in defeat. Choji is really helpless. Not far from the neck door, about 1,800 meters away, Neji Tenten frowned as he looked at Kanai, who was stuck on the ground as a marker. For a time, everyone seemed to be gathering in one place. West Wind, let hurry up. Roar. Tech chapter 22 looted for lofty ideals. A little cold light comes first, and then the gun shoots like a dragon. Is this the situation that you are going to hold a class reunion? Tenten, Neji, Shikamaru, Shino, Choji, Inuzuka Kiba. Hey, little secretary, what are you doing behind people? Come here. Brother Liamong. Snort. Reaching out to hug the soft girl with shy and pretty face Yuhi. Ignoring Neji's cold snort, he turned his attention to the midfield again. It was as if in the middle of the woodland ravaged by a Category 12 typhoon. The trees were broken, the grass was gone, and there were traces of ninja attack everywhere. Some unexpected, but still seems to be reasonable. Looking down, Naruto, Sasuke, and Little Lee were lying side by side, looking at the white face and bloodless appearance. I knew that the situation was not very good. Ino, who was paralyzed in Shikamaru's arms, was also severely injured, and Yuhi, the shadow flowing from the corner of his mouth, was distressing. 4 of us were defeated, and 2 of the enemy remained. Tell me yourself, what should I do with you? Liamong's tone was very playful, and there was no emotion at all. From the chest to the lower abdomen, the hairy man wrote 3 dead words on his neck. No matter how many cockroaches there are, just lift your feet and trample to death. Are you Konoha lads lining up to die? Arrogant idiot. The opponents, who blurted out unexpectedly in unison, glanced at each other, and the fierce electric flower ignored the others. You bastard. You owe Mr. Bian. I heard that you have betrayed your family. You are a natural bastard, and you have no sense of family honor. I think it's you who are envious. Kiba pouted in his mouth and fixed his gaze. Why do you want to try it here? Glancing at the unconscious Little Lee, Neji said with a slight stagnation, I will wait for you at the central tower, and our affairs will be done there. Yo, are you confident? What made you have the courage to resist me? Liamong said, letting go of Hinata and gently pushing the little secretary to the side. Shikamaru, who was in a bad situation, let out a light cough. Kanshao said, boss, can we forget this time? He let us go once before. That's fine. You owe me the money you owe me, and I'll reckon it later. He glanced at the prayer in Shikamaru's eyes, then turned to see the disdain on Hyuga Neji's face. Liuman waved his hand like a mosquito. Bring your teammates to hurry up. Get out of here. We'll take care of this by ourselves. Hello. I'm waiting for you in the tower. Being so despised by others, Hyuga Neji's anger rose to the extreme, but it couldn't be released because of Little Lee. Just wait. Our grievances will be over soon. Hyuga Neji, who was secretly holding back his anger, he turned his attention to the enemy watching the play, and the 2 Otogaku of Sark and Do stood there as if they were watching a joke. Have you thought thought about how to die. Liu Min's voice was very soft, as light as a cloud. It's you who is going to die. 200% Zongkong Pol Wei. The words are harsh, but in the face of Liamong, our precautions are still brought to the extreme, and the shot is a big move to press the bottom of the box. Baidu Interesting Academy. The invisible sound wave exploded, and the dust and sand filled the spot. You died. Pieces of yellow sand dissipated, and the streamer that embraced Hinata was digging his ears, and the golden hood with lightning flashed through it wantonly mocked the enemy's incompetence. Tsar, who had 3 death words on his chest, was furious, and just when he was about to start, a vague figure appeared behind him. Uchiha Sasuke, since you chose to leave, why do you want to come back? The black Chidori who squeaked through his chest passed through his chest, and Ursukako's voice was extremely cold. Looking at the classmates and teammates with black cloud patterns on their body, not only Liamong stood there speechless, but the rest of the companions were also greatly shocked. Sakura who is worried about reaching out, Nara Shikamaru who frowns in trouble, Akamichi Choji who growls in her stomach, Inazuka Kiba who shrinks into her arms and refuses to show her head, and finally Aburame Shino, a transparent person who has a very low sense of presence. The big guy looked at the second assistant who killed the enemy with a single blow in the field. All of them were strangely unfamiliar. Is this guy really Sasuke? Shikamaru's tone was skeptical, his tight eyes scrutinized. Inazuka Kiba grinned hesitantly. The breath is not right, but it should be. Have you said enough? Sakura, did they make you like this? Being surrounded by people like this, the orphan of the Uchiha family was very annoyed, and smashed the dead Sark at his accomplice with a right hand. It's your turn. Sasuke, please don't. Chidori. Haruno Sakura's whimper didn't do anything to stop it, as if the lightning of thousands of birds chirping across the night sky. Dose, who raised the buzzer on his right arm, widened his eyes, and slowly descended. His eyes were full of disbelief and fear. Orochimaru-sama, why is this? Kicked the dead body with unwillingness and anger, and Sasuke glanced at Liamong provocatively. When he was about to deal with the collapsed Jinya, Sakura hugged him from behind. No murder again please. Sakura, let go. After watching the farce, Pulupulu led the team away. The Liuman came quickly and walked in a dashing manner. Sakura, who hugged Sasuke tightly, opened her mouth and wanted to say something to save her, but she saw Sasuke's angry and tired eyes lowered his head again. Few strands of linfeng rustled, and Naruto, who woke up faintly, scratched the melon. What happened? Ah, Sasuke, are you alright? How can something happen to me? I can't be better now. Without any gratitude after being cared for, Ursuko looked at Naruto with ice-cold eyes, which was chilling. Uzumaki Naruto stopped talking for 2 times. Sakura looked around and didn't know how to speak. The 7th class seemed to be a passerby at this moment. I will not lose to anyone. I am Uchiha Sasuke. The black electric current that was smothered by the right hand snapped, and Ursuko seemed to have the incompetence during the mission of the Land of Waves again, as if the violent outbreak of Naruto, and the companion who was always misty. Don't come back when you're gone. Just like that man. Since he chose to betray, he must betray to the end. Maybe I should too. Boss, this is the harvest of the robbery. He found a piece of woodland and sat down again, and Inazuka Kiba took out 3 scrolls for 2 days a day and placed them in the middle. Nara Shikamaru looked away with a troubled face. He and Choji were the laziest in the Konoha gang. They never participated in the training camp when they were in school. After suffering this dull loss, the gang strategist who has always admired mental work suddenly felt that it was time to provide drink. Hinata, figure out how much we should grab. Throwing Inazuka Kiba's extra scroll of heaven to Shikamaru to hand in the quest, Liamong took 2 scrolls of earth and dreamed of making a fortune, and both eyes turned into numbers. Money, I want a lot of money. A lot of money. Brother Liamong. Ah, Hinata, are you ready? After some deductions by the little secretary, the best harvest of this robbery activity should be more than 5 cards and less than 8 cards. If you grab too much, you can't sell it, and if you grab too little, you won't make money. Why don't we grab some more? Inazuka Kiba scratched his head and frowned, thinking of the dog food from the land of medicine, which was too expensive. Hinata looked at him timidly, and Shikamaru answered next to him, gloomily mixed with blood, because not so many people survived. How could it be? He coughed and covered his chest. Ino's injury was a problem after all. Looking back and forth at the team without medical ninjas, Liamong thought that he should find one in the future, but it would be better to work together for now. Do you like riding tigers? Boss, you have called the west wind. He twice called out the pets that were hiding in the dark, and Liamong led the criminal gang on a looting journey. Come on, hand over the scroll. We only rob, not kill. You can't even think about it. He staggered 2 steps in cold sweat, and the surrounded grass ninja team looked around for the escape route. Snap! With a snap of his fingers, the Kusanagi trio stopped running. Dog food, my dog food. Insect, I want to eat barbecue. Although I hate trouble, but the strength of trouble can solve trouble. It's really trouble. Shadow mimicry. Hiba pass Hiba. Byakugan. Bad insect _ In order to achieve their respective wishes, the criminal gang led by Lu Meng carried out a reckless sweep of of the number 44 training ground. The search team composed of Hyuga, Inuzuka, and Aburame has nothing to hide in the sky and the earth, and there is no blind spot. Coupled with Nara, Akamichi, Yamanaka, the demolition team that integrate control of outbreak, it has become a prince without beef. Whoever encounters is unlucky. What more, in addition to these, there is Liamong, the gangster, and the king of the forest he stalked. The number 44 training ground is the home of Zaifeng. Here, Zaifeng is a well-deserved tyrant. A group of genin, when they are surrounded by countless worms, all kinds of giant beasts, everything has an answer. With a bang, the anxious-looking ninja from the information department pushed open the door of Hokage's office. Looking at the subordinates who rushed in a panic, the 3-generation-old man narrowed his eyes. What going on? Lord Hokage is not good. The candidates in the forest of death are dying. What? Orochimaru's attack 2 days ago has not been resolved, and the candidates here are dying again. What going on? Tell me clearly. No, I don't know. The ninja who reported the letter was very eager, but he didn't understand anything. The 3-generation-old man is depressed. I don't know if you are reporting a fart. Why don't you figure it out first? However, Sarutobi Hiruzen also knew that this matter could not be blamed on others. Don't look at the Chunin exam. It's normal for people to die, but it's not normal to die after death. If all the candidates who took the exam were dead, what would others think of their Konoha? Who would dare to send someone over in the future? Although most of the people sent are cannon fodder, but cannon fodder also has the function of cannon fodder, and being able to come means the status of Konoha Axis Village. Check it out for me. Check it out for me. Over and over again. The accident happened again and again, and the 3-generation-old man with his nostrils and eyes had a hunch that the prospect of this Chunin exam was very bad. Very bad. Hey, how much do you think we can sell this time? After patting the little white dog butt lightly, Inuzuka Kiba dumped Zhang Yuhi Dao 3 out. Shino, who happened to have a grassflower 4 in his hand, quickly followed the card, smiling under his sunglasses. After the 4-day robbery activity, the big guy already has the capital to make a fortune, and now it's time to harvest bugs around the world. Dog food in the country of medicine. A house full of barbecue. The legendary flour. What? These all require money. A lot of money. Go and sell the scroll. Tech chapter 23 _ who did the scroll sell to? Is there still no candidate coming? Inside the central tower, the 3 generations of Hokage's face turned black and stared at the wall clock. The Gaara trio who arrived on the ground on the first day stood there watching, and there was no one under it. Baidu Interesting Academy. Where have the students gone? The ticking clock ticked endlessly, and as the end time approached, the old face of 3 generations of Hokage sank into the Great Somali Trench. The 3 Gaara siblings looked at him as if they were looking at a blind old pumpkin. In the Chunin exam held by Konoha, there was not a single Konoha ninja in the end. This is not only humiliating, but also humiliating adult. Just when the big guys had different thoughts and Sunagakure village was waiting to see the joke, a sudden voice rang out. The sound is very loud. It should be shouted with a horn, or that kind of oversized loudspeaker. Hello everyone. There is an urgent advertisement now. Please listen to all the teams who have not found the scroll. Our Konoha gang has scrolls for sale in front of the mission location. The number is limited, and it will not be out of date. It's better to act. What are you waiting for? Instead of looking around aimlessly, it is better to spend a little money to solve your trouble. Each reel is only 800,000 taels. 800,000 taels. Buy 2 sets at the same time, and there are discount. Each set of 1.7 million. Each set only 1.7 million for sale. Hello everyone. Now insert an emergency advertisement. A familiar and astonishing voice came to my ears. Listening to the repeated advertisements back and forth, the 3rd generation Hokage dog twitched like a rat, and suddenly threw the pipe in a frenzy. Find the brat for me right away. Forget it. I'll go by myself. The old-faced livid glanced at the strange stare from Sunagakure village, and the shameless Sarutobi Hiruzen smeared shoe polish on the soles of his feet. Liamong, who was standing on the top of the central tower and shouting, wanted to tug at his neck and shout a few more times, but his head suddenly became cold, and he felt that there were more people behind him. Slowly looking back, a smile blossomed on his face. Ah, who am I? 3 generations of adult. You also come to buy scroll. You bastard. Say it. What the hell are you trying to do? What did I do? With a strange look on his face, Liamong quickly accompanies a smile. You always put out the fire first. If you die of anger, we Konoha will lose a lot. Turning around and leaning in, he patted his back, caressing his chest and smooth air, which is called a diligent. But in the eyes of the 3-generation-old man, his complexion almost turned green, and he had to compete with the 1,000-year-old bastard. What the hell are you trying to do? Why are you sabotaging the Chunin exam? The 3-generation-old man stared at Liamong. Why did I ruin the Chunin exam? Facing the gloomy old face of the 3 generations of Hokage, he asked with a surprised face. Why didn't you sell a few scrolls? This thing can't be used to wipe your buttocks if you take too much. No one wants to throw the test on the street treat this time. If you don't sell it at a high price while it's valuable, why don't you still stay for a baby? You hand me the scroll. Don't pay. When he heard that the 3-generation-old man wanted to confiscate the scroll he took with great effort. Liamong immediately quit. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at this dinky boy in anger. His old face was like a shoe prick, and he almost fell to the ground. Afraid that this immortal thing will use his identity to oppress him again, Liamong put on a smile and asked, 3 generations of Hokage-sama, does the examination rules say that trading scrolls is not allowed? This one doesn't. Why not sell scrolls then? This will seriously affect Konoha's reputation. Who said that? Kabakaba, whose eyes were amazed, cocked his mouth in confusion. We were able to grab the scroll to prove that we have the strength, which is something that will brighten Konoha's fate. It is easier to read on mobile phone. m.heihei168.com 3 generations of Lord Hokage. How can this be a shame when it comes to your mouth? You're making a fool of yourself. What happened to Chunan's exam when the scroll was sold? 3rd generation of Hokage, which is so dry that it can be caught by a fly. He said, old man, since you don't want to, then I'll sell you the scroll. Quote, why did the old man buy the scroll? Aha. Don't you say that this matter affect the reputation of the village. You bought the scroll with your own money, and it won't affect it. Or you don't even want to pay for Konoha, and you are too much for Hokage. How bad is it? If you don't pay this money, what will the ninjas in the village think of you? What will the villagers think of you? And what will the granny downstairs think of you? Lord Hokage, you can't make Konoha's reputation for a little money. I don't care. You have to pay for this money. You have to pay it. Who will pay you if you don't? Look, I have prepared a white note for you. It doesn't matter if you don't have any cash. Just sign it. Come on, let's press the handprint first. Quote, after a mouthful of flickering foam, Liamong took advantage of the old man's confinement, took his hand and pressed it on the white bar. The empty white bar didn't even have a word. This white bar is a baby. Look back, hee 3 generations of adult. This is the scroll you always bought. Let's see you later. He stuffed the scroll wrapped in cloth into his arm, and the livid cat jumped off the top of the tower like a rat, and led the criminal gang into the tower with a roar. Everyone, run fast. If the old guy comes back, our money will be gone. Boss, who did you sell the scroll to? Inuzuka Kiba leaned over as he ran. Liamong squinted his eyes and said with a smile, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Tom. After a series of falls, the person who fell into a rolling gourd pushed out an arm, struggled to compare a thumb. Boss, you are really good. That's right, the boss can't do anything. Hokage, who was holding the wrapping scroll in his arms, shuddered, remembering the white bar that he had just pressed his handprint, and hurried back. If you don't go back, God knows how big the kid with the money seeking I will write on the white rib. Secretly pulling the small treasury, the old face of the 3rd generation has become the bottom of the pot. As the day went west, the candidates who heard the advertisement rushed over one by one. Hyuga Neji Lee Rock, Uzumaki Naruto or Sukako collided with each other. Their eyes were spitting fire. The 2 teams were fighting, and they were pinching to find something about vomiting blood. Everyone's scrolls in his hands were all aimed at the same thing. Who owns the scroll of earth? The all-colored scrolls of the sky were placed in the bright plate, and the teams that came one after another were all dumbfounded. If they could not get another scroll, the exam would be over. Thinking of this, they all looked angrily at the nearby central tower. None of the candidates who rushed over did not know that the reason why things became like this was all because of that bastard. Look for it. Where is that guy? Gritting Kiba's teeth to give an order, the scattered team searched around the tower for a week, but there was no shadow of the flow that flicked the scroll out. No, me neither. Neither of us. Not to mention the unlucky ones who returned one after another. The gangsters gathered in the central tower sat on the ground. The 6 of them had a gunfight, and the 3-4 wearing one up. Where was enjoyable. The above popularity is broken. Kakashi, Kurenai Yuhi, Sarutobi Ashima, Might Guy. The 4 leading teachers bowed their heads, standing next to the Sunagakure village John and Maki, who kept peeking here. Double king. I won. Ha 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 ha. Shino. You. The 3-4 drawn out by the sunglasses. He slowly pressed it on the double king. Aburame Shino didn't say a word, and threw the remaining small 4 in his hand. When Shikamaru saw this card, he quickly dropped Yuhi Peach 5 and narrowed his eyes happily. Calhua 6. I'm gone too. I have a square 7 left. I thought that the 2 kings had to win the smile before they were finished, but all the people ran away in a circle. Inuzuka Kiba stared at the remaining big 2 in his hand, and grabbed his hair frantically. Ah, how can you do this? Bastard, hurry up and shut them up. What do these bastards take the Chunin exam? Are children playing at home? It's so angry. Lord Hokage. The ambulance that was finished approached from afar. After some rescue, the 3rd generation Hokage, who had returned, stood on the 2nd floor with his hands on his back, and the candidates who were divided into 2 teams were facing each other. In order to eliminate the bad influence caused by a certain scourge just now, the 3 generations of old men made an exception to allow the losers to challenge, and those who succeeded in the challenge will participate in the competition competition in January. Hearing this exciting news, Hyuga Neji, who was holding 7 scrolls of heaven in his hand, showed a smile, and Sasuke Uchiha covered his neck and clenched his fist. Uzumaki Naruto, Haruno Sakura, Little Lee, Tenten, all with high fighting spirit. The 3 of Sunagakure Village. You can directly upgrade this challenge. This is Konoha's reward for you to break the historical record. Liamong Genin, you can stand on the losing side for this old man. First the hot face and then the cold face. The 3 generations of old men treat them differently, and they can hate someone alive. Old man, why do you want me to stand with those waste material? He stretched out his hand and pointed forward one by one, and Liuman sneered and bit the Kiba sign. How can the boss do this? This damn bastard. Must beat him to death in a while. Turning his eyes to the 3rd generation of Hokage, the old man Sarutobi didn't speak. Kakashi couldn't help it. You are from the 7th class. Naruto and the others didn't pass, so naturally you have to go over and accompany you. Why? Lu Mang nodded reluctantly. Kakashi slapped the railing angrily. Because you are a team. You fart. I didn't dare to scold the 3 generations of Hokage, and I didn't dare to scold you. Liamong sprayed on the 2nd floor. Since it's a team, I got the scroll and they will pass, and if they want to come, they will come to me. Here, why should I go to their side? You. The 2-to-1 eyes collided. The typhoon, tsunami, lightning and thunder, and Liamong didn't have a single liking for Kakashi. Suddenly, the 3-generation old man said, the mission is a group mission. Your success doesn't mean your partner is also successful. Therefore, please stand on the loser's side. And this statement, why didn't you see it before the exam? Ahem, the Konoha Hokage office has the final interpretation right for this exam. The old face raised his pipe with a smile, and Sarutobi Hiruzen breathed out a smoke ring condescendingly. In an instant, Spartan's livid body stiffened a little bit, and Nana went to the loser's side for a long time. Naruto saw Liuman coming, and grinned, boss, stand here. This place is big. I'll stand on your woolen thread. Grief and indignation did not wait for the war, and 6 on 6 stared at each other. When he was young, the sick man named Moonlight Hayate acted as a referee and announced the start of the challenge. Dragged by Uzumaki Naruto to his side, suddenly noticed something. Wait, Mr. Examiner, are there more people on our side? Look left, look right, Lu Mang asked quickly. The 3-generation-old man who was standing on the 2nd floor and harming the flowers of the motherland spoke. Sunagakure Village has advanced to 3 people, and the one who challenged the Bai is the leader. Is that person me? Liamong touched his nose depressedly, and it felt bad to be taken as a head. The 3-generation-old man who spit out the smoke ring shook his head and said, you are considered a free person, and anyone can choose to challenge you. Well, I believe they will be very willing. Lord Hokage, I will. The voice fell, and Lee Rock immediately jumped out. Hyuga Neji, who was standing beside him, snorted, I have something to do with him too. And me. Tenten was also not to be outdone. Naruto, who found something wrong, looked over to Inuzuka Kiba, and then looked beside him. Hey, are you mistaken? The boss belongs to our group. Idiot, if you want to challenge him, I have to come first. Being in the same team, Ursukazi had never figured out the bottom of Liamong, especially the scene before the opening of the first written test, which was always imprinted in his heart. Finally got a chance today. Being watched by so many old classmates, Liamong's head immediately turned into a pear. 3 generations of Hokage watched the fun on it, and the reason why I added such a sentence just now is for this. Moonlight Hayate looked at the chaotic examination room, coughed for a long time while covering his chest, and finally decided to give up the electronic board and use the lottery instead. Uchiha Sasuke, Hyuga Neji, Lee Rock, and Tenten have 4 eyes, fighting fiercely together. Ahem, you can start now. The ebony ball placed in the middle is 1 foot square, and the fastest Lee Rock brushed it in. The paper balls were ripped apart, and the whole examination room rose up with the waves of the sea. Mr. Guy, my youth is burning. The ball of paper in his hand was stuffed into his mouth and swallowed, and the flame of fighting spirit erupted in Lee Rock's eye. A ding! He raised his thumb, and Kiba's shining might guy burst into tears and cried, youth, this is youth. Lee, challenge your youth. I allow it. Mr. Guy. Lee, Mr. Guy. I rely on you to code me. Tech chapter 24 _ shriveled old cucumber. Is it another challenge between us? Staring at the enthusiastic disciple below, Might Guy turned his eyes slightly towards his old enemy. Baidu Interesting Academy. Ah, are you talking to me? I blinked for no reason, pretending to be mad and stupid. Thank you. Might Guy, whose nostrils and eyes were swollen into bulls, turned gorgeously. Damn Kakashi, why do you always like to pretend to be such a stinky appearance? Are you trying to seduce ignorant little girls into depravity? Be away, Kakashi, this will love you. The old cucumber is also better than the gorilla no one wants. With a cold face, the head of the Hatake family, Pinfang, pushed back. Might Guy's nostril and eye-piercing torches have always been Hatake's forte. Ha of old cucumbers. Whoever answers is a gorilla, or a green-skinned gorilla with thick eyebrows and big eyes. Kakashi, you are very old. You are an old cucumber. There is no little girl. Enko. Quack quack. Don't look this way. I don't know him. Stealing glances. These two fists are in front of Kakashi. Who are you calling a gorilla? Are you stunned? Asuma, who was rubbing his arms straight, offered his attention to the beauty. Yuhi, congratulations to your student for successfully passing. Te Guy. Quote, let's have the first battle of youth. Ashima followed Kurenai Yuhi's gaze towards Onigakure village. In an hour and a minute, they broke the tune. Kurenai Yuhi Asuma moved to the side in unison, and the goosebumps all over his body fell all over the floor. After a pause, the beautiful Philip Yuhi's eyes became dignified. Looking at their clothes, it doesn't look like you are from the forest at all, but this exam is not easy. Kurenai Yuhi said and looked to the side. You mean them? Sarutobi was holding a secret style cigarette worth 2 silver tickets. Sarutobi Ashima was troubled when he encountered the Chunin exam, and kept the record for 14 years. The previous time was 4 hours. It was terrible. Result. And speaking of this, Kurenai Yuhi's voice is a demonstration or something. If so, the appearance of passing in the middle, that is the number 44 training ground, and it will be like this if we replace it. It's really troublesome to say that. Snapped off the lighter and hinted, but none of that mattered. When there is a previous incident, I always like to be extravagant. There are black lines all over the forehead of the XYZ-like face. Isn't it just to have a fight with the young master? As for swallowing the paper balls, I will prove it to you. Work hard, little pervert. The slender hand that suddenly appeared pressed down on his shoulders. Feeling the pressure on his shoulders, Liamong immediately dismissed the idea of obtaining. Although I don't know why Mitarashi Anko, the cheat sister, gave herself in the battle of Sasuke's immortal forest, Liamong believes that Anko will definitely not harm himself. Lee Rock, since you're looking for a beating, the boy will do it for you. Liamong classmate, I lost the last challenge, but this time, the bandage that Zouyu untied slowly slipped off, and the 2 weights removed from the calf were thrown into the air by little Lee. What? Naruto raised his head and glanced at the swirl of the root leggings. His forehead was full of pain. Forget it. What a mysterious thing. Cut. Dress up. Halfway through, the contempt that could not go on was interrupted by the sound of the bang ektu. Looking at the smoke dragon rising from the ground to the top of the roof, in addition to the staff are all Spartan. Is that guy pervert carrying such a heavy thing with him? Damn, why is he so strong? It's really troublesome, said with a pouting lip. Loading. The ground of the central tower is as high as 15 meters from the roof of the canopy. Little Lee can achieve such a terrifying effect by smashing 2 weights down. How heavy are the 2 perverts? 1,000 boards of Kiba's shining might guide all the spectators. Kakashi twisted his neck stiffly, unable to speak. The adult board Shaoli and his father big board Kiba flashed again, and the tide behind him swelled into a surging ocean force. If you want to bring such a thing, you might as well die. I'm the proudest disciple of mine, Mr. Guy. Another wave rose, and Lee Rock, who was full of fighting spirit, clenched his fist tightly. 10,000 pound. Mad guy, you're a lunatic. Looking at his thick eyebrows and big eyes, he was full of energy, like a maniac who had taken 500 caddies of stimulant, and Liamong standing opposite him was about to vomit blood. 13 candidate. This is youth, and youth is a challenge. Lee, prove it to them. Do you really need to fight in the exam? Guys would rather spend the spring festival with 10,000 grass and mud horses. Neji, the head of the little Lee, brushed the step forward and bowed to the posture, with one hand in front and one fist in the back, holding it with a splendor. From the beginning, little Lee is like this. Tale of the bloody crane. Lee Rock recognized in the school. Why is it so unlucky to touch such a scumbag? It is still a buy one get one free bundle. I bought a watch last year and it has the enviable Keke Genkai and even the usual ninja talent is 2/3 less and looks exciting. 1010. Does he ever get excited? That's right. It seems that since we met, then he graduated. That name. This child who always liked to make all kinds of strange plans for himself in the eyes of others is a street stalker with extremely poor qualification. That is, there is no enviable prominent family, and we are not fighting for the boiling youth. I've always been a total ninjutsu and demonic illusion idiot. Many people laugh at him and bully him for this, but Lee Rock has been persistent in his incomprehensible efforts to practice physical skills that are useless in the eyes of others. The speed of Graham shocked everyone. Dazed, Lee Rock became Konoha Genin. Many children who bullied him and laughed at him with better talent than him were brought home by their parents. Liamong classmate, I am the galloping blue beast Lee Rock of Konoha. Let me, when I come to the examination room again, I believe that as long as I practice more than a genius, I will definitely become stronger. Teacher Guy S. Personal Biography Konoha Fluid Technique Konoha Cyclone Great Looping Degree Volley Kick Lee Luoo Jumps so fast. This guy boss is in danger. As I said, there is a gap between people. Bang. There was a muffled sound, and the flow that grabbed little Lee's wrist with one hand didn't move. Fan. Might Guy's excited expression froze into a whack figure. Kakashi's eyes widened in surprise. Hokage was holding in his mouth fell to the ground. Little pervert. Come on. Mitarashi Anko's figure appeared in front of his eyes. The cheap loving little guy. Whether you can dodge this time depends things on your own ability. Konoha Gale. The first kick was caught and the next kick came, and there was an uproar. I said, it's useless. The ankle he held in his hand flicked out at will, and the deformed Lee Rock fell to the sculpture. Overwhelming display of strength. Wooden feet pumped his fist. Kakashi, your little nephew is so beneficial. Hee, I didn't know that before. He was joking, and the vigilant Hatake owner secretly frowned, and the little Lee, who was swaying his waist, also swung his left leg to hide. It should have never been fully exposed. Then he today. Looking at the 3 generations of Hokage, Kakashi made a decision in his heart. Yi Janen's expression turned solemn. Mouth, do you want to try again? It's not that I look down on you. On the contrary, I admire you very much. Lee Rock, if you choose to become a martial artist, your achievements will be far higher. Why should Liamong hide his rank? No, you shouldn't say yin and ask again. Are you willing to pursue the peak of martial art? Liamong classmate, thank you for your kindness, but I still decided to become. The lower exam room. Looking coldly at the stubborn young man who slowly got up, Lu Meng touched a kiba sign and held it on the way. In one sentence, everyone present was buried, and the flamboyant Makanon mocked everything. Now, this dinky boy, the way of ninja is not suitable for people like us. The choice that was given to you after school 6 years ago is now outraged. Ninjas are great. Great ass. Angry a ninja. I can't let Mr. Guy down. Che, it's really a stubborn. When the ninja has a fart in front of melon seed, a question mark is raised. Not that Liamong and Xiaoli are not good at fighting. What an asshole. How can the boss say that? A career that has always been desired is despised, and Lee Rock answers the questions everyone wants to know. Before the roar from above could fall, a storm-like blow came over. Listening to the endless muffled sound in his ears, watching the smashing of fist to the flesh below, Janen's brain power with outstanding eyesight. I said, the color you learned is really a bit weird. How do I look at it? How many tricks does that kid have? This took 2 sips of the cigarette in his mouth. Sarutobi Ashima asked that he had never encountered such a style of play and was puzzled. Many people clearly understand. In total, 2 punches, and 1.5 leg, but with these 3.5 general skills, Lee Rock can't even counterattack. It's all junk. The first punch hits the face, the second punch digs into the heart, and the bottom knee never leaves the midline of the cross. The trick of Liamong is simple and rude, but it is very effective. Lee Rock is a pain in the ass. He learned physical skills from Guy, from Lepi. After being stuck, it is not easy to get out. Stick to the mountain. Bombing back and forth several times, the annoying Liuman slumped his shoulders and pushed his elbows and knocked little Lee into a cannonball. The whole person was embedded in the wall like a mural, and the ninjas with vision were all silent. This is not a simple strength gap, but the level of inheritance learned. What Lee Rock loses is not that he is not strong, but that he has learned too much. Might Guy, you have to continue to make mistakes. The master made a move. Lu Meng turned and looked at the second floor, and the kiba sign spit out an indescribable mockery. Konoha's number 1 physique expert was speechless, and a trace of unspeakable confusion flashed in his eyes. Don't let you dirty. Lee, who struggled out of the wall with a rumbling sound, untied his bandages. Table Lotus. After taking off the weight, the speed of pervert is more pervert, and it comes to the front in an instant. Facing this kind of move again, is it a child of the illustrious man? Little Lee jumped backwards when he couldn't twist it, and Lee Rock, who had kicked in the air, quickly rounded his thighs. But, it's useless. It's still useless. No matter how you attack, Liamong will insult Teacher Guy. The person I admire most in my heart is run on by the opponent, and it is shocking to know the point of attack from the second time. Lee Rock, who has been empty several times, has been circled. Why can't I give up the 5 senses decisively? Mandatory back jump. Just do 800 pull-up in 5 laps around the Konoha. If he couldn't catch all the leaves that fell from the air, he ducked like Akatsuki, the prophet of 3,000 Buddhas. The speed is not fast, but every time I step on the idea, it is like Shaoli. Why every time? Why is this? Ask for collection. New book list. Please support Cloud. If you can't lie on your stomach for 500 times in a row, get the rope 2,000 times. If you can't breathe, back. I've done so much training. Why am I still losing? Is this the gap between people? Tech chapter 25 _ in front of him it is like a moat. Guy, let your disciple give up. It's impossible for him to hit Liamong. Kakashi turned his head with certainty. Might Guy stared at the field with a sinking face, his 2 flesh fists clenched into iron handles. Why? Look at his eyes. Kakashi pointed to the drooping eyes below, and all the ninjas nearby raised their ears, and they also wanted to know why this kid was so interested. Blood follower, mysticism, or something else. With the speed shown by Lee Rock, it is impossible for them to end up like this. During the mission of the Land of Wave, the team I led had encountered the Kurigakure demon Momochi, and this kid did it at that time. He called this ability consciousness and mind eyes, saying that only true warriors can comprehend it. Mystery. Before, I always thought he was bragging and fooling people, but now it seems to be true. Quote, consciousness, mind's eye. Mind's eye. No. Kakashi shook his head to deny Might Guy's guess, and explained with a sigh, that kid once said that this is the 6th sense beyond the 5 senses. According to my understanding, it is intuition. Although little Lee's attack was quick, but it's useless to intuition. Kakashi, how could someone do such a thing? Isn't there one below? Moreover, he also told the enemy about the training method. Brush, 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 brush. Countless eyes gathered. Sarutobi Ashima bit off the cigarette butt in shock. How can this kind of profound meaning be told to the enemy? Even the closest people will not say it. Aha. Do you think this kind of training is easy? That kid said it so arrogantly because he believed that no one could learn it. Kakashi said, very frustrated, a little proud and a little helpless. The ninjas around are sluggish. What kind of pride is this? To spit out his own profound training methods in public, and he is not afraid of someone stealing it. Don't believe me. Kakashi's dead fish eyes exposed outside smiled, filled with an inexplicable look. I can tell you. Kakashi. The old face turned black and turned his eyes, and the 3 generations of Hokage's eyes were cold with warning. The head of Hatake kept his mouth shut, but he didn't say it, and there were still people who would say it. Do you wonder why you can't hit me? Lee Rock. This is the strength of a warrior, the profound meaning that a ninja can never understand, the 6th sense consciousness beyond the 5 senses, the mind. Silver hair in front of him. He flicked his fingernails sneeringly, and looked up at the sky with slightly closed eye. I once spent 3 years in the courtyard, where I closed my 5 senses and realized the surrounding. It was very difficult at first, and I was always easily disturbed by the outside world. Later, I gradually entered a state where I had no desires and no desires, as if I had not woken up from sleep. After 3 years, I was able to perceive the rhythm of the wind and move the plants and trees, whisper, and then comprehend the profound meaning of martial art. Consciousness and the eyes of the mind are the eyes of true knowledge, which penetrate the foundation of the existence of all things. There is no subjective judgment or unconscious discrimination. Lee Rock, do you still want to fight me? At the moment of your action, I already know what comes next. It's impossible. How can there be such a terrifying mystery in the world? It's horrible. It can't be true. Interesting academy. I was shocked. I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe it. Including the 3 generations of Hokage that I had known earlier. The ninjas who heard Liamong's explanation with their own ears were collectively Spartan, and there were grass and mud horses running everywhere in the examination room. Kakashi, have you tried practicing? Might Guy turned his head suddenly. Although I don't want to admit it, I did try it before. It's just that, recalling those miserable days in his head, the face of the head of the Hatake family was filled with a wry smile. This kind of profound art is not something that can be practiced by humans, and I always doubt it. What crucial step is that kid hiding? No, this training method should be true. With a dignified expression on his face, the Konoha Taijutsu master slowly turned around and said in a terrifying and unstoppable tone, Little Lee also has this ability. What? Dang dang dang. Countless exclamation marks hung on their foreheads, and the big guys turned their heads in unison and looked at the green-skinned boy standing below. Will he also have such a terrifying mystery? Guy, are you kidding? No, Little Lee does have this ability, or a similar ability. The image of the graduation celebration dinner flashed in front of him. Guy explained with a proud smile. Although Little Lee has the same ability, he can't control himself. Control. I've seen it. A very gut-wrenching reaction. You say that kind of profound meaning is instinct. Kakashi widened the dead fish's eyes in surprise. Yes, it is instinct, a kind of evasion that does not require thinking in the head, but relies on the instinctive reaction of the body. If that kid can really control it freely, he is indeed qualified to be so arrogant. In this regard, I am not as good as him. Boom. A dull thunder struck his forehead, which made the Konoha physique master think he was inferior, and Lu Meng burst out. All kinds of tastes came to mind, and the crowd watching the battle could not calm down. Little Lee Chu's countless eyes added to him, looking at the enemy who looked like a mountain on the opposite side. Lee Rock laughed abruptly, not the kind of nervous laugh after defeat, but a kind of confident laugh, a kind of laugh with a will to win. Ha ha ha, fool, stop dreaming of being a ninja. How can someone who doesn't even know how to be a ninja be a ninja? Speaking of which, you only know taijutsu, and you are worse than others. I really don't know how you got into the ninja school. Past appeared before him, and Lee Rock's smile became brighter. People who have lost confidence in themselves, it will not make sense to work hard. The words Might Guy said in the most depressing moment of his life resounded in his ears. Lee Rock held his head high, in front of the flow, in front of this unattainable mountain, held his head high, just like an epic myth. The heroes who face thousands of troops are full of pride. I am the galloping blue beast of Konoha. How can I lose? I am Lee Rock, and my ninja will never give up. What's wrong with that kid? Such a boss is invincible. Yes, you see, he's still laughing. He's crazy. Although I am very reluctant to say that. You should give up. Little Lee. Ridicule and dissuasion came to my ears, and Might Guy's solemn expression gradually became a smile. For a time, the master and the apprentice were like lunatic. Guy, you. Konoha's lotus will bloom again. The big board Kiba raised his shiny head, and Might Guy's smile was full of confidence. I don't want my effort to fail here. Teacher Guy, please agree with me. Now it's time for me to implement strength my own tolerance. The 8th inner gate, 3rd gate, life gate open. Lee Rock, who was surrounded by a chakra storm, clenched his fist. Neck, it's the 4th door. Huomen, open. Lee Rock with blood-piercing nostrils, protruding blue veins all over his body, and his watermelon head upside down as pervert at this moment. No, is he transformed Super Saiyan? Are you he skin-boiled big crab? Woo, disappeared. So fast. Where is he? Why don't you understand? Gently took a step forward to dodge the sneak attack behind him, and the flowing ons of the silver-white tool floated back and forth as if strolling in the courtyard. It's obviously not fast, but Lee Rock, whose speed is double, can't even touch it. No matter how fast the uncontrollable speed is, it's just a trick of the monkey to catch the moon. No matter how hard you try, you can't get the desired result. You struggle in vain, and in the end you can only sink yourself to the bottom of the water and catch your life. Lee Rock, use the 8 inner gates is a little too early for you. Quote, gently lift the arm, bang. The bare feet that blocked the side kick. The Leeuman looked at the torn skin and persuaded the little Lee. Give it up. The gap between us is the realm, not the level that 1 or 2 forbidden technique can make up. Choosing to become a ninja, destined to be the biggest mistake of your life. No, ninjas are great. Relying on the strong strength brought by the 8 inner gate, little Lee tightened the Kiba pass to speed up again, and his afterimages were everywhere. But does it work? Absurd, insistent. Let the fact tell you the distance between us. In terms of speed, I'm not slow. Martial arts lightning dance woot. What kind of speed is this? The first punch, I'm going to hit you on the left cheek. Puff. Second punch, I'm going to hit you on the right cheek. Puff. The third punch, I'm going to hit you in the chest. Puff. 10 punches in a row, 10 attacks in a row. Each time Lu Meng would say the part to hit in advance, but Lee Rock couldn't block it once. The difference is too big. This is a qualitative distance, a gap that cannot be bridged by quantity. Do you still insist? In front of martial art, insist on your ridiculous physical skills. Ninja, it great. His hands and feet twitched and he barely opened his eyelid. Lee Rock, who was lying in a pool of blood, couldn't let go. Liamong Betting's eyes became more and more disdainful. It's a ridiculous and pathetic insistence. Let this blow end it. Martial art golden steel shatter. Get out of the way, or you will die. Kakashi, who had seen this move, panicked when he saw Liamong jumping high and pulling back his right fist. There was a loud bang, and the ground in a 5-meter radius sank 3 feet, and Lee Rock, who was spinning and flying out, fell far away like a rag doll. Facing the terrified eyes of the stand, he turned around, and Liamong raised his hand to smooth the loose strands of hair. Don't worry, I hit the ground. Since he chooses to continue to be a moon fishing monkey, let him continue to sink. Lee Rock, your fist can't hit me at all. Never. Lang Bing looked back and threw a sentence, and Lu Meng dazed towards the stand. The exam room was restless after recovering from the shock. Is this really just the Chunin exam? Did we come to the wrong place? The two fighting brought. Ahem, I'm announcing that the winner of this challenge is. He covered his mouth and coughed twice. Just as the half-dead Hayate looked at Liamong's back and was about to declare his victory, everyone suddenly turned around. Looking at that figure swallowed saliva. Tick 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 tick. The figure that staggered and struggled up from the ground trembled slightly, and every time it moved, a large piece of blood slipped and shattered. The everted muscles lined the broken Yuhi, and the pale smile had a poignant desolation. I can still play. Boom. Is this the first time you are shocked today? Looking at the child who was covered in blood, at the figure who would rather die than retreat, at the young man who would do anything, everyone was shocked. There is a kind of admiration called persistence. There is a kind of heroic call that never goes back. There is a fighting spirit called tenacity. Is it worth it for a test? At this moment, everyone was confused. Ask for Collection is a new book. Please support more. Thanks to the Cloud. Tech Chapter 26 _ bet on the fate of the blue beast is doomed to fail. Guy, I don't know what that kid means to you, Akatsuki, and I can't say anything, but you'd better stop him immediately. Kakashi looked very solemn. With Lee Rock as current state, there is only a dead end. Might Guy stared solemnly off the court and did not answer for a long time. Kakashi's face darkened. Guy, you have disappointed me so much. No, you don't know the kid at all. I want to prove to everyone that even if you don't know how to do ninjutsu and demonic illusion, you can still become a great ninja. This is my dream. Lee Rock shouted brightly at the graduation reverberated in his ear, and Might Guy's solemn expression gradually turned into boundless pride. For that child, there is something more precious than life that he needs to prove and protect. I'm just helping him become a man capable of protecting that kind of thing, that's all. Lee, prove to the world that you are great. Don't settle for ordinary. Don't indulge in mediocrity. Bet on the name of the blue beast. The teacher is proud of you. Mr. Guy, suddenly looking back, looking up at the big thumb raised high in the second floor stand, watching Might Guy's signature shining and heroic smile, Lee Rock's exhausted heart poured into Izumi. I'm not down. I can still fight. I'm the galloping blue beast of Konoha. Bet my all. To prove to the world. Ordinary is also great. The 8th inner gate, 5th gate Dooman open. The pain of tearing muscles all over his body and ignoring the pain of life passing. Lee Rock gathered all his potential and will into one punch, straight, firm, and unstoppable. This, it's a punch beyond the ordinary. This, it's a punch out of mediocrity. This punch condenses everything he has, and this punch contains everything he has. Fall down. The dead wood is flowing with my hope. Lilianwa. Konoha that bloomed again fell into the dust, and after a violent roar, the persistent boy fell. In front of him, it was like a moat. I said, you hit. The voice that stopped abruptly could no longer be said, and Liamong stared blankly at his chest, looking at the bloodstains on his chest, and was done. This was not supposed to happen, but it happened now. At that moment, did his speed exceed the limit? Li Rock. Whoa. Liamong, who threw away the Fenghua gauze, turned and left, said loudly, I agree with your choice. Even if you become a ninja, you are still great. Baidu Interesting Academy. Silent. Silent. What happened at that moment? Watching the boy who fell in a pool of blood, no one in the audience knew Akatsuki. When they recovered from their astonishment, another thunder struck them. Li Rock, the boy who dared to resist the ordinary, who did everything to prove his belief, miraculously stood up again. Silver-white tulle gauze falling against the sky, dragging the disabled body with shattered musculoskeletal bones, stood up again, firmly and resolutely. What support him? Is there really something more important than life? Sakura, Inazuka Kiba, Uzumaki Naruto. One after another, the alumni of the same generation opened their eyes sluggishly. They did not understand why children of the same age would have such a detachment from life and death. Uchiha Sasuke, are you still talking about the revenge Tenten? While you are thinking about how to take revenge day and night, there is a child who is working silently. Maybe he doesn't talk much, but he is always harder than you. Hyuga Neji, known as the rare genius of the Hyuga family in a century, the successor of the Hyuga Tenin bloodline. How do you feel at this moment? This is the challenge of the ordinary to the extraordinary, and this is the proof of the ordinary to the genius. Even without those dazzling halo, Li Rock is still great, and the greatness of the ordinary is always more shocking than the success of genius. Li is ready. Keep going. Your body, Li. Eyes wide open in shock. Might Guy, who was holding on to his beloved disciple, froze. The dilated pupils did not focus, and the trembling body was rigidly balanced. Seeing his lover who would rather die than fall, Might Guy's tears wet the ground. You, even if you lose consciousness, you must prove to the world, your own ninja. Enough. You've been recognized as a great ninja. Great. Call the medical class over here. The medical ninja who arrived in a hurry carefully helped little Li onto the stretcher. After a little inspection, the leader of the team opened his mouth and dragged Guy to the side with difficulty. Slowly walking back to the auditorium, Liamong and a group of classmates looked at each other silently. A long time. Shikamaru asked with a troubled face, is it worth it? For him, it's worth it. Liamong answered with great certainty, and he was very sorry. Stop and count. Li Rock is probably the only person in Konoha he admired. Only one. Boss, you have a way, right? You have to challenge that nasty eldest young master with thick eyebrows. How can he? Shut up. Don't insult Li's persistent. Lang glared at Uzumaki Naruto who was noisy in front of him. At this moment, Lu Meng looked down on this kid. Cherish your talent. If Li Rock has the powerful recovery of the Uzumaki clan Li, don't even try to beat him. People who work hard don't have talent. People who don't work hard waste talent. It's a fucking world. After saying a sentence, he put Uzumaki Naruto aside, and Liamong looked out into the sky with a sense of loss. Li Rock, really like him. The same effort, the same unwillingness, and the same fall under the effort. No matter how much an ordinary person pays, it can't compare to a word from a rich person. Looking at this persistent boy, Liamong felt a different kind of pain in his heart. I have a chance to do it all over again. How about you? Standing quietly on the edge of the railing, there was another person behind him in a trance. Quiet, gentle, and put his face behind his back. The first challenge is over, and the second challenge begins. Looking at the two names that came to a stop on the big green, the whole exam room was boiling. Hyuga House Civil War. Main clan split. Eldest miss to eldest young master. It really. Brother Liamong. He walked out from behind with a timid expression, and Hinata raised his face nervously. Come on, you're no worse than anyone. Yes, with a less firm answer. Hyuga Hinata descended into the arena and stood opposite Hyuga Neji who had already stood there, looking to the side with dodging eyes. Seeing the young secretary showing such a weak and bullying appearance, the eldest young master of the Hyuga family laughed sarcastically. Miss, you are really not suited to be a ninja. You are naturally timid and do not know how to refuse, just like that bastard. The boss pulls you into the black to help you not resist. The gang collect protection fees, but you secretly give the money you get to those children from poor families. As a ninja, you are unqualified, and as a gangster, you are also not good. So, where else can you do it? If the Chunin exam wasn't a threesome, I'm afraid you wouldn't even take it. Am I right? Timid Miss Main Clan. Me. What am I? Look at the way you can't say anything right. Hyuga Neji said more and more vigorously, his face full of contempt and ridicule. Miss Main Clan who will always put her hands on her chest. What makes you so afraid of wanting to keep your distance from people? Face your weak heart. You don't even dare to touch people impossible. What else can you do? You are destined to achieve nothing in your life. No, it's not like that. No. Hyuga Neji raised her head arrogantly, her milky white pupils full of contempt. Since standing off the court, have you ever faced me once? So I understand that you are just pretending. You never thinking about winning this challenge, but thinking about how to get out of here as soon as possible. Am I right? Dodging again. Facing Hyuga Neji's provocation, Hinata looked away in confusion, as if his father's scolding appeared in his ears again. Seeing that Hinata didn't even dare to say a word, Neji's contempt became 3 more points. Miss Main Clan, people's fate is doomed. You are afraid. You are shrinking. I have seen through everything with this Byakugan. Weak, but you can't beat anyone at all. You just can. Shut your stinky mouth. He stepped on the railing and stared down. Liamong looked at Neji as if he was looking at a dead person. You don't understand Hinata's effort, and no one in the entire Hyuga family will understand. Hyuga Neji, I know lousy. Why do you look the worst in school? Because you are a rubbish. No matter how talented you are, it can't change the nature of your rubbish. You don't understand Lee Rock's toughness, and you don't understand Hinata's toughness either. Is Byakugan amazing? Hinata, then you show them. Even without using those eyes, you are 100 times stronger than this crap. Brother Liamong, a soft cry, raised his hand slowly, thinking of countless warm companionships day and night. Hinata's little secretary's eyes gradually became firmer, and the slender hands that were separated up and down were like a round hug. The spectators were once again amazed. What is that gesture? Kakashi, Kurenai Yuhi, 3 generations of Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. Every savvy ninja frowned. The gentle fist gestures at Hyuga's house were the same, but now the Hinata's opening was completely different, and the little girl didn't even open the Byakugan. Remembering what Lu Mang had just said, their eyes widened to the extreme. Hyuga Neji, who had been run on for a long time, clenched the Kiba pass, and withdrew his eyes with a sneer. It's just a grandstanding monkey show. Leaving Byakugan, what other move can you use? Or, you and that bastard, just like the head, you don't even want family honor. You are not allowed to say that Brother Liamong is a good person. Tom, one of the somersault fell into the ground, and the boy who was issued a good card was sluggish. Looking sideways, everyone's eyes showed a smile. If this kid is a good person, there will be no bad guys in the world. Seeing the funny appearance of the Liuman falling into the pit with his head down, Hinata's little secretary had a pretty face like Yuhi, like 2 ripe apples, and quietly left with the last trace of nervousness. Directly opposite, Hyuga Neji, whose temples were bulging, pulled out the gentle fist gesture, and he couldn't wait to end this far. Let me prove what destiny is. In my eyes, your fate is already doomed to fail. Tech chapter 27 _ Who is the weak and strong? Wait, I announced. The second challenge starts now. Just as Moonlight Hayate retreated, Hyuga Neji rushed up. Hey168.com pointed with both hands light sword, and stabbed the big acupoint all over Hinata's body. The sharp attack point to the chest. The little secretary put on his wrist in a hurry, stroking the side with the trend, and guiding the sword to the empty space. Hyuga Neji, who stumbled and fell out, almost fell over because the attack failed and the strength was poor, and it was only when 2 rotating palms slapped the ground that he stabilized his figure. With this one move alone, the spectator crowd was sluggish. What kind of boxing is this? Can such a light punching technique also hurt people? It's so weird. Pulupulu got up slowly with the mud stained on his body, and looked at the second floor with disdain. Don't take your ignorance for granted. What is weird? Goodness is like water, and water is good for all things without arguing. Just the sword of Hyuga's family. The kung fu of finger and acupuncture is also called soft. If you are really dumb, you can say that deaf people believe that they are all 250 to 1 piece. Keep your eyes open to see what a real gentle fist is. Quote, Hinata, kill him. Arrogant. Family boxing was despised. Hyuga Neji turned his eyes angrily, and the Liuman with his arms around him didn't care about him at all. Hyuga family, who was ignored, went mad, and rushed to Hinata in a frenzy to prove the power of the Hyuga-style gentle fist method. But does this thing work? Even if you are prepared in your heart, you should still sway, fall, and sway back and forth as if you were drunk. Hinata's little secretary, who seized the opportunity, stepped on the yin and yang and pinned his knees and wrists. As his body flashed, 2 small fists clenched into the shape of a hammer smashed past like a thunderbolt. Progress. Chakra spit out shock word, and Hyuga Neji, whose center of gravity was unstable, bang. The incarnation of his body became a cannonball, and he fell backwards and fell all the way, and he didn't get up for a long time. The scene was completely silent, and there was no sound at all. This is a fight that completely subverts the concept of cognition. Before this, no one has ever seen such a boxing technique, although I don't want to admit it. Compared to Hyuga's gentle fist, Hinata's performance is probably the real softness. No hurry, no slow, no fast, no slow. Every move and every style is clearly seen, which is different from the speed that burst out when Liamong fought against Lee Rock. This is another manifestation of ultimate playing slow and fast, using weak to overcome this wrong. The little secretary spread his hands like a round little secretary. His shy and pretty face was dyed with Yan Yuhi. Brother Neji, I am very strong. Interesting academy debut. Damn, are you confident? Hyuga family, who was not favored by her father since she was a child, and who was often called trash, finally gained self-confidence in the battle, and her bright smile was comparable to that of the morning sun in early spring. Lu Meng looked as if he was going crazy. The water line overflowing from the corner of his mouth slowly dragged to the ground, shining white light, shrinking and trembling, causing a stomachache. A few gangsters next to them looked at it and retreated all the way. I don't know him. Wong, don't look at me. I don't know who that guy is. The boss is crazy again. We should wake him up. He opened his mouth and rolled up his sleeve. Uzumaki threw off the crab and walked closer, snorting two white smoke from his nostrils. Boss. Boom. He swung his fist out and turned his body into a meteor. Liamong subconsciously clenched his fist and wiped his saliva. He looked left and right in doubt. Is there anyone just now? No, I didn't see it. You must be hallucinating. Ah, how did you say that? He looked at the three little brothers who were avoiding the distance, and Liamong was about to ask, when Hyuga Neji's roar came from his ears. You really think that ridiculous boxing technique can better than gentle fist? In that case, I'll show you the true meaning of Hyuga flow. Gentle fist 8 trigrams 64 palm. The dark green pattern appeared out of thin air, and the figure of the eldest young master of the Hyuga family suddenly more than doubled. This is a combination of enchantment and taijutsu, a hybrid attack with a domain nature, which is the pride of the Hyuga family. Standing in the formation, he spread his hands and felt the restraining force pouring into his body. Although Hinata was shocked, he opened the circle. The audience in the stand stared straight ahead, including the three generations of Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. One of the senior ninjas looked like giraffe, and their necks were stretched straight. What is that thing? Left hand draws the yin, the right hand draws the sun. If Hyuga Neji summons the 8 trigrams field, then Hinata incarnates into Tai Chi. The azure blue chakra lines that looked like hairs quickly rotated and wrapped around the delicate body, without any dead end, cyclically reciprocating, forming a perfectly round sphere of light. Looking at this incomparably bizarre picture, Kiba Guanyi, the eldest young master of the Hyuga family who had bullied him in front of him, bit out his sword finger. No matter what, don't try to stop me. 8 trigrams 2 palm, 8 palm, 32 palm. Palm beats a palm beats a palm, and the palms are linked in a series of moves. Facing the storm-like attack of Hyuga Neji, the little secretary Hinata seemed to be transformed into a small boat in the boundless ocean, rising with the wave. Ups and downs, despite the high winds and waves, still remain calm. After the 64 palms filming, the figure suddenly slowed down, and Hyuga Neji's eyes were full of disbelief. The supreme boxing method that the Hyuga family is proud of has been broken. How is this possible? It is not that no one has defeated the Hyuga family in the past, but those people are resisting rather than cracking. These are two completely different concepts. Who is the trash? Looking back on the hard work and practice day after day, Hyuga Neji does not understand why a timid young lady like Hinata can become so strong. Is this fate? Is the difference between a main clan and a split so big? Do not. No, she's not using gentle fist. What exactly is that pun? The furious Byakugan tensed up suddenly. The eldest young master of the Hyuga family was thinking about it, and Hinata's little hand clapped over. Like light, like electricity, he threw his palms back, and the young master Neji, whose backs of his hands were printed on his chest, flew again. This time he flew faster. This time he fell farther, crashed into the sculpture with a bang like a Patriot missile, knocked a hole in the thigh of a good stone statue, and embedded the whole person in it. 64 palm strengths were integrated into one, and they were thrown out with a single whip with taiji twisting and twisting. Hyuga Neji was out of luck. He smashed into the sculpture's thigh. He only felt that all his internal organs were displayed. The blood in his throat turned on the tap as if he didn't want money. He coughed hard, and there was nothing around him. A piece doesn't hurt. Kakashi, whose eyes were like goldfish, twitched his cheek crazily, and said in horror as if he had been hit by the wind, "This is an internal injury. There is actually a second type of boxing in the world that can hurt the internal organ. What the hell is going on? Idiot, don't be ashamed of your superficial knowledge. If you have time, go home and read more books." He glanced at the so-called Hatake patriarch with infinite sarcasm, and looked at the field with arrogance and arrogance. Some self-righteous 205, using their stupid ass-like heads to classify casually Hyuga's boxing and Konoha-style fists are the inside and outside. If only the damage is calculated, then these two things should be grouped together. Impossible. How can Gangquan and gentle fist go together? Say that you are still ignorant, and there are internal and external boxing methods in the world. You train your muscles and skin on the outside, and you breathe on the inside. When you practice dark energy, you can still penetrate the 5 internal organs. Forget it. I don't understand anything with you guys. It's a waste of saliva for the layman to explain. The chief examiner, you should announce the result of the competition. Neji brother. Hyuga Neji, how dare you? The murderous eyes that looked down suddenly burst out. Hinata, who thought he wanted to apologize at the end of the game, flew out and caught the young secretary's livid Yuhi. Ninja can't be judged by common sense. Miss, your fate is doomed. He coughed and lowered his vertical arm, and Hyuga Neji's eyes were full of contempt. The whole exam room was dead silent. It's a sneak attack. Shameless sneak attack. Are ninjas really unreasonable? Hyuga Neji, you are courting death. Stop. Don't be impulsive. Swish swish, 4 figures stopped in front of him. Kakashi, Kurenai Yuhi, Moonlight Hayate, Mitarashi Anko. It's important to take care of Hinata first. In one sentence, the Death Point released his clenched fist and looked at the figure in the ruins through the gap between the 4 Jonin. Liamong said without any emotion, treasure the next time. You don't have much time to live. Quote, cough cough. Medical class. In 2 exams, 3 candidates were seriously injured, and Lu Mang, who was protecting Hinata, looked at the doctor nervously. Where is the injury? Heart. With a very ugly face, he retracted the stethoscope, and the medical captain tilted his head and looked to the side. That kid killed him. Boom. Kakashi, are you trying to stop me? The forward punch was firmly grasped by the open fingers, and Sharingan, the head of the Hatake family, was very serious. The grievances in the examination room are resolved. You have to wait a month for revenge, and you can't touch him now. What if I want to move? Countless eyes gathered. Liamong slowly looked around for a week, and withdrew his fist in resentment. Hello, very good. Pray to the gods and Buddhas in the sky if there is something wrong with Hinata. Tech chapter 28 _ the 10th class preparing to go to the study. Hearing that Moonlight Hayate announced that Hyuga Neji had won the second challenge, the brothers of the Konoha gang sang, "Interesting academy." Shikamaru frowned and folded his hand. Choji Gabar shattered the palm of the hand. Aburame Shino silently pushes the sunglasses. Inazuka Kiba's eyes are full of anger. The remaining Uzumaki Naruto was the only one who made a fuss, jumping and shouting, jumping up and down. Why? How can it be judged that the abominable Byakugan man won? Ahem, although I don't want to admit it, ninjas really can't follow common sense. The last one was Hyuga Neji. No matter what happened before, he won. It's not fair. Enough. Naruto, looking back coldly and shouting to stop the commotion, he said in a dignified manner, "It's fine if he wins. I can kill him righteously after a month." Boom. Boss, you flowering. It's really troublesome. This kid is killing it. With a gloomy old face, he grabbed the pipe, and after taking a few puffs, Hokage thought for a solution. Hyuga Neji is a genius born out of the Hyuga family, and if it follows the past practice, it will naturally be guaranteed. But today Hyuga Hinata, Miss Main Clan, who has always been undervalued, has suddenly emerged, which is really not an ordinary trouble. You must know that Hyuga Hiyashi, the patriarch of the Hyuga family, had given up on this little girl and supported her sister Hyuga Hanabi instead. How will the Hyuga family choose? As a shadow of a village, Sarutobi Hiruzen has many questions to think about, and there is a bigger trouble here. The former Hatake family who changed the surname to Kuchiki, the abandoned heir Kuchiki Liamong. Even if you think about it with your feet, you can understand the value of this bastard. The extraordinary physical skills revealed in the previous battle with Lee Rock, and the bizarre boxing skills Hyuga Hinata used afterward, are all eye-catching secret skills, especially the latter. Hinata didn't open Byakugan at the time. In other words, that weird boxing technique that can defeat the Hyuga-style profound art is likely to be learned by everyone, and does not need to rely on any blood. The bigger the cake, the bigger the trouble. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help sighing when he remembered the 2 scrolls he handed in earlier. How many people have you practiced to death? There is no problem with the scroll, and the training method is no problem, but people still practice one after another to death. 3 generations of Hokage did not suspect that Liamong was playing trick in the scroll, but after repeated investigations several times, he still found no doubts with his eyesight. That means that what is written on the scroll is genuine. At this point, Sarutobi Hiruzen has absolute confidence. Who is he? He is the living encyclopedia of Konoha, a generation of ninja who is known as Dr. Ninja. Sarutobi Hiruzen never believed that Liamong could do something wrong under his nose. This is confidence and strength. The end of the second exam, I took a short rest. The 3 Sunagaku brothers and sisters in the stands had different expressions. Han Julong had long since lost his arrogance, and cold sweat kept dripping from his bells and whistles and painted cheeks. Konoha genin is like this. Strength. Impossible. They should be only a few. Tremblingly grabbing the Samsung fan to hide his horror, Tamari was full of worry. Hey168.com. Hearing her brother and sister's obviously weak words, Gaara hugged her head frantically. Kill them. Kill them. Their blood must be delicious. Ha 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 ha. Ooh, this is even more troublesome. Gaara, go away. One of the elder sisters who wanted to get close but didn't dare to get close, the son of the 4th generation of Kazekage, the one-tailed Jinchuriki column force, opened his eyes wildly. The dark panda eyes were full of bloodshot. Kill it. I must kill them. Blood. I want blood. Mom. Done. The monster inside him is about to wake up again. Cold sweat broke out and retreated again and again. Kan Julong, who has has been afraid of Gaara since she was a child, wished she could find a hole and burrow into it immediately. Tamari, who was standing next to him, stretched out his hand nervously, opened his mouth to say something, but was too afraid to speak. Gaara became more and more mad. Fine sand kept rising from the ground, and a terrifying breath spread throughout the audience. 3-generation-old man was stunned. That child, Akamaru. The two cute little front paws tried their best to open their collars and get into their arms. Akamaru Wuwu, who was hiding in Inuzuka Kiba's arms, shivered and refused to show her head. Shikamaru tilted his head with a troubled face. Looks like they are big trouble. The 3 Gaara siblings were wary of the Konohas, and the Konohas also discovered their abnormality. Looking at each other in the air, the intense sparks rang endlessly. Suddenly, a middle finger stood up. You guys, are you looking for a beating? Arms and sleeve. He pouted his mouth and stuck out his tongue. Uzumaki Naruto took 2 steps forward and rubbed his nose sharply. Gaara's bloodthirsty eyeballs immediately skyrocketed 3 times. The enemy are collectively Sparta. Who is this idiot kid? Is he sick? Ahaha, don't answer him. His nerves are not normal. Pulling Naruto behind him and smiling, Haruno Sakura waved his hand brightly. Naruto, who didn't know how to die, still wanted to step forward, and a bunch of shadows connected to his feet. Kiba understood. The oversized baseball bat drawn from the sky tapped on the ground, and Naruto finally found the wrong one and said awkwardly, What do you want to do? Home run. A stick was blasted out of the sky, and an unwilling wolf howl came from the distant Namek. Ah, wait for me, my Uzumaki Naruto will come back. Ding! The splendid meteor disappeared far away in the night sky of Yuhi. After finishing the trouble, Inuzuka Kiba turned back to fight the baseball bat, waved his hands and shouted, It's gone, it's all gone. What to see? Well, will Kiba come back? Sakura, who looked nervous, didn't even dare to mention her name. Inuzuka Kiba, who was instantly petrified, was silent for a long time and covered his forehead. Don't tell me this, my stomach hurt. I hope he won't come back. Shikamaru patted Kiba's shoulder with understanding, and then shook his pineapple head in trouble. But according to past practice, we can only hope that he will come back a little slower. How much slower is it? Sakura bit her fingertip timidly, holding her heart in fear. About winter, Ino said in a harsh tone. 1,000 years later, Shino was even more ruthless than her. Until the end of the world. Choji resolutely took his last sip. Haruno Sakura was confused. Is it possible? Konoha Xiaoqiang looked at each other, looked at the roof of the opening and recited the blessing of Bodhisattva. The 3 Gaara sisters and brothers stayed in the same place blankly. Are these guys some brain? Finding that the situation seemed to be out of control, Moonlight Hayate quickly coughed and announced the start of the 3rd challenge. Turning around and staring at the constantly rolling big green, looking at the familiar names that flashed from time to time, the candidates who had not yet participated in the challenge all fixed their gazes. What a hassle. I'm hungry. Have you two finished? Angrily clenched her fists and clenched Silver Kiba, and Ino's sister, who had thrown her ponytail, was fed up. As soon as the troublesome expression faded, Shikamaru pulled his teammate to the corner with little seriousness, bit his ears mysteriously. Listen to what you two say next. As the captain, I have to remind you. Wait, when did you become the captain? Why doesn't my mother know? Cough cough. Let's put this question aside for now. Pay attention to what I have to say. With black lines all over his forehead, Shikamaru shifted his gaze slightly to the next opponent. Although the most troublesome one has already been eliminated, it's like an accidental outbreak. We don't know if the rest of these guys have any backers. Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke are all big enemies, and the 10-10 of Hyuga Neji Rock team should also be difficult to deal with. Strong generals have no weak soldiers. Those two guys are strong in that way. Their teammates are underdogs for no reason. Who said that maybe that woman with a beanbag on her head is a bad guy? Okay, we have to think about the worst. Naruto, you have all seen Sasuke's rank. If you encounter them, quickly admit defeat. 10-10, you can try it first. Anyway, the 3rd challenge, Yamanaka involves Haruno Sakura. Players from both sides please leave the field. Wow, ha 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 ha, my mother's luck is so good, and I haven't met any opponents in my interest. How can Sakura's wide forehead nympho be my mother's opponent? Look at me like this and then like this. Shikamaru, Choji. The candidates ended up facing each other. The former friend and now the rival in love. One fan Yuhi, one bright yellow, one heroic, one sassy, standing together and shaking their arms like 2 fried hens. Sakura, you can't beat me. Sasuke doesn't like to be around girls with wide foreheads. Ino, what nonsense are you talking about? Sasuke confessed to me yesterday. Wow, is it dark now? Ino said, raising his head and blinking curiously. Sakura rattled his joint. What do you mean by that? Ino didn't answer Sakura's doubt, and nodded solemnly at the sunset. It's not dark, no wonder. What the hell do you mean? Don't understand. I don't know. I really don't understand. I really don't understand. It dawned. Ino blinked in surprise. You don't even know this. You bastard. I'm a bastard, and you're a fool with a wide forehead. forehead. If Sasuke can confess to you, my mother will swallow the whole flower shop at home. Then go home and eat it. Boo, boo. The electric flowers collided violently, and the two stared cross-eyed, collided like a bull. Forehead to forehead, eyelid to eyelid, and the little hands below you pinch me and twist it. Just when everyone thought the battle was about to escalate, Sakura suddenly and solemnly tore off his forehead guard. Forget about Ino. Now I'm not interested in fighting with you anymore. What did you say? Don't you understand? Sakura said confidently. Because you are not worthy of Sasuke at all, and your strength is so weak. How can you be my opponent? Haruno Sakura, who do you think you are, and dare to talk to my mother like that? You crybaby, don't be too arrogant. Looking at the two girls below who were talking more and more, the audience in the stands covered their cheeks in unison. As a class teacher, Sarutobi Asuma opened his mouth and exhaled a gloomy smoke. Is it really the age of love? For love, I don't even want friendship. Teacher Asuma, they should want to play a serious game. Shikamaru, the captain, was very clear about Ino's character. Because of Naruto's relationship, he also knew something about Sakura. Don't look at the fact that the two girls are talking about Sasuke with their mouths open and shut, but they are actually mad at each other. Hey, what a troublesome woman. Women are really troublesome, and a woman who is in love is even more troublesome. Why do I have such troublesome teammate? Trouble, trouble, trouble. When can I stop being troublesome? Muttered like a monk chanting scriptures into his ears, and Choji stuck 2 tablets in his mouth pretending he didn't hear it. Asuma grinned to the back of his ears and turned his head, stiff as if he had just been hit by a 108,000-pound Haitian needle. Ding! A kunai collided, and the third challenge began. Wu Jing, Guanyin, let fight. Tech chapter 29 towards the rhythm of the sky. Tsukasa Kiba said and pushed his teammate standing beside him. Shino, what time is it? 3 o'clock in the middle of the night. Baidu Interesting Academy. Oh, so boring. Are they still fighting? Naruto, who fell in a daze, rubbed his face hard. I don't know. Pay attention to the image. The image is a fart. With sleepy eyes, he turned his head to the third Hokage, who was winking wildly, and nodded his head. Inuzuka Kiba subconsciously wanted to go to the kennel. It's time for Akamaru to get up. Hey, you guys, muttered to the old man in a vague way. Choji's troublesome big belly is really comfortable to lie down. Squinting again, looking at the yellow feces squeezed out of the corner of the old man's eyes. Uzumaki Naruto yawned and fell back asleep. Shikamaru, who was awakened, kicked him seriously. Image strong, tiredly swinging Xiaoman's waist and raising his chest. Ino, who opened his mouth and closed his mouth, estimated that they should finish the fight at dawn. Sakura, can you hold on? Ino, I think it's because of you that you can't do it. Lala's clothes turned over, and she said, how many times has this been? How long will they fight? Exhausted. Sakura, who was also panting and panting, touched the empty ninja bag. Her broad forehead was swooping with crystals, and she was cutting neck to her right. Who said that? The old lady is better than you. Sakura, you can't do it. Weighing the black and gray circles around his eyes, he glanced at the wall clock on the wall. Moonlight Hayate felt that he should go back and ask him this infinitely profound question. I think it's your fault. You punch, I kick. You punch, I kick. 2 tired unborn grandsons. Maybe he should have a son. Half an hour passed by. In the direction of Sunagakure village, Tamari, leaning on a 3-star fan, slumped his head bewildered. The ninjas in the stands watched with a squeak-like gasp. Agree. Is it really good to do this? Blindly glanced in the direction of Konoha. Pillow. Gaara didn't know when to sit on the top of the gourd. Marky said, why don't we go back to sleep? Good job, especially when there's a monster in here. What if Gaara fell asleep? Tamari wanted to agree but was afraid of losing face of Sunagakure village. As the leading teacher, Maki was instantly distressed and led the 3 young masters and young ladies to participate in the middle, 1,000 years, or an eternal. 1,000 eternal. Even the Ashes Jonin from Sunagakure village, who seemed to have countless grass and mud horses running through his heart, quickly shook his head, feeling that it was necessary for the 2 girls below to take the test quickly. You 2 are blind. This way, look this way. I rely on. Also become fossils. Mobile reading is more convenient. m.heihei168.com. Jonin, who didn't want to become a fossil, glanced around and found that no one was paying attention to him, and threw a ninja bag. How long have they been fighting? Sakura, skinny monkey. I'm going to kill you. Ino, give up. You can't beat me. Sakura, it's better to come up and try again if you have the strength to speak. The old lady promised to go on, shouting in her heart, take it quickly. Wow, pull it back. Akamaru, do you think we are the 2? Look at the trick. Crackle. After Wow Cha, Hokage of all dynasties is on. Haven't they finished it yet? 1 punch will send you back to the west. Ino, pighead. This is a long time when you should get some breakfast back. Wow. Aha, it seems that you agree. Well, Inuzuka Kiba, who came back with the ninja dog, looked at the 2 girls who were still fighting for their lives, rubbed his head and turned his eyes to think about it. Inuzuka Kiba, who came back with a hill on his back, pretended to be uncle. Let go slower this time. I think, should we fight a bear, or should we fight a bear, or should we fight a bear? Encheng swallowed. Well, this has to be prevented. Picking up firewood, wearing meteors, and looking inside and out. Inazuka Kiba looked at Uchi. Akamichi Choji was lying there with a big pancake face and was playing with the bearskin, and Aburame Shino, who beat him, was very doubtful whether this little fat man would be hungry. Guys, who are you on fire? No, neither do I. Hasasu, hey, let's light the fire. Ursukako sat in the stands with her hands folded together, and didn't even look this way. There the hole. That thing seems to be his code detonator. Run. Ha ha ha. You all don't have it. I have it. The yellow note that was flying with sparks was thrown into the firewood, and Uzumaki Naruto proudly hugged him. Cut. I want to kill him. Choji shook his head. Still eating well. I rely on your sister. Me. With a loud bang, Naruto Uzumaki, who exploded into a meteor, flew out into the sky, and Konoha sat down around the fire. The scent of the thing wafted in all directions, and a group of uninvited hungry wolves swallowed their saliva. I think it should be steamed. Healing or bleeding first. Your words and my word. You decided to turn back and turn into African refugee. Shikamaru said. Oh my god, who is this? Why Kurenai Yuhi also rubbed her hands with a smile with the owner of Hatake who wanted to pick up ready-made cheap, followed by a group of shameless Konoha hungry wolves. Example, Sarutobi's revenge gangsters roasted bear meat, standing behind her back with a crack pipe. I'm coming. Even a beautiful woman like her has learned to eat for free. Bring me a medium rare. I want ma. Another example, Mitarashi Anko. Break time. The stunned ninja stayed in place. Three generations of Hokage-sama. Ha, this is not an example of 8 points. I won. Have you had enough trouble? It's really our village west being sluggish. Asuma is smoking. Mitarashi Anko twitched and stretched out his slender finger. The old Madara's chicken feet quickly swiped and pulled, and the old Sarutobi, who had touched a piece of meat, floated away. Film. Countless crows croaked over their heads, and the Konoha and big ninjas flowed out black lines all over their faces. I rely on it. Damn old man. That piece of meat is mine. Damn old man. This put the dog. The clanging noise mashed Yun Xiao, and the two girls who were ignored in the examination room looked at each other, Xiao Qing, and rushed towards the barbecue frantically. Don't grab it. That piece of meat is mine. Anko, you can't do that. Are you trying to take advantage of the opportunity to sneak attack? Sakura clenched the kunai suspiciously, all over it like cat scratches, and purred while feeling her belly. Why don't we both have something to eat? Ino smiled and lifted the drooping blonde hair. Kakashi forbid. Then let us eat something together. Sakura glanced back in a heartbeat. Scratches. Ino was not happy anymore. Look at what you said. Based on the relationship between the two of us, can I still lie to you? Aren't you hungry? Come back and fight again when you are full. Right together. Stupid. Still fool. Ino nodded with a smile. Then what are you waiting for? Kuudang, who was in the palm of his hand, squeaked and covered his stomach. If you don't go, I can go by myself. With a jade arm, in the moonlight Hayate's expectant gaze. Ninja, the art of turning the heart. Ooh, it's over. Is it finally over? Gin. Sakura pounced on the grilled meat. Behind her, a pair of slender hand pals shouted coquettishly, as if watching the passing person. Master Chief Examiner, I recognize this challenge. Get out of here. The body that suddenly froze in the middle of the jump froze for a long time, and Sakura, who slowly looked back, raised up. Prehistoric monster. How can a man have two spiritual bodies? Sakura, this guy. Damn Ino, how dare you? The tall spirit body like a mountain kicked the intruder away in anger, and Ino, who fled back in embarrassment, stared blankly at what? It's like two people. Don't think you're the only one with a gimmick when the boring third challenge suddenly takes a historic turn. Secret mystery. Li Ying's combination technique has completely reduced me to a pighead. Sma's cigarettes lit up his beard. The barbecued meat in Mitarashi Anko's mouth is stuffed into his throat. Looking at Haruno Sakura, who was furious and mad in the examination room, the audience became Spartan collectively. 3 generations of Hokage's pipe fell to the ground, and it was Cassie who took over the right to speak, and the whirling 3 Tomo Sharingan stared at the extreme. It's really terrifying. Sakura's strength exposed at this moment is so shocking. This is far better than Hinata's bizarre punches or also shocking killer moves. Sarutobi is attacking the physique. You look at her feet, reaching out and pointing at Sakura's golden power. This kind of ability can already be called invincible at the same level, if she can. Kakashi, what the heck is that? The madman guy was not there. As the old enemy, Karen used 2 different moves at the same time. The center of gravity was bound to be unstable. See, every time Sakura hits the ground, only one foot hits the ground, and the other. Physique. One person uses 2 at the same time. This is such a high rating that it is difficult for her to come up with such a solution. The talent of this child is probably higher than that of Naruto and Sasuke. If it wasn't for the bad background, I am afraid that the ninja world will not participate in the attack and will move elsewhere. This is because she has to maintain her focus. A frightened look into the field. Pray, who is Tsunade? That is the princess who was proclaimed named by the name of the country of fire in the previous generation, and the strongest woman who stood proudly at the peak of the ninja world. Mr. Nisunade appeared. Shock. Infinite shock. Thank you. The third challenge, which I thought was just a fight between children, actually witnessed the rise of another strong woman in the ninja world. I listened to Kakashi's stern analysis. The ninjas around me no longer had their previous impatience, and I just woke up with a startled look. Is ye going to go against the sky? Tech chapter 30 Naruto. Can you have a limit? I won this time. It's more convenient to read on mobile phones. m.heihei168.com. Damn, it's cheap for you. He fell into his friend's arms without finishing a sentence, and Ino's tired pretty face was filled with a little bit of disappointment and relief. Moonlight Hayate, who was finally relieved, raised his right hand. I announced that the third challenge will be played by Haruno Sakura. Medical class. It's alright, it's just that you're out of strength. Just rest for a while. The medical captain, who got up quickly, rolled his eyelids from side to side and let out a long breath. This time, he was relieved that there were no serious injuries. After all, there were still two big troubles to be sent back to deal with. Looking at the violent girl who fell with her friend like a cherry blossom off the field, the ninjas of Sunagakure village were speechless. Tamari, Han Julong, Gaara, the three children of 4 generations of Cascade, boys and girls who have inherited different inheritances of Sunagakure village, all have a kind of silence and madness. You must not let her get close, Tamari said very firmly. She didn't want to be surrounded by 2 people who had the same mind. This ability is too unhuman. Kankuro cut his voice with a pretense of disdain, and hummed sternly, it's just a useless body technique. Kill her. I'm going to kill her. Her blood must be delicious. It's so funny, so funny. Ha 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 ha. Gaara. The terrifying murderous intent could no longer be suppressed, and Akamaru wanted to drill into Inuzuka Kiba's arm. Halfway through the drill, he spit out white foam, and the crack pipe in Hokage's hand snapped into pieces. That kid, Lord Hokage, let's take our leave. Tamari, Kankuro, take Gaara away immediately. Maki-sensei looked at his younger brother, who was obviously abnormal, and Sunagakure puppet master didn't have the sense of being an older brother at all. Tamari stretched out his hand hesitantly. Silver Kiba grabbed Gaara's collar with a bite. Let go home. Home? Do I have a home? The confused little panda followed his sister away in a daze. Watching their backs leaving, Akamichi Choji patted his stomach and said, Asuma-sensei, I don't want to fight anymore. Fighting such a terrifying guy, isn't it life-threatening? You can't do this kind of thing, and you can't even kill it. Although I am a little plump, I am not stupid. Looking at Akamichi Choji's resolute look, Sarutobi Asuma's head is like a golden hoop. Why did he accept such an apprentice? The scene of the peers' jokes appeared in front of him, and the teacher leading the 10th class smiled with difficulty. Choji, why do you suddenly don't want to fight? I'm full. Is it related to eating? Being full and not wanting to fight? Asuma stared at Choji's bulging belly in dismay. Akamichi Choji answered very seriously. Mom said that you need to sleep when you are full to keep your body plump. I am full now, so I have to sleep. Kacha was struck by a dull thunder in the forehead, and the completely collapsed Asuma was speechless. What is the answer? Is the Akamichi family preparing to raise pig? Well, they do look like pig, but I don't want to be considered a big brother. Thinking of being teased by his colleague, Asuma, who didn't want to look up, became anxious. Choji, are you afraid? No, I want to sleep, Choji answered with certainty. Asuma raised his voice excitedly. You're still afraid? No, I just want to sleep. Choji's affirmative expression seemed to loosen. Asuma went berserk. You must be scared. Okay, I'm scared. Choji spit out the teacher's words after asking 3 times. Falling down, Asuma, who could not be beaten, fainted. Shikamaru, who was full of black lines next to him, covered his forehead. He was indeed a troublesome teammate, troublesome fighting spirit, troublesome strength. Everything was so troublesome. Akamichi Choji, whose nostrils turned into exhaust pipe, clenched his fist like a knockoff Harley that couldn't catch fire. Don't choose me. Don't choose me. Do not. How can you do this? Asuma-sensei, I'm dizzy. I'm really dizzy. He said he was dizzy. He fell to the ground in a daze, and put Choji, who had been shaken up by his senior brother, horizontally, and Asuma, who was scratching the melon, looked around, and Yuhi's bearded face turned into a monkey's butt. Shikamaru, don't call me. I'm dizzy too. Plop fell to the ground and rolled his eyes, and the 10th class, who had no motivation, became the focus. Just when Asuma was speechless and burst into tears, a big flag with colorful Madara floated down the examination room. The flag was gray Yuhi in the east and turdish green in the west, mixed together in all colors except white. The banner was falling, and the young man who slowly appeared was solemnly facing the sky, holding a hammer in his left hand and a chisel in his right hand, and the scandium went straight to the spark. The 2 big brushes crossed on the back looked like an X, and the row of small brushes on his forehead looked like a fool. Everyone looked at him as if they were looking at the unparalleled super big fool. Ha ha ha, I'm so stupid. I am the future 5 generations of Hokage. Uzumaki Uzumaki Naruto is also. When. Come and worship me. This idiot. His equipment is all magic horses. Are you sure he's not here to sing? 1, 2, 3, 4. Countless eyes gathered, and the crazy Uzumaki Naruto flicked a big brush and wrote 2 lines of characters in a blink of an eye. 5 generations of Hokage. Uzumaki Naruto Jinsengon. How are you? Are you all afraid? Afraid of your sister? Shikamaru, who had pantothenic acid in his stomach, fought back his nausea and bumped into his friend next to him. Choji, please do something. Go down and solve that troublesome guy. I'm deprived of oxygen. I'm missing too. Didn't you say you would admit defeat if you touch him? I admit it. You don't need to admit it now. You go and deal with him. But I fell asleep. Can you talk when you are asleep? Well, I'm sleepwalking. Then let's swim together. The bleak autumn wind rustled past, and a monkey named Big Brother stayed where he was. Asuma, that's the student you taught. Yuhi, listen to me. I really don't know them. Yuhi's old face fell to the ground, and Sarutobi Asuma wished he could find an ant hole to burrow into. A look of unbelievable blinking. Kurenai Yuhi floated away like a cloud. Of the Big Brother, whose liver was shattered into countless pieces, he turned his head full of dejection, swayed to Choji's side like a robot, picked it up and threw it down. You go down. No more. Can't you get down? No more. Release the handle. Not loose. Are you loose? It's not easy to kill me. Hearing the sound, he glanced at the 2 masters and apprentices who were clinging to the railing. Kakashi was taken aback. Kurenai Yuhi is sluggish. 3 generations of Hokage shivered like a stroke. Countless Konoha ninjas covered their cheeks and tried to dig a hole in the ground in shame. Uzumaki was stunned for a long time. He first turned his head to look at the stop Big Green, and then turned to look at Choji hanging in the air. He finally realized who his opponent was. He said excitedly, why is this big fat pig fighting with me? It's too embarrassing. I don't do it. I want to replace it. Grabbed the railing, and Choji, who wouldn't let go after saying anything, let go. With a muffled sound, looking at the meatball that smashed the ground into a sinkhole, Uzumaki Naruto trotted to Moonlight Hayate. Master Examiner, please change me. I don't want to fight this fat man. I am if you want to be a Hokage man. How can you deal with such a big fat pig? You change it for me. Sasuke benefit. I want to fight Sasuke, or Inuzuka Kiba can do it. Please, change me. This fatty is so stupid. Stupid like a big fat pig. Hey, don't you run away. Whirlpool, Vortex, Naruto, human. Ah, what did you ask me to do? Hearing the sound, he turned his head and jumped to a height of 8 feet. Looking at Akamichi Choji, whose nostrils and eyes were pierced by fire and evolved into a fire-breathing dragon, Uzumaki Naruto swallowed several mouthfuls of saliva. Big fat pig. No, it's the big fat man. What are you doing? I'm going to kill you. It's called plump, not fat. And I'm not some big fat pig. You nasty little monkey. Big fat pig. Who are you calling the little monkey? The needle pointed at the weak. The brush pointed at the pig head. Akamichi Choji's anger burned over the entire forest of death. Ninja, the technique of super doubling. I will crush you. The rumbling house collapsed, and looking at the transparent roof where the bricks and tiles smashed, 10,000 grass and mud horses popped up in the hearts of the 3 generations of Hokage. Immediately afterward, the 10,000 grass mud horses became 100,000. Does it make a big difference? Let's see what the stakes are for the next 5 generations of Hokage. The art of shuriken from all directions has changed for me. 1 becomes 10, 10 becomes 100, 100 becomes 1,000. Countless Uzumaki Naruto threw countless kunai, and the meteor shower like locusts reminded all the old ninjas of the 3rd Ninja War. Is this going to go against the sky? These 2 boys are crazy. No, I have to run away. Wait for me. I also run. The ninjas who ran out of the central tower in a blink of an eye found a tree fork nearby and squatted and watched, dragging a towering ancient tree with one hand and turning Akamichi Choji into Super Mario, jumping, stepping, and screaming. The immortal Naruto turned into thousands, and the ants rushed up like eating elephants. Shuriken, big brush, paint bucket, toilet stopper, everything that can be thought of and unexpected, all smashed at Choji. Big fat pig, let me down. The one who is going to fall is your technique of crossing the street. You are a scumbag. Looking at Akamichi Choji, who couldn't beat himself, jumping high and lying down, the Spartan Naruto turned his head and ran away in an instant. The rumbling sky collapsed, and the troubled central tower was reduced to history. Uzumaki Naruto, who was struggling from the dust, looked around with his head full of bags, and suddenly patted his thighs and laughed wildly. Wow, ha ha, big fat pig. In the end, you can't do it. Oh yeah. Oh, what are you doing? The 3 colored pills from the ninja bag snapped open, and Akamichi Choji's anger boiled into an ocean. Hurry up and stop him. Shut up, that idiot. Oh, sell high. This is really troublesome. Excited that Shikamaru dashed for his life, and at the last moment Shikamaru finally stopped his friend and wiped his cold sweat. Just when he was about to say something, Uzumaki Naruto got close to Choji, who couldn't move, and snatched the glass box with a stinky face. Big fat pig, are these jelly beans in it? Why haven't I seen you eat eat them before. Well, I'll pay for it. Well, crispy, chicken flavored, mushy. This idiot. Is that something edible? What going on? How am I not feeling right? What is that evil aura? EPUB, Ninetales. That is the breath of EPUB, Ninetales. Run now. I want to go home. Kakashi, where have you died? Kakashi, hurry back and stop him. Patriarch, I am small and weak. I will leave this job to you. I am lost on the road of life. Kakashi, I cannot hear. Tech chapter 31 _ the most shameless family in the world. I announce that the fourth challenge will be won by Uzumaki Naruto. Everyone applauds and observes a moment of silence. Hatake, who was standing in the endless ruins, took off his hat and saluted and gave the first speech, and a circle of black-clothed ninjas stood outside. At the memorial meeting, Naruto's little face was pale and ragged. The central tower with the shed lost and the wall collapsed, and only half of the crumbling broken stands remained, showing its heroic and tenacious vitality. Is this kid really dead? Inuzuka Kiba nodded and took a look inside, then whispered, why do I feel like he's sleeping? I feel the same. I think so too. Why don't we go in and take a look? Although this guy is a bit fucked up, he's not used to it without him. Well, let's go have a look then. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 or 7. The ninja, who was cautiously approaching him, was about to check when Uzumaki Naruto, who was lying dead, suddenly stood up straight. There was a soft clicking sound, and the hands and feet of the people who were blown by the whimper wind were cold. Sakura, Sasuke, Inuzuka Kiba, alumni of the same period, swallowed hard, and the nearest sister Ino bravely stretched out her slender fingers, shivering and pausing under her nose. In an instant, a cold air permeated the whole body. Blast, blast the core. Hell, wait for me. Hey, where are the people? Where are the people? Sakura, Sasuke. Sakura, why did I hear someone calling you? The second assistant who was running slowed down and turned to look at the teammates who were following him. Sakura looked back suspiciously. I heard someone calling you too. The Thorns stopped their footsteps, and the Konoha stood still for a long time and walked back silently. I knew that guy wouldn't die. He's Xiao Qiangming. What is Xiao Qiang? Xiao Qiang is a cockroach. Is cockroach life strong? It's very strong. You can live if you pull your head off. Then let's chop off his head next time. Cut it down for what? When the ball kicked, the candidates returned and the game continued, with the remaining 5 genin standing together. Uchiha Sasuke stood there with both hands and Kabuto posing cool, an ice cube face stinking to death. Interesting academy. Inuzuka Kiba, who was hugging Akamaru, couldn't stop sniffing, and his unruly eyes were not good. A troubled face. Shikamaru lowered his head and kept rubbing a piece of rotten turf with his right toe, as if he had a grudge against it. The rest of Aburame Shino was silent, and Eternal's unchanged zombie face couldn't splash water. Tenten grinned and threw kunai one by one, aiming at the juniors who might become opponents. Who will it be? The 5th challenge match. Uchiha Sasuke vs Inuzuka Kiba. Please step back for the rest of the candidates. The note received from the 3rd generation old man was open, and Moonlight Hayate coughed out his name. It's not my turn yet. What a disappointment. Kuwuduo was spinning around. The shot into the tree pole. Tenten bored away. Shikamaru glanced at the ninja tool that was halfway under the tree, and touched his nose with a helpless expression on his face. Shino pushed his glasses and glanced at Kiba before disappearing silently. The north wind rose and the sun was falling. Looking at the opponent who seemed to be standing at the end of the horizon, Inuzuka Kiba clicked his tongue twice. I said Urzuzi, I didn't expect that we would collide with each other. This uncle doesn't want to beat the disabled. Take your chance and admit defeat. What a madman. I'll let you know what the glory of Uchiha is. Hey, you're still stubborn. I said Ursu, you're the only one in the Uchiha family. If you break it here, your family will be extinct. Presumptuous. You are courting death. Woo, woo. The spark went straight, and seeing the wrong atmosphere, the Moonlight Hayate waved his right hand, turned around and ran away. He walked on the front foot, and Sasuke jumped up on the back foot. Kaden, fire style, Phoenix Age fire technique. In the 6 years of school life, Ursukaku and the Konoha gang had a lot of fight, and he naturally knew the details of Inuzuka Kiba. In terms of speed alone, this shit-smelling guy is not much slower than the little Lee who takes off his weight. Plus that troublesome family secret technique. It is better not to get close. Several spark bit out, and the back of the neck hurt. Inuzuka Kiba didn't do much, and Ursukaku fell first. With a muffled sound, Kakashi, who was standing far away from the treetop, sank his face, and the 3 generations of Hokage next to him were blowing smoke rings. Don't stop him, even after a long rest. If that thing doesn't deal with it, trust him. That kid is not easy. So confident. The 3-generation old man looked at his disciple and grandson in amazement. This slacker even has moments of energy. The head of the Hatake family smiled brightly, and then sighed. That kid's name is Uchiha. 3 generations of Hokage fell silent. In the ruins, 2 teenagers are staring. Why? No, just admit defeat. Walking unscathed, Inuzuka Kiba looked down at the ground with a sneer. Urzuzi covered her neck and slowly raised her head, her dark pupils gradually filled with unwillingness and struggle. Surely not. Once chakra is used, this shit will be restless, just like Sharingan before. So, yeah, you sneak attack. He suddenly kicked up and swung back to the enemy, and Sasuke, who shoved his right hand into the ninja bag, threw out several shuriken. The spinning cross dart shot close. Inuzuka Kiba sneered and shook his body. Just as he was about to move forward, he suddenly froze in place. He who dares to despise Uchiha's glory, accept his arrogant punishment. What? Look at those shuriken. The hollow cross darts nailed to the wall of the ruins, each attached to a slender steel wire. Sasuke, who had 10 fingers and Kiba teeth at the same time, showed scorn. The surrounding ninjas were amazed. As expected of Uchiha, as clansmen, their accomplishments in ninja gear were so superb. What will the boy against him do? Feeling the pain of a split, Inuzuka Kiba raised his head angrily. Secondary, you are not comfortable with yourself. Akamaru Wong. Against the Inuzuka clan, you can never ignore their ninja dog. Although Akamaru is not big, he can't be timid. Squinting at the little white dog who was flying at him, and then at Inuzuka Kiba, who was bound by steel wire. Urzuzi's heart was ruthless, forming a tiger print. What is he going to do? Too reluctant. Kaden, fire style, dragon flame jutsu. The flames that endured the pain burned halfway along the steel wire, and Ursukako, whose legs and wrists were bitten by the dog, could no longer collapse his hand. At the lines of fire burning from both sides of his body, Inuzuka Kiba raised the back of his hand and rubbed his nose. Sasuke, who forced Akamaru back with one foot, covered the back of his neck with a cold face, knowing that ninjutsu could no longer be used. After only 2 times, this ghastly thing felt like a riot. Do you still want to fight? The eldest son of the Uchiha family. No, it's an orphan. Inuzuka Kiba, stop playing such irritating little trick. You're just a pile of stinky shit in front of me. Uchiha Sasuke, it looks like you don't want to. Two bad-tempered guys collided. Tianlei stirred the ground fire, poured boiling oil into the boiling water, and blinked in one place. With his fists and feet, Sasuke felt that Sasuke was not as weak as he imagined. Inuzuka Kiba stepped back twice, and called Akamaru to his side with a whistle. Or clone. Anthropomorphic ninja beast ninja. Second assistant, I have to be serious. If I don't want to die, I will quickly admit defeat. Coldly at Inuzuka Kiba, who turned into a wild dog lying on the ground, and then looked at Inuzuka Kiba next to him and turned into a hanging dog. Uchiha Sasuke pulled out a lunge. Seeing the familiar pose, the audience was stunned. Ten, who knew his teammate very well, couldn't help but exclaim, Lee, that's Lee's posture. It's really hard to imagine that it's so similar. That's not just similarity, little girl. Kakashi, who was terrified and jumped to his side with a squinting smile, exclaimed with admiration, that's a copy, a complete copy. This is the horror of the Uchiha family. As long as seen by those eyes, you can use it. Quote, this is stealing. What a shame. Tom. Countless ninjas fell to the ground. If Tenten's words got out, the masked man would come to talk to him the next day. But what the little girl said seems to be reasonable. The Uchiha family is indeed like a thief. Others have practiced things for a lifetime. They have learned it by sweeping their eyes, and they are as good as others. This is not shameless stealing. What is it? Everyone was discussing the right and wrong of the Uchiha family, and Sasuke in the field once again plagiarized a taijutsu. Shadow Dance. Lee kicked his chin and jumped up, feeling the corners of Inuzuka Kiba's eyes flashing from someone behind him. Second assistant, you are such an idiot. You'll know if you're an idiot or not. Let me end you with this self-created move. Pass. Kiba. The stillborn lion fell into the air without even shouting its name, and Inuzuka Kiba, who flew far away, volleyed and fell to the ground. You're an idiot and you're still not convinced. Aerial combat. Do you have the ability to fight in the air? Now it's my turn. Not good. Looking at the opponent standing side by side with the ninja dog, Sasuke, who was in the air, twitched his pupils. It's time to fight. Akamaru, come on. Kiba. Pass. Kiba. It was a semi-finished product of a cyclone just now, but now it has become the complete body of 2 cyclones. Facing the secret technique of Inuzuka Kiba carrying a ninja dog, Sasuke raised the corner of his mouth with disdain. Eagle step. With both hands outstretched, they soared into the sky, and one foot stepped on it like an eagle fighting a rabbit. Boss, that's the boss's martial art. Sasuke is too shameless. How could he just steal other people's things? This is really annoying. Shut up, Naruto. That definitely not a simple plagiarism. Even I don't know the flamboyant martial art. If Sasuke can use it, he should have improved it himself. The whirling 3-tomo Sharingan stared at the determined boy in the air. Kakashi seemed to see his own childhood. At that time, he was also so amazing and brilliant, and his self-created S-level Reikiri profound meaning was deeply admired by his teacher. But later, Tech chapter 32 _ if you hit it, but if you don't, bite it. You are really not fit to be the head of the house. Sharingan. Kakashi. Baidu. Interesting academy. Raising his hand to touch the scar on his left eye, the head of the Hatake family stared at the battlefield silently. Who had kicked and stepped on Inuzuka Kiba a few times, threw the shuriken all the way. Kiba, who had several large footprints on his face, dodged angrily and waved his paws when he got close. Or else, Ursukako doesn't want to get close to him. Kiba guy fight fights and never plays with his fist, and he has to guard against him biting his mouth after he transforms. No one like being bitten by dog. What if you get tetanus? Get out of here. Konoha Gangkwan roundabout kick. The whirlwind is finished, and the strong wind blows, and the second assistant whose two legs turn into propellers is tired. 2-on-1. Inuzuka Kiba, who cooperated with Ninja Dog, took advantage of the boss in the battle. Without the restraint of ninjutsu, it would be even more difficult to beat him. How to do? Sasuke was worried here, and Kiba, who was fighting, was helpless. Although due to the curse mark, Nisukako can't use ninjutsu, nor can Sharingan, but his physical technique is really good. Why didn't he find it before? Forget it. I can't control much. I fit in and pounced on Inuzuka Kiba, who was in front of me, waved his paws and opened his mouth. I scratch again. I'm scratching to death. If I can't bear it, I let the dog bite. Pass Kiba. Pass Kiba. After the chaotic attack is over, can everyone be optimistic? The poor Uzuzi has turned into a beggar from Shaoshueguo. Looking around, his hairstyle was messed up, his clothes were torn, and by Wawa's two rear buttock had two big Kiba print. I don't know if it was bitten by Kiba or by his little dog, Akamaru. If the latter is fine, if the former. The audience, who shivered all over, did not dare to think about it. Damn shit, I'm going to kill you. With a bang, he tore off the tattered shirt, and the bear Sasuke went mad. That pose. Is it possible? Another copy of the physique was open, and the eyes of the audience immediately widened by 3 points. Gudong. Several mouthfuls of saliva swallowed. Uchiha Sasuke's body turned into a streamer. Lightning dance. Do not. By no means the same thing. Recovering from the memory, the heart of the head of the Hatake family sank to the bottom. Sasuke's ability to burst out at this moment is completely beyond his imagination. This level of physical skills is not something that genin can have, even in Jonin. When did he study? Kakashi, who also owns Sharingan, doesn't think what Sasuke is showing now is copy. Did that kid Liuman teach it? It seems possible, but I'm not sure. It's logically impossible. Kakashi is confused here. Inuzuka Kiba is there. Bang. Boom. 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 After being punched several times, the left and right sides of the two faces were swollen, turning black like a national treasure into a panda. He scratched Sasuke's face, and Sasuke didn't make him feel better. After one attack, the two separated, with claw marks on the left and fist marks on the right, and the eyes looking at each other were full of blood. Hit Yuhi in the eye. This really hit Yuhi in the eye. Uchiha Sasuke. Inuzuka Kiba. Damn bastard. You forced me. Has a unique trick. How could Inuzuka Kiba, who has been with the Liuman for a long time, not have it? That's eel. Shadow clone. What to do with shadow clone at this time? Boom. 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 The 5 figures collided with each other, and Kiba, who had 7 figures in total with Akamaru and the main body, suddenly raised their head. Ooh, this is definitely not a dog barking. Inuzuka Kiba has returned to his ancestors with a howl, from a domestic ninja dog to a wild jackal, or 7 wolves. Second assistant is going to have bad luck. Naruto, what do you know? His eyes suddenly turned to his student. Kakashi, the so-called 7th class teacher, was terrible. Uzumaki Naruto, who didn't learn anything from him at all, turned his face to the side with a stinky face, and didn't want to pay attention to him at all. The surrounding ninjas stared, and all shook their heads speechlessly. In the end, it was Haruno Sakura who was worried about Sasuke and told the truth. That's Xingyi Quan taught by the boss. What imitates animal boxing? He doesn't know how to practice it. Kiba learned this trick from the Timberwolf, and I helped him at the beginning. Xingyi Quan, imitation of animal boxing, frowned and exchanged glances with the 3 generations of Hokage. The head of the Hatake family had a cloud of suspicion. It seems that these things Liamong made are not recorded in the family classic. Where did he learn it? In fact, what Kakashi didn't know was that Liamong itself is half a bucket of water. The taiji that Bengwan taught Hinata before, and the shape and meaning that Inuzuka Kiba used now, are all half understood. Hinata's little secretary can learn tai chi and develop the spiral twisting force, which is where other people's talents are placed. This little girl's talent is definitely the best in Hokage. How can she be an idiot in Hyuga Hiyashi's mouth if she can create a secret skill like the soft step and double lion fist? Abandoning Hinata was destined to be the biggest mistake of his life. After talking about the little secretary, let's talk about Inuzuka Kiba, the Liuman that is inconspicuous, and inconspicuous is just a mouthful, and he doesn't even know how to practice it. The main reason why Kiba developed this trick is his own family. Inuzuka itself has an attack method that imitates animals, and the simulacrum method is to turn people into animals. With Liamong's advice, Kiba, who had spent a lot of time with wild wolves in the mountains, naturally understood the current technique. 7 Wolf. This is Inuzuka Kiba's biggest killer move. A wolf is never an animal that acts alone. Only a group of wolves is a truly terrifying existence. We're on. Ow. With a snarl, the electricity shot out, and Inuzuka Kiba led his shadow clone towards Sasuke. Compared to Naruto Uzumaki, who lacks a string in his head, Kiba's IQ is very smart. Cooperation. The essence of wolves lies in cooperation. It beautiful. Classic. It unimaginable. Shadow clones are all individuals with independent consciousness. Although they are separated by the same person, there is no difference in thinking, but after all, they are not the same person, and they cannot synchronize their thinking in battle. But Inuzuka Kiba's combined attacking technique at this moment seems to have the same mind. Naruto, can you do this too? Sakura asked in a timid voice. How many avatars Kiba can divide, and how much this kid in front of him can divide? It is definitely the difference between heaven and earth. If Naruto can cooperate like Inuzuka Kiba, that's in. Shishushu's gaze turned to his body, and the cool yellow-haired boy clasped his arms and shed a lot of cold sweat. Of course I do. Haha, how could I not? Really? Sakura looked at Naruto's nervous look and seemed suspicious. Hearing his beloved girl's distrustful tone, Uzumaki Naruto became anxious. I helped Kiba to do this trick. How could I not? Sakura, you have to believe me. Come on. He's just bragging when he hears it. Shikamaru shook his head, but Shikamaru didn't even look at this stubborn idiot. Shadow clone that this kid broke out. He said that he cooperated, and it was not bad if he didn't fight on his own. Uzumaki can use it to cooperate. He will pull his head off and eat it. Damn troublemaker. How can you say that? What did I say? The black-faced XYZ who got close to him squeezed a bunch of them. Nara Shikamaru didn't know what was wrong, and he even quarreled with Naruto. The two guys with fire in their hearts were pinched together, and they were smashing into a mess. Akamichi Choji sat next to him and looked at it, and oh, he rushed in. Aren't you going to help? The blonde ponytail fell to his side, and Ino took his friend's shoulder. Haruno Sakura tilted her head and snorted. Didn't you go too? Those two guys are your teammates. Ah, how do you know about this? Shouldn't I know? Should you know? Sakura, you'd better forget about it. I'm still single now. If I get angry, I will rob Sasuke from you. Pighead Ino, do you need to clean up? Why, it's amazing to win one game against the old lady. The spark started to rise, and the second battlefield opened up again. One of the ninjas watching the battle next to each other was counted as one, and their old faces were all blackened. This is our newcomer at Konoha. Do we have tomorrow? Uchiha Sasuke, how long are you going to hold on? Admit defeat. Damn. Looking around at the hungry wolves that came up from all around, it was already enough to beat one by two. Who knew that Inuzuka Kiba had such a disgusting method? 7-1. This is a bad move that a turtle calf came up with. It's too animal and too human. And what makes Ursuko angry the most is that Kiba's real body will always cooperate with the ninja dog to entangle him, and then the clone will launch a surprise attack. This kind of trick beyond his previous imagination. Not only did he make a fool, but the ninja outside was also confused. Is shadow clone still used for this? In the past, everyone used this ninjutsu as cannon fodder, going out to attract firepower to listen for information, and then bring the news back after breaking up. But in the battle, the young people of the Inuzuka clan were so good that they regarded shadow clone as the main force, and would rather suffer themselves than let the clones be broken up. Innovation. This is innovation again. A Chunin exam has seen more novelties than many ninjas have seen in more than 10 years, and there is not a single piece of jump. If you can learn. Envious. Yuhi. Dry eyes. Ninjas may not care about other things, but they are crazy about these strange ninjutsu. Maybe we can too. Uchiha Sasuke. Admit defeat. Tech chapter 33 _ The War of the Mad and the Psycho. Lose. How can I lose? Liamong, Little Lee, Hinata, Neji, Naruto, Sakura, all the classmates who have looked down on them in the past and looked down on them appeared one after another. Thinking of their previous performance, Ursuko felt a strange anger. Interesting academy. Why are they so strong? I am from the Uchiha family, and I am the strongest. Sharingan. Is that kid crazy? The black cloud pattern spread like a fire, and Kakashi's heart immediately mentioned the midair. Stinky shit. You really think you can run wild in front of me? In front of these cursed eyes? You're like that ridiculous float. Raiden, thunder style, Chidori. Stop him. The sound of thousands of black birds chirping resounded through the sky, and just when Kakashi wanted to fly to stop it, something crazy happened. Uchiha Sasuke didn't attack Inuzuka Kiba with Chidori, but held it high above his head, and after a pause suddenly pressed it on himself. Suicide. What is this crazy kid doing? Curse mark. The place he pressed is the curse mark. Crazy. Really crazy. Uchiha Sasuke, who did not want to be controlled, the orphan of the top Konoha wealthy family, even patted on himself the profound meanings he learned from Kakashi. I am the strongest. Bet on the glory of the Uchiha family, and no one will stop me. Jiko Yunshao's wailing swore an oath of determination, and the wriggling black cloud pattern slowly retreated in the gleam. When the dark electric light turned to blue, the two fishy Yuhi Tomo Sharingan stared at Kiba. Evolve. It has evolved in this way. Kakashi swallowed in shock. How old is Sasuke? At the age of 8, Sharingan has evolved into 3 Tomo, and his talent is by no means inferior to his brother. If it weren't for the inheritance and teaching of the clan, I am afraid his strength would be stronger. Any hidden blood force that wants to be unlocked must face the outbreak of emotional ultimate. People have 7 emotions: joy, anger, sadness, worry, fear, weeping with joy, madness with anger, sadness and death, joy and anxiety, Lovesickness turns into hatred, and panic is a manifestation of emotional outburst ultimate. If you want to evolve Sharingan, you must push yourself to the extreme, no matter what kind of emotion you have. The simplest is the decision of life and death, between life and death. Terrifying. Uchiha Sasuke, we are teammates again. I can help you so much. Don't bother me again in the future. Helping to open Sharingan for the first time echoed in his ear. Feeling the powerful force brought by Tomo Sharingan, Uchiha Sasuke bit Kiba past tightly. Interesting Academy first relief. I don't need to rely on anyone. I only need to rely on myself. Inuzuka Kiba, do you want to fight now? The sudden increase in strength revealed an extremely powerful coercion. Feeling the inexplicable restraint on his body, Kiba cut with disdain. The wolves in the forest are never afraid of any animal. Even if the king of beasts encounters a pack of wolves, he can only avoid them. Tigers cannot hold back wolves, and wolves are never afraid of challenges. Wolf, have the pride of a wolf. Let go. Open Sharingan. You should be cleaned up as you are. Kiba is going to lose. The beautiful Philippine pupils flashed a little bit of loss, and Kurenai Yuhi understood the disciples' trick very well. Turning chakra into 6 points to 5 clone. Although it has an absolute numerical advantage in a short period of time, it also loses its durability. Even with a supplement of ration pills, Kiba's battle time could not exceed 5 minutes. And now, 3 minutes and seconds have passed, and there is only a little time left. What will he do? Chakra, who felt that his body was about to run out, looked at Uchiha Sasuke, who was full of firepower in front of him, and Inuzuka Kiba swept his reckless eyes and gave Shadow Clone an order. Siege. The 7 hungry wolves sprinted and spun, and the 7 figures running in a circle suddenly stopped. Sharingan's second assistant raised his right hand, and the squeaking thunder light couldn't stop flickering. One hit is the end. Let's decide the winner now. Rustling Lin Feng blew thousands of green leaves, and 7 whirlwinds collided with the piercing lightning. Raiden, thunder style, blast. There was 1,000 thunders, and everything around was scorched. Looking at the apocalyptic image in their eyes, the ninjas watching the battle were all dumbfounded. This lunatic, does he not want to live? Adding Kaden, fire style, to the Raiden, thunder style, that has accumulated to the extreme. How can anyone do such a crazy thing? Thunder's irritability, fire's anger. Can two things collide together? There is no such thing as death. Too crazy. This is crazy. The violent explosion dissipated, and Inuzuka Kiba plunged to the ground. He lost, not because he was not wrong, but because he was not crazy enough. Normal people can't beat the mentally ill, because they don't commit murder. One has the bottom line, the other has no bottom line. How can the battle be fought? When you went to fight him with a stick, and found that he came out with a chainsaw that was on fire, he was dumbfounded immediately. This challenge was unequal from the beginning. Inuzuka Kiba underestimated Sasuke's madness. No, not only him, but everyone underestimated the madness of this orphan of Uchiha. The technique that Urasukako used at the last moment was basically to die together. Kiba is not wrong to lose, although he is very reconciled. Medical class. An eager shout awakened the stunned ninja, and the orphan of Uchiha, who was blurred in front of him, staggered among the ruins, refusing to fall, and looked directly at the examiner based on his memory. I declare that the 5th challenge match will be won by Sasuke Uchiha. After listening to a sentence, he thumped and fell down. Compared with the opponent who was knocked out by the electric shock, Urzuzi was injured more seriously. Not only the bones in his right hand were exposed, but the whole body was covered with burn. There are Kaden, fire style, baked 1, and Raiden, thunder style, electric 1, and you can imagine how ruthless this kid is. This kid is so crazy, he should stay away from him in the future. The whole body was so excited that he didn't dare to look again, and the audience's mind was terrified to the extreme. It's not ruthless to the enemy. 99.9% of the ninjas can do it, but there are not many people who can be ruthless to themselves. A lunatic like Uchiha Sasuke must not be provoked. We are normal people, we don't play with lunatic. The 5 challenges have ended and the final challenge has begun. The troublesome Shikamaru scratched his pineapple head with a face full of XYZ and left the game. After a while, he walked back with his head lowered, looking at the ground with complicated and incomprehensible eyes. Why do you feel troubled when you are not? Damn, I wouldn't want to fight that kind of troublesome battle, would I? Little brother with glasses, you better hurry up and admit defeat. Big sister is not easy to mess with. The kuwudi, which was weighed up and down in his hand, twirled, and Tenten looked at his opponent with a smile. Aburame Shino raised his index finger and pushed the sunglasses, but for a long time no fart came out. As a marginal person, although he met Tenten a lot at school, he didn't say a word for 6 years. By now, he also didn't want to say anything. The Aburame family has always liked to speak with fact. Answer. The little beauty Tenten couldn't hold back her face, and the edge of her almond-like cut pupil was beating slightly, showing that she was very uneasy. Moonlight Hayate, the sick man, coughed twice, looked around, wiped his body and ran away after shouting, "Damn little brother, it will be very troublesome to dare to ignore the existence of my sister, so let you end in this role." Tool Rising Dragon. The unrolled bar-shaped reel circled around the dynamic and solid body, and the Ten jumped up and shot countless ninja tools. Shuriken, thousand book, meteor hammer, sickle, walking stick, wheelchair, car. Well, I admit that the latter two things do not exist, but no matter what, this little rich woman who has contributed a lot of money to the Konoha gang in 6 years is a real money owner, just like her little girl named Tien. Nephew in general, dare to rob my mother's money, you are courting death. Send me all to hell. The violent storm, the thunder, the lightning, and the chaotic ninjas were shot down, and there was no shadow of Shino on the ground of the wolf. Where have people gone? Ten, who couldn't find the master, danced with a 3-section stick and kept pinning his death. The small half-cut wall not far from her. Aburame Shino knelt on the ground and formed a handprint, muttering in a sullen voice, "It's not that I don't want to talk to you, but it's not necessary. In this forest, I am invincible." Mystery insect summoning. The sound of rustling came slowly from all directions, and the ninjas watching the battle turned their heads one after another. What going on? Why are there so many bugs? Far, stay away from me. Hell, run. The ninjas who were running away jumped and dashed for their lives. Looking around, the sky and the ground were covered with insects. Big, small, long, short, longhorn, thorny, and colorful. The poisonous insect stocked in the death forest rushed over together as if they had been summoned by Lord Kun. A tidal swarm of insects poured into the arena, and the pretty face of the Ten little beauty turned green in an instant. The green was pale, the green was blue, and a Byakugan passed out. Master Examiner, you can announce the result. Pushing his sunglasses, he stood up from behind the broken wall, surrounded by Shino with an oversized Yuhi-headed iron wire black centipede, which scared people half to death. Moonlight Hayate looked at him like this. The dark circles of his eyes twitched twice, and he stopped eating without coughing. It's not scary, it's disgusting. As Aburame Shino looks like now, I can't stand it alone. On its head lies a group of 8-legged giant spiders covered with black hair, cabbage worms with snot on their arms, and a group of black sesame-sized Yuhi ants under their feet, on their face, body, and feet. On the leg, there is no place where there are no bugs. So Moonlight Hayate fainted happily. Yes, he is happy, because all the people who are not dizzy have vomited. That guy is from the Aburame clan. I cannot stand it anymore. Don't spit on me. I want to go home. Tech Chapter 34 Brothers are united to trouble the upper body. Boss, how is Hinata? I just left. Interesting academy. Tilted his head and glanced at the classmates who rushed in. Liamong gently tucked the quilt for the little secretary, and pushed them out of the ward with a shush. Looking at Liamong's caring appearance, Yamanaka Ino's emerald pupils flashed with envy. When can I have such a boyfriend? Haruno Sakura, who was equally delicious, remembered the opposite of her admiration. Will that iceberg have a gentle side? I'm afraid it won't be like this forever. Right, the boss is really biased. The big mouth rolled to the back of the head, glanced at Hinata who was sleeping on the bed, and Uzumaki Naruto walked out with a stinky little face. A child who has never been cared for since he was a child will have to fight his own suffering, and no one will take care of him no matter how many injuries he suffers. You're a man. He stretched out his hand and pressed his head covered with yellow hair and rubbed it vigorously. To this idiot of his teammate and younger brother, Lu Meng's mood was very complicated, not only sighing at his sunshine, but also disgusted by this sunshine. Maybe he is not a decent person. A slightly self-deprecating smile. He turned around the corner, and both Liamong and Might Guy, who was approaching, froze for a moment. This was not a friendly meeting. The two of them didn't say a word, just watched for a while and passed by. Hurt little Lee, which made Lee Rock likely to lose his qualification to continue to be a ninja, and also had a deadly revenge with Hyuga Neji. Might Guy, a teacher, was naturally unhappy, but then again, both of his apprentices brought it upon themselves, and even if Lee Rock's affairs were changed, I'm afraid it wouldn't make any difference. How come Liamangwan didn't take a heavy hand? The 8th inner gate brought all the injuries. If you want to blame him, you can only blame him as a master who shouldn't teach forbidden technique. The two groups of people crossed and walked towards the rooftop. Sheets were hanging everywhere on the roof of the hospital. When the wind blew, the flowers were white. How's the test result? Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke all won, and the rest is me and Shino. Shaking his pineapple head troublesomely, Shikamaru leaned back against the railing and looked at Hokage Rock. For a while, the atmosphere was quiet. Hearing some unexpected answers, Liamong turned his eyes to Inuzuka Kiba, who was wearing a bandage. What's the matter? There is no reason to lose with your strength. That guy is a lunatic. Depressed to talk about the matter, Kiba's expression was extremely depressed, revealing a trace of fear in his unwillingness. Now Uchiha Sasuke is in his heart and has been equated with a lunatic. Frowning his brows and thinking for a long time, Liamong threw his irritability out as the game table set in a month's time. Not yet. Hokage Hokage-sama said it's time to draw lot. Heihei168.com. Shikamaru tilted his head in a meaningful way, and there was a hint of advice in his deep eyes. Hyuga Neji is the eldest young master of the Hyuga family. Although the family is only separated, his identity is unusual in the family. Trouble. Knowing Shikamaru's good intention, Liamong smiled. I have my own plans for this matter. Don't worry, now it's you who are in trouble. 1 month is long or short, and how to improve your strength is the most important thing. Others it's okay to say. What are you going to do, Shikamaru? It's a troublesome thing. He raised his pineapple head with a long sigh of self-deprecation, and looked at Shirakumo's counselor and made a decision. Go back to trouble the old man today. That guy is less motivated than me. Haha, just think about it. He patted his shoulder with a smile and praise, and Liamong was also happy for his friend. No matter how good your head is, you must have the strength to execute it. It is never a joke to use your strength to break a trick. No matter how resourceful you are, you will be given nothing in the face of absolute rank. Let Shikamaru fight Naruto. He will never win in this life. Shino, do your best as well. After settling the strategist, he encouraged the marginalized. When Liamong still wanted to say something, Ino, who came along, was unwilling. Don't ignore the old lady. Okay, I'm such a beautiful job. Man, you didn't see it. Aha, how could it be? I still want to go to your flower shop for a discount. Can smiled and said haha. Liamong didn't want to provoke this woman. Unable to get the answer he wanted, Ino angrily pulled Haruno Sakura away, preparing to visit Sasuke at the hospital. Looking at the back of the two girls leaving hand in hand, only the rooftop of the Konoha gang fell into silence again. Aburame Shino stood in the shadows as a transparent person. Shikamaru leaned against the railing and watched the cloud. Akamichi Choji next to him chewed a tablet. Inazuka Kiba sat on the stool with Akamaru, who was also seriously injured, leaving only Uzumaki Naruto look left and right. I don't know what these guys are doing. After waiting for a while, seeing no one answering him, he scratched his head and said to Lee, I'm going to see Sasuke too. Boss, are you going? I don't care. You can go if you want. He waved his hand to send the guy who lacked a string away. Naruto left with his front feet, and the big guy turned his eyes on his back feet. What are you going to do, boss? You don't need to intervene. I will solve it myself. There was no warmth in his cold eyes, and he dared to hurt Hinata, regardless of whether you were the eldest young master of the Hyuga family. Shikamaru sighed and opened his mouth, then shook his head again and stopped talking. Having been together for 6 years, he is very clear about Lu Meng's character. Don't look at the usual slack, but he is actually a ruthless horn who has revenge. Hyuga Neji hit Hinata hard. If he doesn't get revenge, unless the sun hits the west side, really decided. Shikamaru was still making the last effort. Eyes on Hokagean didn't reply a word. His cold eyes showed determination. The gangsters with a sigh left in a group, and Inazuka Kiba, who left the hospital, scratched his scalp and took out his baseball bat. Did you want to go to Hyuga's house to block people? It's troublesome, but count me in. I'm going too. Choji slapped the film and turned the packaging bag into a bomb. Shino, who took out a baseball bat at some point, explained his choice with his action. The noon sun was shining. Hefeng burst into waves in Konoha village, and the alley not far from Hyuga's house was full of young children. They all had one thing in common. They were all cataract patient. As expected of a son of a wealthy family, there is a lot of pocket money, which is enough for me to eat barbecue. Choji licked the big cake face and threw the money, and Choji spat into the palm of his hand. Shikamaru glanced at him with a headache. Don't patronize and pay for their clothes. If you want to offend them, you will offend them thoroughly, or it's not easy for people to come forward. Take them off and hang them up on the telephone pole so that the chaos can be even bigger. The jet black sunglasses flashed brightly, and Aburame Shino lived up to his sultry name. Inazuka Kiba, who was in charge of the beating, was amused, rubbed his nose and bent over to dry. What are you guys going to do? Don't pick my pan. Mom. Bang. Hokage-sama is not good. Hyuga's child. What's wrong with them? They've been beaten. What? The slightly relieved heart immediately tightened, and the 3-generation-old man who thought that someone else had hit Byakugan's idea was dumbfounded. Since the Uchiha family was destroyed, Hyuga has dominated the Konoha family, who would conflict with them at this time. Tell me carefully what's going on. Suppressing his surprise, he crossed his hand, and Sarutobi Hiruzen's cloudy old eyes flashed with light. Nara, Akamichi, Inazuka, and Aburame are the direct descendants of the 4 families. The voice of the news ninja was very hard, and it was obviously not a good job. Shikamaru, Kiba, Shino, Choji, they took the Hyuga family's first elder and third elder, his grandson, and 5 direct descendants of the branch family were stripped naked and hung on the telephone pole. Lord Hyuga Hiyashi has rescued the people and announced that the Hyuga family closed the door and thanked guests. Quote, this. The newly bought pipe was cut into 2 pieces, and Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart seemed to run through 10,000 grass and mud horses. Things are really big. Originally an ordinary ordinary Chunin exam. Not only did his most outstanding disciple come back to make trouble, but the only seedling of the Uchiha family had a problem again. Next, the continuous outbreak of candidate pushed Liamong, the abandoned heir of the Hatake family who broke out of the house, to the cusp of the storm. The headaches were one after another. It was already annoying enough, and there was such a mess again. What are they trying to do? Damn, do you still think this old man doesn't have enough headache? His brows to suppress his anger. The third generation of Hokage wished he could pull his hair out. Now it's troublesome in the light, and trouble in the dark. The two advisors, Shimura Danzo, the leader of the root group, and Homura Mitokado Kaharu Udatane, both put forward their own requirement. Why does it seem that all the troubles are stuck at one juncture? Hyuga Hiyashi closed the door to thank guests. This is obviously putting pressure on him, and if he doesn't handle it well, it will be a big mess. But how to deal with this? The four bastards who started are all family members. Since Nara Akamichi has started, Yamanaka, who is closely related to them, will definitely not stand by. Although the Aburame Inuzuka clan is slightly worse than the other, they should not be timid. Inuzuka has a wide network of contacts in Konoha because of his good relationship with Ninja Dog. Aburame doesn't usually look like a mountain or water, but he has a position that can't be ignored in the hidden family. If it annoys them, some hidden old ghost will definitely jump out and say something. Trouble, this is a big trouble, it's such a mess. What is the cause of the matter? After stroking the relationship that he didn't understand, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the messenger ninja viciously. Chunin, who was wearing a pair of flat mirrors, was about to urinate. It is said that Hyuga Neji attacked heavily during the exam. They are going to vent their anger on Hyuga Hinata, and they use the name of revenge for the Konoha gang bookkeeping secretary. I, Lord Hokage. Tech chapter 35 _ an unexpected warm wind blows through my heart. A mouthful of old blood spurted out, and Sarutobi Hiruzen of Laogonpacha had a stroke and was admitted to the hospital. Before being dragged out by the reporting ninja, he kept his mouth open and closed, saying that he had unfinished last word. Mobile reading is more convenient. m.heihei168.com. Well, in fact, everyone in Konoha village knows that this old guy is pretending to be dead and taking refuge. Hyuga Hiyashi can close the door to thank guests, and 3 generations of Hokage can pretend to be dead and be hospitalized. In short, the two bastards are smart enough to work together. Homura Mitokado, Kaharu Udatane got the news and silently continued to prepare for the Chunin exam. As the connection between Konoha and the daimyo of the Land of Fire, the two of them must do a good job of face-saving. Shimura Danzo, who got news from the cat in a dark corner, chased away his subordinate, took his single walking stick, danced the Obasan prayer dance, and deceived himself and wished his old rival died in the hospital. Just as the big guy's eyes widened to watch the situation, Lu Meng almost fell from the roof of the hospital with a somersault. Yakushi Kabuto. The shattering sound of glass shattered his eyes, and he looked down at Konoha's #1 spy who fell and took off his mask. Our gang leader suddenly had 2 big heads. Kakashi, who appeared later, knocked a big bag on his forehead again. They looked at each other silently, and Liamong, who was leaning against the railing, sighed, turned and walked towards Lumen. It's too late to go home now. I don't need you to take care of my affairs. Besides, have you ever taken care of it? The open door slammed shut, and the two became passers-by from then on. Go home? What a joke. When did Hatake become its own home? Even if the country of fire is Lightspring all year round, there are times in autumn when the rotten will eventually become rotten, and the new will eventually face the new. At noon, at the shop, the Konoha gangsters sit in a circle, looking at these brothers who were implicated for themselves. Liamong lifted the jug and shook it. Actually, you don't need to do this. One day as a brother, and a lifetime as a brother. It's not just your fault that Hinata was beaten. Kiba, the dog, smiled and patted Akamaru, and the little white dog barked in response to Kiba's word. Shikamaru with a troubled face raised his chin and added a piece of meat. It's better to stand in line as soon as possible. Who knows what will happen in the future? Dad said, build your muscles and prevent you from getting beaten up. Akamichi Choji's big pancake face was covered with rice grain. Shino, who was sitting next to him in a silent voice, pushed on his sunglasses. The family will stand up for us. The bigger the trouble this time, the better. It's easier to read on mobile phones. m.heihei168.com. It will be very troublesome for you to do this. Shaking his head and pressing his thoughts. Some things really can't be said now. Shikamaru looked at Liamong's lost face thoughtfully, but didn't think they had done anything wrong. Unfortunately, sometimes good intentions do not always lead to good things. Hiyashi, your daughter's boxing skills must be handed over to the family, and that kind of thing must be in the hands of Hyuga. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 or 7. Even with main clan, the Byakugan men who had been sitting in a room full of Byakugan joined in one piece to put pressure on the patriarch together. At these clansmen gathered together, Hyuga Hiyashi is extremely angry. What do these bastards mean? Isn't Hinata from the Hyuga family? Although he was angry in his heart, Hiyashi did not dare to show it on the surface. In the face of the righteousness of the family, even he, the patriarch, cannot resist everyone and go it alone. Besides, he himself was jealous of that boxing technique. I will handle it. As for who is qualified to learn after getting it, it must be done according to the rules of the clan. Main clan, secret skills cannot be spied on by the family. If you have the power to push the righteousness of the family, I dare to speak with the power of the patriarch. In the first confrontation, Hyuga directly kicked the division out of the game. The Byakugans, whose foreheads were covered in bandages, looked at each other, bowed their hands to the ground, stood up, took 3 steps back, and left. Main clan were left in the room that was still full. Although the elders were a little angry, it was not easy to talk about this matter. Both sides took care of it. The most important thing was to be able to force out the boxing technique. 1 week. We only give you 1 week. Don't blame us for being rude. It's time for the family to continue. There was a muffled sound, and the hand on the ground sank more than halfway. Hyuga looked back and forth at these old guys, snorted coldly, got up and left. Him and Hazashi, that year is finally going to happen again. Hanabi or Hinata. As a father, Hyuga really has a hard time making a choice, but for the sake of the family, as the patriarch, he had to do it. I hope you don't blame me. No, father, you have to ask brother Liamong about this first. Shungyun blurted out his first refusal, and Hinata covered his chest with a cough. Hyuga stared at her daughter's pale and stubborn appearance with a twitching face, and when she was still about to say something, there were footsteps outside. There was a creaking sound, and the open door looked at each other. The 2 men, one big and one small, seemed to condense the air. Seeing Hinata insisting that he couldn't stop coughing, his livid face was freezing cold. You are to visit your daughter like this. It's not up to you, a junior, to take care of the Hyuga family's affairs. If I want to take care of it. Cough. Brother Liamong, my father. Looking at the begging in the weak eyes of the little secretary, he put down the flower basket with a heavy snort, and took out the Enko sand and cinnamon rolls he just bought. You are not welcome here. If you still have a little bit of father's responsibility, get out of here immediately. Hinata, don't forget your identity. Directly ignoring the cold and icy gaze, Hyuga threw off his sleeves and left, and the nurses who were waiting outside bowed their heads one after another, and sent off the wealthy patriarch respectfully. Liamong's eyes became more and more disdainful. What is he doing here? Brother Liamong. He tilted his face and didn't dare to look directly into his eyes. Hinata's weak appearance was heart-wrenching. Your weakness and my wound. Looking at the appearance of the beloved girl in tears, Liuman gently embraced her in his arms. Father, think about Taichi. Give it to him. Brother. He raised his head in disbelief, and Hinata looked at Liamong. His pretty face slowly turned into shy Yuhi. Raising her finger and gently scratching her little nose, Liamong took the newly bought cinnamon roll over, and comforted the little secretary carefully. After she fell asleep, she walked up to the rooftop alone and blew the cool breeze. Want Taichi? Family? This is the family. What a disgusting person. This village becomes less pleasing to the eye. Hatake is like this, so is Hyuga. But do you really think that boxing is easy to learn? The young master wants to take a look how to play with the optics of boxing without learning boxing. Do you rely on your eyes? Head to look at the Hokage rock, which was blown by the wind and sand. Listening to the rustling of the leaves in his ears, he returned home with the setting sun. As soon as I entered the hospital, I saw an unexpected person. Sister Anko, what are you doing? Don't you see so many things in my sister's hand? Why don't you come over to help? With 2 boxes on the left and 3 bags on the right, the panting Mitarashi Anko puffed out her face. Liamong, whose head was aching, touched his nose and took the pocket, opened the door and walked into the courtyard. After a busy meal, the 2 sat at the dinner table and drank juice. Want lemon or strawberry? Strawberry. There is no Anko soup. It is better to choose a Yuhi color. Mitarashi Anko made a choice according to the color. Liamong sat opposite with 2 glasses of juice, and looked up and down. Came to my home. Be careful lately. Someone is trying to trouble you. Who? Eyes swept to the ground without speaking. Anko's solemn expression seemed a little gloomy. Liamong looked at the shadow at the corner of the table and paused, his lips raised full of scorn. I can't escape the first day of the first year, but I can't escape the 15th day. Is the Anko team trying to protect me? It's really touching. When are you still talking about this kind of joke? A shudder knocked on the forehead across the dining table. Mitarashi Anko said with a serious look, I will protect you until the Chunin exam start. This time I must do my best, and I will be the strongest. In addition to the contest between country, there is something less known about the Chunin exam. The Daming House will recruit guards in it. You must get this status. 12 soldiers of the country of fire. You know. Anko raised his head in amazement. This is not something everyone can hear. Liamong turned to Byakugan speechlessly. Is the dispute between the 2 jades really difficult for that guy Ashima? But then again, does the big name still have this mind? When the old generation dies, there must be a new generation to inherit. There can be no shortage of guards around the daimyo. If you get this status, you will be safe. After finishing his words with a bit of sadness and a bit of shuffling, Anko Enko Gudong took the last bite of strawberry juice, stretched his waist and asked for the direction of the bathroom. Looking at this cheap elder sister who was unexpectedly thinking of herself, Liamong turned back and pointed to the door. There is one Izumi at the end of the left turn, and the bath supplies are placed on the shelf behind the stone platform. Would you like to come together? Two pupils flickered playfully, and Enko was wearing nothing under her translucent fishnet. Seeing the two balls that were rounded in front of him, Yuhi's little face instantly turned bloodshot, and the 12-year-old gang leader Sparta was done. Mitarashi Enko walked around behind him with a smile, and blew into his ears. Little pervert, are you afraid? Whoever said I'm afraid, just go. Tech chapter 36 _calm in moderation. In the steaming stone bathroom, Izumi, who had paid a lot of money to buy it, had water splashes in his eyes, and stood there dumbfounded, his eyes widened into two big ones. The half-clothed Mitarashi Enko smiled and blinked his taupe eyes, and his blue-purple hair soaked in water was sprinkled with crystals. Liamong was completely stunned. Seeing the playful younger brother look like a pig, Enko's beautiful eyes flashed a smirk, and suddenly he touched the soft and leaned forward and asked, is my sister beautiful? Pretty. Liamong nodded vigorously, saliva almost overflowing the corner of his mouth. Enko with bright eyes and a smile pulled his hand down. Is that sister good looking? It beautiful. I wish I could point my toes and look inside. How could Liuman say a word? Enko's smile got even bigger. Then, do you want a sister? Don't. Giggling and covering her cherry lip with a charming smile, she successfully teased the flamboyant Enko Lee's front and back. The milky beige skin was covered with crystal water droplets, which really made the bastard look great, and his nose seemed itchy. To spill something out. Not good. I'm going to lose an adult. Liamong was hugged by Enko as soon as he lifted his footstep, and the back of his head immediately fell into two softballs. Fragrant, soft, and somewhat bouncy. Little pervert, where do you want to go? My stomach hurt. Yuhi didn't dare to look back with a face full of expression, and he felt sluggish. Enko smiled coquettishly behind him, his trembling chest jumping around like two rabbits, flicking to the left and right, causing an endless fire. Lu Mang, who couldn't bear it any longer, turned around abruptly, and his two small claws probed right over, but who knew that he didn't even catch a hair. You're not good. The bright eyes that turned slightly sideways blinked playfully, and Enko's jade arm that stepped on when Izumi sank into the bottom of the water. Looking at the cheap elder sister who only showed her half body, she clenched her fists in anger, struggled for a long time, bit Kiba and rushed in. Leaning forward in the water, the bad boy pretending to be slipping turned into a hungry wolf. Watching the volley pounce on his little bad boy, Enko's dress stretched out his jade arm angrily, and pulled it into his arms one after another. Before Liamong had a chance to make a move, his two small claws were caught in the palm of his hand. Don't move around. Hands manually, stepping on his feet with his feet. Enko, like an octopus, picked the Liuman on his body. With zero distance contact in all directions, the gangster was Spartan in a blink of an eye, only to feel an alluring fragrance pouring into his nostrils crazily. Hey168.com. CC Yuhi's thread overflowed into the water, and Enko, whose mouth was slowly raised, bit his earlobe. Little guy, you are so rude. You forced me. What are you doing, little bastard? Feeling the violent struggle in his arm, Enko increased his strength with a smile. The same afterburner Liuman roared viciously. Do what you need to do. Do you have this intolerant little family guy? Don't call me little. I'm big. Where are you from? I'm big everywhere. A frenzied fight caused countless splashes, and the gangster who overturned on his back couldn't do what he wanted to do, and the abominable Enko ran away after molesting him. Staring at the roof and reminiscing about the tenderness he just touched, Lu Meng swore to the lamp that he would definitely make that hateful woman regret it. Little guy, wash yourself slowly. My sister is going back to sleep. Sleep your sister. The dawn in the middle of the night is quiet, and the mice scratched by the cat are messed up. With Mitarashi Enko staying in, the night is nothing. During the daytime, you can move around in the village, as long as you don't go to any hidden places. You're not afraid of someone coming. Day by day, Hinata's injury gradually improved. He personally played the 42-style elderly fitness Taijikwan for Hyuga Hiyashi, and brought Yuhi's little secretary into the house. Enko joked, you're so good, you little pervert. Even the eldest lady of the Hyuga family has been kidnapped. That's right, you don't even look at who I am. He held Hinata in his arms as if he raised his head in a demonstration. Liamong deliberately hurt people. Unexpectedly, Enko was not angry at all, but brought Hinata to his side, and the gangster, who seemed to remember something, immediately froze in place. Sure enough, the little secretary slept with Enko that night. Goddamn stinky woman, how can you do this? In order to bring Hinata into the house, Liamong and Hyuga Hiyashi fought a lot. You must know that the little secretary is the eldest miss of Hyuga main clan. Every move is related to the family's fate. How can you live in the man's house before marriage? Such behavior is extremely shame. Hyuga Hiyashi can agree. The process can be imagined with many twists and turns, and there are two unfamiliar things here. The reason why Hyuga Hiyashi agreed with Liamong to take Hinata Hinata away is not only to get the boxing manual but also to reduce the trouble after returning home. But it is because of this that this guy has completely abandoned the eldest daughter and decided to inherit the family from the second daughter. It is impossible for any wealthy patriarch to do anything that would harm the family's fate. In other words, Hinata was out in this battle. I roughly guessed that the gangster here took the little secretary back home with pity and took care of him in every possible way. Anko looked at him with jealousy and at the same time gave birth to a strange envy. The children who have been without a home since childhood have lost the care of their masters. Anko, who has been fighting alone all these years, suddenly feels that it would be great if someone took care of him like this. Little bastard, my sister is going to work. Don't take advantage of Hinata, he joked with a smile, making the little secretary shy. Yuhi and Mitarashi Anko floated away like the wind. Seeing the back of the cheat sister leaving gracefully, Liamong grabbed the little secretary and took care of the luggage, and put a bamboo chair behind him. Come on, sit up. Blue, Liamong brother. Good, my brother will take you out for a walk. He gently carried Hinata to the seat, afraid of the little girl's dazzling ons blown by the wind, and added a curtain around her, so she carried her on the street, as if proclaiming the sovereign stalks everywhere. But it ruins the popularity of surveillance in the dark. Hyuga, Anbu, the eyes of the three forces are all irritated. This bastard should be killed. I really want to kill him. Shameless. Wait, what is that? Hinata, do you like this? The glutinous rice roll that was just out of the pot was fragrant, and Liamong carefully blew it and sent it behind him. The action of reaching out to withdraw money shocked countless people. The vendors who sold the goods didn't feel anything, and the ninjas watching in the dark were dumbfounded, who saw how he took out the money. Without any extra action, the banknote was taken out as soon as the hand was stretched out. Light, time and space ninjutsu. When countless people are watching, suddenly seeing the legendary magical skill, the ninjas in charge of monitoring broke out in a cold sweat. It can be called a legendary magical skill, and it naturally has its rank. The second generation of Hokage and the fourth generation of Hokage are proud of the pinnacle of the ninja world. If it is not dragged down by the righteousness, those with this magical skill will be undefeated. Can't fight but can't run. Once again, seeing Liamong taking money out of thin air, the ninjas in charge of monitoring retreated decisively. How can these frightened mice go back and report to us? Not to mention, feeling that the surveillance person has left, Liamong happily raised the corners of his mouth and continued to wander as if nothing was happening, buying a snack on the left and a toy on the right. If Hinata likes, she will give it to her, and if she doesn't like it, she will put it in her portable space. I can't scare you tofu sellers. Are you really stupid? Then let's see who is the real fool. Time ninjutsu. Nonsense. If I really know this stuff, I have to wait until today. Walking around the lively streets with a belly of bad water in his arm, he tilted his head and saw a familiar flower shop. Let go. My brother will buy you a bunch of flowers. Instead, he lifted the chair with both hands and opened the door with a creaking sound. The wind chimes on the eaves of the door tinkled softly. Ino, who was squatting on the ground to take care of flowers, raised his head, and when he saw who it was, his pretty face immediately dropped, and he glanced at the little secretary who was on the ground with resentment. Again, bring Hinata to buy flowers. Well, come in and have a look when you see the newly arrived Hikyo outside. Sincere and unchanging love. What an insane bastard. Angrily puffing out her cheeks, she pulled out the wrapping paper. Sister Ino fiercely wrapped 99 flowers and slaughtered the big money with a smile. Shungwei, 1,800 taels, is a very lucky number. Well, it's auspicious. When you go out with your girlfriend, you can't be fussy about it. Knowing that the slaughtered man is not angry, he smiles and walks away. Before leaving, he also said 2 words of gratitude. Thetan watching Hinata's happy smile behind the curtain. Ino's sister smashed the watering water bottle angrily. Damn guy, where is my mother? Worse than her. Bastard. Damn bastard. Brother, Ino seems to like you too. Ha ha ha. Your brother is getting more and more handsome day by day. It's normal for him to like more people, but he can't take all of them home. Diane boasted a lot, feeling that the little secretary's voice was a little tired, and decided to change to a more leisurely place. It seems like they haven't been back to ninja school for a long time. Let go. Brother will take you to collect protection fees. Tech chapter 37 Inheritance in school. Walking into the childhood campus after a long absence, it seems that it is very sad to leave the splendor of the century, the shooting range where you practice shuriken, the swing hanging under the tree, and the rooftop where you used to watch the wind have left warm memories everywhere. In order to relive these past good times, Liamong slowed down with Hinata on his back, and stopped for a moment every time he went. Do you like it? N nodded lightly and leaned his little head against his chest. The little secretary sitting in Liamong's arms slowly closed his eyes, feeling that steady heartbeat, slowly fell asleep. The breeze blew through the green leaves, the swing was rippling slightly, and the ding bell's closing bell broke the rare peace. It was not too long, and the noisy children poured out, some shouting, some screaming, and bluffing and roaring. But when they saw the couple sitting on the swing outside, The noise came to an abrupt end. How is this guy? How did he come back? Boss guy, didn't he come to collect our money again? Hey, what's wrong with you all? Left and right, Konohamaru, who didn't know what to do, pushed the crowd away, raising his head like a little adult. Why are you all standing here? Shut up. Numerous laughs covered their head, and the students who almost suffocated Konohamaru were swarming with cold sweat. Please, don't let that man notice us. You bastard trying to kill everyone. Hurry up and make this kid disappear. Konohamaru, who struggled to pull it back and forth with her small hand, bit her mouth open, and finally sucked in fresh air while screaming. After a brief stun, the crowd froze. It's over. Worse, I really want to kill that bastard. I want to. Count me in. One after another, countless eyes stared at Konohamaru, and the little guy shrank his neck with a candid smile, not understanding why the big guy looked at him like that. Light and shade turned, and the gangster who touched the Kiba sign stood up. Are you waiting for me? Embracing Hinata with a smirk on his face, Lumang looked at these juniors who were used to bullying from left to right, and said with a sigh, oh, there are so many new faces, so many new students. Huan, welcome to the boss to come back to the school for inspection. Shishushua bowed his head and bowed in salute. Except for the little brat of the new school year, all the other students from the 5 divisions lowered their heads, stared at the corners and shivered. Interesting academy first release. Scanning these little slickers, Liamong waved his hand cheerfully. Let go. I'll come back today to see who is that. Take the protection fee for me, and invite everyone to dinner after school. Boom. A dull thunder struck his forehead, and the apprentice who was called was startled for a moment, and quickly nodded his head. Annoyed this ancestor, not sure how to be cleaned up. If you want to collect the money, just accept it. It's not my fault anyway. Sending the schoolboy who was blocking the road, he carried Hinata on his back, and Liuman walked past Konohamaru. The little guy who took a long time to react finally remembered who this annoying guy is. Is he the boss of the boss? It's so good. So many people are afraid of him. If only I could do the same. Thinking of how he was respected by all the students, Sarutobi Konohamaru crossed his arms and thought for a moment, then called the 2 followers to him and solemnly announced that he would also form a gang. I've decided, in the future, I will also collect money like the man who banged. Udon, Mengwang, you 2 go out to find out how the gang works. After school, you can also ask Naruto boss for advice. Konohamaru, is it really good for us to do this? The big knot wave was twitching hard, and Udon wearing big glasses started to be silly. The 2 yin yellows with 2 sky-high piercings opened their mouth blankly, forming a gang. Oh, the high selling. Is our boss really reliable? Thinking of the scene of being surrounded by countless students, the little girl twisted her fingers hesitantly, feeling the urge to immediately suspend her studies and take refuge. Didn't know how to teach the child badly. Walked up to the rooftop with Hinata on his back, and sat together facing the Hokage rock. The 10-minute break was over in a blink of an eye. After the class bell rang, a group of people unexpectedly came to the rooftop, and the leader was a familiar face. When did you come back? Aha, it's Mr. Uruka. Why, aren't your students welcome? With a grin, he turned around and glanced at the twitching classroom teacher. He was still very emotional about the head teacher who had taught him for 6 years. Coughed twice to stop the consternation in his heart. When Uruka was about to say something, Konohamaru jumped out from behind, trotted to Liamong, bent at the waist, and gave a big gift. Thank you for that day. The grace of salvation. The boss of the boss. I also want to set up a gang. Please give me a lot of guidance. Thank you. Quote. Plop to the ground. The crowd fell, and Uruka Ueno stared at Konohamaru like a stroke, feeling a very bad feeling in his heart. He is Hokage's own grandson. If Liamong is ruined, you also want to form a gang? Yes, boss, I adore you so much. Please teach me. Raising his little face to reveal a big kiba with a gap, Konohamaru nodded his head sincerely. The tisk Liamong immediately became happy. Set up a gang? Okay, little guy, there is a way to make money. He patted his shoulders encouragingly and expressed his approval. The gang leader squeezed his chin and spread the word about his experience. If you want to form a gang, you must first make a name for yourself. The Konoha gang let me occupy it, so don't think about it. I think this way. You can set up the Yuhi Flower Club. Even if you don't know Konohamaru, it's useless to be a hero. How about this? Isn't this slogan enough? Boss, you are so great. Great ass. Climbing up and falling down again, Uruka Ueno felt a sense of collapse when she heard the slogan of Konohamaru's milky voice. Dahai, you should get up and shoot this bastard to death. The establishment of the Yuhi Flower Club means that the Yakuza who are out of touch with the Yakuza have once again passed on, and the origin of Konohamaru is much easier to use than Liamong. The gentle and peaceful little secretary Hinata watched silently by the side, and when Konohamaru called the 2 attendants over to go to the top of the mountain to worship, she took out the butterfly notebook that was used to keep accounts and handed it over. In the roster printed with several blue flying butterflies, the income and expenses of the Konoha gang for 6 years were recorded in detail. As long as it's there, just do it. Take good care of it. I know, I see. The wide glasses slid to his mouth with his little head. Udon quickly pushed it up, and Junji held the notebook in his arm. Witnessing this historic scene, Yumino Iruka stretched out his arms blankly and passed out for the third time. Liamong, who didn't want to continue to beat the students in class, gently lifted Hinata on his back, waved his hand and walked to the rooftop in the distance. His ears were full of Konoha Maru's farewell cry. When Iruka wakes up faintly, there is no need to rush to teach again. The determined Konoha Maru has already started to collect money. Udon kept the account. Yin Huang stretched out his hand, and Konoha Maru, who folded his arms, was triumphant. Oh my god, hit him to death with a thunderbolt. In order to prevent this irritating farce, Iruka, who was full of anger, announced the start of the class, hoping to use history to influence the Konoha Maru, who was about to go down the wrong road, and the illusions of Hokage in the past dynasties were flying. While talking, the three-generation-old man stepped in. The bright-eyed secretary coughed twice and pulled down his sleeve. It's Lord Hokage. Yeah. Nodding lightly, he took off his shirt, afraid that Hinata's stray light would wrap her up. The couple sitting embracing each other watched from a distance across the rooftop, and the smiling three-generation-old man smiled here, and went dark with a smile. This bastard, covered with Tani Madara, was slap white. Sarutobi Hiruzen really wanted to go over and beat Liamong down. This bastard dared to compare his middle finger to himself. Did he want to turn the world upside down? Konoha Maru, is this bad old man your grandpa? Well, he is the third generation of Hokage. Nodding affirmatively to admit, Konoha Maru is also very suspicious of his grandfather's rank. Looking at the following little guys who talked about himself, 9 out of 10 sentences were not good words. The old man Sarutobi laughed. What is that old guy laughing at? Why do I feel like he's stupid? Is this old man really as good as Iruka-sensei said? It doesn't look like it at all. Yes, I don't look like it. Shut up. Those who can become Hokage are the strongest in the village. To stop the students' commotion, Iruka hurried to accompany the three-generation-old man. Lord Hokage, they are still young. It doesn't matter. They are all cute. He laughed and exhaled 2 puffs of smoke. As Sarutobi Hiruzen, how could he care about the dolls as Sarutobi Hiruzen? Seeing that the two above were not angry, the daring boy below jumped out. Iruka-sensei, is Hokage really the strongest in the village? Of course. Okay, I've decided to become the 5th generation of Hokage. Who made me strong and handsome? Ahahaha. This idiot has his grade passed. One sentence turned over the long-haired man who was still giggling, and black lines flowed all over the classmates next to him. Looking at these interesting little devils, Sarutobi Hiruzen praised happily. This is a very big dream. You are different from me. You are still very young. Maybe it is possible to become Hokage. People only have one life. Don't force yourself. It doesn't matter whether you live or die, as long as you are happy. But no matter what, you can't forget. Protect your most important people. I hope you can remember. The most important person. What is the most important person? The doubtful little ones raised their hands to express their doubt. Sarutobi Hiruzen took down the pipe with a smile. The most important person is the one who trusts and loves from the bottom of your heart. Do you have one? Yes, I have a father, a mother, a nasty brother, and a dog named Kwantai. I have important friend. I have a dear uncle. Noisily or in a low voice or aloud announcing the person he values most. While talking, a little guy raised his hand and asked curiously, Lord Hokage, what about you? Do you have such a person too? Well, of course, he is my grandson Konoha Maru. Shaolian licked old Gao triumphantly. Looking at Konoha Maru's stinky fart, the whole class darkened. Seeing their appearance, the three-generation-old man sighed. Of course, besides him, there are all the people in the village. I am Hokage. Shushu Qingfeng took a solemn oath and flew into the distance. Liamong, who embraced Hinata in his arms, got up and left. Everyone will say good things, but have you really done it? Everyone you identify with. Ha ha. Let go home. Tech chapter 38 _ final preparations before dawn. After wandering around for a day and returning to the courtyard, the Liamong and the pretty-faced Hinata soaked up when Izumi, and the little secretary's face, Yuhi, was like a pot. If it weren't for the fear of hurting her still unrecovered heart, the gangster with a full stomach would really want to sneak 2 cheap hands. Of course, it would be better without this uninvited cheat sister around. Little pervert, get me a glass of juice. Don't you have long hands yourself? Angrily turned his head and widened his eyes. Lu Meng hated this woman who stepped in halfway. Didn't she know how to avoid leisure? Raised his slender fingers and pointed to the tray behind Liamong. Enko winked proudly. You're so close. Here. He poured a glass of orange juice and slammed the pestle in front of him. The gangster's face turned black and muddy. Drink slowly. Be careful not to choke to death. Hey, I can't see that you still care about your sister. Zilu Ziliu narrowed her taupe eyes. Mitarashi Enko lazily opened her jade arms and put Hinata in her arms. It feels so smooth. It feels like silk. Good sister, can we both drip to sleep tonight? Yuhi, sister Enko. The bloodshot face pushed away the slender hand, and Hinata, who couldn't bear it, lowered her head. Fire! And Lu Meng, who saw the little secretary being molested, clenched his fist fiercely, but there was nothing he could do in Anko's demonstrative eyes. Several times of confrontation ended in failure, and the gangster leader took this carefree woman as a no-brainer. Little pervert, take your time. I'll take my sister back to rest. Blue, brother Liamong, good night. He grinned and watched the two beauties, one big and one small, leave. The whole person sank into Izumi's water without words and tears, and he didn't think of coming out for a long time. The cold moonlight pierced the sky and reflected on the towers in the distance, and the huge black shadow pulled away. That Gara. He suddenly got up. His eyes were round, and Lu Mang, who narrowed his eyes, thought about it, put on his clothes and rushed out. Sunagakure village with Kabuto's loincloth on his face said solemnly, another little mouse is here. Don't underestimate him. This guy is very troublesome. Raising his hand and pushing the flat mirror to remind him, Yakushi Kabuto felt a little heavy. Maki, who saw the appearance of the person coming, snorted and disappeared. Deal with one first. Not good. Been discovered. The body hidden behind the wall suddenly moved to a high place. The examiner, who seemed to jump into the moon and pointed his sword. Heihei168.com. Konoha style dance of the three suns and moon. The figure of one turned into three, swung the sword from top to bottom, and Liamong, who was stopped by Yakushi Kabuto, touched his head. The big play has not yet been staged. The son of the night dancer can't die here. I admit that you are very troublesome, but do you have the strength? A cold light flashed in the flat mirror, and Yakushi Kabuto raised caution. However, some people can't stop it if they want to. Dance of lightning Tianluatawang. Raised to the ultimate speed, Yakushi Kabuto's feet were forced apart. Liamong threw his right hand, and the huge energy net covered the sky and covered the sky. The blue and white energy net with hook caught his eye, and Maki, who had caught the sword with his shoulder, saw that the situation was not good, and he kicked the moonlight Hayate and retreated. The unfortunate examiner didn't even scream, and was pulled back in a brown bag. Thank you, sister. Bang! His forehead fell to the ground softly in the slap of a brick, and the examiner, who was in a coma, widened his eyes. Yakushi Kabuto, who were preparing to raid next to them, were also a little stunned, and the moonlight Hayate threw to his feet. Don't let him die. Without this guy in Chunan's exam, the role will be insufficient. Kabuto Sr. turn back and follow, Uncle Snake said. After the exam, I will go to his place as a guest. You know him. Suspiciously turned his head to look at his allies, and Maki narrowed his eyes suspiciously. Yakushi Kabuto stood his ground viciously. Don't let him run away. I don't know what this kid is up to. A few words of effort can let people go. How can there be such cheapness in the world? Hearing the rebuttal of the ally, Maki immediately raised caution, and Gara, who was a step late, stood quietly in the corner, seemingly isolated from the world. Lu Mang, who looked back and forth, let out a sullen breath. It's really troublesome to be surrounded. But, do you really have the confidence to deal with me? If you delay, it will attract attention. Fick him. I still don't believe it. Even if you have a lotus on your tongue, Yakushi Kabuto, who has been a spy all his life, won't believe such words easily. The middle of the day, the Hokage office, which had not heard back for a long time, was filled with all kinds of tyrants, and there was not a single low-level ninja. Moonlight Hayate is missing. What? Hayate him. 3 generations of Hokage in a deep voice. Dozens of eyes swept over, and the 3-generation old man sitting in the main seat nodded. The bamboo hat placed in front of him was extremely dazzling. The ninjas in the room were all silent. Although Moonlight Hayate was young, he was a famous descendant. He inherited the Konoha-style swordsmanship developed by the 2nd-generation Hokage, and his strength was extremely outstanding. If not for the congenital lung disease, the achievement is far more than the name of a special jonin. But now such a strong man has disappeared. Did Orochimaru do it? Anko's face was very ugly, and he subconsciously covered his shoulders. Kakashi gave her a sideways glance. It's too early to draw such a conclusion. Hayate is probably stalking the Otogakure spy named Kabuto, but Orochimaru is really planning something. That said, we have to terminate the Chunin exam immediately and take Orochimaru. No way. Homura Mitokado, who was sitting behind Hokage on his right, spoke up after listening to the discussions of the genin. Orochimaru once appeared on purpose and threatened us not to terminate the exam. Besides, the allies will despise him if he stopped rashly, which will greatly damage Konoha's prestige, and the elders are opposed to the proposal to drop the intermediate exam. How could this be? His eyes widened in astonishment, and the ninja proposed below was done. Homura Mitokado explained with a sigh. With Orochimaru's strength enough to conquer a small country, his departure is bound to attract the attention of other countries. It just so happens that he hates Konoha, so many countries welcome him. Does this mean that the allies and Orochimaru have passed through and want to turn their backs on our Konoha? The terrified thought blurted out, and almost didn't jump up. Kakashi glanced at him indifferently. The alliance treaty is no different from a verbal agreement. Isn't that the case in the past 3 wars? That piece of paper is a piece of waste that can be thrown into the trash can at any time. Okay, there is still too little information now, so don't make assumptions. Puffing a smoke ring to stop the argument, the 3rd generation of Hokage turned his his eyes behind him. Kaharu Udatane, with a rutted face, nodded lightly. Anbu has already set out to inquire about information from various countries. We really shouldn't act rashly before they come back, or we might fall into the enemy's arms. The old man also thinks it should be like this, but I have great confidence in everyone. The 3-generation old man who made the decision to encourage morale and took down his pipe slowly stood up straight, as if he had returned to his youth. His eyes were shining, his hair was flying, and Lao Ganbaka's hands were swept in all directions. I will train the old man more. At the last moment, even if we put all the power of Konoha on, the old man will continue to fight them to the death. Lord Hokage. The ignited passion was exchanged for a loud cry, and Konoha's long-hidden power seemed to be slowly revived. Many ninjas feel that they need to make good use of the next month training. Watch the enemy. No matter what you do, you can't let Konoha suffer. Liamong, who heard the message from Enko's mouth at night, sat down at the table and had a big meal himself, but he couldn't see any worries. It's going to rain. My mother is going to get married. Sister Enko, what are you worried about? Are they going to live with you? Are we related? Stinky boy, you really don't care about anyone but yourself. I care. I care about them dying. Makanon's laugh. Lu Meng didn't want to be a hero. Silently watching the noisy Hinata next to him, he took a bite of his favorite dish and smiled gently. Looking at the little secretary's tender appearance, Liamong and Enko were all stunned, and then laughed and shook off their cheek. Hinata, will you come with me? The question suddenly asked after dinner startled the moonlight, and the little secretary froze in place, his morbid face full of astonishment. Just when Liamong gradually lost her mind and thought that Hinata would not agree, the little girl suddenly smiled, sweet, obedient, and gentle like a flower. Wherever my brother goes, I will go. Really? And she focused her little head to stop her shyness. Since when did she become so attached to brother Liamong? Looking back on the past, the little secretary's sweet smile became more and more warm. Father family. Our Hyuga family doesn't need such weight. A little tear wet the front of the clothes, although it has been a long time, but this scar is still difficult to heal. Maybe it will not heal in this life. Why are you crying? No, nothing. Hinata is happy and cried happily, gently leaning her tear-stained face to her chest. The little secretary, Lihua, showed a rainy smile. It feels so good to have someone who cares. The faint attachment rose to a strong warmth, and a certain girl who saw this scene slapped the table. Hurry back to the room for me to sleep. Ask for collection is a new book. Please support more. Thanks to the Cloud Tech Chapter 39 where it to bear the eyes of the world. A new day, a new year. Hey 168. Calm Hinata, is this handsome or not? Is it a little more handsome? The largest clothing store in Konoha village spent huge sums of money on custom-made snow white feathers draped over his body. Encircling Fengwash's Liamong is correcting the star pincer. The little secretary who served like a wife in front of him smiled madly, and Yuhi's face was full of softness. Mitarashi Anko, who had been waiting for a long time, couldn't stand it any longer. Hurry up and speed up the action for my mother. How long will you be so ugly? Sister Anko, today is a very important moment. With a long breath, she turned her head back with a smile on her face, slowly put away the smiling face, took out a scroll and stuffed it. Open it when there is an accident in the exam, and take good care of Hinata. This is out, and holding down the movement Anko wanted to unfold. Lu Meng shook his head solemnly. It's not the time yet. Trust me. Cut. What the hell? Don't look at it if you don't see it. Anko said angrily, but the movement in his hand was very refreshing. After thinking about it, he simply pulled off the collar and stuffed it in. Little pervert, what are you doing with those big eyes? Didn't you see it? Cough. We should go. Pushing open the door to face the sun, the floating light of the snow-white Yuri moved forward, and there was no trace of turning back. The boss is out. He tilted his head and shook the pineapple head, and Narashikamaru followed Akamichi Choji with him. Time is not long. Inazuka Kiba at the crook, and Aburame Shino in the shade of the tree also returned to the team one after another. A group of people marched to the venue in a mighty manner. The unified Captain Yuri, with a high arrogance, was greeted by countless people wherever they went. What are those kids doing? Well dressed. Which family is it from? I don't think so. Look behind them. Reaching out and pointing at the cross pattern on the back of Haori, the fruit shop owner suddenly remembered something and opened his mouth. Those kids are the gangsters of the Konoha gang. There was an uproar in the crowd. If you were to talk about who is the most famous person in Konoha in recent years, except for the Konoha gang, there is no second in command. Anyone with children at home will not forget the fucking things they did. Really, those brat. They are so arrogant. Lord Hokage doesn't care. His ears and shaking slightly, Inazuka Kiba stroked his nose proudly. We seem to be famous. You just know. He reached out to hold Hinata's chin and raised his chin. Liamong snorted coldly. For a moment, there was silence on both sides of the street. They just need to clean up. The gangsters who entered the venue with high spirit, who ran rampantly and pulled the wind to the stage, ushered in countless eyes. Quartet Dan, countless spectators, Hyuga, Inazuka, Nara, Akamichi, a large group of commoners of the clan, who may or may may not know each other. Looked over. Mobile reading is more convenient. m.heihei168.com. Those little devil. The chief examiner has changed. Shino, who was making a sound, and then at Mitarashi Anko, who had a dignified expression, and a smile appeared in Lu Meng's heart. Moonlight Hayate will no longer be the chief examiner, but he will definitely be an audience member today, a very necessary audience member. Konoha, embrace change starting today. We're in. Kaori, which was raised high, was agitated by the wind, and the two divided teams staggered back and forth. Shimmering, Shino, Shikamaru. The team that formed an assault formation entered the arena and fought head-to-head with the three sisters and brothers of Gaara from Sunagakur village. 6 people, 6 eyes, thunder and lightning. Konoha village kid, you will die miserably today. I don't know if others are miserable, but I know you will definitely not get better. Tit for tat bark. Inazuka Kiba glared fiercely at Konkuro, and Sunagakur's puppet master's flamboyantly painted square face turned gloomy for a moment. Unlike the two guys who were vindictive when they met, Gaara, who met Liamong, twitched the corners of his mouth, and a trace of vigilance flashed in the dark panda eyes. Tamari, who had been watching the development of the situation, was sweating slightly and put Shikamaru, looked in amazement. What happened? Did something happen this month? Or, what are you staring at? The old lady's chest? The blonde hair tied into 4 corners fluttered in all directions, and Tamari, the daughter of the 4th generation Keisuke, stared at Shikamaru angrily. Surprised, Nara's parents were speechless. What did they say? Did they just get distracted? Looking at the smiling eyes cast by the audience in the stand, Shikamaru had the idea of rubbing oil on the soles of his feet. How could this mad woman say such things on such occasion? Chess. His unwilling eyes glanced at Tamari's towering plump, and Shikamaru, who had always thought women were troublesome, would be watching such a play. You bastard, are you still finished? The beauties gritted and rattled, and the big-haired beauties with long legs and crisp breasts hated the bastard in front of them. It's not enough to watch it once. This bastard can't even get his eyes out. He must teach her a lesson in a while. What's in there? Why is it so big? Shikamaru asked subconsciously, who had an IQ of more than 200 and felt that the 2 balls of meat were unreal. A gust of cold wind blew past, and the surroundings were completely silent. I'm going to kill you. Psychic. Stop. Any grievances will be resolved later. The figure suddenly flashed to the center, grabbing the Samsung fan that was waving. Shiranui Genma's expression was very embarrassing. Shikamaru, who knew that he was asking the wrong question, nodded his toes brightly, his troublesome face full of helplessness. Women are indeed troublesome creatures. What did you say? You have to say what you just said again. Good men don't fight women. You are courting death. The chief examiner standing in the middle had a big head, and when the beautiful Tamari couldn't help but waved her fan, there was a commotion at the entrance of the examination room. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. What happened? Those are bulls. The rumbling mad cows passed the crowd and retreated, and saw the people who were rushing towards the mad cows, screaming and pounced on both sides. Some snatched shit, some gnawed the ground, and a big Kiba collapsed and kowtowed. Just a few it fell down in the blink of an eye. The gangsters who were watching helplessly shook their head. That guy again. I knew it. He's not doing well anywhere. 3 people, 3 mouths, 3 pairs of eyes and 3 legs. The gangsters who kicked the mad cow with 1 kick and kicked back quickly to the side. In the pile of mad cows, the yellow hair on the buttock pushed up by the horns has green eyes and white eyes. The eyes are wide like a frog, and the mouth is like a toad, just like a discolored super invincible big fool. They are all looking at the horse. Sakura. Don't call me. I don't know him. Looking around nervously, Haruno Sakura, who was desperately covering her friend's mouth, shrank her head, and when she realized that no one was paying attention to her, she quickly slipped into the arena, and carefully hid behind Shikamaru. It's a pity that some things can't be avoided if you want to hide. Ah, Sakura, you're here too. Where's Sasuke? Uzumaki Naruto, who grabbed his butt and pulled from the horn, took a step and drew a lot of attention. The gangsters who retreated in unison disappeared like a zipper, leaving only the boys and girls facing each other in the arena. Feeling the curious eyes from the surrounding, listening to the roaring scenes that kept coming from her ears, Haruno Sakura, who was running wild with the second personality, slowly pulled up her sleeve. Little, you die for my mother. Bang! A punch hit his cheek, and Naruto Uzumaki, who hit his left cheek into his right cheek, leapt across the arena like a cannonball, rumbled and splashed a lot of smoke. The stand who witnessed the brutal scene with his own eyes stopped talking, and the nervousness replaced the original roar of laughter. This girl is so violent. Are all female ninjas so scary? You must never marry such a daughter-in-law in the future. Whirlpool, vortex, Naruto, people. Sakura, what do you call me? Shaking his head, he struggled out of the cracked walls and ruin. The life of the undead Xiaoqiang is always so tenacious. Haruno Sakura, who was stunned by anger, clenched her fist furiously, cursing furiously in her heart. How dare you say that about me? What does it mean that you can't marry such a daughter-in-law? Is it a disadvantage to marry a woman like me? Even if you want to marry, the old lady still doesn't want to marry. Sasuke will definitely not dislike me. Both anger and beauty. Haruno Sakura, whose pretty face was constantly changing, was really confusing, and the nervous Uzumaki Naruto stared at the clenched fists and patted his chest in fear. That, boss of boss, here we come. Yan Yuhi's flaming flag fluttered into the arena like the wind. The three little guys slipped and fell in front of them. They fell into a hill-like building block. Konohamaru, who was lying on the top, handed over the flagpole with a smile. The next 5 generations of Hokage, several characters shine very. You, boss, cheer up. He smiled and pulled up his 2 partners and waved his fist. Sarutobi Konohamaru looked around the stand excitedly, and announced in a milky voice, our boss is the future Hokage. You should watch it carefully. Quote, Fire Hokage. Where did this idiot come from? That seems to be the grandson of 3 generations of Hokage. Bullshit, really bullshit. The old face turned purple and pressed down on the chair. Sarutobi Hiruzen really didn't know what to say. Put it on. The robes that were thrown flying with their hands fluttered out in the sunlight, and Yuhi's shading was as dazzling as a burning flame. Looking at it, many ninjas straightened their eyes. Since it's going to be messy, let's make it a little messier. Liamong patted Konohamaru on the shoulder and looked at Naruto, who caught the robe and looked stupid. This is for me. Of course, this is what you should wear. Liamong, who knew Naruto's character, tugged at Yuri, and the yellow-haired boy was excited when he heard this. No matter how many people there were, he just shook off his clothes and put them on. On the body, the golden hair fluttered, and the robes with Yuhi patterns on the white background bulged, and the Konoha ninjas in Naruto's dress were all stunned. That is, Tech Chapter 40 _sound in the wind. There was once a man who shined on the battlefield. There was a man who ended the war. There was a man who defeated the monster. He was the 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato. After Konoha White Fang, the man who was ordered to evade by the ninja world after Konoha White Fang. Heihei168.com. Whenever the dazzling gold flashes, countless ninjas are terrified. The Battle of Shinwu Kunchao became famous, and the QB 9 Tails attack on the village disappeared. The life of the 4th generation Hokage was a splendid life and a brilliant life. His existence is equal to legend. Fluttering blonde hair and a smile on his face, Namikaze Minato is as cold as winter to his enemies and as warm as spring to his friend. He is the most friendly Hokage in all dynasties, and in his short life he gave everything for Konoha. Today, in the middle of the Chunin exam venue, people seem to see that eternal golden color again. Uzumaki Naruto Namikaze Minato. 2 unimaginable figures gradually overlap. Shiranui Genma. With the same footing, the 4 generations of shadow guards looked straight in an instant. Leaning slightly, he looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen in anger. Why didn't you tell them about this? Uzumaki Naruto's identity should be kept secret from anyone, and he should not hide from him. With sharp eyes one after another, one up and one down, the 3-generation-old man closed his eyes in pain and did not give any answer. He has done a lot of bad things in his life, but the QB 9 Tails attack on the village is a pain in his heart forever. Minato's exhortation before his death, and the concealment after the incident, the hero's son became the incarnation of the demon fox. Compromise. The best thing the 3 generations of Hokage will do in this life is to compromise. Your name is Uzumaki Naruto. He clearly knew the name, but he asked again with a serious tone. Shiranui Genma Lingli's eyes were gentle. The surprised yellow-haired boy nodded. My name is Uzumaki Naruto, the chief examiner. Do well, don't embarrass your father. The hand that clapped heavily on the shoulder trembled twice, and tears welled up in Shiranui Genma's eyes. A dull thunder struck his forehead, and Uzumaki Naruto was done. Father, do you know who my father is? Tell me now. Painfully looked away and turned away. Shiranui Genma understood that it was not yet time to speak up. Seeing the insider retreat, Uzumaki Naruto jumped up unwillingly, and the noisy voice covered the stand. The audience in all directions fell silent, and they all stared at the field with scrutiny, staring at the teenager wearing the 4th generation Hokage jersey. Konoha's Sunagaku's are all elderly ninjas. All pricked up their ears, waiting for the insider's answer. But none. Shiranui Genma, who was far away, or the same person standing behind the 3 generations of Hokage, did not give an answer. But even if they don't say it, it's enough. Want to know who your father is? I'll tell you later. They don't tell, I tell. Haha laughed and looked around. Liamong violently shook off the yuri that he was wearing, and the 3rd Hokage opened his eyes in an instant, his cloudy eyes like a sword. You're scared. The sudden question shot at the high platform like a sharp blade, and the Konoha Xiaoqiang, who found something wrong, all frowned, staring at the arena on and off the stage. Today is different from the past. In this day that attracts the attention of the world, Liamong does not need to fear anyone. If you want to make trouble, make the fun even bigger. Senior Sarutobi, I seem to have missed something. The footstep came from the crooked foot, and the 4th generation of Keisuke, wearing a black scarf, appeared in a deep voice. Hearing the word senior that he was biting hard on, the 3-generation-old man laughed. It's been a long journey. It's really hard for you. Where is it? It's better to hold it here. The 4 generations of Keisuke sat down on the back chair, and the tone of the 4th generation Hokage was very playful. Although your face is still very healthy, if you have to travel long distances, I'm afraid you won't be able to bear it, or it would be great to decide on candidate for the 5 generations earlier, so as not to cause any trouble in the future. Quote, ha ha ha, the old man can work for another 5 years. The candidate is not in a hurry. You have to hurry up. Don't suddenly disappear like the 3rd generation. Hee, I don't have to worry about my safety, senior. You have to take care of EPUB, 9 Tails, if there is another attack on the village. Hokage, please rest assured, EPUB, 9 Tails, is very quiet now. I heard that you have been unable to take Shukaku. Should Konoha send someone to help? Fire, wind, Konoha, Sunagaku. When the big guy was shrouded in a suppressed atmosphere, another person walked into the entrance of the examination room. His silent eyes, and his arms around him showed endless arrogance. Hyuga Neji. Countless glances flashed across the brush, and the eldest young master from the Hyuga branch walked into the venue with his head held high and his chest raised. Hanabi, look carefully. He is by far the best heir to the Hyuga Tenon bloodline, and the Hyuga family is a rare genius in a century. Okay, father. The young face flashed a calmness that did not match her age, and the second daughter of main clan, who was sitting next to Hyuga Hiyashi, widened her eyes. One up and one down. 3 beams of eyes converged, and Neji's heart flashed bursts of anger and unwillingness. Today, he will also do something. Even if he can't resist in this light, he has to correct his father's name. This is the responsibility of being a son of man. The time is up. The candidates will draw lots. The eyes full of murderous intent suddenly shot to the opposite side, and Lu Meng looked at Neji as if he was looking at the dead. The eldest young master of the Hyuga branch snorted coldly, and stepped forward without fear, and the two looked at each other 3 steps apart. Intense murderous intent permeated the arena, and the Hyuga patriarch in the stands frowned. In exchange, you can take Hinata, but you must not take Neji's life during the exam. Thinking of the previously reached condition, Hyuga Hiyashi's heart gradually sank. Will this kid abide by the agreement? Hanabi, call your sister over. Hyuga Hiyashi turned his gaze to the north stand just in case he was looking for Hinata. Hanabi, who was a little surprised, was stunned for a moment, then nodded quickly, got up and left, and was brought to Hinata by 2 guards. Lord Father told you to come over. Her sister raised her head without even shouting, and Hanabi, who was 5 years younger, was triumphant. Nah. The speechless Hinata was about to get up, and a slender hand pressed her shoulder. Sit down. With my sister here, no one can force you. Your Excellency Anko, this is your father's order. You have no right to hinder the family affairs of the Hyuga family. He turned his eyes. Hyuga Hanabi, and Matsuri made a killing move. Mitarashi Anko squinted his bright eyes with a grin, smiled, laughed, and suddenly shook off his robe. Bang, boom. With 2 beats, the 2 guards of Hyuga's house flew out. As I said, Hinata is sitting here today. The strength is not as good as others, so don't say it hard. Look back at the footprints printed on the guard's chest. Hyuga Hanabi smiled convulsively. Since Anko insists, then sit here, my sister, and I will, truthfully, report to my father. Hanabi whispered softly without replying, and the little girl who hummed the trash slowly disappeared into the distance. Hinata stretched out his hand in despair, looking at Anko with great distress. Don't take them into account. Your surname will be Kuchiki in the future. Sister shyly lowered her head and twisted her fingers, and Hinata's uneasy heart calmed down a little. The wind rose, the clouds moved, and the 9 candidates stood around the camera obscura. The anxious Sakura and Naruto couldn't stop watching. Sasuke, why hasn't Sasuke come yet? Master Examiner, 9 people are no different from 10 people drawing lot. Draw lot first. He'll be fine. Shiranui Genma was extremely tolerant of Naruto, with Chinden in his mouth trembling up and down. Hearing this answer, Haruno Sakura and Uzumaki Naruto stopped talking. A few wisps of strong wind wrapped around the green leaf lying, and Liamong was the first to stretch out his hand and slap the ball of paper directly on the ground. The pitch-black number 1 was very eye-catching. I'm coming too. Unwilling to lag behind, he slapped. Uzumaki Naruto took out a note and slowly unfolded it. The eye-catching number 5 settled down. As long as it's not the boss, everyone else hummed. You guys have to be careful. I'm the future Hokage-sama. The banner behind him fluttered in the wind, and Uzumaki Naruto picked up his arm. This kid, kill him. I'll call him pretty soon. With fury in their heart, they stretched out their hand. Except for Haruno Sakura, everyone else entered the camera obscura one after another, unfolded their bars and watched, and immediately passed the battle table to the stand. The time is not big, so Hokage will draw out the form and issue it again. Shiranui Genma glanced at the battle table that was passed back, and frowned secretly. What do the 3 generations want to do with this arrangement? Hatake Lemons 1 Aburame Shino, Hyuga Neji 2 Konkuro 9, Nara Shikamaru 3 Tamari 8, Sakura 4 Uchiha Sasuke 7, Uzumaki Naruto 5 Gaara 6. Face to face with the ninja world's usual fighting style, is it for the children of the Hyuga family? At Hyuga Neji, who is stinking. Shiranui Genma sneered and raised 1,000 copies. I announce that the third final of the Chunin exam will be conducted by Hatake. The examiner, did you mispronounce your name? This young master is now surnamed Kuimu. He shouted loudly without saying a word, and his sarcastic voice caused an uproar in the audience. Kakashi. Dozens of eyes turned to the head of the Hatake family, and the gloomy face of the copy ninja was no different from that of the stinky water dick. This kid is so amazing that he even tore his face in public. Doesn't he know what to cover up? Or, ha, since you insist. Shiranui Genma drew his attention back after biting Chimpin and coughing twice. In the first game, Fuchiki Liamong vs. Aburame Shino. I abstain. Hokage Hatake Glory. Chapter 41 to 60. Tech Chapter 41. Sister Ino roared. Abstain. The note with the number in his hand pressed on the ground, and Shino, who clicked on the name, pushed the man in the sunglasses and turned away. When he passed Hyuga Neji, there was nowhere to go. There was an uproar in the examination room again. What happened? As soon as the list was announced, someone abstained from the strike, and the boy who changed his surname below cough cough. Even if you don't fight, you will admit defeat. Interesting academy. Shiranui Genma, whose face was twitching fiercely, rubbed his fingers, pinched the battle watch, and raised the corners of his mouth in contempt. Against Honkuro, I also abstain. Is there really such a benefit in bells and whistles and full of oil? This is really strange. Taiwan. This time there is no uproar in the examination room. There is a commotion. His voice again and announced embarrassingly. In the second game, Hyuga Neji abstains and sees abstention. The ill-informed face flashed a trace of unwillingness, but the puppet master Sunagaker, who immediately calmed down, walked over and looked. I am afraid some people will abstain and strike. What going on? As soon as the two matches were announced, some people conceded defeat. What did these candidates want to do? Were to strike in the final. Genma decisively stopped the idea of continuing to announce it. Through the analysis of previous events and recorded intelligence, if it continues to announce, look at it. Nara Shikamaru, who is afraid of trouble. Haruno Sakura, who loves Sasuke. These two are very likely to let go as usual. One Chunin, if there are four. The notice goes on, and they are not allowed to continue their nonsense. Yes, the four generations of Kage looked at him playfully. Sarutobi Senpai, you are, ha ha ha, even if the children in the village like to make a fool of themselves, is this really the case? The sneering voice revealed a hint of provocation, and the fourth generation of Kage turned his head and stopped talking. Anbu Shinobi, who disappeared at the command of Sarutobi Risho. Lord Hokage has an order, and the villagers must not abstain from voting again. Excuse me, I'm letting you see a joke. Nara Shikamaru looked at the big beauties with a headache, and Tamari threw him a Byakugan viciously. The iron-clad old face sank into the chamber pot, and Bululu was full of shit. Come back soon or you will suffer. How could this be? They frowned without saying a word. Game 3. Nara Shikamaru vs. Tamari. Haruno Sakura looked around worriedly. She wanted to admit defeat and let Sasuke advance, but now she continues to draw lots until the final decision is made. With the password issued by the three generations of Hokage, Shiranui Genma, who was finally relieved, quickly announced the remaining list. Mobile reading is more convenient. m.heihei168.com. Guess. Thank. Game 4. Haruno Sakura vs. Uchiha Sasuke. Game 5. Uzumaki Naruto vs. Gaara. Winner man. Seeing that Shiranui Genma announced the final list, the three-generation-old man got up and left his seat, stood on the edge of the stand with his hands on his back, and said, everyone gather here to participate in the Chunin selection test held in our hidden village of Konoha. The 10 candidates who passed the preliminaries will be listed below. Contestant. For a formal selection competition, please freshmen, there are 10 contestants. Why is there one missing? Knowingly, he narrowed his eyes, and the fourth generation Kage under the mask raised the corners of his mouth. Everyone was so busy that it was strange. Sasuke hasn't been found yet. The search team composed of Anbu has been dispatched. Let's watch it at home. Third generation of Hokage lowered his voice in his ears. Maybe he has already been caught by Orochimaru. The three-generation-old man returned to his seat with a gloomy face, and the three-generation-old man turned his attention to the field. No way. Carefully glanced at the four generations of Kage next to him, and was like lying on one side to abstain, and Hyuga Neji automatically upgraded. Here it is. Quote, well, this old man understand. When he was silent for a moment and waved his hand to show that the outcome was already divided, he would also stop Jowo Genma. Take a look at the remaining 7 candidates, and announce depressively, because the players in the first and second games already. Next, the candidates in the third round are invited to start the battle. The rules are the same as the preliminaries, until one party dies or admits defeat. But I do pass the game. Nara Shikamaru. Tamari stayed. Others please go to the exam room to rest. Come on. Liamong turned around and patted Shikamaru on the shoulder with a smile on his chest. Good luck. Don't lose to a woman. Uzumaki Naruto with his nostrils turned to the sky fluttered. The big guy looked at the 250 that he could knock himself over, and black lines all all over his face flowed in unison. Senior. Sakura folds his hand. The noisy stand, the lively arena. Shikamaru, who had no motivation, yawned and scratched the head of the pineapple, seeing him fall to the ground. The softness of the scorpion rose and fell with his breathing, attracting countless eyeballs. This guy can't see. The old man doesn't know him. Hey, wicked woman, let's have a discussion between the two of you. You knock me out and you're a lazy person who hasn't woken up. Beautiful Tamari is about to gasp, and she has two big fans in front of her chest. Shikamaru let out a sullen breath helplessly. Is it Machi? It's really abhorrent that you dare to put on such an indifferent look. I promise you to die. One in anger. What? Both eyes widened in disbelief. Tamari vigilantly caressed the three-colored lazy, annoying guy. The boring exam. The troublesome woman. I wanted to admit defeat. Evil woman, you answer or not. As soon as the thing burned, he pulled out the Samsung fan behind his back, and Tamari, who was slammed into the ground more than halfway, really went wild. Dare to play with the old lady like this. You are again. A few drops of cold sweat slid down his cheek. Secretly comparing the hardness of his head in the ground, Shikamaru decisively gave up the idea of being knocked out by the iron fan. Not only fainting, but also suffering from a severe concussion. It's not worth it. What a troublesome woman. How could I meet such a troublesome opponent? Start. The raised right hand slammed down. Shiranui Genma swiftly backed away, and at the moment he left, his subordinates must come out. A giant iron fan more than 1 meter long, gold-faced black bones decorated with 3 stars. Just turn it round. Futon, Win Style, the third selection match. The official sand, like a flood of bees, swept towards Shikamaru. The guy who was afraid of trouble hid behind a tree after a few turns, and the Samsung fan that was inserted into the ground suddenly turned. Well, why did you want to be a ninja in the first place? Think back to the decision I made when I was a child, and regret it infinitely. The bitter wind whimpered and rolled up the yellow sky. The troublesome mother, or the boring old bean, thinks of the woman who is afraid of raising her head and staring at the floating cloud. They are so free, so enviable that they are respected. Parent Nara, who respect you for not yet, sighed again. Whoever told him that being a ninja can make life more beautiful? Your mother. Listen to her. Fearing the man kneeling on the washboard, Shikamaru has a feeling of being defeated. Son, it's not Gary. Knees are down. Shikamaru glanced back. Nara Shikaku smiled awkwardly. You can't say that, but you still knelt. That's a fact. Turning his head to stare at Leodu, who was kneeling on the washboard in the hospital, Shikamaru pouted with his back against the railing. After a long period of anger, stinky boy, you can't help but mention the fact. When you meet the woman you like one day, you will understand this truth. Kneeling on the washboard, I'd rather be single for the rest of my life. Damn boy, what are you talking about? He rushed out of the kitchen with a rice spoon. Nara, who was in pain, gave birth to 2 babies. You should quickly find a daughter-in-law for your mother to give birth to grandchildren. Please mom, what should you be worried about if you meet a woman you like? Can't I book first? Son, Jinai knocked on the door with a spoon. The child of Gardenia's family has looked at Tamari through the gap between the trees. No matter how you look at her, she thinks she is the same as her mother. Aunt Gardenia's son is 10 years older than me, isn't it? The 2 babies are not surprising. Do you think this is love? It is also possible to book a grandson with a slap in the face. Shaking his head to drive out the terrifying memories, Shikamaru Toru. As a man, the same tyrannosaur temperament, the same charming face, the same plump breasts that make people doubt the true and false. The peacock-like opening screen make people drive away the terrifying thoughts. A macho Shikamaru thinks that as a man, you should not lose to women. But how can the face hit a woman? Struggling left and right with contradictory thoughts, the big wave of beauties who could not find their opponent pressed the iron fan behind her, as if. The golden hair is as soft as winter chrysanthemum. The tall and plump body is full of confusion. The straight leg, the towering chest, the heroic figure is full of perseverance and the pretty ultimate. The beauty is warm and angry, adding beauty. How long are you going to hide? Tamari swept around angrily. Stunning. Underscore already. Look there. Akamichi Choji wiped his mouth and pointed to the field, each of which is a maddening guy who will definitely find a chance to concede. Bastard. How can you say such a thing? Audience was also a little puzzled. Shikamaru hide. Use your 16 burst to beat her. Don't show the old lady that lazy third tree. We don't need to watch his game. It's afraid trouble is right. Tamari waved the iron fan. Shikamaru swung Byakugan out of his seat, and Ino, who had rushed to the edge of the stand, shook his fist. Shikamaru-kan. Apparently it was well hidden. There, out of the corner of his eyes, he followed the direction of the shout to find his enemy, Itachi. Ino, this idiot woman. Shikamaru, who was rolling and crawling out of the shade and confronting Tamari, had his head covered with cold ground, and he was called out. Why do I always get into trouble like this? Let's see where you're going now. Futon, Wind Style's more powerful attack just now swept through everything, and the 3-star fan filled with chakra violently waved countless knife wind. The sharp blade of the wind pierced the wound, and a few dwarf trees on the opposite side turned into dust in an instant, and the scattered foam blew all over the place. The quartet stands done. Compared to Shikamaru. Leaving the Tao is to let their attention. Tech Chapter 42. Tamari says you're short enough. You trust me, I really didn't mean it. Baidu Interesting Academy. Who believed it? Inazuka Kiba raised his chin. You must think that Shikamaru is troublesome, and are ready to change teammate. No, don't talk nonsense. Ino's anxious eyes made Yuhi's eyes. No nonsense, you know it in your heart. Nunu's mouth, who was so angry that he didn't pay for his life, and Inazuka Kiba's appearance that I recognize can be angry with someone alive. The mad Ino's younger sister, Fanghuan, slapped Lao Gao at one. Damn it, you are the nonsense. My mother didn't mean it at all. Oh, then you did it on purpose. Inazuka Kiba nodded suddenly. Ino's sister roared wildly. You are the one who did it. Then you did it on purpose. Inu, Tsukasa, Kiba, you bloody bastard. My mother is fighting with you. Tears of infinite grievance burned with her emerald-colored eyes, and the little beauty Ino rushed to the rear stand in a rage. You nasty stinky shit. You die for my mother. Crazy woman, you can't fight. Wong. The snow-white puppy lay on his head and opened his mouth, and Ino, who couldn't hit the main owner over and over again, ran wild. You stop for the old lady. Don't Dan. Are you standing? I won't Dan. Bastard. You give old lady a stop. Choji, who was madly stuffing the film in his mouth, chirped white. Instead of worrying about the troublesome guy, think about your belly. Will Shikamaru lose? Choji never bothered about it. Well, I have to eat more. A lot of books are stuffed into a belly that can never be filled, and the arena where the wind and smoke dissipates is a mess. Don't make trouble, even if the troublesome guy won't die. In fact, we don't have to watch the game. Anyway, the result is a loss. Choji, what do you mean by that? The two in the quarrel turned their head. Baidu Interesting Academy. Shikamaru will definitely find a chance to admit defeat. He is not suitable for this place at all. Besides, how can he play seriously because of his troublesome personality? Choji licked the big cake face and gave the answer. Kiba and Ino, who were torn together, were stunned. In the middle of the arena, a big wave of beautiful women with blonde hair and long legs stretched out the three-star fan, blocking the oncoming Kuwu in front of her. Missing one shot is a troublesome weapon, but, with fists in both hands revealing 6 shurikens, Shikamaru, covered in broken foam, leapt out and threw 6 bursts in a solitary line. Azimuth, angle to 6, iron fan defense area, strength, launch. The shuriken fired continuously, under the powerful calculation comparable to the computer brain, slashed their isolated lines and tore the air. The audience in the stands looked right. What an idiot. This kind of attack is useless to Tamari. He touched the crow hidden behind his backhand, and the puppet master Sunagaku narrowed his eyes in disdain. When it comes to ninja attack, the puppet master in the ninja world is the second, but no one dares to call it the first. Although the Uchiha family uses them well, it depends on who they are compared with. The puppet master is the absolute king of ninja tools, but even so, Konkuro, who inherited the lineage of the puppet masters of Sunagaku village, has never defeated Tamari. Not once since childhood. That giant iron fan, as well as its natural affinity for wind, gave Tamari infinite future and possibility. Among the 3 children of Kazekage of the 4th generation, except for the humanoid monster Gara, she is the most talented. Smart mind, rigorous character, thoughtful thinking, and beautiful appearance. She is a well-deserved princess of Sunagaku village. Now, the princess is angry. Futon, wind style, wind-killing array. Regardless of whether you have 1,000 copies or a shuriken, a fan blows them all away. No matter how good the calculation is, in the face of absolute strength, it is still a free gift. Seeing the 6 shurikens that were fruitless again, Shikamaru, who took the opportunity to hide behind the tree, picked up the ninja bag and sighed secretly. Really troublesome woman. Not only troublesome, but even more troublesome when fighting. How to do. 2 hands and 5 fingers facing each other to form a ring. Shikamaru's brain has reached its limit. What is that seal? Philip Yuhi's bright eyes turned to his side, and Kurenai Yuhi asked Asuma strangely. That's not a seal, it's a habitual thinking action. The senior brother raised his hand and scratched his head covered with monkey hair, and said with a sigh, Shikamaru is lazy by nature and like to spend a leisurely life, and there is no young man at all. He's exhausted, but he looks like an old man who has passed away, so he especially like to put down the flag and the flag. Whenever he is in trouble, he will use this action to formulate strategy. As a result, I never beat him. Kurenai Yuhi was deeply shocked by Asuma's remarks about selling off a little, but immediately, the beautiful Yuji turned up by Akugan. What's so great about playing game strategy? How can games be equal to reality? Asuma, you are so disappointing to me. Yuhi, that's not what you said. The man with the suddenly raised face was very serious. Sarutobi Asuma explained cautiously. The flag around the flag is evolved from the flags used by military divisions to deduce strategies in ancient time. It can be used in games like Grandmaster. It proves that Shikamaru is a smart military strategist. Quote, smart. Wait. Kurenai Yuhi widened his pupils in disbelief. I saw his grades when I was assigning Genin's class, and he was almost on par with Naruto, only better than the man who never took the exam. exam. Slightly stronger. You call such a person smart. That because he's too lazy. He stroked his forehead helplessly, and the senior brother shattered into glass shards on the spot. Shikamaru's bad grades are because he slept as soon as he got to the exam, and I also learned by chance that he is good at strategy games, so I took the opportunity to play games with him to quietly test his IQ. I didn't take it seriously at the time, but what was the result? Kurenai Yuhi satisfied the curiosity of the elder brother. Asuma smiled brightly, looked at Kurenai Yuhi's charming function and sighed deeply. That guy is a man who shouldn't have long hair, and a top strategist who can formulate 200 strategies at the same time. 200 kind. It's still different. Staring at the middle-aged uncle who liked to please him, Kurenai Yuhi was really frightened. Asuma laughed smugly and said, Shikamaru is a real genius. No, he is already underestimated by a genius. You must know that his IQ is over 200. This is the conclusion of repeated tests. Did you test it yourself? Looking up and down with suspicion, Kurenai Yuhi, who was overly shocked, was no match for the man in front of him. Does this guy know what it means to have an IQ of up to 200? Even with Dr. Ninja, the third generation Hokage known as the textbook of the ninja world is only 120. What is the concept of 200? If Shikamaru really has such an IQ, he's about to act. Silently taking off his jacket and looking at the sky, Shikamaru took a weed and muttered, although a man shouldn't beat a woman, I don't want to be beaten by a woman. Then there's only a fight. With the folded jacket tied with kunai and hidden behind his back, Shikamaru rushed out with the smoke bomb in his right hand. While rushing, watch Tamari's reaction. There is only one chance. Be sure to catch this woman before the shadow imitation technique is exposed. Why don't you hide, you nasty ground mouse? Without answering a word and continuing to rush, Tamari got angry. Futon, wind style, Itachi. It's now. The smoke bomb held in the palm of his hand burst into a large cloud of smoke, and he took the opportunity to shoot Shikamaru's clothes in the air and turned back to the shadows. Shadow mimicry. Tamari like a sharp arrow. The stand with block view became noisy. What to do? Can't see anything. It's a pediatric trick, and the smoke will dissipate in no time. Wait, what is that? The black shadow that Ziyu shot at his feet finally showed his feet before connecting, and the alert big wave of beauty stepped back for 5 consecutive steps. Nara's shadow technique. Long ago when I knew your name, then. The girl is on guard against this move. So many years of fighting to the death. Sunagakure village has enough information on Konoha to fill 3 rooms, and Tamari, the eldest daughter of the 4th generation of Keisuke, certainly has not seen it. The shadow that seems to be free to expand and contract actually has a limit. No matter how much it expands, it can't exceed the area of the shadow itself. Do you still have the confidence to fight it? Nara's bastard. The giant iron fan closed and swiped hard on the ground in front of him. Tamari raised his pretty face confidently. No matter how much you hide, you have never left the shadow under the wall. In other words, you need to use the shadow of the wall to increase the shadow. The casting distance of the technique. Little man, you should grow taller. Meters and centimeters. This is your limit. It's really short enough. Quote, it's such a tight mind. This girl is not simple. Did you use a fan to measure the casting distance? Tamari is more suitable for long-range attacks than close combat, so it seems that the outcome will be the outcome. Shadow mimic assault. The shadow that reached the limit suddenly grew, and Tamari, who was shocked, instantly widened his beautiful eyes. Look up. Clothes decorated with kunai floated high above the arena, and the audience was surprised. When was it put up? Such a smart kid. That's the strategy you're talking about. It doesn't seem to work. Tamari, who had hit the ground with the iron fan, jumped into the air. You can't escape. Catch up with her. Don't think I'm not tall, but I have great trick. Don't look at me short, but I can spin. Shadow mimic turn. Tech chapter 43 _ the wind rolls the yellow sand. Your smile, my light. The shadow shot down at his feet like a sharp arrow, and the big wave of beauties in the air was covered in cold sweat. Damn, stinky man. When his mother is about to be restrained by the shadow on the ground, he will ignore the landing above. It is more convenient to read on the mobile phone M. Hey 168. On the contrary, when guarding against the above squeaky and crooked black, I think it's really beautiful. But in this way, I want to catch this girl, but I want to think that I can come up with such a trivial idea. When Ben Gukcho, just before the shadow imitation technique was about to succeed, he parachuted in his hand and neglected his feet again. Every day, every ray of light, like a white snow in the spring, it was defeated. Reaching into the ninja bag, he took out a small yellow and white flip and turned it all the way, and Kuju threw it into the air. Flashbang. Shikamaru, who was exposed to the scorching sun, reluctantly let go of his handprints as the shadows that suddenly lit up thousands of feet hit his feet. Grabbing the 3-star fan, he raised his charming chin and said, damn stinky man, this girl has already figured out what your so-called shadow technique is. Countless eyes have gathered, and the unique secret techniques of the Konoha Ino Cho family have always had a strong hand. Now, the so-called shadow imitation technique actually works. Seen through. The shadow shadow of oneself separate. Just now, the girl used flash bombs to shorten the mysterious color, and many people have only heard its name and have not seen it. Nara's little man. Is this girl right? Your own shadow. It's just that when you stand in other shadows, you can use your powerful analytical power. This Sunagaker has removed the shadow of the wall and exposed you to the sun. The uncontrollable shadow will return to your feet and continue to fight. Really seen through in such a short time. The strong girl is so scary. Seeing the consternation in Shikamaru's eyes, Tamari raised the corners of his mouth proudly, and the succession will slowly extend as the sun deflects. In other words, the lower the sun sets, the longer your attack distance will be, and this girl will be victorious. Negative. The 3-star fan that was unfolded was inserted into the ground to block the sight, and it was hidden in the attack. The shadows long use the clone technique to divert attention, and then use the chakra of the whole body to gather chakra. The best time to hit the move down. Looking up at the big wave of beauty behind the sky, she folded her hand. First doppelganger. Samsung fanned it to shreds. At the moment, his shadow and clothes are not in the attack range. It is the expansion of the planetary fan. Itachi. Sora glanced at the ground again, and the confident Tamari Crush gathered all the chakras. Flower. The stinky man who dares to touch this girl's cheek will be turned into nothingness in the roaring wind. 3. What the matter? Don't move. When the big beautiful eyes are all in disbelief. This is impossible. The body is actually. Wicked woman. You stand up straight and open your arms. Shikamaru crooked his neck tiredly. Interesting academy. Tamari stared at his clothes wet with sweat and trembling branches. Look at both sides. Is it enough to reach for your ears? Slowly from the ground, a few shuriken glowed black, and Tamari, who was lonely and forced to do the same, said with difficulty, what are you going to do? The 4-way stand man blew his fingertip, and Shikamaru put both hands into his pants and Kabuto looked around. The messy teacher led the students to sing joyous songs alone. Look closely. The indiscernible steel wire is extremely thin. They were amazed. Kurenai Yuhi, Ino, Inazuka Kiba, even the old. Have you already figured it out? Mainu looked at the opposite side in horror. Tamari really couldn't imagine that this audience was all foreshadowing. This guy's head. Habit. He raised his eyes and widened the distance between his eyes. In order to make up for the unattainable gap between the two, he decided that a man could be so far away. Is the previous one farther away from yourself? Thinking of this, Mukong let out a sullen breath, and Shikamaru deeply felt smart and stupid, so he gave birth to this kind of explanation called habit. No matter whether you are pretending to be coercive or being brave, you have to let those annoying troubles force the chief military strategist of Yi Gang to look at the opposite side. Drink soup with a spoon and walk with your feet. When you swing the iron fan, your right hand is the main one, so when you turn the direction, the subconscious jump will inevitably be the left. Shikamaru, who waved his right hand while speaking, turned his neck. Civilians, ninjas, nobles, regardless of status, all stared in shock and used it to change the palpitation. He was able to use people's habit to achieve his goals, and this little devil was suddenly quiet in the stands from all directions. This is the real Shikamaru. An eyeball, amazed by the troublesome boy below. The real active place should be the battlefield. Is it a human? If he comes to plot against me. Kabuto stuck his head out of his trousers. He is a man of wise and defensive intelligence, a top military strategist unparalleled in history, and a big wave of beauties in his posture. If he is not so lazy, attention, he is about to hack. With both hands, how could the gangster with a low chest and a low back stretched out his head like a turtle, dragging him towards the opposite side step by step. Forced to pose as a foreign persimmon, with two slender hands holding down the short skirt. No matter how you look at it, it looks like a joke. This damn stinky man. Dada took 2 steps to 30 centimeters apart and stood still. Shikamaru looked at the beautiful woman who was close at hand, from head to toe. When Yuhi was going to make an attack for him, this guy suddenly took Tamari into his arm. Trick me like that. Train. Uzumaki Naruto shivered with black lines all over his face. He wanted to take a closer look, and if he did it, he himself would die. That consternation. Surprised and blowing a breath of heat, did Shikamaru bite the softness and strangle the woman to death. Idiot. Shikamaru really wants to count you winning like that. He is dipcheat. He tilted his head and whispered softly to Erquan's earlobe. I didn't expect it to be the real thing. Although I don't want to be beaten by women, I also don't like to beat women. The examiner. I admit defeat. What did you say? I said. I shut down Haori, who was floating in the air, turned around and left with Shikamaru pulled on him. The midday breeze blew across the ground. Tamari, who was stunned on the spot, stared blankly at the back of the leaving, and the 4 sides edge, shaking his hand and shooting a shuriken. How can he? I knew that the yellow sand would be the meeting, and the high hem of the clothes showed uninhibitedness. With a big head, Ino Inazuka Kiba sitting next to him was like an uproar. This guy. The shoulders were lowered like this with a smirk. Choji, who had the packaging bag scattered all over his feet, nodded and smiled as he stood there like a statue, speechless like a weathered expression. Reached out and patted the military division line who came back. Is that woman comfortable to behold. Boss, you should have more experience than me in this matter. Can came down. He moved to the door like a crab. Help what? I also want to feel the topic of women's bodies. Shikamaru is sitting nearby and looking forward to it. S face was ashen, and Sakura slowly picked up a Sakura. Can you do me a favor? Naruto panicked. Little Sakura body. He licked his big face at a loss, and the young man with yellow hair moved his chest. With the sleeve, the crunching joints could not stop shrinking together. Whirlpool. Time. Give me death. A fist slammed into the right cheek and knocked Naruto into the air. Haruno Sakura yelled at the waiting candidates in the waiting room. To this female worm that has fallen into a rampage. Complicated Tamari came in and sat down opposite Shikamaru and fixed his eyes. Nara's father and son were uncomfortable, so he got up and rushed through the corner door. I'm going to the stage. You guys come on. It's not that annoying. It's full of faith. And beautiful lady, it's not that you look bad. It's that you ripped off your collar and didn't stay for half a minute. This is. He reached out and took the booklet handed by Liamong. Make him afraid. He conquers a man's heart. Author. Kuchiki Ryu. This guy is afraid of trouble. Well, I have it all ready for you. Lucky numbers. Big beauty. Tamari who opened the cover. Yuhi became Nishi Yuhi Persimmon on the spot. 36 strategies for chasing men. Like two real mansion. Don't say it. A man chases a woman across the mountain, and a woman chases a man over the sand. Sheng Hiliang. That's right. You. It costs money to buy intelligence. Not to mention I have something attached to it. Me. With a gesture, he reached out to retrieve the booklet, and Liamong, who successfully took out the beauty's purse, took it, and Ha just took out the money. You bastard. It's not expensive for your personal items to be desecrated, or you'll want to do it if you slap it. At the critical moment, Shiranui Genma loudly declared, Beauty's money is incense. It's too powerful for a long time. Damn, isn't this girl? Tamari, who had blood on his face, shredded the booklet and picked up the iron, or so. The result of the exam, which was spread out with both hands, stopped the crazy beauty, and the two of them stared at each other. Eyes on the black iron fan, just about to let you go. Yo, big beauty, why don't you let me go? That's it. Meng is Nunu's mouth, and the maddened man is triumphant. The big wave of beauties who were trembling in front of her chest was stopped by Huang Sha. Don't cause trouble, you can't beat him. What? Although he knew about Lu, he would never have imagined it, but this disgusting guy could make Gaara remind him out loud. The two of them started. A cherry blossom. It's time for you to end. Ask for collection. Has a lot of interest in the new book period, but no matter how Tamari leave, brothers, cheer up and thank you from the cloud. Did anything happen in between? Small. Tech chapter 44 _ if you love him, beat him up and ride him up to fuck him. In the middle of the scarred battlefield, the girl with fluttering hair stood there alone, and the stands were very noisy. Interesting academy. Didn't you say that there are people from the Uchiha family participating in the game? People? Where are people? That's right. I came all the way here on purpose. The shadow of a person, the name of a tree. Although Uchiha has been exterminated, its reputation still sings on this continent. This is a legendary surname. Except for the elusive Senju family, there is no one else. To see Sasuke Uchiha, the audience angrily threw garbage, empty water bottles, banana peels, tattered shoes and socks, and everything fell down like rain. Haruno Sakura, who was standing in the middle of the field, was extremely embarrassed, and at the same time, her worry was also brought to the extreme. Why isn't Sasuke here yet? He will come, for sure. The black panda eyes stared silently off the field, and Gaara's voice startled Tamari and Kankuro. The complicated relationship between the three sisters and the younger brother made them both fearful of this younger brother. Now that they heard this, it was a shock. Have I met Luo and the Uchiha boy? How can he be so sure that Sasuke will come? The noisy audience expressed their dissatisfaction in various ways. Ninjas are not impatient, and their professional characteristics are destined to be good at waiting. And compared to ordinary people who are outsiders watching the fun, these experts who watch the doorway pay more attention to the result of the previous game. It's a pity. That kid shouldn't admit defeat. He's just like that, and the Nara family doesn't like trouble. But then again, if he's on a real mission with a 4-person team, when he catches Tamari, it means he wins. In other words, this kid named Shikamaru wins. Lost the opponent and lost the game. Quote, yeah, although this kid looks lazy and a little speechless, but it is this character that gives him a calm mind and make him very clear about his own ability. Therefore, he will not be excited or panic in battle. Even in a desperate situation, he can calm down and think about countermeasures and make a comeback. From this point of view, he is already a qualified Chunin. This kid has the ability to become the most important qualified leader of the team leader. Quote, Chunin, who was sitting next to each other, sighed and shook his head, feeling sorry for Shikamaru's abandonment. At the same time, they also felt that it would be very reassuring to have such a team captain. When a ninja performs a mission, the first consideration is not how to complete the mission, but how to survive. The person who completes the task is dead, meaningless. If there is a smart person like Shikamaru as the captain, it is undoubtedly a very happy thing. At least there is no need to worry about without hanging up inexplicably. Time passed by in the blink of an eye, and the impatient audience became more and more irritable. We want Sasuke. Let the Uchiha kid come out. Damn, what are you doing? 1 bottle, 2 bananas, 4 pairs of socks, 5 pairs of slippers. I threw it around. I don't know which mad woman. Even the big tie-dye was thrown out. Yuhi was still covered in blood, and it was disgusting when it floated up. 3 generations of Hokage's old face twitched on the pipe, and secretly scolded Kakashi to death. Didn't you just pass the message that it was coming soon, and this is your immediate? Ah, the two of you are. Astonishment stood upright and scratched his forehead. The gatekeeper ninja hurriedly bowed. The two of you came just in time. Hurry in. Lee, let go. Yes, Mr. Guy. The golden rooster stood alone at the gate. Might Guy the big Kiba overturned the crowd, and the little Lee, who was leaning on crutches, raised his head and followed behind him. Watching the backs of the master and apprentice leave, the two ninjas watching the gate pulled their faces together. I finally know why we can only be Chunin. I think I get it too. The wind passed, the leaf fell, and the noisy arena was silent in the blink of an eye. Among the falling green leaves, 2 shadows, one big and one small, gradually revealed their true colors. Sorry, we're late. The common name of the visitor. Chinbin in his mouth picked it up, and Shiranui Genma asked the question very cooperatively. Uchiha Sasuke. The head held high is very confident, and after a month of practice, Urzuzi, whose confidence collapsed, has the confidence to defeat anyone. Naruto, Neji, no matter who, he will step on his feet. Feeling the provocative gaze cast from the center of the examination room, the gangster sneered disdainfully. It's really a stinky way to play. Isn't it amazing to get into a rotten leaf? If you have the ability to get into a fireball and try it, you won't be burnt to death. Pretend to be careful and be careful. Lightning strike. Violently raised his middle finger and tilted his head. He spat out the Kiba sign that was bitten in his mouth. Urzuzi's little white face instantly turned black into the bottom of the pot. This damn bastard. Sakura, if you want to take that man home, the best way is to fuck him. If you dare to provoke me, I dare to set it on fire. Ignoring Sasuke's Luguang and starting to give Haruno Sakura a move. Never. It's easy to let that stinky guy win. His head is different from normal people, and he will only set his eyes on people who are better than himself. If you want to marry him, defeat him first. Su shyly bit his fingertips and lowered his head. Sakura Yuhi's hair was like a cherry. Standing in the field, Kakashi scratched the head of his broom and bent down when he passed. Sakura, that bastard is right. The best way to get Sasuke to pay attention to you is to defeat him. Kakashi-sensei, is that true? Aha, how could the teacher lie to you? He narrowed his eyes in an extremely unreliable manner, and the owner of Hatake, who was also full of bad water, waved away. You guys have to cheer up. Sakura, Sasuke, looking at each other in the distance. Uchiha Sasuke's high chin is full of disdain. Haruno Sakura was a little dazed. Why did Sasuke look at her like this? I'm an avenger. Love or anything has nothing to do with me. The words Ursuko once said echoed in his ears again, and the girl with blue eyes and tears shook her head violently. Wrong. You shouldn't live only for revenge. I'm going to beat you. And then, finally got serious. Although I really don't want to say that. Sakura, you are indeed the weakest in the 7th class. The strong wind blew away the floating clouds and scattered Jinwa, and Shiranui Genma, who had withdrawn and retreated, announced the start of the game. Sakura, who was despised by Ursuko, raised her forehead resolutely, and there was no trace of wavering in her eye. Defeat him. Of Harmony of Cherry Blossom. Part 2. What is that? How can I use 2 kinds of ninjutsu at the same time? This is crazy. Chakra Scalpel. Clone. The ability that Haruno Sakura burst out in an instant directly broke the long-standing theorem in the ninja world. Kakashi. Kurenai Yuhi. 3 generations of Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. One by one, the ninjas all stood up, and their eyes widened in surprise and disbelief. Even the 4th generation Keisuke clenched his fists in shock, leaving 2 lines of fingerprints half an inch deep on his hand on the stone chair. It was so unexpected. How can someone use 2 kinds of ninjutsu at the same time, regardless of the order, regardless of each other, at the same time? Shock. You idiot. You'll never understand that anyone has a spark and all they lack is someone to help them find that spark. There are no trash students in the world, only trash teachers. Those bastards who are clamoring for this and that all day long will never understand how many talents they have buried. In Liamong's eyes, Haruno Sakura's talent far exceeds that of Uchiha Sasuke. The horror of a person with 2 souls lies not in using 2 spiritual bodies to think at the same time, but more in the joint manipulation of the body. As long as Haruno Sakura solves the problem of high-level ninjutsu colliding with each other in the meridian, she will become a unique existence in the history of the ninja world. Not necessarily the strongest, but certainly not the weakest. There must be a place in the cage level. Speaking of which, do you want to kidnap her? Compared to the rest of the family members, this violent girl seems to be easier. Holding his chin and thinking about it, Lu Meng threw this sudden thought out. Now is not the time to think about these questions. Kaden, fire style, Phoenix Age fire technique. Opening his mouth, he spewed out a number of fireballs and blasts twisted forward, and Ursukezi, who jumped high into the air, had a lot of pretty figures in front of his eyes. Stand alone. After a month of hard work, Haruno Sakura, who received the handbook from Liamong, suddenly became enlightened and finally embarked on the road of being a strong person that belongs to her. 1 month is not enough to become a medical ninja, but 1 month is enough to master chakra scalpel. The slender hand with blue glow swiped in front of him, and Yuhi's Sharingan shrank to the extreme. Magic Kasumi's servant's art. Countless phantoms appeared in front of her eyes, and Haruno Sakura, who could not find the real master, was still in shock. Sakura reversal. Get out of the way for my mother. Ninja cracked demonic illusion. He either restores his own chakra flow or hurts himself, but Haruno Sakura's method is unique to the extreme. When two spiritual bodies turn, all demonic illusion will be given in vain. The outside Sakura is hit, just swap the inside out. A woman with a spare tire can't afford to hurt, and Urzuzi is in bad luck. How come? How can it be? The fingertip licked his right arm down, and Sasuke Uchiha, who had torn his upper arm muscles, lost control of his right arm. The price of underestimating the enemy is heavy. In one round, Nisukako not only lost the entire right arm, but also lost the ninjutsu that requires hand seal. Don't underestimate the old lady. Sasuke. The new book period of Ask for Collection is coming to an end. Please support my friends a lot. Thank you from the cloud. Tech chapter 45 _ the opening of the big play is shot to the brick behind the head. A punch hit the cheek and smashed Ursukako to the ground, and Haruno Sakura stood on the ground with a majestic appearance. Interesting Academy first release. She lost. Kiba sign in the mouth. He spat out all the way, and the speechless Liuman shook his head. Obviously there is a good chance to win, but because of love, I didn't seize it. Stupid woman, what do you want me to say about you? Sakura, you are amazing. Uchiha's orphan, who slowly climbed up from the pit, wiped the corner of his lower lip in embarrassment, and stared at Shion Yuhi on the back of his hand. The North Stand, Kakashi, who bumped into Might Guy, said hello and stood together to look off the field. You taught Sakura those strange tricks. Ah, this isn't it. A staggered foot nearly fell. Might Guy's nostrils pierced and turned into a bull. Kakashi, it's that kid. Kakashi answered unexpectedly, without any rowdy thought. Might Guy in the exam lounge. He asked very solemnly, is he really teaching? Well, although I don't want to admit it, this kid does have something unique in the way he educates his apprentices. Naruto, Inuzuka, Kiba, Sakura, Hinata, who have been with this guy, seem to have strange ability to decide the winner. In the face of absolute speed, all the tricks are illusory, and the second assistant with the muscle activation technique is definitely not comparable to the current Haruno Sakura. One-shot defeat. The cherry blossom girl who had shocked countless audiences before fell to the ground in a blink of an eye. I declare that Uchiha Sasuke wins. What just happened? Why didn't I see clearly? The twists and turns of the game. In just a few blinks, the winner and loser. The uproar of the stands turned into a vegetable market. Naruto, it's your turn. Fight hard, and I'll tell you who your father is if you win. Really, boss, do you really know who my father is? He's a great person. Come on, work hard. He slapped his shoulders heavily and cheered. Liamong smiled and disappeared. Sister Anko, take good care of Hinata. Shikamaru gathered people. This scroll is for you. Open it when you get home today. Don't give it to anyone else. Another scroll was stuffed into the palm of his hand. Liamong lowered his head and kissed Hinata's face lightly. Get ready. Everything is with me. What does the boy want to do? Seeing Liuman disappearing back and forth, Kakashi frowned, looked back and forth at the positions occupied by the 8 Anbu in the venue, turned his head to look at Might Guy. What is Lord Hokage doing? There are only 2 groups of people in such a large venue. This is impossible. Since we don't know what the enemy's plan is, we can only disperse Anbu to important places in the village. As that's so, Kakashi really didn't know what to say because he took care of Sasuke and didn't have time to participate in the venue layout. But think about it, it's the same. Hatake family who saw Naruto appear instantly stayed where he was. That dress, does he know anything? Proud disciple of the 4th generation Hokage Namikaze Minato, Hatake Kakashi, the head of the Hatake family, stared blankly. Blonde hair fluttered, the white Yuhi patterned imperial robe fluttered, and the banner of the future 5 generations of Hokage was stuck right behind him. I'm the man who is going to be Hokage, the little panda with the gourd. If I don't let the uncle come down and die, I'll beat your mother so much that you don't even know you. Mother. Boom. With a murderous cry, the Sunagaku Jinchuriki column, whose mother died when he was born, covered his head frantically. I don't call him. Covering his mouth and sweating on the back of his clothes, Tamari squirmed his throat. Talking to him now will kill you. Yellow Sand twisted around and turned around and walked down the stairs. Gaara, who had dark circles with Yuhi light, clenched his fist. In the shadow of the corner, the 2 Kusanagi looked at each other, and one left and one right stopped in the middle of the road. Chunin exams are very suitable for gambling, and there are several famous people who came for this purpose. Interesting academy start, so please lose on purpose. Is it okay to drop this game? Sandbound coffin. He stretched out his hands one by one, and stepped on fresh Yuhi on Gaara's feet as he left in the rain of blood. Temari Konkuro, who was watching with the probe, stopped talking, and the cold beads of sweat fell to the ground in a line, and the ticks merged into a water bay. The meeting of fate, the horn of the time, Sandstorm Gaara, Uzumaki Naruto. When the two children covered in sorrow stood in the center of the venue and Shiranui Genma announced the start of the game, it meant that the curtain was slowly unfolding. Multiple shadow clone technique, shuriken in all directions. Since Gaara's danger made a killing move, the shadowy shadows cut through the venue, and the audience in the stands all stood up. 1,000 or 10,000. This is really a Chunin exam, not a war between two small countries. Sarutobi Senpai, your candidates are really special. Ha ha ha, yours is not easy either. In the word flashed secretly, and the face of the third generation Hokage old Ganbayu was full of gloomy smiles. The shuriken ended, and the sand shield inserted into the hedgehog turned into an iron ball. The audience was dumbfounded when they saw this thing. One of them counted as one, and they all turned into toads that opened their mouths on a rainy day. Quack quack. What kind of trick is this? Seeing Khan on the forehead staring at the sand ball that was tied into a hedgehog on the opposite side, Uzumaki Naruto didn't wait for a reaction, and Gaara's counterattack arrived. Rain in sand. The yellow sand mixed with countless shurikens smashed down like a torrential rain, and countless shadow clones shattered into white smoke. Give me death. Sandstorm funeral. One blow smashed all shadow clone and covered his head, and the mad Gaara shouted to the sky for his mother. Uzumaki, who almost died, clenched the Kiba pass and separated countless shadow clones again. Idiot, such tricks are useless. No, what is he going to do? Form a group of 2 and 2, one in front and one behind in a double row. Naruto with the Naruto Mudra transforms into high spirit. This guy, giant blade throwing. The supersized Fuma shuriken danced into windmills, which were more than 100 times larger than the ordinary shuriken, and the roaring Uzumaki Naruto threw them out. Shuriken shadow clone technique is not over yet. For Kyubi, Ninetales, Jinchuriki, column 4, any problem that can be solved with chakra is not a problem. Seeing these gigantic throwing ninja tools, Gaara was so confident in the sand shield that she couldn't help shedding cold sweat, not to mention the audience in the stand. This kid is too pervert. Is he really genin? How do I feel he has more interest than Jonin? Absolutely defensive. The extremely fast winding sandball wrapped Gaara in the middle without any dead end, and the sand shield raised to the extreme swings back and forth like a lone leaf in the wind. Sand. When the attack came to an end, there was still a flat place in the venue. There were scars all over the shuriken, except that there was no corpse Mukuro, which was no different from a tragic battlefield. Third eye. Temari in the stands panic first. Ooh, Gaara, this is too. Sasuke, how's your injury? It's nothing. I'm a little careless. I didn't expect Sakura to grow so much after not seeing him for a month. Sasuke slightly raised his brows as he gently shook his right arm, which was cured by the medical ninja, feeling the pain from his muscle. Kakashi sighed when he saw this, and looked at the field in fascination. At the moment when the big guy couldn't take his eyes off, the fourth generation of Kage narrowed his pupils. Magic. The technique of Nirvana abode. Countless feathers fluttered and scattered all over the venue, and the audience thumped down. Kakashi, Might Guy, Haruno Sakura. The ninjas who reacted hurriedly hand seal, who found that someone broke free, snorted coldly, got up and left this sad place. I shouldn't have belonged here. It's time to go back. Goodbye, Konoha. Action began, and Kage stared at each other and signaled. Specially made smoke bomb bang. The sound exploded. The 3 generations of Hokage were hijacked to the roof, and the 2 Kage guards that Anbu intercepted actually divided into 4 and stood in 4 directions. Ninja 4 purple flame array. Come back. It's an enchantment. Captain Anbu in white's reminder was about to exit, and the members of the shadow guard who rushed at the front stopped in midair. Wow. Screaming and turning into flying ashes. Sound ninja. The dazzling old eyes swept around, and the 3-generation old man who was kidnapped by Kage said with a sigh, I didn't expect that Sunagakure village would betray the alliance. The treaty is just a blindfold to let the opponent relax. The boring game is over. Do you want to start a war? The old eyes turned back a little, and the voice of the 3 generations of Hokage was a little heavy. 4 generations of Kage closed his eyes. That's right. We should avoid the use of force and use peace talk to solve the problem. It's not too late. Hehe. Are you too old to become dementia? Mr. Sarutobi. You. Cold sweat dripped down Madara's old face, and the 3rd Hokage's heart sank to the bottom. The voice-changing 4th generation Kage smiled grimly. Your stupidity has put Konoha into a passive position, and I've won. HMPH. The old man should have taught you that you can't know the result of anything until the end. Snake Hill. Reaching out his hand to tear his face to reveal his true face, the shadow guards outside the barrier were stunned. How could it be him? The head of Sani, Langkun Orochimaru, the fierce god on the battlefield, the most proud disciple of the 3 generations of Hokage, the genius of Konoha's history. I told you a long time ago that the candidate for the 5th Hokage should be determined early. If you want want to decapitate this old man. You are not qualified enough. Really, Mr. Sarutobi. Puapu, who suddenly stabbed at the neck, burst out with blood, and the back of his left hand pierced Orochimaru, turned and walked towards the opposite side. A little tear overflowed from the corner of his eyes, looking up at the sky, whether it was sadness or something else. It's not like you feel sad when you kill your master. I just feel a little sleepy. Pulling out the kunai that had pierced the back of his hand and flicking it at will, Orochimaru didn't seem to feel the pain at all. I am afraid that only they themselves know what Silent is thinking about the master and the apprentice. Why do you do this? Sarutobi Hiruzen was the first to break the silence. With your character never being driven by resentment, you have no purpose or motivation. What made this decision? It's the wind. Pulling off the cage hat and throwing it away, Orochimaru with black hair and drooping shoulders stood upright. Snakes only watch what move. The ninja world has been quiet for too long, so long that it made people feel tired. So I decided, let him move. You're a lunatic. Ha ha ha, Mr. Sarutobi, is that why you expelled me? Yingi's murderous intent permeated everywhere, and the master and apprentice who had been away for a long time faced each other with swords and soldiers, the wind waving their battle clothes, and their eyes were like sharp arrows. Hinata, come with me. The scroll that Shiyu unfolded was closed again, and Mitarashi Enko looked at the barrier with complicated eyes. Shikamaru, who gathered the gang, stretched his arms into his arms and his face changed wildly. Why did Enko take Hinata away? And where did the boss go? Choji, get up quickly and don't pretend to be asleep. Don't call me. Don't you know how dangerous it is right now? Akamichi Choji didn't want to get involved in such trouble, lying down under the chair with a sullen breath. Are you so afraid of death? You are not afraid of death. You go. I want to sleep. Get up quickly. I can't afford it. Can't you get up? I can't afford to kill me. A few violent rumblings came from a distance, and 3 giant snakes with the height of the building rushed across the city wall, and Choji couldn't sleep anymore. Where are you going? Take me one. Aren't you going to sleep? I'm laughing at the sky from the horizontal knife, and I'll go to sleep after laughing. Daya was wearing blue shorts on his head, and Akamichi Choji's chubby face was soaring with pride. Inazuka Kiba, who had a little white dog on his forehead, covered his forehead, and Aburame Shino, who was copying Kabuto with both hands, was covered in cold sweat. The roar of a violent talisman in his ears, Shikamaru took out the scroll given by Liamong. Do you want to open it? The Konoha gang quartet looked at each other complicatedly. Shikamaru, who was sweating profusely on his forehead, thought to himself, and put the scroll in his arms again. Let go. After the 4 figures left, Kakashi, who flew to save Haruno Sakura, gave the order, A-level mission, gather your companions. Sakura, listen carefully to the next word, and be sure to find Nara Shikamaru in the shortest possible time, and gather as many companions as possible and bring them here. Quote, yes, I see. Turning over and leaving the cat's waist and moving forward, the Konoha Shoukyang started to move in unison. Hyuga Neji Byakugan, who was squatting in the exam lounge, was full of anger. Why is it still being destroyed after waiting so long? Did the father really die like this? These days killing enemy village ninjas. Why ruin the exam? Damn you all. Hokage, with 2 hairbands flying all over his body, was pitch black. Orochimaru's golden pupil, who also ripped off the imperial robe, stood up in a moon-white body, and the 4 of them quickly filled a layer of enchantment inside when they saw that the situation was not good. Hands-on with 3 generations of Hokage, they're not that cocky yet. Hehe, it looks like it's not easy to get out. For you, letting them in would just get in the way. Orochimaru, Sarutobi. The tragic murderous agitation stirred each other, and the clothes loaded, and the shattered tiles sounded the horn of battle. Ninja dart shadow clone technique. The cross dart he took out from the cassette was swung in front of him, and Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was dancing with his handprint, turned it into 1,000 pieces. Orochimaru, who also made his handprint, slapped the ground with a grin. Psychic Impure World Reincarnation. Duo countless shurikens hit the lid of the coffin. The old face of the 3rd generation Hokage was gloomy like water. He never thought he would use psychic to block the attack. Those dead people are 1, 2. The big 1st generation and 2nd generation came into view, and the 3rd generation Hokage, who suddenly remembered something, drank his pupil. Damn, can't let the 3rd out anyway. He clasped his hands together and pressed down, and just as Sarutobi Hiruzen tried to block the channeling, a suddenly appeared brick slapped his head. Who? Kiba sign in his mouth lifted Haori away. Naruto, come and see your father. Ha 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 ha. Collection. New book will be on the shelf tomorrow. I hope my friends can subscribe more. Thanks for the cloud first. Tech chapter 46 _ the storm surges to the hands of Chi. Decay, would flow on. Hello, the 3rd generation immortal, the 1st generation 2nd generation Hokage, and the 4th generation Hokage. Interesting academy. He stretched out his hands to greet Orochimaru one by one. Come to Uncle Snake to get that thing. Little devil, what do you want to do? It's very troublesome to get that thing. Watching the play. Without Uncle Snake help, how can you watch this big play? Are you right? Sarutobi Hiruzen will never die. What the hell are you trying to do, Deadwood Liamong? As expected of the two masters and apprentices, they even asked questions that were so similar. Lu Meng laughed when he heard it. Don't do anything, just ask some question. It's just that these questions require the presence of several parties. Originally, the young master felt very troublesome, but fortunately, Uncle Snake called them back. From high to intense to calm, Liamong, who suddenly became cold, stretched out his hand and pointed to the three Hokages who had passed away one by one. After listening to these words, Sarutobi Hiruzen's radiant old eyes tightened immediately. What is this kid doing? The first Hokage Senju Hashirama, second generation Hokage Senju Tobarama, 4 generations of Hokage Namikaze Minato. The first two ninjas were not familiar with each other for too long, but the latter one had witnessed the existence. Seeing these three ancestors, the ninjas outside the barrier instantly fell silent. The first Hokage calmed down the troubled world and distributed the tailed beast to various countries as a balance. Regardless of whether this method was correct or not, the strength of the 9-tailed beasts alone was enough for anyone to look up to. The god of ninjas is invincible in the world, and is as famous in the world as the 6 halves immortal. Generation Hokage is revered as the god of water, and sweetened water style, as superb in ninjutsu, and can summon endless oceans in the dry desert. And that's not all. The most powerful aspect of the second generation Hokage lies in his pioneering and enterprising spirit. Unlike his elder brother Senju Hashirama, who established himself in the ninja world with Mokudan, wood style, Senju Tobarama, in addition to sweetened water style, also developed extremely terrifying space-time ninjutsu such as Hiraishin, who can perceive everything about the enemy when he touches the ground with both hands. Impure world reincarnation, shadow clone, dance of the 3 suns and moons, and many other forbidden technique secrets that have been passed down to this day are all inseparable from him. Compared with the above two, the 4th generation of Hokage is not for nothing. Hiraishin, who inherited and surpassed the 2nd generation, instantly killed the enemy's high-level ninja in the Battle of Shinwu Kunchao, which is called Yellow Flash by the ninja world. It's a pity that just like his title, this sunny Hokage, who is full of affinity, comes and goes quickly. He had just turned 4 years old when he died in the QB, 9 Tails, attack on the village. Not only did he kill his wife, but he also killed his children. In the end, he even took his own life. Now that they return to the world, their mood can be imagined. Sarutobi, long time no see. It's not you, little monkey. You are old. Master, it's such a pity that I didn't expect to meet the 3 of you under such circumstances. Lao Ganbaka's dead face was as gloomy as iron, and the 3rd generation Hokage's heart thumped into his throat. Fighting with these 3, just relying on his old arms and leg, is really going to be bloody. Feeling that it was hard to move, the 2nd generation Hokage slowly turned his head and glanced at Orochimaru. Impure world reincarnation, is this young man who used this forbidden technique to summon us here. It's really amazing. No matter which world, there is always war. He raised his forehead like a sigh and seemed confused, and the face of the first Hokage was extremely complicated. After listening to the nonsense for a long time, Orochimaru took out 3 kunai with talismans and snorted coldly. Just as he was about to put them in, a figure stopped in front of him. Uncle Snake, I won't need this thing today. Quote, little devil, hurry up and let me die. Do you know how dangerous these 3 people are? Let's get rid of one of them. Don't think about either of us. Enla, I promise I'll be fine. I'll accompany you if something happens. The hand that stopped the talisman kunai waved casually, and the flowing man tilted his head and turned up the spade. Look around and find the stake for the avatar. Come on, Shodai, Fursama, please take a seat. The wooden Jinchuriki column standing on the roof wiped with his hand, and Liamong pressed Senju Hashirama's shoulders to straighten him. Then he turned around and found another golden oak bucket. Come on, Nadaim second Sama, you are also sitting. He also put Senju Tobarama down while holding his shoulders, and continued to look for the livid, throwing out a bunch of pots and pans, and after searching, he couldn't find a suitable object. The original Hokage played Mokudan, wood style, just sitting on a stake. The 2nd generation Hokage plays sweetened, water style, and he will be sitting on the bucket, and the 4th generation Hokage plays instantly, etc. Doesn't he have a nickname called Yellow Flash? So use this thing. The large table lamp with a long wire dragged out of the spade, and Liuman looked at Namikaze Minato with a smile. The 4 generations of Hokage, whose whole body was stiff, had 3 tic-tac-toe on his head. Come on, please take a seat. You're welcome. I bought this for my girlfriend. I'll borrow it from you today. If it breaks, I'll buy a new one later. 3 Hokages sat down one after another, and the Liuman who felt good about himself took out a beach chair, and lay down very narrowly, regardless of the blue cheeks of Orochimaru and the 3 generations of Hokage. With a flip of his hand, he turned on the sound receiver prepared in advance. Hello everyone, viewers, it's time for question. The questioner, the liar, the person being asked, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the old immortal, the witness, the first Hokage Senju Hashirama. Kurama, the second Hokage Senju Tobarama, the fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato, the head of Sanin Leng Kunorikimaru, and all the Konoha ninjas and the outer village audience who came to watch the Chunin exam. Quote, want to witness a historic meeting? Do you want to listen to the unknown grievances and grievances between Hokage's master and apprentice? What are you waiting for? Put down the swords in your hand, prick up your ears, and it's not too late to fight after listening. You know, but there are 2 god-level ninjas present here, and the young master let them out and let you all rest. Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, Moonlight Hayate, Kurenai Yuhi, Hatake Kakashi, Might Guy, Mitarashi Anko, Sarutobi Konohamaru, Crazy Ghost Jiraiya. Did you not come when you heard the call? Relying on the protection of the 4 purple flame formation, he laughed wildly for the long-awaited day. Orochimaru, whose golden eyes were suddenly shrunk to the extreme, suddenly kicked over the coffin board gloomily, pulled the hem of his clothes and sat beside him. The 3-generation-old man who was in a fighting posture is not accepting recruit, nor is it not accepting recruit. Directly opening it, his head has not been filled with lead. If the 5 guys on the opposite side come together, even if it is a young pea, he will die in a blink of an eye, not to mention that he is old and going to the ground. Sit down. The handprints slammed together quickly, and the 3-generation-old man who made the Jiangtu chair also sat down. It's not what he thinks, it's completely forced by the situation. Deadwood Liamong, what are you trying to do? The question that had been asked several times was raised again, and the gangster smiled like a flower. What's the hurry? What the young master wants to do, you'll know right away. Let go to the roof. Uchiha Sasuke stood beside Naruto, who was hesitant as he entered the arena with bloodstain. What should he do? Reaching out to the strange sandball opposite, Uzumaki Naruto swallowed nervously. Urzuzi glanced at him like an idiot. It's time for him. You still have a bird's game. Will you go? Vitiba looked at the strange opponent on the opposite side. Uzumaki Naruto nodded with difficulty. Go. Lived among the world's Byakugan since he was a child. Has always wanted to know his background. Why are they doing this to me? Who are my parents? Uchiha Sasuke jumped up to the roof. The 2 who jumped halfway suddenly stopped. Is that the chief examiner of the preliminaries, wearing a black trench coat? Coughing. Moonlight Hayate, who was standing next to Anbu with a cat face, smiled at the 2 of them, his smile full of bitterness. I said you would thank me after today. Thinking of the boy who knocked himself unconscious with a brick and then sent himself to the enemy for treatment, Moonlight Hayate's mood became complicated and anxious, and he was more eager to know the answer than anyone else. Kakashi, Kurenai Yuhi, Might Guy, one after another. Konoha Elite jumped over, and Konoha Maru, who ignored Ebisu's stop, stood blankly off the field, her small eyes filled with tears. Tanokuni Otogakure, Wind Country Sunagakure, the enemy village ninja who heard the threat of the roaring man, stopped silently and confronted the Konoha ninja. It's not that they don't want to fight, it's just that the names of the 3 people reported are too big. The 4th generation of Hokage is enough to be fucked. Why did the 1st generation and the 2nd generation also appear? And they did not think about doing it with such legendary characters. It was just hitting the lantern into the toilet in the middle of the night, and there was no negotiation. The technique of overrunning the street vendor, toad cut with short knife. 3 giant pythons fell from the sky, smashed and slashed, and Jiraiya, who was standing on top of Wentai's head, looked at the roof of the enchantment from a distance. Let jump over. 2 extremely sturdy toad legs. He kicked hard on the ground, and Jiraiya, who covered most of the sky, nodded to Wentai. A huge amount of smoke banged. The sound disappeared, and he jumped down alone. Lord Jiraiya. It Kakashi. How's it going inside? It very troublesome. Under the pulled forehead guard, the 3 Tomo Sharingan spun around, and the head of the Hatake family had nothing to do. The madman who sealed the ninjutsu by the Grand Master thought of the name as soon as he glanced at the barrier, but did not dare to attack rashly. The 3 people who were channeled through impure world reincarnation were still half-finished product. If Orochimaru was forced to rush, there might be some trouble. World of Trees Wall. The 2 ultra-large-scale ninjutsu of Shui Kingbo Konoha today must be a thing of the past. What is that kid named Liamong going to do? Thinking of Naruto's repeated mention of the boss, the end of Sanin, the mad ghost Jiraiya frowned, and there was a panic that was beyond his control. Man, it seems like it's almost here. The new books of Ask for Collection and Ask for Monthly Pass are on the shelves for the first order. Please support friends who are capable. Thank you from the cloud. Tech Chapter 47 Facing the Sky and Asking the Hypocrisy's Defense. Hanger Langdang dug out his ears, and Liamong, who was looking around, stretched his waist. Since all the participants have arrived, the next up is the question and answer session. It's interesting that the 3 generations of the academy don't die. Can you tell me, Konoha, where have all the powerhouses of the Mesozoic era gone? Turning his eyes to the side, the gangsters who glanced one by one pointed to the 4 directions. Kakashi's father Konoha White Fang, Moonlight Hayate's father Black Knight Dancer, second Hokage's grandson Senju Orange Water, Konoha Maru's father Midori Itadori Shinasu, Might Guy, S father Blue Beast, Enko, S father Mitarashi Zishao, Kurenai Yuhi, S father Yuhi Colored Sunset. How come none of these Konoha strongmen who are younger than you have survived? They are all heroes who died fighting for the village. The old face was twitching and his face was ashen, and the third generation of Hokage had an extremely bad premonition. If he could choose, he really wanted to knock this kid to death with a stick. But looking at the four people sitting on the coffin board of the wooden stake, bucket table lamp and opposite, I had to dispel the unrealistic idea. Orochimaru's gloomy face showed a trace of scorn. The first generation second generation Hokage was expressionless, and the fourth generation Hokage's handsome face was stained with cold light, covering his little face. He giggled weirdly, 000, and tears flowed out. Hero, thank you for saying it. The young master remembers telling you a long time ago that all heroes are dead prematurely. They're heroes. Bah. A mouthful of saliva spit out, and all the ninjas around were awe-inspiring. Kakashi, Kurenai Yuhi, Might Guy. One was counted as one, and they all stared at Liamong with unkind eyes. Thousands of eyes added to their body, and the gangster glared back sarcastically. Why are they looking at me like this? Are they heroes? They are all wronged ghosts. I wondered, why are these people dead? But old things like Sarutobi Hiruzen are still alive. Kaharu Udatane, Homura Mitokado, Shimura Danzo. Others became heroes and died in battle. Four of them old guys. Why don't you come with me? Deadwood Liamong, what are you trying to say? It's not what I want to say, but it's time for you to answer the question raised by the young master. Suddenly turned around and stared at the three-generation old man, his chin raised bit by bit, in front of everyone, in front of the guy, in front of the descendants of Konoha Bashi. Tell me how you and Shimura Danzo always kill them. Boom. There was a sound of thunder, and all the ninjas came on stage, and countless people jumped up. Sarutobi Hiruzen was silent. He knew that he couldn't be good today. Did he do it? Boom, boom. Orochimaru, who kicked over the coffin board twice and inserted them in the middle, showed his attitude with his action. Mobile phone reading is more convenient. m.heihei168.com. This snake-like man suddenly found that things became more and more interesting. Although the feeling of being used is very uncomfortable, he is very relieved, and he is very willing to watch the next scene. Liuman smiled and waited for the three generations of Hokage to answer. Not only was he waiting, but the ninjas who were standing in the dark outside the barrier were also waiting. Three forces, the largest number of Konoha, slightly less Onigakure, the most number of Otogakure, holding a group and staring at the barrier. How will Sarutobi Hiruzen answer Akatsuki when the big scandal is about to be revealed? The cold wind blew the yellow leaves and fluttered, and Lu Mang, who had been waiting for an answer for a long time, smiled. Silence is golden. Don't you even have the courage to defend yourself? The old man will not waste his words with a person who betrays the village. Yo, drink. Treason the village. Reaching out to touch Silver's white hair on top of his head, Lu Mang sneered and tutted twice. It's such a big name. The young master can't afford it. Sarutobi Hiruzen, can you play something new? Do you want to kill the Uchiha clan in the name of a treasonous village, and you want to kill the young master together? I'm afraid your old arms and legs don't have the ability. Uchiha exterminated. The suddenly turned face rustled with dust. Senju Hashirama clenched his fist. Liamong blinked his eyes playfully. Yeah, not only Uchiha's clan has been wiped out, but the country of the vortex is over. Even you and the second generation Hokage's family, the Senju clan, have also left Konoha. These are all of you. I am proud of the good things my disciples have done. Sarutobi, don't ask. What he said is all the truth. Except for two weird guys. There really is no one of our tribe in the village. The hands that were quietly touching the ground were slowly put away, and the second generation Hokage, who was bent over at some point, sat down again. Returning to the bucket, his icy eyes looked at the opposite side like a blade. Three generations of Hokage are still silent, and he finds that the rhetoric that came from his mouth in the past is so difficult at this moment. Master, what happened to Naruto? The fourth generation of Hokage immediately reacted when he heard the death of his wife and country, and there is no fool who can sit in this position. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who lowered his old face, closed his cloudy old eyes, and did not even have the courage to raise his head. He was reluctant to speak, and Liamong helped him speak. The corruption of power has spawned human violence. The Senju clan stood in the way, and they joined forces to drive him away. Uchiha, who lost his restraint, wanted to rise to power, but they exterminated his clan. Konoha's 8 colors threatened his dominance, one after another. Death and removal. Let's not talk about it. Don't you think it's strange that you died in the fourth generation of Hokage? Quote, looking at Namikaze Minato, the corners of his flamboyant eyes turned to Uzumaki Naruto. This stinky boy, who has always been heartless and heartless, stood beside Ursu, and the two youths' childish faces were distorted. Liamong turned his gaze back, facing the scrutiny eyes of the fourth generation of Hokage, and said, the seal of EPUB, 9 tails, Jinchuriki, column will loosen when giving birth. Kushina's due date is Konoha's top secret. Why is EPUB, 9 tails, will come out. Haven't you thought about launching the ghoul seal to work for the village. Stop talking. The cloudy old tears flowed 2 lines. Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly raised his tear-stained old face. Minato, I'm sorry. What am I? What are you sorry for? It's not only the 4th generation Hokage. The sneer interrupted the 3 generations of old men who couldn't continue, and Liamong turned his head with a sneer. You immortal waste. How did Senju Nawaki die? You can explain clearly. Nawaki is also dead. The 1st and 2nd generation, who had just heard the death of Orange Water and could barely keep quiet, widened their eyes. 3 generations of Hokage were completely speechless. No matter what happened, it was his dereliction of duty to protect Senju Nawaki, not to mention that the death of others was really wrong. Where's Tsunade? The news of the 2 grandchildren's death came one after another, and Senju Hashirama was eager to know the safety of her granddaughter. Run away. Liamong turned his head to give the answer, and said with a sigh, the younger brother died tragically in the rear, and the lover died afterward. Your granddaughter has really suffered from blood mold for 8 lifetimes. It's good to be alive. He closed his eyes with a slight sigh of relief, and Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama fell silent again. As existences who used to look down on the ninja world, they have the patience to continue to wait, and they will not rush to make a decision before the matter is finished. Deadwood Liamong, do you want to destroy Konoha? Shengsi clenched the kiba past sternly, and the 3 generations of Hokage stared at Liamong with resentment. This old man has done something wrong in his life, but this old man is all for Konoha, for this village. Ha 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 ha, old immortal guy, can you be any more shameless? For the sake of this village, it's your word. The 12-year-old gangster laughed and stroked his forehead. He really admired these old gangsters' way. Why did everything make sense when it came to their mouths? Sarutobi Hiruzen, for Konoha. Hee, for Konoha, you teamed up to kill 8 colors. For Konoha, you forced Senju to exterminate Uchiha. For Konoha, your 3 apprentices left one after another. Young master wants to ask, if Senju Uchiha is still there, Konoha will not die. All Sanin are present. In the entire ninja world, who else would dare to embarrass Konoha? The battle between the 2 Jade, the name of the country of fire, is await. In one sentence, the skin was torn to shreds, and the roar of the map guns almost swept away the fame of the hidden fire country. I was shot while lying down. Who did I provoke me? No matter how angry he is, he has to hold back. Daming's head is very clear. How terrifying these people are today, and the few guards he brought can save his life. If you really dare to go out, you will definitely die in the light of the light. Sarutobi Hiruzen was speechless after the map cannon was fired, and his head was raised. How to defend? These people are all dead and dead. Explain. Even with his mouth all over his body, he couldn't explain it clearly, but just let Liamong continue talking, and Konoha is really finished. In order to maintain the last trace of dignity, the 3-generation-old man said in a hoarse voice, Uchiha should be punished for betraying the village. Orochimaru's experiments with living people should be expelled, and this old man has a clear conscience. Worthless. Are you truly ashamed? Why don't you dare to look over? Orochimaru's original smirk paleness was freezing, and at this moment his heart was really cold. He couldn't find an excuse. He used his apprentice to make a knife. Uchiha didn't care if he brought it up. Why did he bring himself along? Sarutobi Hiruzen really doesn't know what happened to those experiments. Teacher, this is the last time this disciple has called you that. He spit out a word, and explained it lazily with Orochimaru's character. He has already carried enough blame, and he doesn't care about carrying it again. But from now on, there will be no kindness between teachers and apprentices. With the grace of life, and the reward of fame, Orochimaru's tightly closed vertical pupils overflowed with tears. However, they seem to have forgotten someone. The new book, Ask for Collection, and Ask for a Monthly Pass, are on the shelf. Please support your friend. Thank you from the cloud. Tech Chapter 48 _ Where does the road go through epic choices? Wonderful, really wonderful. It's more convenient to read on mobile phones. m.heihei168.com. 2 slap. Liamong really admires it, and it's not enough if you don't admire it. Sarutobi Hiruzen is immortal. You are so talented. A genius, a fool. Quote, little devil, I don't need you to take care of my business. He suddenly opened his eyes with murderous aura, and Orochimaru's pale face was very ugly. Looked at each other with high spirit, showing no fear at all. Don't think that impure world reincarnation is what you use, so you dare to be shy. The 2nd generation Hokage can break free from this technique, and it's not a waste of money. You can give it to the young master. Listen honestly by the side. Things are beyond imagination. He fit his eyes, and Orochimaru of Senju Tobarama didn't dare to gamble. Li Kui touches Li's ghost and confronts the developer of impure world reincarnation. He really doesn't dare to be too public. Where did Shimura Danzo go? When such a big thing happened in Konoha, why didn't the so-called root be present? Isn't the purpose of their establishment to protect Konoha? It's all about the rhythm of destroying the village. Why don't these ground rat get out? In a word, the Konoha ninjas swept all over the place, but no matter how much they searched, they couldn't find the so-called root figure, and Shimura Danzo didn't even dare to show his face. Not only him, Kaharu butane. Homura Mitokado didn't know where the cat was. These old guys who usually jumped up and down, all turned into turtles at this moment. Find anyone to turn his eyes back. The gleam that greeted everyone's attention raised the corners of his lips. His irony overflowed. Danzo didn't dare to come out because he has 11 Sharingans on him. Uchiha Shisui's 10,000 flowers are right there, under his right eye. By the way, he still has the cells of the original Hokage on his body. Uncle Snake, you should have done this, right? With a cold snort, Orochimaru finally felt the same anger and helplessness as his master. How did this bastard know these secrets? Turning his eyes, Konoha ninja aside, Besmara ninja looked at Ursuko with pity in his eyes. Uchiha's orphan is crazy. He is not Uzumaki Naruto who can't fart for a long time. What did they do? What happened to Uchiha Itachi? You idiot, you are an idiot. He raised his middle finger and spit, and the ridicule in his eyes rose to the extreme. Your brother is a fighter among idiots. You are a tractor among idiots, and you 10-10 clamor for revenge. The neurotic and maniac patients don't even think about it. If Uchiha Itachi is so cruel, you can still live to this day. Destroying a family is such a simple thing. Mangekyo Sharingan, do you really think that thing is invincible? Quote, despised to the point of being too lazy to look at it. Lumang is really unwilling to answer this inborn idiot. Baidu Interesting Academy. Although Naruto is a bit idiot, this kid is not really stupid, but Uchiha Sasuke, but he is a real fool, and he is the one who is born with his head on the ground and is hopeless. But it's not surprising that the Uchiha family doesn't produce anything else, and there are some people with such a sick head. Breaking Danzo's hidden back. He smirked and looked back and forth, and Liamong threw a bomb again. Jiraiya, how are the 3 apprentices you recruited doing well in Omegakure village? Rinnegan, Destiny Child is really amazing. Boom. A dull thunder sounded again, and when they heard the word Rinnegan, all the ninjas became restless. Jiraiya's cloudy old eyes flashed with anger, and Sarutobi Hiruzen stared at his apprentice with accountability. Liamong watched with joy. Uzumaki Nagato, tis is the orphan of the Uzumaki clan again. If you are watching the destruction of the country of Vortex, and you secretly push your hand, if you don't get retribution, who can get retribution? Think, if you take the power of the Kyuubi, Nine-Tails Jinchuriki column as your own, let's just say it clearly, why should we let the genocide annihilate the nation? Quote, the unchangeable fact was brought up again. Lumang's words slammed into the dead, and the 2 Hokages, Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama, slowly opened their eyes and stared at their chosen heirs very badly. Why did the Senju family leave Konoha? It's not because these bastards don't give assistance. Since they can sit back and watch the kingdom of Vortex fall, what else can they do? They say that Uchiha is rebelling. Hehe, what is rebellion? Don't accept, you old people who don't die. Is persecution called rebellion? Rebellion is also forced by you. 4 generations of Hokage died tragically in the Danzo conspiracy. Bashi was killed by Junji. Sanin was forced to leave the village one after another. Ha ha ha, this is what you guys did. Knock and beat to understand the matter. Liamong opened his arms to face the sky, as if to embrace the whole world. I don't have the heart of a strong man, but sit in the position of a strong man. Sarutobi Hiruzen, you even have the detached status of Konoha Hidden Village. I can't keep it up. What qualifications are there to call Hokage? The elders, when the 1st and 2nd generations were in power, there was a fart elder. The root of Konoha, why should there be a root after Anbu? Don't you feel disgusted by making a hypocritical face? The strong must have the pride of the strong. Quartet unwrapping his arms, the white feathers and the windless and automatic flow raised his forehead high. Choose survival or destruction. The 1st generation, 2nd generation and 4th generation, Lord Hokage, I really want to see how you deal with today's Konoha. If it's a wonderful feeling to see with your own eyes that you destroy the oranges that once built the Guardian and paid all for it. Uzumaki Naruto suffered for 12 years. Namikaze Minato, don't you want to retaliate? Ask your son, do you think I miss your wife? I won't say much about the 1st and 2nd generation boys. The relatives are expelled, the distant relatives are destroyed, and the 2 grandchildren die in vain. Your choice will definitely be better. Hashirama, slowly straightening his stiff body and standing still. Senju Tobirama completed the remaining spells of Impure World Reincarnation. Things were out of control in an instant. Orochimaru, Liamong never counted on him. Liamong really pays attention to the 2nd generation of Hokage. Compared with the 1st generation who yearned for peace with cramps in his head, the 2nd generation Hokage is the real calm person, with a ruthless personality and decisiveness in dealing with things. Watching a play. Today's rhythm is watching a play. Let withdraw. Senju Tobirama took over the control of Impure World Reincarnation. Seeing that Orochimaru, who was in a bad situation, smeared shoe polish on the soles of his feet, he looked at Liamong with extremely bad eyes before leaving. The bastard head disdainfully compares his middle finger to the path. The girl is still cold ass, just a little bit of courage. No, I have to run too. Patting his butt, he got up and ran away, and Lu Mang, who was suddenly stopped by someone, was speechless. Looking up at this this man. He has a gray hedgehog with tangled hair, 2 protruding toad eyes, quack nose, catfish mouth, blade legs with a straw bullet belly, dark yuhi bun, gray-green underwear, and pedals. How to look at how awkward it is to pull the board with double collapse. Jiraiya, why don't you go after your old classmate? What are you doing to stop the young master? I want to leave after getting into trouble. It's not that simple. Standing in front of him without any smile, Jiraiya has a feeling that if he doesn't want Konoha to continue to have trouble, he must keep this kid. His face suddenly turned cold. He raised his hands and rubbed his 2 little faces, his hands brushing his hair from the bottom to the top, and he shouted with hatred, do you really think that the young master is easy to mess with? There were 3 layers of waves without wind. The purple mist rose and trembled in all directions, and the gangster's whole person became illusory. The ambition of the warrior, the idea is mastered. Liamong, who had suffered many losses at the hands of Konoha's senior management before, wanted to move on. He had to let out the resentment he was holding in his heart. Unfortunately, the anger is now over. But what I didn't expect was that after this grievance was released, the one who awakened would be the Street Fighter Advance Poison King. It is not the god of war, nor the 100 flowers, nor the eye of the storm. It seems that God does not want Xiaoyi to be a good person. But forget it. The king of poison is the king of poison, and the big deal is to do it. With his head held high, the first shot of the battle was fired, and Orochimaru, who had withdrawn the 4 purple flame array, ran away in a blink of an eye. But strangely, none of the ninjas moved around. They don't move. I move. Street storm. Violently spinning body. Broken shoes and socks thrown at the forehead. Broken wooden barrels. Rotten wooden boxes. Sewer pipes made of cement. Long wire poles tied with steel bars. Handcart. Iron tube. And all kinds of domestic garbage. Jiraiya face door. The lecherous fairy with a banana peel on his face went to Sparta on the spot. Wow, what are these things? Get out of here. The last trolley flew off, and Lumenton's foot jumped into the air, and the poison mine bag grabbed from the void smashed to the ground. Countless dark purple smoke rose and drifted, and the hapless Sunagakur village ninja fell down in a blink of an eye. Jiraiya is finally restless, but if she tries to find someone, she can't find it. Disappeared without a trace, and the ninjas who were far away turned their heads to look at the roof, and the 3 Hokages of the Konoha hidden village looked at each other. Strong wind, rolling thunder, and the thunder that roared through the sky seemed to herald uneasiness. Sarutobi, you have gone too far. I'm sorry. I'm doing this all for Konoha. The old Kanbaka's face was mixed with remorse, but finally the determined Sarutobi Hiruzen rekindled his fighting spirit. The dead should not disturb the world of the living. Too adult. Minato, please forgive my selfishness. Everything is for the sake of the village. The hypocritical speech mustered the last trace of persistence, and the words of the 3 generations of Hokage did not get any response. What he has to face is the crusade of the lost Hokage. Maybe the Konoha ninjas would help if the 3 Hokages who returned to the world were not sane. But right now, no one wants to get involved in this fight. They have no reason to do it, nor do they have the belief to do it. Of an eye, the 4 generations of Hokage disappeared without a trace. Are you my son? He stretched out his hand and held down the drooping golden yellow. Minato, who was in front of Naruto in an instant, looked up at the sky, wanting to cry but not tears, and wanted to stop talking. Is he right or wrong for giving everything for Konoha? Cold wind is blowing, and the wind and thunder are stirring. Where will the future of Konoha go? The new books of Ask for Collection and Ask for a Monthly Pass are uploaded. Please support your friend. Thank you from the cloud. It's really not easy to write a book. Tech Chapter 49_Peak Duel. Beachless Island. Come on. Sister Enko eats a banana, and Sister Hinata eat bunches of grapes. Interesting Academy. The yellow banana tucked into his hand was not removed for a long time, and Mitarashi Enko, who looked at Liamong and put up his monocular, suddenly asked, did you know this long ago? No, what? Do you know the cause of Uncle Zishao's death? Why didn't you tell me? Enko's eyes widened in grievance, with taupe eyes flashing with tears. Liamong, who walked gently to the front, watched silently, and suddenly hugged Enko into his arms. I told you earlier, let you and Danzo go all out. Konoha colors all died in the power struggle between Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo. ZZ Uncle Xiao was the Grand Master of the 3-line ninjutsu before his death, and he only lost to White Fang Su Mao. You are too far from him. Quote, but you shouldn't hide it from me. Without the care of her father and the care of her parent, Mitarashi Enko's only relative is her master Orochimaru, which is why she wanted to die together after Orochimaru betrayed the village. Because of love and hate, it is always a woman's power. How deep is the love? How far is the hate? Looking up at the cheap sister who was weeping sadly, Lu Meng hugged even tighter. The pitiful little secretary beside her hugged her knees. Her milky white pupils showed a hint of loneliness. Enko is sad, and Hinata is also unhappy. His father's discrimination, the family's abandonment, and the little girl's fragile heart is scarred. The Hyuga family doesn't need trash like her. The unforgettable swearing echoed again, and Hinata burst into tears. Take care of her. Gently broke free from his embrace and walked forward. Standing on the edge of the rock wall, Enko Anko fluttered his short purple-blue hair. His clothes were flying, his thoughts moved, and the scenes of the past flowed through his heart. Where to go? Anko is distraught. The monocular was set up to adjust the focus, and the distant roof was pulled to the front. Too adult. Even if you risk your life, the disciples will not allow you to destroy the village. Out of the corner of his eyes, he glanced at Minato, who was standing in front of Naruto, and Sarutobi Hiruzen stared at the opposite. The first Hokage Senju Hashirama, second generation Hokage Senju Tobirama. In the face of two strong men who made the world tremble, he had no intention of winning. I'll take care of those guys, and he'll leave it to you. After saying a word, he disappeared, and the second generation Hokage disappeared instantly. The art of Hiraishin Konoha Eternal Legend 3-2. The first generation Hokage left alone is flying, and the Yuhi-colored battle armor has scars everywhere. Little monkey, give you one more chance. I'm sorry, said half-heartedly. What else could Sarutobi Hiruzen say? Senju Orange Water is dead. Senju Naoki is dead. The country of the vortex is destroyed. The two giants are gone, and all his explanations can't match the pale fact. Mobile reading is more convenient. m.heihei168.com. Senju Hashirama looked at the heir he and his younger brother had chosen, and suddenly regretted it. He can distribute the tailed beast to various countries for the sake of world peace and give up the opportunity to reach the peak of power. It does not mean that he can sit back and watch the family die, not to mention the grandson of him and Tobirama. Orange water, Naoki, power is such a crazy thing. Although the dead should not disturb the world of the living. However, he also has to correct his mistake. Be aware, you have turned your back on the will of fire. The sentence suddenly burst out of silence, and directly concluded that Sarutobi Hiruzen was executed. 3 generations of Hokage turned into pieces in an instant. It's not like this. I did it for Konoha. Enough, Sarutobi. Konoha was created by me and Madara. No matter what reason you have, you should not let Uchiha exterminate your clan. You have lost your qualifications as a Hokage. Raising his eyes and looking around, Senju Hashirama suddenly said Quasi-Hokage and stretched out his hand. Not good. Run away. Grabbed Anko, picked up Hinata, and flew back. As soon as Liamong walked away, 3 huge ancient trees came out. Adamantine forest hall, and creaking. Hokage Rock 3 out of 4. Looking back at the rock face with only 4 generations of Hokage left, Sarutobi Hiruzen burst into tears. With just one action, he already understood the choice of the original Hokage. The Senju family left, and the country of the vortex was destroyed. Obviously, Senju Hashirama had decided that Konoha no longer needed to leave traces of him and his younger brother. Master, no matter what you choose, you should not hurt the village. They are innocent. All sins are caused by the disciples. I am willing to use this life to calm your anger. I just hope that you can let them go. Looking around, tear-stained old faces crossed the crowd one after another, and all the Konoha ninjas looked away. Suddenly hearing the truth of these sensational things, they really don't know how to face this old man. Sarutobi Hiruzen has made indelible contributions to Konoha, but he has also made unforgivable mistakes. No one has forgotten the words of the first generation of Hokage. This old guy has lost the honor of fighting for it all his life. Away the name of Hokage. Looking at the entire ninja world, there are only 2 people who can make such a decision. Coincidentally, both of them are here today. Some drama comes, some madness come. I think what else can you live in vain now? Boss spit out a mouthful of saliva and took out a kiba stick to hold it, and rubbed his nose with the flow of his wish. Don't you want Xiaoyi to hand over ninjutsu? Don't you want the young master to hand over his secret guild? Pay it again. It won't kill you. I want to force Lao Su to work hard for you and live your spring and autumn dream. One middle finger is not enough to hold 2, and the gleams of both hands are raised high, and they are fiercely competing against the roof of the battle. Don't die. Now see if you're still dead. Brother Liamong. Hinata. Doubt turned to stare at the young secretary who was screaming, and then glanced at the stunned sheep sister. The gangster smiled awkwardly. Then what? Don't worry. I'm normal. I think you should go to the hospital. Mitarashi Anko had a rare joking thought. Covered his forehead. Sister Anko, are you being naughty again? Why would a healthy person like me go to the hospital to molest the nurse sister? If you have a seed, you can go. With a snort, he pulled Hinata to his side, and Mitarashi Anko sighed as he looked at the battlefield. The wind was blowing, and Senju Hashirama was suddenly sad. For Konoha, for Sarutobi, for Senju, for Uzumaki, the war that can never be stopped, the madness that no world can avoid, is this human nature. The long-term persistence was lost in one move, and the original Hokage was angry. Everyone who shouldn't have died and everyone who shouldn't have died. So what are you still doing? It's even more terrifying for honest people to get angry, and the drama directed by Lu Mang has finally reached its peak. Mokuden, wood style, mystic world of trees wall. The crackling tiles and bricks smashed into the 4 directions like raindrop, and the small saplings that rose from the ground quickly grew into towering green onions, lush branches and leaves, and thick tree poles endlessly popping up. What is that? Run! Spiritualism Monkey King. Biting the thumb of the right hand and quickly swiping to the palm of the left hand, The palm slapped the clouds and mist on the ground. Bang! He jumped out of a 2-meter-high white-haired, golden-eyed gorilla, with burnt tiger skin and pointed mouth and peach cheek. No matter how you look at it, it looks like a joke. But anyone in the know knows how terrifying this old monkey is. Sarutobi, what going on? Let's become a wishful golden hoop. Without a word of explanation, he gave an order directly, and the ape demon who glanced at the first Hokage silently turned into a weapon. Shoulders and a strong suit in black, the 3 generations of Hokage rumbled and swept away the giant tree that came up. Aren't you going to help? Sharingan squeaked and tilted his head in a circle. Kakashi looked at Jiraiya with a dignified face. I have no reason to do it. Looking at the battlefield sadly, Jiraiya really has no motivation at all. Orochimaru is now fighting against the old man. He will definitely shoot. But today's old man is no longer Hokage. He has done too many wrong things in his life. This is what he deserved. Why did Orochimaru betray the village and run away? Why did Tsunade Hime leave sadly? And why did he travel all over the world? Is it really to find the child of destiny? In fact, Jiraiya has always kept a word in his heart. What he doesn't believe in is destiny. Kaden, fire style, fire dragon, fire bullet. Sarutobi Hiruzen spit out endless flames as his chest welled up full of chakra. Jin Yuhi's orange-yellow boiling rushed towards the green, and all the burning trees turned to scorched earth. But before people could marvel at it, new trees grew again. As long as the chakra is not depleted, the world of trees wall will never be breached. How did the forest around Konoha come? Asked Senju Hashirama to go. Sarutobi, a complicated shout blurted out, and the original Hokage, who almost turned the entire Konoha into a virgin forest, raised his fist. One pun. Just one pun. With just one pun, the 3-generation-old man with the Rui golden hoop was smashed far away. The name Shinobu is a joke. What is the strongest Hokage? Sarutobi Hiruzen will Hiraishin. What he can only know is ordinary ninjutsu. What's the point of knowing more of those things? When there are no heroes, Shuzi became famous. 3 generations of Hokage are made by 8 colors. What does he have? The Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Facing the original Hokage, all falsehoods will be destroyed. If the balloon is blown too round, it will explode. Master. Don't call me master again. You don't have the qualifications. Flying kicked the 3-generation-old man who was in a state of embarrassment again, and Senju Hashirama, who was walking forward, was full of murderous aura. Are you reluctant to start? It was so boring. Looking at the battlefield through Wangyuanjing, Liamong was in that contemptuous effort, and suddenly there were 2 more people in front of him. One big and one small. The blonde hair is flying, and the tailored Yushin robes have Yuhi patterns on the white background. What is Namikaze Minato doing here? Lang Lang left the binoculars and smacked his lip. Liamong suddenly had a panic of playing with fire. What? There is someone in this place. The new books of for collection and for monthly pass are on the shelf. Brothers and sisters, please support me. Thank you from the cloud. Shoot at me, the more the better. Tech chapter 50_Yifei. Yi Luo, the lonely soul watching over the sand. Thank you. Haha, you are too polite. Raising his right hand and scratching the melon, although he was reluctant to admit it. What I have to say is that Namikaze Minato deserves to be a man full of affinity. Even as an opponent, he would not make any deliberately demeaning evaluations of him. Although this guy is a bit more slutty and less masculine, but at the same time, there is an inexplicable contagion. Looking at him, it was like being in the drizzle of Hefeng. Young master has to stay away from him. I'm a jerk. I'm a badass. Muttering to himself, he narrowed his eyes. Liamong was indeed a little frightened. What he aimed at, if this guy shaved his head to become a monk, there might be no one in the world, and he would have to fool him into the temple. That he didn't dare to think about it, and just as Liuman was thinking about how to get out, Anko suddenly greeted Minato. Little Anko, you've grown up. He smiled and slapped his hand, gently rubbing his blue-purple hair, and the 4th Hokage pushed Naruto out. Pingsu Kiba, the stinky boy who never stopped dancing his claws, has now become a good baby, and he has become a boring gourd without saying a word. Can you lend it to me? Minato suddenly pointed to the telescope next to him. Just please, I still have it here. As soon as he blurted out, he sweated, and the longer he stayed with Minato, the more Liamong had the idea of smearing oil on the soles of his feet. This man is so terrifying, it's hard to say anything. Could this be the aura of the protagonist, the aura of affinity? What he aimed at, it was unscientific. Took 2 steps and hugged Hinata into his arms. If he hadn't known that Minato and Kushina had a solid relationship, Liamong would have been afraid that this guy would abduct his woman away. In the future, you must stay away from this man. The farther the better. The 3 binoculars were unfolded side by side, and the tools originally prepared for Hinata Anko were taken by Minato Naruto. Looking through the lens, the original Hokage stood silently in front of the kneeling Sarutobi, waiting for his answer, even if it was a deceptive sentence. But no, facing the questioning eyes of the original Hokage, the 3-generation-old man didn't even have the courage to tell the truth, and he could only be silent. The north wind blew, the grass fell, and Hashirama, who had not heard back back for a long time, closed her eyes. Chakra stirred, and the dancing trees soared into the sky. Master! An exclamation suddenly raised his head, and suddenly pulled out the 3 generations of Kuei's old man to tears. Everything is the fault of the disciples. Please let them go, please. With a muffled sound, Kuuji, who was trying his best to pierce into his chest, was unable to stop, and Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was coughing and spitting blood, slammed his head down. The shattered tiles of Gaba flew around, and the Konoha ninja onlookers turned their eyes away, feeling complicated and difficult to understand. In the face of such an old man, they couldn't hate him no matter what, including Kakashi, Might Guy, Kurenai Yuhi and the Konoha elite whose father died in vain. Their feelings for the 3 generations of Hokage are really difficult to express. Liamong revealed the past and made them hate the 3-generation-old man. But seeing this scene now, who else can hate it? What the trouble with you? Slowly opening his eyes and looking down at his feet, the old Sarutobi smiled. Please, please, let go of Konoha. For the sake of the past, let go of the village. The villagers are the villagers. Innocent. After saying a word, he stumbled and fell, and the 3-generation-old man who turned over was full of expectation. At the last moment of his life, he dedicated everything to the village. The people of Konoha are part of my body. The villagers believe in me and I believe in them. That's Hokage. Sarutobi, you have to protect and love this village. You have to trust the people in the village, and pass on that belief. From tomorrow on it's Hokage. The words that the 1st and 2nd generations once said echoed in his ears, and the old man Sarutobi, whose life was gradually fading, slowly closed his old eyes full of tears. No matter what he has done wrong in the past, at this last moment, he is worthy of the name of Hokage. Wherever there are leaves flying, the fire will burn. The shadow of the fire will illuminate the village and cause new leaves to sprout. The true power of ninjas is revealed when they want to protect those they hold most dear. Senju, Uchiha, 8-colored. Master, the disciple knows it is wrong. Passing away in tears with boundless remorse, Sarutobi Hiruzen's suicide meant the end of yet another era. Leave, or die. Thunder and a roar, and Senju Hashirama, whose Yuhi-colored battle armor was turbulent without wind, raised his head. By Orochimaru, who dared not run away, and the ninja from Sunagakure village who had betrayed the alliance treaty. One of them threw off his legs and used his hands and feet to escape into the distance. Damn it, run for the uncle. Gaara, who felt relaxed for the first time since birth, walked out of the sandball with a strange smile, and Shukaku, who had retracted all the chakras back into the seal, was going crazy. This damn person, what does Jinchuiki column want to do? That is Senju Hashirama, known as the legend of the god of ninjas, and the existence of the sick as. In front of him, even the stinky fox of Kyubi, Nine Tails, had to bow his head and admit defeat, not to mention it. Shukaku will never forget why he and 8 other hapless people ended up where they are today. All of this is the product of the man on the roof. Didn't you see all the other ninjas running away? What are you fucking idiot still doing here? Don't drag Lao Su even if you are courting death. Mom, a mentally ill person will never understand. Senju Hashirama, who scared away countless ninjas in a single sentence and 5 words, was attacked in a blink of an eye. Do not. It should not be said that it was a sneak attack. It should be said that it was an attack with open fire. The spear of Shukaku. Gaara, who couldn't even sleep in the past, squeezed Shukaku for the first time. Damn monster, come out and fight for me. Mom, I want mom. Bravely confronting the god of ninjas, the confused red panda finally found the target of beheading. Kill him. Kill the man who scares you, and prove your existence to mom. Mom, I want mom. Yuhi's metal spear was thrown out, and Gaara, who was roaring in the sky, covered his face tightly. Hearing the strange noise coming from behind, several ninjas who turned back were all scared to pee, especially those guys from Sunagakure village who had the urge to scold their mother. Don't drag us if you want to die. It's up to you. Do you know who it is? When the body is injured, it bleeds and it looks painful, but the pain will heal over time, and if you take medicine, it will heal faster. But the heart is not so easy to heal. It is not like the body. There are so many injuries that can be cured, and some even last a lifetime. Quote, Gaara, Shira who only loves himself. Shira who only fights for himself. Your mother never loved you. Why? Why did they treat me like that? The hysterical madness, the round and bloodshot eyeballs, the 2 red pandas with black eye circles stared at Senju Hashirama with venomous venom. It's this damn man who invented the Jinchuriki column 4. Kill him. I'm going to kill him. Recalling the feelings buried in the bottom of my heart, remembering the bits and pieces of life when I was a child, Gaara is completely crazy. At this moment, he is even crazier than Shukaku. At this moment, he is even crazier than Shukaku. One tail shrunk in the seal suddenly felt like the sky was falling and the earth was breaking and the water was flowing backward. God damn it, let's die together. The explosion erupted, and the yellow sand filled the sky straight towards Shaohan, and the first Hokage, who grabbed the spear of Shukaku with one hand, was expressionless. Is it really right to distribute tailed beasts to various countries? Maybe then, he should end it all. What I heard and witnessed today had a deep blow to Hashirama's original persistence. Time will prove everything, and now Now time has proved that the peace he achieved back then was nothing but an illusion. Perhaps there is no eternal peace in the world. As long as there are people in this world, the struggle will continue endlessly. Kill him. Half bodies sticking out their head. The mad Gaara and Shukaku looked at the roof at the same time. Futon, wind style, infinite dust Atapa, great breakthrough, rain in sand. The combination of the two combined ninja. The giant wind bomb mixed with countless sand and dust in the gust of wind slammed into the roof. Senju Hashirama, who was thinking, moved the corner of his eyes slightly, stretched out his hand, and a giant tree stood up. Unlike ordinary trees that grow in nature, the tree poles summoned by Mokuton, wood style, have the ability to absorb chakra. As long as the caster is willing, he can absorb the enemy's chakra completely, which is the fundamental reason why the first Hokage can suppress the tailed beast. Be honest with me. Pressing down with one hand, countless giant trees were entangled, and the giant civet cat, which was still arrogant just now, was tied into a big brown in a blink of an eye. The violet pattern flowing all over the body, the dark golden pupil of the crossed R, stared at the man who ignored it helplessly and indignantly. Why don't I even have the ability to resist at all? Am I really that bad? Struggling, roaring, and unwilling, Shukaku, who had no choice but to retreat, turned into yellow sand and hid in Gaara's body again. The red panda, hovering its head crazily, sat in a wooden cage and looked up at the sky alone. Countless days and nights of thinking, countless days and nights of wandering. Yashimaru's two different narrative became the whole of his life, bringing up Hu Wumeng and stabbing in the chest. Huang Shajian, who is standing in the middle of the road, looks like King Kong. Are they the guardian of mother or a curse? The confused one-tailed man Jinchuiki, column closed his eyes and seemed to see a woman in a trance, with an indistinct face, a look that seems gentle and resentful. Who is she? Is she a mother? Gaara suddenly woke up and slowly raised his head. Senju Hashirama's tall figure stood in front of him. Let him go. The chapters, ask for collection, and ask for a monthly pass, are very satisfactory. Brothers and sisters, please support me. If you have any comment, please leave a message. Tech chapter 51 _ The Lost Legend, the warm wind that melts the ice. Please let him go. He is just a child. Hey168.com. Take good care of your brother. You see, he is naughty again. Tamari stood firmly in front of Gaara with the warm eyes of her mother before her death. Facing the god of ninjas, Hao opened his arms without hesitation. The sun was shining, and the slender shadow was hanging down in front of him. The little panda was stunned, dumbfounded, and froze there. Yishi remembered that in the depths of her distant memory, there was a figure who had done the same thing. Yashimaru, Tamari, an uncle, a sister. The figures of the two seemed to gradually overlap. Why did she block in front? Didn't everyone in the village want him to die, including the 4 generations of Kazekage? Isn't that so-called father? All 10 want him to die. Since they all want me to die, why stop in front of me? Why? 10,000 reasons circling his mind. Gaara was at a loss. You want to protect him. Tamari, who seemed to have exhausted all her strength, was sweating in cold sweat, but no matter how hard she shivered, she did not collapse. Senju Hashirama fixed his gaze silently, and asked coldly, what makes you have the courage to face me alone? You should know that you don't have the strength. Ninjas shouldn't do things that they know they want to die. It doesn't make any sense. I am a ninja, but I am also his sister. At first, there were some difficult words, but at the end, he shouted out. Tamari turned his head silently after shouting, just like his mother once did, looking at Gaara tenderly. I'm sorry. My sister didn't keep my mother's agreement. I hope you forgive me. Drop after drop of tears fell to the tiles. Tamari, who looked back, bravely faced the god of ninjas, and copied the Samsung fan in his hand. She knew she was going to die in a battle, but she still had to guard it until the last moment. A girl as brilliant as Chuju would use her life to fulfill her mother's entrustment. Unexpected. Senju Hashirama stretched out his hand and gently twisted a piece of dry yellow that had stuck to Tamari's hair for some time. I didn't expect that the will of fire would also be ignited outside the village. A girl full of love in your heart. I hope you will never forget your persistence today. Little guy, you should be lucky, because you have someone who is willing to protect you with your life. Your sister. First, he glanced at Tamari in admiration, and then said Gaara in consolation. Senju Hashirama, who turned and left, has no more nostalgia. Interesting academy. With a click, the numbered ninja forehead will remain in Konoha forever, and with it, there is also the legend that belonged to the original Hokage. Starting today, the hidden village of Konoha, the land of fire, and the original Hokage have been removed. Why did he just leave like this? The drama that he personally directed ended unexpectedly. Lu Meng squeezed his chin frantically, and suddenly reacted. He aimed. Senju Hashirama is gone. What am I doing here? No, I have to go too. Anko, Hinata, hurry up and pack up. Forget it. There's nothing left anyway. Let's leave immediately. Boss, are you leaving? Standing beside his father and turning his head, Uzumaki Naruto was done. Seeing the reluctant expression on this kid's face, Lu Meng wished he could just kick him to death. Your sister, I knew I couldn't get along with you. Are you going to defect? Namikaze Minato's smiling face showed no dissatisfaction, but Liamong was frantically sweating. Aha, don't say it's so ugly. What is defecting? I call it travel. Yes, it's called traveling, just like your lecherous master. Maybe one day you will swim back. The nonsense went on and on. Lu Meng secretly said in his heart, come back, go back to your sister, go back. As long as you leave here, the young master will let the bird fly away from the sky he is aiming at, and the fool will come back to receive the fuss. Namikaze Minato watched Liamong quietly for a moment, then suddenly pressed Naruto's head. Can you help me take care of him? Dad turned back in astonishment, staring straight at the fourth Hokage. Uzumaki Naruto was done. You want him to come with me? Zhang Tong pointed at Naruto. Lu Meng cursed in his heart. Take this kid away. He is aiming. Isn't this what he can't find for himself? God knows what kind of trouble this idiot with a broken head will cause. Besides, his troublesome identity will be gone. If he doesn't know, that's all. The bastard who knows what Akatsuki is up to doesn't want to tie a time bomb around him. Seemed to see the reluctance in Liamong's heart. Sighed. Just take care of it for a while. I still have things to do. Dad, what are you doing? Minato, who patted Naruto's shoulder vigorously, blinked without a trace. Dad, damn it, Minato, you can't do this. You're aiming at a scumbag. He jumped and shouted again, unable to call back the four-generation Hokage's Luffy Sparta. Can people do things like this? Are you eating, Mr. Ding? Namikaze Minato, you are ruthless. Holding up his middle finger high, he looked at Naruto with a headache. Liamong really didn't want to take this kid away. Will you come with me? Boss, I hesitantly looked back at the village. Uzumaki Naruto really didn't know how to answer. The homeland is hard to leave. Is this place full of various memories about to leave? Facing the fear of the unknown, the 12-year-old boy was lost. The breeze that rolled up the green leaves blew across the rocky mountain, and Naruto Uzumaki suddenly raised his head. I want to stay. Have you made up your mind? And, with a firm nod of his head and a bright smile, Naruto pleaded expectantly. Otherwise, boss, you should stay too. Stay while you die. Don't say anything about Byakugan. It's enough to be a fool yourself. Don't think about being stupid with others. If Lu Meng, who is directing the big play by himself, stays in Konoha, it is not called courting death. It is called death-defying. If you want to stay, go to Jiraiya. He is your father's master. With him, your safety should be no problem. The lecherous fairy, that the guy. He waved his hand without taking away a cloud, and finally glanced at Konoha's livid as he hugged Hinata away from Hokage Rock, slicing as he passed the bushes. When will this guy get rid of his voyeurism? Isn't he disgusting? Jiraiya, who jumped from the tree and touched her nose, raised her middle finger as a farewell. What an unlovable kid. What did he know? Little bastard. Where are we going? Facing the setting sun, he let out a long breath, and Mitarashi Anko looked into the distance. Go to Uncle Snake's place for 2 days and see if you can invite the great Buddha back. If you want to live comfortably these days, it's better to get a few strong people to stay safe, or you won't know how to die in the future. Who are you going to invite? Tsunadiheim. After calculating the grandfather and then the granddaughter, Liamong planned it long ago when he decided to do this. Senju Tsunade is different from ordinary people. He can really fool around. Not only is his life guaranteed, but he also has support behind him. The Senju family escaped from the world, but as long as Tsunade was there, they were not afraid that they would not give assistance at the critical moment. Holding your thighs is always the best way to survive. Since you want to hold them, find the thickest one. Let go. After holding Hinata and throwing feather weaving, he walked away in a dignified manner, but left behind a problem that resisted a lot of people. Shimura Danzo, Kaharu Udatane, Homura Mitokado are missing, and the roots are suspected to be destroyed by the second-generation Hokage and turned into a sea. Not long after the village of Sunagakur, the land of wind, raised the white flag and surrendered, the fourth Hokage of the frontier was found tragically dead on the way to Konoha. The troubled Sunagakur village, the third generation of Hokage is lost. It is unclear whether the fourth generation of Hokage has died, and the 5 major villages have lost their lives. However, a tree can't live without its bark, and people are invincible. Judging from the thick skin that ninjas are used to, they are not afraid of being embarrassed. The only troublesome thing now is how to choose the 5th generation Hokage. Due to the suspicion of the name of the land of wind, Sunagakur village has always been short of supplies, and even fewer people can use it in Gaara's generation. Choosing who to choose as Hokage has become the #1 problem that Sunagakur needs to solve urgently. Ebizo, Chio, the 2 coffins were so worried they almost pulled their heads off. Why do you want to save me? Back in the village and sitting at the head of the bed, Gaara clasped her knees and looked at Tamari who was standing at the door. Because I'm your sister. The tenderness turned into a sigh, and the girl's warmth melted into ice. Does mom really love me? She reached out and raised a piece of yellow sand and rolled it over the photos on the table. Gaara carefully wiped and wiped, for fear of damaging a single bit of it. Tamari, who sat down beside him, tentatively stretched out his hand, and finally hugged Gaara firmly. Feeling the temperature on his shoulders, the corners of the red panda's eyes became wet. Tick-tock tears fell to the frame, and the blurred woman seemed to be smiling. Mother mother has always loved you deeply. Before she left, she asked me to take good care of you when you grew up. It's just that. Not to mention the next word. Gaara also understands that, combined with the inconsistent performance of Yashimaru, all clues point to the fourth generation of Keisuke. The little panda had a lot of things to ask about the so-called father, but unfortunately he died, and he didn't even know who died. Although all the evidence points to Orochimaru, it is still unclear who really died in the hand. Who cares? The fourth generation of Keisuke's reputation in the village is not good, and the reason why the big guys respect him is just because of his rank. Since the third generation of Keisuke disappeared for no reason, the glory of Keisuke in Sunagakure village has faded to the extreme, and it is rarely admired as before. Who is the fifth generation of Keisuke and what does it have to do with them? But things are often so unexpected. In order to prevent the daimyo of the Kingdom of Wind from taking the opportunity to attack, reduce the funds again to reduce the number of ninjas, and also to save the face lost in this Chunin exam and ensure the detached status of the 5 hidden villages, the round table led by Ebizo Chio finally made a decision. Gaara, from today onward, you are ask for a reward and ask for a monthly pass is the third bullet in the 5 consecutive rounds. Please support your friend. If you have the monthly ticket shells in your hand, please mash them. Yun Yun said, shoot at me. Tech chapter 52_Jiraiya. SIQ in the turmoil of the ninja world. Red Panda became the 5th generation of Keisuke, spread all over the ninja world, and even the waves did not lash. While many ninjas are amazed that Sunagakure village is pushing the young Jinchuriki column to the fore, what happened to Konoha earlier is more noteworthy than that. Country of Earth and Kumogakure, the country of thunder, have started to think. The third generation Tsuchikage, the 2-day scale Onoki, and the fourth generation Reikage couldn't close their mouth. Third generation of Tsuchikage was overexcited and accidentally slipped his waist and was admitted to the hospital. The fourth generation of Reikage smashed 8 tables and almost drove Azabui out of anger. Lord Reikage, if you do this again, you won't have enough money for this month. Okay, I get it. There was a loud boom, and he looked down at the fist that slammed into the table, and the fourth generation Reikage twitched in embarrassment. The last one. You die for me. My mother quit. I want to resign. Angrily, he threw the folder he was holding in his arm, and the beautiful secretary with dark skin and slightly wine-colored Yuhi became furious. Which table is this? The 7th or the 8th? What does this damn, nasty, grumpy old bastard want to do? Why didn't he just tear down the entire Kumogakure village together? 00, Mabuyi, listen to me. Calm down. Be calm. Don't be impulsive. I'm going to slap you. A violent knee knock overturned the 4th generation Reikage, and the beautiful secretary with gray-white hair flung off her high heels and walked towards the door. Was a muffled sound, and the Reikage office, which had changed 8 desks, needed a new door. Reikage, who fell to the ground, twitched for a long time, and it took a long while to regain his breath. No, what if Mabuyi leaves? The secretary has something to do, nothing to cough. I have to get her back quickly. The 4th generation Reikage, who didn't want to bury himself in the pile of documents, rushed out of the collapsed door as a streamer and looked for the secretary in a hurry. The Iwagakure village hospital of the land of Earth. The 3rd generation Tsuchikage, Yo, was lying on the head of the bed. He was not tall, but he had a big Yuhi nose, and he was aiming for rosacea. On the nose of a child fist, there is either a pit or a ridge. The bastard-like mung bean eyes are squinted together, the eyebrows are creased, and the goatee under his jaw is as funny and funny. This old man was born with him. Aiming is a joy. I said, Grandpa, can't you be more calm? The little hand squeezed the old waist, and the 2-day scale Onoki, who almost jumped up, raised his throat. Take it easy, my little ancestor. I'll see if you dare next time. As he said, he pressed again, and Karafashi puffed out his cheeks angrily. Tsuchikage hissing and gasping for breath quickly accompanies him with a smile. My granddaughter, isn't Grandpa happy? That old man Sarutobi here hasn't actually walked in front of me. That's really hissing. That's really fun. I'll keep you entertained. And I'll keep you entertained again. Gaba Gaba. S2 little hands pressed down hard, and the 2-day scale Onoki, who kicked his legs in an instant, widened his mungbean eyes, and kicked his legs like a toad. My little ancestor, take it easy. Do you know what's wrong? Got it. Isn't it enough yet? Are you addicted? But it's addicting. Will you give me twice my pocket money next month? Good. And the overexcited Kuretsuchi bit his small fist. Grandpa, I really didn't mean it. Doctor, call the doctor. Lord Tsuchikage has passed out. The white Dr. Angel rushing over, pinching people and pressing on the chest. After tossing for a long time, the 2-day scale Onoki finally woke up and turned around. His cheek twitched and stared at the tearful granddaughter of the bedside, just about to say after 2 words of comfort. Kuretsuchi, who found him awake, rushed up. Grandpa, don't you blame me. I don't want pocket money anymore. Don't blame me. Granddaughter really didn't mean it. You have to believe me. Believe me. I really didn't mean it. You. Grandpa, you don't blame me anymore. Really don't blame me. Me. Grandpa, what's wrong with you? Without taking a breath, breath, Tsuchikage passed out, and the third-generation Tsuchikage, who had more air in and out less, moved into the emergency room again. The medical ninja standing outside stared at Kuretsuchi for a long time, opening and closing his mouth for a long time. How did that grandfather pass out? Carefully raising his hands behind his back, Kurathashi dazzled. The medical ninja reluctantly spit out the truth. Not much, just 2 words of hypoxia. Hypoxia, hypoxia. An instant, Kuretsuchi, who is so big, clenched his little fist fiercely. Grandpa, I really didn't mean to. The crowing crows dragged the black line across the sky. Let's say goodbye to the third generation of Tsuchikage. Oil Nala. Goodbye. In vain. The shocking scandal of the hidden village of Konoha, the country of fire, spreads all over the world. Small hidden villages watching the play, while big hidden villages watching. The village of Kurigakure is helpless and is in a period of weakness. Sunagakure village has just been defeated, and also has no strength to fight again. Kumogakure Iwagakure is capable, but unfortunately the two heads, the fourth generation of Reikage and the third generation of Tsuchikage, have problem. One is in a hurry to find a secretary, and the other is in a hospital because of his granddaughter. And wait until they return to discuss. Of course, these are all smoke bombs released on the bright side, but now everyone's eyes are on Omegakure village. Sickpath Fairy Rinnegan. Lu Mang, this gangster who eats people's food and doesn't take shit, talks about people and doesn't handle people's affairs, really hurt people. Uzumaki Nagato has his heart to kill him now. How many times has this been? The Rain Tiger Freedom technique spread throughout the village, constantly monitoring the movements of the enemy. In less than a week, hundreds of spies were dealt with in the village. Sunagakure S, Kumogakure S, Iwagakure S, Kurigakure S, Kusakuras, Takigakure S, and even Konoha S got his footing. What did these hidden villages want to do? Although he already had the answer in his heart, Nagato still wasn't sure that these guys really came for Rinnegan. Who gave them the gut? When a man who claims to be a god gets angry, the 2 rows of crosses outside Omegakure village are the answer. All the butterflies who sneak into the village, 1 counts as 1, all hang on it. Good entrance die. A stone tablet depicting the lives of hundreds of spies stands at the entrance of the village. When the rain drenches, it seems that bloody souls are swimming. In fact, there were hundreds of unjust souls sealed inside that field. They were not other people, but those unlucky spies. Jiraiya, Konoha's power has been reduced to a certain level. At this level, a new major crisis is likely to break out, and neighboring countries may launch strategic actions at any time. So we decided to restore power in the village. In the past, elites were mobilized from various ministries to form an emergency executive committee to deal with emergencies. Quote, you guys want to set up a new department again? You don't need to tell me about this. She sneered and pouted her back against the door. Jiraiya was not stupid enough to be used as a gunman. These 2 immortal guys actually ran away with the daimyo. What face did they have to go back to Konoha? Homura Mitokado saw the irony on Jiraiya's face. An old face that was Yuhi in purple and blue and white. Anything. Kaharu Udatane, who also had a green face next to him. Ha, forget about the previous things. Now there are incentives to cause wars everywhere, not only Orochimaru. Jiraiya, listen to me. No matter what you think of me and Menyon, we all have one thing to tell you. Right now the village desperately needs a strong leader to trust, and we need a 5th generation Hokage. Quote, this thing. Don't be in a hurry to refuse. You can't refuse this matter. At the daimyo meeting in the land of fire held yesterday, we have decided that you will be the one. You decide what I'm going to do. Why? Extreme disdain tilting her head. Jiraiya hates these 2 old guys very much. Very hateful. Kaharu Udatane, Homura Mitokado went berserk. Why? Just because you're a ninja in Konoha, don't you want to sit back and watch? I just sit back and watch. I remember that I seem to have participated in the battle this time, but the 2 of them asked what they did. What qualifications do you have to decide the Hokage candidate? You have decided. You decided to fight for it. Tit for tat. Jiraiya of course knows who is standing behind these 2 old guys, and he has witnessed the battle between the 2 jades with his own eyes. Because of this, he didn't want the big name to raise his head strongly. This is like a scale. One end is strong and the other end is weak, but the trouble is that no one can do without the other. Daimyo needs Konoha's fighting power to escort him, and Konoha needs the financial and material resources provided by the daimyo to survive and develop. The 2 are mutually dependent and mutually exclusive, and it is difficult to find a balance in the middle. I really have to listen to the words of these 2 old guys in this incident, and there will be more troubles in the future. Kaharu Udatane and Homura Mitokado couldn't see it hard, and immediately turned soft words. Jiraiya, the name of this matter has been decided. If you are not suitable for being Sanin, who else is suitable? Since Sanin was mentioned, there should be someone else. Whoever plays Jiraiya as a fool is a real fool. The old pervert who dug a hole and buried the 2 consultants in it stepped on it. No, you don't know what Konoha just went through. Tsunade must not be the 5th generation Hokage. The wrinkled old face twitched fiercely. Kaharu Udatane, Homura Mitokado, unless they are crazy, they will never let the Senju clan clan again superior. The first Hokage's dismissal of the third-generation Hokage has just come to an end. At this time, if Tsunade Heim returns to serve as the fifth-generation Hokage, his prestige will surely reach its peak. Did they still have a good life in the village? This is absolutely impossible. Ask for a reward, and ask for a monthly pass. Brothers, there is still the last chapter at 7 o'clock. 5 more. Tech chapter 53 _ the lecherous fairy will enter the snake's nest with the rogue leader who travels far away. Kaharu Udatane Homura Mitokado disagreed with Tsunade's appointment as Hokage for the fifth generation as early as Jiraiya's expectation. Of course, the lecherous immortal who waved his hoe to dig and bury people has his own set of views. Interesting Academy is the first release, and this statement is still very reasonable. It is because the first Hokage ousted 3 generations of old men that we have to get back Tsunade, because only in this way can Konoha truly stabilize people's heart. This, and Kaharu Udatane Homura Mitokado was speechless. What Jiraiya said is too reasonable, they just can't find an argument against it. The benefits of Tsunade's appointment as Hokage for the fifth generation are obvious. As long as she is willing to come back, it will create an illusion to other countries that the Senju clan still support Konoha. With the prestige of the first Hokage standing there, no one on the mainland dares to provoke Konoha easily. When they confirm the truth, the village should also overcome the difficulty. Will she come back? Reluctantly pulling down his old face, Kaharu Udatane nearly vomited blood in disgust. Jiraiya smiled smugly. Don't worry, you too, I will definitely get her back. Compared to me who has no motivation at all, Tsunade, who is smart, is more suitable for Hokage. And a black line appeared on his forehead, and Homura Mitokado cursed inwardly. This is probably the real reason. I understand that we will report your proposal to the daimyo as soon as possible, but we will send 3 Anbu to form a search team with you. Aha, I won't run away. Since you sent Anbu, I'm going to take one as well. Who? Uzumaki Naruto, Jiraiya said without any leeway. Kaharu Udatane Homura Mitokado got angry. No, at this time Kyubi, Ninetales, Jinchuriki column force must stay in the village. This is Minato's decision, Jiraiya asked righteously, slowly raising his chin to stare at the 2 old guys. You want to disobey Hokage's orders? He's dead. Kaharu Udatane Homura Mitokado's face was heavy. Jiraiya raised her chin and smiled, but now he's back. That's the forbidden technique performed by Orochimaru. We can't take orders from a dead man. There's something wrong with what you said. That's the technique of the second generation Hokage-sama, and they were not manipulated by anyone. Jiraiya, they can't go on without understanding. Kaharu Udatane Homura Mitokado understands that they are completely untenable in this matter. Mobile reading is more convenient. m.heihei168.com. The lecherous immortal scorned the 2 old men, and his robe flew away with a murderous aura. I said, I'm going to take Naruto Uzumaki away. You just spit out a word and can't say a second sentence. Minion Kaharu is really old. Being in a high position for a long time has been corroded by power, and they no longer have the courage of their youth to do it with Jiraiya. They know their energy well in the face of the lecherous fairy with the name of Sanin Madman. If 20 years younger. Okay, you can go and choose your Anbu. I'm going to take Naruto away now and keep those stinky mice away from me. The village that didn't want to stay for a moment, Jiraiya said that he would leave without any regret. At the same time, the Liamong group also strolled into the snake nest. Senior Kabuto, the place where you live is too bad, right? The gangster put his mouth behind his ears and pointed to various places, and the gangster hugged Hinata and complained, look at this whack. What age is it? It can't even light the light. Are you going to get up? There is still this way. Oh, the high sellers. Even if you don't get some bluestone slab, don't fool you with Yuhi brick. The already gloomy place like a latrine is still full of color. People are white and black. You guys Yuhi with yellow. Dark Yuhi with natural yellow. Shit mixed with sulfur. Quote, enough. Are you finished? He pushed his glasses angrily, wishing he could strangle the boy in front of him to death. Yakushi Kabuto didn't listen to anything else along the way, and only listened to the Liamong in his ear. It's not that this stronghold looked too much like a thatched hut. It's just that stronghold is too bad like a cesspool, and I have never said a good word for a few days. You can leave if you don't want to come. Who invited you? My heart twitched, and I finally smiled at the dead man's angry face. That's right, don't keep smirking like a spy. You don't know that make people look very uncomfortable. Then are you comfortable now? Yeah. Nodding vigorously, he replied in a maddening manner. Putting your own happiness on the pain of others is the greatest enjoyment in my life. You is hysterical and maddening. If it wasn't for the bottom line, Yakushi Kabuto really wanted to get out of the way. Just when Liamong was about to kill his popularity, the gloomy corridor with ghosts finally came to an end. As soon as he entered the door, Orochimaru's unique hoarse voice rang out. Damn boy, do you really dare to come? Uncle Snake, what's so daring? Dang dang, closed the door, shut out Yakushi Kabuto who wanted to follow up, and blocked the door with the gleaming gleam of a thick-backed boss chair. Hinata is sitting sitting on the left hand, Enko is sitting on the right hand, and Orochimaru is sitting facing the door. When you got the death mask, did you find the sealing technique left by the Uzumaki clan? Why are you asking this? Exchange. He snapped his fingers and spread his palm, revealing the 5-colored small crystal block, and narrowed his eyes. Purple, black, bright yuhi, aqua blue, light white, transparent 5-color crystals across the air. Orochimaru, who reached out to catch it, stood upright, with a long fishy yuhi tongue, and exclaimed, "What an amazing baby. I didn't expect such a pure energy body in the world. Where did you get it?" "I made it." With a muffled thud, Orochimaru, who fell into the ground, turned into mud, and slowly rose up in front of him. "You made it." The question obviously with strong suspicion came into my ears, and Lu Meng was immediately unhappy. "Why, don't believe it. It's not unbelief, it's unbelievable. At your age, it is impossible to make such a thing. Even the ancestors of the country of craftsmen have never created such a miracle." "Hehe, age. Uncle Snake, I didn't expect that words like this would come out of your mouth. If age is useful, what does genius do?" "You're right, I was the one who made a blunder." Yuhi's long tongue stuck out and licked his lip, and Orochimaru stared at Liuman as if he was looking at his prey. The gangster started fighting haha without fear at all. "My lord is naturally insulated from chakra, and he practices martial art. If you take this body, it will have no effect, but it will abolish all ability." "Sister Anko, you don't like it." "Sister Hinata is good, but she can't compare to Sasuke." "Uncle Snake, we don't need to play such childish trick." "Damn boy, you know so much more." "Of course, it's like the thing you're wearing." He pointed out the ring on Orochimaru's left tail finger, and Liamong shook his head. The atmosphere in the room instantly froze to freezing point. Orochimaru with a gloomy complexion returned to his pale face. He returned to his seat in a sullen mood, and spread the 5-colored crystal block in his palm. "How many of these things do you have? There's no need for that trouble. As I said, there's no need for temptation between the two of us." He got up and left his seat and walked to the center of the room. His hands slammed on the ground and summoned a strange half-human high machine, with a golden-silver bottom, a smoking black boiler next to it, and a yuhi-colored round winch creaking like scrubbing. "Look here." He took out and threw kunai into the spirally interlaced mechanical mouth. Yuhi's yellow and blue 3-color indicator light flashed for a long time, and from the silver-colored tray below, a lot of crystals sprang out, dazzling and dazzling. Liamong rushed up at 151, 2520, 3530. "I've made a fortune. I've really made a fortune." Usually there is a crit attack that is not fixed once a week, but it can be encountered today. What is the rhythm? Looking at the gloomy and chilling house, Lu Meng has doubts in his heart. Could it be that this dark snake's nest looks like a thatched hut or some kind of paradise? The hole is seen. This blessing. Squat down and pull the small crystal block piled up on the ground, and then look at the uncomfortable room. The gangster bit Kiba, took out a gold-made kunai, and threw it in. The rattling sound was turned on, and the wide-eyed Liamong swallowed his saliva, and his two small hands tightly pinched his thigh. Crit, I need to. I rely on your sister Ami." A hysterical wail resounded through the sky, and Lu Meng grabbed his hair. "My money." Young master accompanied Dafa. Wiping his eyes and tears, he stared at the 8 small crystals spit out from the tray, and his heart shattered into 8 petals. 3 yuhi 5 colorless. "Your sister, why don't you crit? Isn't this killing people? Damn, you spit out my chakra transmission." He raised his feet high and kicked violently, and the room full of banging noises was full of Liamong and mad figures. Orochimaru sat in his seat and watched silently for a long time. A slight smile flashed in his upside-down golden pupil. This dead boy looked like that idiot. After a frenzy of madness, Liamong drank the fire-fighting orange juice handed over by Hinata, and slammed the disintegrator's feet. "Uncle Snake, you have also seen, these crystal blocks are made by this thing. Generally, they are very little. When you are lucky, you will be violent. How about we two make a fortune together? What do you want? Ask for a reward, and ask for a monthly pass." Today's last update, Chapter 5. Brothers and sisters, please support me. Tomorrow will be the same rhythm. Tech Chapter 54 _ The gangster's thinking is the face of the guest. Enough is refreshing. Orochimaru raised his thumb high in front of him, and Orochimaru was happy, and his Liuman was not arrogant. Uzumaki family sealing technique. 2nd generation Hokage Thunder Sword. Hey168.com. I can copy a copy for you in the front, but not in the back. The things are not in my hand. You can grab it if it's not there. He pouted without any consciousness. Liamong was really speechless. "Uncle Snake, don't look at me with the look of a bad guy. The boy has always felt that he has great virtue in the society. Even if the living Buddha is in the world, he can't compare to me. So I think what I want should be mine." "No, it is. He. Damn boy, I love hearing what you say." Hissing Yuhi's long tongue, Orochimaru suddenly realized that he admired Liamong more and more. "If you love to be cheap, you won't suffer, and your face is thick as slag, unless you die halfway. Otherwise, once they grow up, anyone who encounters them will have a headache." Konoha, what a place to be full of geniuses. The characters imprinted in the deep memory flashed flashed across his mind. Orochimaru personally tried the disintegrator, 3 kunai and 2 long sword, and a bunch of them burst out, colorless, a bright yuhi, aqua blue, purple black, light white. From the first big storm, Liamong's small mouth can be stuffed into a toad, and later it can be stuffed into a hippopotamus. Uncle Snake, I'll mess with you in the future. He stepped forward and grabbed the old weight, and Liamong hung on Orochimaru's body. How much shit does it take to have such good luck? Thinking about the items that were swallowed up by the decomposing machine in the past, our bastard had a feeling of the sea, and his tears were rushing, and all his yards were water. Uncle Snake, don't say anything. If I had known that your old luck was so good, I would have come to you when I was born. I was moved. I was so moved. Tears, all tears, and more tears. Wipe a piece of clothes with a word. Wipe a piece of clothes with a word. Even the snot and tears. Wiped Orochimaru's chest into a mucus, blew his snot, raised his hand and wiped it again. Hum hum. Uncle Snake, you, get out of here. Big Nose bloody clothes were torn into 2 pieces, and Orochimaru threw Liamong out in a rage. With a bang, the gangster whose nose almost hit the door panel touched his head. Who did I recruit? Who? Go get the thunder sword of the 2nd generation Hokage back. It should now be in the hands of the Konoha traitor Omegakure Jonin Luchinkui. Baidu Interesting Academy. Waved to Yakushi Kabuto as if instructing Mazai. Disgusting. Finishing Orochimaru's flamboyant, he grabbed the little-faced Hinata of Yuhi, whistled and walked out. Anko, who couldn't bear to look at it, slapped his forehead hard. You're going to smash you. Who am I wrong? Looking left and right, Lu Mang, who stretched his neck and never left his name when he did good deeds, could anger a person alive. Anko, who burst out laughing, glanced at the super spy standing next to him, and Kabuto Senpai, who was leaning against the wall, was black and trembling as it flashed with ink, which made people wonder if he had some incurable disease. Senior, if you are sick, you need to be cured. Get out of here. Bye. Ah woot. Immediately. That Hinata, do you understand what he said? I don't know. He lowered his head shyly and stared at his toes. The little secretary Hinata really didn't know. The ghost knew what kind of bird language Yakushi Kabuto was talking about. The boy who raised his head and looked up at the sky watched for a long time, but he didn't see a single cloud. In addition to soil, he is also soil. After spending his life walking out of the promenade with the old lady's footstep, Liamong will go away. Bah, it's really like fog, rain, and wind. God, you don't tell me in advance how to pee. And he also aims to bring strong kidneys. Knocked on the forehead and fled back to the depths of the cave. The gang leader was very glad that he was the first to rush out, or what would happen if he broke Hinata. Brother, are you alright? It's okay. Rest. Originally, I wanted to go out to breathe fresh air, but I was hit by a slap in the face from God. Probing to see the wind and rain outside, thunder and lightning with a panting baby face. Our gangster couldn't help but touch his aching head. God, you let summer and winter have the same room, right? How did this kind of ghost weather come about? Hugged Hinata and snuggled up to Anko for a long time. The more I waited for the rain outside, I was helpless. Why is everything going wrong today? Let go back to sleep. Holding a sullen head in one hand, he walked back to the snake nest, found a gangster who kicked the door open, and drove the ninja out directly. What? Don't give. Not to just beat him. With a slap in the face, Lu Mang, who slapped his face vigorously, exhaled a sullen breath. It's much more comfortable now. It rained heavily for 7 days, and it fell incessantly. When the weather finally let go, maggots were almost covering his body. I said, Yakushi Kabuto, where's the Thunder God sword that the young master wants? Bang bang, slapped in to destroy his life. The super spy who was reading a book stiffly touched the head of the bed, grabbed the watermelon knife and rushed out. You will die for me. Go. 7 days. 7 days. No matter how long or short. Yakushi Kabuto, who is about to be annoyed to death by the drooping mantle, what he wants to do most now is to hate this nasty, abominable, super invincible that can't be idle all day long. The ghost fell down, chopped it up, and rushed it down the drain. In this life, in the next life, in the next life, in the next life, he doesn't want to see this rambunctious brat again. But the ruthless fact proved that some things in the world are always not so satisfactory. Yakushi Kabuto didn't want to be with Liamong. That was absolutely impossible, because Himamaro was dying. The first time Lu Mang saw this Shikatsumiku, dead bone pulse teenager was on a hospital bed. As the most orthodox Heike Genkei owner of the Kagaya family, Himamaro is undoubtedly powerful, since he helped Orochimaru kill 4 generations of Keisuke can be seen. But now, this powerful young man is gradually dying, and even his breathing has to be maintained by an oxygen supply machine, and the whole person is extremely weak. Pale hair, thick skin, and the appearance of coughing up from time to time make people feel distressed. Who are you? Deadwood Liamong. He walked closer and gently pulled his trembling hand. The gangster didn't know why he and Kimimaro were so close. Maybe some people were born friends. Feeling the kindness conveyed by the people around him, Kimimaro turned his head weakly and wanted to lift the blindfold, but Liuman quickly stopped him. Don't move around. Hinata, come and have a look. Go back and say hello to the little secretary to use the blood test. The gangster needs to confirm something. Look at his internal organs and bone marrow. Byakugan, with both hands on his chest. The hand seal fixed his gaze, and Hinata, whose blue veins were floating, almost fell out of fear. Brother, his body, let go out and talk. No, just here. Ahem, I just happened to listen. A weak cough stopped Liamong, and Kimimaro, who knew that his time was short, also wanted to know the answer, so he didn't want to just fall asleep like that. Lightly, he sat back on the edge of the bed. The punk leader understood Kun's insistence. No one wants to die without understanding. Even if they want to die, they must die transparently. Brother, his body is all infected. Liamong squeezed Himamaro's hand slightly. Your illness is really serious, but it doesn't matter. Just in time, we are going to find someone. I believe she will cure you. It's time for Sanin's second Tsunade, the fat she, to set out to find her too. Thank you. Kuiki opened the door. His body stopped for a moment, and Liamong slowly turned back to see a pair of star eyes. 2 dots of Yanyuhi adorned around his eyebrows, coupled with a pale and determined face, giving people a kind of uninhibited freedom. This is a handsome and strong boy, and he is also a strong man with firm belief. Looking at him, Liamong only had admiration in his heart. Don't worry, the person we're going to find is Tsunade Haim, the originator of the medical ninja. With her, your illness will be fine. Smiled and pulled up the mask. Kimimaro did not repeat those 2 words. Some things once said is enough. Repeating it again will only appear shallow and ignorant. Uncle Snake, it seems that you are really the best person to take the blame. The information in his hand was thrown on the table. Lu Meng truly admired those who were the guests. In the absence of conclusive evidence, he just poured dirty water on others. Orochimaru did the right thing when the blind cat hit the dead mouse this time. They were too shameless, right? Sunagakure village took advantage of the death of the 4th generation of Keisuke, and pushed all the fault to Orochimaru, and raised the white flag to Konoha with infinite grievance and remorse. And Konoha didn't say anything too complaining, and readily responded. The 2 hidden villages sang double reed, and their eyes were reconciled as before, as if the big play stage some time ago had nothing to do with them. Glancing coldly at the information Lu Meng had left on the table, Orochimaru sneered and raised the corners of his mouth. No surprise at all. This kind of practice is too common. For the 5 hidden villages, the day before, a dog head can be punched out of the head, and a pair of pants can be worn the next day. Jung Kei's face turned faster than his watch. Putting up his trousers and denying the account was as simple as eating and drinking. They can say what they want, and it's you. Why are you in the mood to find Tsunade? As long as I can make the enemy unhappy, I feel happy. One of the 5 watches of ask for collection and ask for a monthly pass. Brothers, work harder. Don't hide those who have a monthly pass, and shoot at me. Tech chapter 55 _ it's delicious. Let's say Kaiwei chase the duo into a dead dog. Konoha has been pitted so hard, he won't let it crawl out of the pit again. The head of the interesting academy found out that Jiraiya would go to Tsunade, and Liamong would be called a madman if he didn't do damage. What you want to do is what I'm going to destroy. With a stomach full of bad water, he and Orochimaru set out on the road, where the happy bastard will be unlucky and miserable. Boss, this dish is too salty. Please replace it with a new one. Isn't it salty? Picking up his chopsticks and taking a bite, the chubby restaurant owner looked puzzled. Liamong slapped his hand. I said it's salty. It's salty. Brother quietly pulled the corner of his shirt under the table, and Yuhi, the little secretary of Hinata, fluttered. Without any embarrassment, Lu Meng wondered, don't you like to eat it? It's about to be eaten up. It's important not to let him change a new plate. It's all money. You, with one breath stuck in his chest and his fingers trembling frantically, the restaurant owner almost exploded his heart and lungs. How can there be such a shameless person in the world? Your girlfriend likes to eat, but you don't want to spend more money and say it's salty. This is his code. This is his code. What are you doing here? Stupid. Why don't you change it for me? Front of the monk scolding the bald donkey. Liamong's behavior is too shameless. So shameless that Orochimaru parted ways the next day, and he didn't want to travel together again. He couldn't afford to lose that person. If others knew that Sanin Lang-kun didn't pay for the bawang meal, he wouldn't need to live anymore. People are shameless and invincible, and Liamong doesn't think there is anything wrong with what he does. Sister Anko, don't you want to eat balls? Come, I'll take you there. He grabbed his arm and rushed towards the vendor. Lu Meng didn't care who it was roasting for him. He grabbed it and stuffed it with Anko. You, what are you doing? What am I doing? Have you paid the protection fee this month? A blast of lightning struck his forehead, leaving Konoha's Liuman as a prince without beat. That's true, you can do whatever you want, and in a blink of an eye, you walk into the rhythm of cutting wires with a kitchen knife, sparks and lightning all the way. Look what? Give me money. Brother, don't be like this. Okay. He timidly took out his private money and stuffed it with the street vendor, and Hinata was either accompanying or apologizing. Street vendor saw Hinata like this. He thought he was going to be bullied and immediately pulled up. Was not happy at that time. You are too hard. My girlfriend gives you money and you dare to write. He really owes it to me. Sister Anko, please don't stop me. Today the young master has to let him know why Huar is like this. Yuhi. Quote, he picked up the brick and aimed it at the front door. A brick slapped the street vendor with a collapsed nose, closed his eyes, kicked his leg, and fell to the ground. Mobile phone reading is more convenient. m.heyhey168.com. What barbecue rack? Barbecue curtains, bamboo skewers and skewers are inserted all over the body like lightning rod. Hu El, holding the blood-stained brick in his hand, he stared in all directions, and when he saw Liamong's appearance, the street suddenly fell silent, and then Hula ran away without a shadow. Mitarashi Anko and Hyuga Hinata were shy and almost fell into the ground. Let's look at the gangster again. Okay, expecting this big-faced guy to feel ashamed. It is impossible for the sun to hit the north. Sister Anko, Sister Hinata, we can eat these for free. Rub your hands together and look back and forth. What kind of rhythm is this? This is the rhythm of going to heaven. Eating the free lunch, humming the little song that accompanies him. Liamong's whole body does not tremble except for his feet. I regret it. I shouldn't have come out with this brat. Infinite remorse. She held the 2 sticks of glutinous rice balls. If Mitarashi Anko had known Liamong was like this, she wouldn't have been able to follow him. Sister Anko, brother is actually fine. Don't you have a fever? Reaching out to touch Hinata Yuhi's little head, Mitarashi Anko asserted with certainty. You must have a fever, and you are still confused, or else you would say such nonsense. Sister Anko, my brother is really fine. She shyly lowered her head and held Kabuto's neck. Although Hinata felt that Liamong was doing something wrong, she was unexpectedly happy, because no matter what Lu Mang grabbed, she is the first consideration. You're really hopeless. Shaking his head frantically, Mitarashi Anko gave up his plan to reason with the girl in love. To reason with such a little girl, she has not yet reached the point of lying in a mental hospital. Hu took 2 heavy breaths, and the shark, who sat on the ground, wiped away the cold sweat, finally escaped alive. That's because that man doesn't want to chase. It's not that we can really run past him. The same tired, different performance. The man with tears on his face glanced back. Shark's face was cut and he didn't dare to say anything hard, and he didn't even dare to mention his name, for fear that a single mouth would attract people. Itachi, this place is not normal. At noon, the streets that were supposed to be very lively, a few shreds of paper flew past, and Kisame Hoshigaki immediately frowned. Uchiha Itachi, who was beaten into a dead dog by the 2nd-generation Hokage a few days ago, fled, as if nothing happened, as cold as an iceberg. Let go in. Hey, can you say a few more words? I almost took my life to accompany you back to the village this time, but speaking of it, it's a pity that such a prosperous village is so ruined. Hey, what are you saying? A word. Even you should have some nostalgia for the village, right? No, I have no attachment to that village at all. The cold and biting words without any emotion are spit out. If there is a choice, Uchiha Itachi would rather not be born in Konoha, even if he becomes an ordinary person. Whether it is a ninja or a family, it is a heavy burden for him. These burdens weighed him down and he would never be able to straighten his back, so he could only pin all his hopes on his younger brother. Sasuke is everything to him. This time there was a major change in Konoha. Itachi originally wanted to take Sasuke away, but he didn't expect to meet the 2nd-generation Hokage. The Uchiha family. Boy, why are you here? The order of the organization to exchange information with Danzo, Itachi and Ghost Shark, who crashed into the grave with their head 2 cautious livers. Who is that terrifying guy? Gray Shark asked in a harsh tone. Itachi answered in a more difficult voice, almost word by word. 2nd-generation Hokage Senju Tobirama. Isn't he dead? The eyeballs that slammed to the limit in an instant almost burst, and just hearing the name Ghost Shark was like a scare to death. How can a guy of this level appear here? I want to know too. The roots were destroyed, and the 2nd-generation Hokage with murderous intent was like a sharp arrow. It was as if the 2 people who were instantly pierced by billions of powerful crossbows finally understood what the gap was. If you don't answer, you're an enemy. If that's the case, let this old man stay here. Sweeten, water style, Shui Kingbo. Yeah. Hands together, the waves rose, and in the blink of an eye, the water flow that filled the entire ground madly rushed towards the opposite side. Also a ninja of Grandmaster Sweeten, water style, Onishima responded immediately. Sweeten, water style, water shark bomb jutsu. Kurigakure weirdo who wrapped him and Itachi together and wanted to escape, but before he could do anything, he vomited blood and flew out. Unbelievable resilience. You're holding a large sword shark muscle in your hand. The enemy that was supposed to be beheaded unexpectedly recovered, and Senju Tobirama stared at the broadsword wrapped in bandages. Can't run. The strength gap is too big. Is this the strength of the legendary ninja? Demonic illusion Tsukuyomi. Sharingan, who had quietly turned into a windmill, swerved abruptly, and Uchiha Itachi had a black hand on Senju Tobirama. But in the blink of an eye, the whole person covered his head like crazy, and a line of blood and tears stained Yuhi's surface. Since you are unwilling to answer the questions raised by this old man, and dare to use demonic illusion sneak attack, then let you die under demonic illusion. Demonic illusion dark wa. Hand seal again, and the surrounding space is dark. As the legendary ninja who once seriously wounded Uchiha Uchiha Izuna to his death. Senju Tobirama and Uchiha had a formidable feud. In order to guard against these guys who rely on the pupil technique to eat, and to make it easier to defeat them, the technique of darkness was born. Demonic illusion that hallucinate vision and robs all light. In the dark world where darkness falls like silk, even powerful people can only be forced to reveal their position. Except for the caster and the person designated by the cast, all the others will become blind. Pupil, go to your sister's pupil. Who can you? Darkness, and stared at the empty space. Senju Tobirama felt the fluctuations in the space. Run quickly. With one hand, the two companions who were caught under their armpits turned and disappeared, and Afe with the Uzumaki mask on his head jumped into the torn space. The dazed Uchiha Itachi and Kisame Hoshigaki looked at each other, and the ducks were just running away. They ran for more than 10 days in one breath and dared to stop and rest. That man is horrible. The shark face twitched wildly, and Kisame Hoshigaki, who was wiping the cold sweat again, suddenly found the Liamong group. What are those bastards doing? Itachi, shall we kill them? Just after escaping for his life and eager to vent, the Kurigakure eccentric ruthlessly grabbed the big sword muscle. The battle that was about to start, and it was also found that Lu Mang of the incoming person turned around. Don't get in trouble. That kid isn't easy to deal with. Silver White Wind Warsaw. Star pincers. Two iconic items appeared. Uchiha Itachi immediately recognized who the gangster was. Kisame Hoshigaki questioned in disbelief. Isn't that stinky kid not easy to mess with? I can slash him to death with one knife. His name is Deadwood Liamong. Forehead. Ask for a reward, and ask for a monthly ticket. The second of the fifth watch. Are you happy, brothers? And you can vote if you are happy. Your support. The power of the cloud. Tech chapter 56_bad luck 1010 has shark's resentment Itachi's madness. I don't care if his surname is Kuchiki or Hatake. The shark face was madly angry, and Kisame Hoshigaki, who had never walked under the second generation Hokage, was in urgent need of venting. Baidu interesting academy. It doesn't seem to be good anymore. The little fist shoved Hinata away in his arm, and the Lu man who took 2 steps forward gave Enko a wink. Back off. Don't run too far. These two guys are not easy to deal with. Be careful, brother. Don't worry. It's alright. He turned his head with a slight smile on his face, and Liamong turned around without a trace of smile. The grim-faced ghost shark said, Little devil, today is your day of death. The big sword shark muscle that resisted on the shoulder slammed into the ground with a bang, venting, or the joy of melee combat. Kisame Hoshigaki immediately appeared in front of Liamong. Die. Get out of here. The suddenly clenched little fist slammed into his chest. Kisame Hoshigaki burst out like a cannonball, and the big knife he pulled down pulled long scratches on the ground. He coughed up, and Yuhi was stained with blood from his mouthful. Martial art skills. Inch step collapse. Be careful with his taijutsu. This kid is not a ninja. Hit him with long-range ninjutsu. Can you explain? 00. White earlier necktie. Kisame Hoshigaki, who glared fiercely at his back of the Ba companion, noticed that these days have been exceptionally bad. First, he was crushed by the second-generation Hokage Senju Tobirama, and then he was bombarded by this stinky boy who caused great turmoil. When did the ninja world become so difficult to mix? But now that he has figured out the details of Liamong, then use ninjutsu to kill him. Are you not a grandmaster taiju? Then come to this sweet and water style. The shark, which can instantly absorb light and physically attack, implying that the chakra has grown larger, struck through the air, and Liuman stood in front of Enko and Hinata. 100 Blossoms Nyan Chi Math. Mindfulness cannon. First opened the golden barrier with lightning, and then pressed down the stray light of the tiger's claws. A cannonball blasted the shark that flew not far in front of him into pieces, and then another shot came out like a plane. Didn't you say that he can't attack from a distance? The sparkling body was slightly scorched, and the ghost shark with dark blue hair blown into hedgehog hair was really angry. I used to aim at him before. You don't need to tell me about this kid's grandmaster's physical skills. How come he's still cheating people? This is called not being able to ninjutsu. It's too stupid. Not afraid of godlike opponent, but afraid of pig-like teammate. Uchiha Itachi was also very angry in the face of the unprovoked accusations of the ghost shark. I only said that he is not a ninja. When did he say that he would not be able to attack from a distance? Did you say that before? The blown-up hedgehog-like head raised 3 question mark. After thinking about it carefully, it seemed that this was the case. Hurry up and deal with him. Interesting Academy's debut. Such a wide-ranging ninjutsu confrontation will definitely attract the attention of others. Uchiha Itachi doesn't want to encounter any more trouble. Kisame Hoshigaki, who was also feeling troubled, nodded in understanding, and swung his sword toward the 7th cannon that was fired by Liamong. Result: this idiot. Gaba's clenched fist wished he could pull the ghost shark up and give him a fat beating. Itachi couldn't understand the trouble. He clearly said that the boy on the opposite side was not a ninja. Do you really think you are omnipotent? 7 rounds to solve. Raising his hand and rubbing his nose hard, he stepped out of the mind mask, and his eyes glanced at the unconscious Kurigakure. Really, idiot? Every year, especially this year. Qigong looks similar to ninjutsu, but in essence, they are two completely different things. Although it is also a kind of energy, he is a mixed thing. Do you still fight? Liamong didn't want to provoke Brokon on the other side if he didn't want to do it unless it was necessary. Think of the sad second assistant. Since birth, she has never escaped the clutches of this girl, and she has been a plaything in the hands of others all her life. Played by the family, played by the elder brother, played by the ancestors, playing around and playing as a brain dead. Liuman doesn't want to be brainless, so Liuman wants to stay away from Uchiha Itachi, stay away from ferret, stay away from famine. Demonic illusion Tsukuyomi, I rely on you to code me. Before he could finish cursing, the space changed, and the bastard who was tied to the cross thought of Jesus. What he aimed at. The young man did not want to believe in God. Thank you. What did you say? Thank you. Oh, you sell high. Is it because I'm mentally ill, or do you believe in God? Is this really what you said? With a slight smile on his face, he walked closer. Itachi bent down and gave Liamanchen a salute, thanking each other for a big gift, and slowly got up. Urzuzi's brother smiled like a flower. The bastard whose anus suddenly tightened grinned and smiled very hard. What do you want to do? Be careful. Someone noticed you. Fate, I knew it was like this. Silently looking at the sky, staring at the Tsukuyomi world of dark Yuhi, Liuman suddenly felt like the sea, and the tears flowed, rushing. I don't live me. Are people still living these days? After finally getting out of Konoha, I didn't enjoy being targeted for a few days. Your sister, you don't want Xiaoyi to be nice, and Xiaoyi won't let you be nice. It's Madara, right? You know. His pupils widened in shock, and then he fell silent again. Uchiha Itachi remembered the turmoil caused by Liamong. Can you predict the past or see the future? Did I say I can't see your letter? I believe. Really? He nodded affirmatively and stopped talking. Itachi's trust broke. Liamong, you Uchiha family are all lunatic. You're right. I want to ask you to do something. What do you want me to do? Liamong's heart suddenly mentioned in his throat. Help me take care of Sasuke. He's not safe right now. Wow, I'm not a babysitter. He scolded wildly in his heart and hesitated, and Liamong said reluctantly, what will happen if I don't agree? You will agree. What if I don't agree? I said you would. Holy shit, what are you doing with the knife? The dagger slowly drawn from the void pointed to the chest little by little. Uchiha Itachi Yuhi's windmill Sharingan was full of smiles. I said, you will agree. Strong melons are not sweet. Don't force me. I'm terrifying when I'm crazy. Liamong seemed to remind him kindly. Promise, or die. Unappreciatively raised the knife and stabbed. The blade on his chest shone with cold light. Lu Meng was immediately annoyed. If you have a seed, you stab it in. If you don't stab you are a son of a bitch. Hoochie, are you really stabbed? The tachi that passed through the body pierced the chest terribly, and shouted like a slaughtering pig and broke his throat. Screaming and screaming for a long time. The more I shouted Uchiha Itachi, the more I felt that something was wrong. What happened? This kid. Aha. Have you been deceived? Gaga stopped screaming with a weird smile, and raised her chin proudly. But it was useless. Still useless. No matter how many times he was stabbed, Liamong, who was tied to the cross, was still smiling. Consciousness mine. Hee, you're a fool. Are you in the water? Urzuzi is stupid. You are even more stupid. Uchiha Itachi, I told you just now that I'm terrifying when I'm angry. How can you be okay? Tsukuyomi was neither broken nor invalid. Uchiha Itachi's Sharingan was filled with question marks. Liamong's smiling expression slowly disappeared. The sixth sense, consciousness, mind and eye. Have you heard of it? The instantly frozen expression froze on his face. Although Itachi didn't know what consciousness or mind, he knew the sixth sense. Are you an ancient warrior? Right, exactly. The age of ninjas used to be the age of Onmyoji and samurai. At that time, Onmyoji had a very high status in exorcising spirits and fighting ghosts, and only samurai could be as famous as them. Especially the warriors who have reached the high rank have extremely terrifying power. Among these abilities that have been forgotten by the world, there is a terrifying secret technique that specializes in training perception, that is, the 8 senses of the martial artist. In addition to the eyes, ears, tongue, nose, body, and 5 senses that normal people possess, advanced martial artists can also cultivate the 6, 7, and 8 consciousness above them. Every time you cultivate a knowledge, the ability of the warrior will double, not twice but 10 times, dozens of times, or even hundreds of times. Consciousness, the eye of the mind, is the eye of true consciousness, which penetrates into the foundation of the existence of all things. There is no subjective judgment or unconscious discrimination. Uchiha Itachi, your demonic illusion is demonic illusion to me. I don't believe it. He is fake. In front of me, the fake can't be real. The real can't be fake. Don't talk too much. Although you can see through demonic illusion, you are still tied there. This shows that although you have the ability to see through, you don't have the ability to crack. Aha. I know I can't fool you. You're right. I really don't have the ability to crack Tsukuyomi. But if you think that I can't do anything about you, you're wrong. The whole my king's treasure. A rare visit to Tsukuyomi's space. If you don't have fun, how can you be worthy of Itachi's hospitality? If you don't take this opportunity opportunity to enjoy yourself, you won't have the chance in the future. Gilgamesh, the king of heroes. The king's treasure, which opened with a bang, slowly unfolded from behind like an ancient giant gate, with a golden light shining brightly. As the doors slowly opened, the bloody yuhi-colored Tsukuyomi's face was slowly dyed golden, until there was no more splendor. What is this? Gensokyo, where the gods are intoxicated. The king's treasure of the king of heroes, the key to the gate to the golden city. After the introduction, countless treasures emerged from the ancient giant gate like waterways. Sword, halberd, axes, hooks and fork, biscuit, steamed bun, potatoes and sweet potatoes. Uchiha Itachi was instantly Spartan, and everything in front of him was completely beyond his imagination. If this kid is telling the truth, ask for a reward, and ask for a monthly pass. The third of the fifth watch. The cloud is powerful enough. Brothers and sisters, do your best. Tech chapter 57 _ the collapsed worldview. The coachman also has brain. Confidence has been shaken. With a smile on his lip, he broke free from the bondage, and the glow of the cross shattering into powder blew Yuri away. The snow-white cloak of the interesting academy was automatically hunting and making noises without wind, and the Sharingan moment of Uchiha Itachi was shortened to the extreme. I think I need to give you a grand introduction. His arms were wrapped around his hair, and the roaring voice resounded through the sky. The king's treasure is the treasure house built by the heroic king Gilgamesh in the city of gold. It contains all the treasures from ancient times to the present, that is, the weapons used by the god. What are you talking about? The weapon used by the god? What does the kid in front of him think of himself? Wrong. These things are fake. It's true for you. He looked down with two eyes, as if he was standing at the top of the sky, looking down at Itachi on the opposite side. With the Tsukuyomi world cast by Mangekyo Sharingan, everything is controlled by the caster. Space, time, distance, quality, and in this world, the caster is the supreme god. However, when the essence of this world is seen through, we standing at the same height. Uchiha Itachi, it is not me who defeated you, but yourself. Quote, emerge. Yuhi rose of destruction. The undeniable yellow rose. One dark yuhi, one golden yellow. Two short spears floated out of the treasure trove, stretched out his hand and drew out the light that danced twice at will, and introduced them in front of him. This is the weapon used by the goddess of fate. The yuhi rose that destroys the devil can destroy it. All divine art. In our place, demonic illusion ninjutsu is invalidated, and Susanoo is not much thicker than a piece of paper in front of it. Quote, introducing the yuhi-colored pistol. Liamong smiled and placed it on the left. Obviously no one controls it, but it floats in the air as if it has no weight. Huang Chiangwei, the sure to destroy spear as its name suggests, a golden short spear endowed with the power of destiny by the goddess of destiny, has the power to hit first, then shoot. Uchiha Itachi, even if you hide to the end of the world, this spear will nail you to the ground. The yellow rose that must be hit and must be destroyed. Withdrawing steps and bowing to sing his real name, the gleam that raised the golden short spear high, threw it violently. This is impossible. With a muffled sound, Uchiha Itachi, who was standing in an incalculable distance, lowered his gaze dully, staring at the short spear peer through his chest. His eyes widened. Must hit. I said, this gun hit first, then fired. You should have noticed, right? When I sang the real name of the gun, your chest was wounded, and the gun was stabbed later. Interesting academy. The banging sound echoed in his mind. Uchiha Itachi remembered the strange experience just now, and 2 drops of cold sweat ran across the tears. When Liamong finished chanting the real name of the weapon, his chest began to sting, until he was nailed to the ground by this short golden spear that traveled through infinite space and time. As I said, I'm terrifying when I'm angry. Uchiha Itachi, Konoha's high-level officials forced the young master to hand in the martial art training method. I completely removed the 3 generations of Hokage from Konoha, and the reputation of the elders was ruined. Now you are forcing me again. You say, how should we settle this account? The hideous little face was raised high, grabbed the gleam of Yuhi rose, and stared at Itachi with bad intention. The 2 people who looked at each other through infinite space and time stared at each other and stopped talking. At this time, what they said was superfluous. You can die. Destruction ___. In a flashback to reality, Lu Mang, who wanted to shoot a gun, shrank his fingers, not even holding a chicken feather. What a pity. Uchiha Itachi. Such a fun thing is not played for a while. Leaving the Tsukuyomi world, Liamong himself has no ability to summon the treasure of the king. That thing is completely imagined using Mangekyo Sharingan. Borrowing chickens to make egg can only be borrowed once. After this lesson, it became clear that Uchiha Itachi would not use Tsukuyomi on him a second time, no matter how stupid he was. You can only enjoy the fun once in a lifetime. Hey, do you want to help him so that he can play with his brother again in the future? Recalling the power in Tsukuyomi's world just now, Liuman really loved that place to death. If it wasn't for Hinata to take care of, he would have done it with Madara. The eternal Tsukuyomi world. He is God. Brother, are you alright? Stinky boy. Anla, what's wrong with me? He turned back and smiled and reassured, and Liamong looked at Itachi with infinite melancholy. Windmill Sharingan restored the third Tomo's second assistant to his brother, covering his left face in pain. Shion Yuhi's blood dripped down to the ground through the gap between his fingertips. Let go. Sweetened, water style, water colliding wave. Kisame Hoshigaki, who was lying on the ground pretending to be a dead dog, spit out boundless waves enough to form a lake, grabbed Uchiha Itachi and ran. Liamong, who was standing in the hood, opened his mouth and listened to the crisp sound of the rumbling house cracking and shattering, and scolded the old lady angrily. I'm relying on you to code me. The Kurigakure weirdo who killed 1,000 knives. Is the young master's lunch not finished yet? Looking around at the desolate streets where the flood subsided, the gangster had the heart to slash people with a knife. You two bastard, please don't be caught by the young master. Otherwise the young master will beat you all over the face, whether in spring, summer or autumn, and let you know why the flowers are like this. Yuhi. Dark Yuhi. Blood Yuhi. Wanzichian Yuhi. Quote, Itachi, how are you? Kisame Hoshigaki raised Uchiha Itachi on the ground with one hand, and Kisame Hoshigaki rarely showed concern. It's nothing, just rest for a while. The left eye, which was no longer bleeding, was blurred again, and Itachi's heart was a little cold. After being silent for a long time, the ghost shark, who was resting against the rock wall, suddenly sighed. I haven't walked in the ninja world for a few years, and this world has become almost unknown. First, the legendary ninja who came back from the dead, and then the weird kid who caused the turmoil. When did the names of Kurigakure 7 and Konoha Uchiha become so worthless? That kid is not as beneficial as he thought. After suffering a big loss and thinking about it, Itachi quickly discovered Liamong's true strength. The next time you meet him, don't use demonic illusion body art, just use long-range ninjutsu. Attack. He can't be stronger than you. Destroy him with a hard shot. Kisame Hoshigaki had a rough idea of the strength of Liamong's long-range attack. Itachi, who had pain in his left eye, nodded lightly. No matter how powerful a person is, there will always be weaknesses. That kid learns ancient martial arts and cultivates the secret method of spiritual consciousness. Although this kind of person is not afraid of demonic illusion, his physical skills are also extremely powerful, but the shortcomings are also very obvious. Long-range attack is their weakness, which has long been proved in the era of Onmyoji warriors. Quote, looks like the two of us did something stupid. He grinned at himself and unwillingly. After listening to his companion's analysis, Kisame Hoshigaki was instantly angry. He and Itachi are obviously very good at ninjutsu, but they chose taijutsu and demonic illusion to attack, and they played a big sword in front of Guangong's door and trapped themselves. If they had known what Liamong was, how could they have done such a foolish thing? Boom. I'll go back and kill him. Extremely unwilling to hammer down the ground, Kisame Hoshigaki got up and was about to go back. Itachi stopped him immediately. Don't learn about it outside the festival. Our mission this time has nothing to do with that kid. HMPH. Then let him live a little longer. He exhaled and put down his shark muscles and pressed his thighs. Kisame Hoshigaki's stomach was full of suffocation. If you can't beat it, that's fine. Obviously, you can beat it but suffer a big loss. Mang, who couldn't stay in the town any longer, had no plans to stay any longer. Don't be too fast. Be steady. Yes, what you said is true. Nodding and bowing again. How could the coachman who was on the verge of kneeling and kowtow dare to say nothing? The hapless man who was hauled out of the water tank at home by Liamong had witnessed the terrifying scene with his own eyes. These days ninjas are all uncles, and the powerful ninjas are the uncles among the uncles. In the face of these non-human beings who kill without blinking an eye, the only thing ordinary people can do is to obey orders. Very satisfied with the attitude of the coachman, Liamong nodded his head, took out the banknotes from his arms and counted 5, thinking about it and deducting 3 more, and handing the remaining 2 to the coachman. Here's the toll. Thank you. Shie stuck his tongue in his mouth, looking at the big word on the 2 silver tickets in his hand. The coachman with a sweatscarf on his head really wanted to rush over and grab the Liuman's collar and ask, who are you? What the meaning? 22 silvers. If you can get it, it's better not to give it. Even the animals don't have enough money for fodder. What, do you think it's too little? Give it back to me if you think it's too small. He grabbed the 2 silver tickets that the coachman didn't take back for a long time, and muttered as he stuffed it into his arms, no matter how small a mosquito's legs are, it's still meat. What's wrong with 1 or 2 silver tickets? One person in the world gives me a silver vote or 2, and I can become the richest person in the world. Quote, you. The coachman, who was dumbfounded and stunned for a long time, felt that his whole worldview was overturned in an instant. After passing the carriage, he went home and sold the carriage. Then he decided to start a small business, first fiddling with groceries, then reselling furniture, and finally becoming the boss of the world's largest firm. When the coachman was asked about the secret of success after his success, he said this to his descendant. I was originally a poor truck driver, and I couldn't make a lot of money all year round. Later, I went to Elm Street to give people away, and I happened to meet the legend of the ninja world, the godfather of the world's gangster. At that time, the godfather was very young, and I don't know the identity of the Lord Godfather, but I remember a sentence that the Lord Godfather said, 1 or 2 silver tickets are also money. If one person in the world gives me 1 or 2 silver tickets, I can become the richest person in the world. I succeeded. Master, this is what you said. The most prosperous town on the border. Yes, it should be. The cold wind from a few floors blew 2 pieces of shredded paper and fluttered past, and the 2 master and apprentice who had been on their way for a day froze and became fossils. The apprentice, who was not tall and had yellow hair, collapsed immediately. I knew it. You never said a single word of truth. Ask for a reward, and ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 4 of the 5th shift. For the sake of the hard work in the Cloud, brothers and sisters, please count the vote. It is really not easy to write a book. Cloud dares to speak with caution, and each chapter is carefully designed. Tech chapter 58 unintentionally brilliant Akatsuki tragedy. Naruto, how can you say that to me? I'm your master. Master shit. My dad said, I have to call you master. Baidu interesting academy. The little face grinned like a death. Uzumaki Naruto was really fed up with the white-haired uncle in front of him. This guy who calls himself the Toad Fairy Jiraiya is not only lustful, but also very unethical. It is common to cheat children for money and play women as hooligan. Before Naruto set off, the bulging green toad bag was soon starved to the point of being a beggar, and the mice would cry when they got into it. You're so clean. It's even cleaner than a cat's lick. That Naruto. Forehead and calling out twice. Jiraiya, who couldn't get a response, bowed his head, and Yuhi became a use tyrant. Do you need to be so defensive about me? Even needles are used. Selling high. It seems that it is not easy to cheat money in the future. By the way, isn't this kid stupid? Why is it time to become smart? Uncle Jiraiya, can you teach me a new ninjutsu? The kind that is very beneficial. You are too stupid to learn. Thinking of the unbearable teaching process, Jiraiya has a cold feeling. Look, I finally succeeded. He practiced psychic skills for 15 days from the signing of the autograph. He pulled Naruto Uzumaki, who had dragged Jiraiya out of the women's bathhouse, and shouted and jumped while pointing at the tadpole with 2 short legs. Jiraiya was Spartan at a glance. This is not a toad. Nonsense. I have long legs. Uzumaki Naruto was angry when the results of his hard training were denied. Jiraiya, who was so angry, almost didn't get mad at him. Long leg. It's not a toad with long leg. It is. It's not. I said it was. It's not. Biting Kiba's teeth against his forehead, the 2 guys who rolled their arms and sleeves fought together. A burst of tragic wolf smoke drifted past, and Naruto Uzumaki used the ultimate killer, seduction, who, blood piercing from his nostrils and spewing far away. Jiraiya, who incarnates the son of Yuhi, sat on the Long March 3rd rocket and looked stupid, and his eyes were full of softness. Naruto, change yourself. Interesting academy debut. I don't change. Change one. I say the same is the same. Be obedient, and become a teacher who teaches you ninjutsu, which is very beneficial and very beneficial. Really? Of course it's true. When did Master Wei lie to you? Just now. Didn't you say it all? That was just now. With one flick, the boy who was born without a string in his head was crippled, and Jiraiya spread out his palm and got a ball out. Uzumaki Naruto was not happy when he saw this thing. Master, can you change it? This is a super ninjutsu. I don't learn the S class either. You can change it for me. Naruto, remembering some bad memories, shook his small head covered with yellow hair into a rattle. Jiraiya met Daki and said, Naruto, your father spent 3 years developing this ninjutsu. Why don't you want to learn it? My father developed it. He bowed his head in shock, staring at the chakra ball that was spinning continuously. Uzumaki Naruto finally spit out the truth. I know this stuff. What? You will? Yeah, I do. Mabi bowed, raised both hands above the top of his palms to the sky. Uzumaki Naruto, whose small face was smothering Yuhi, exerted the strength that he couldn't pull the shit out, and yes, for a long time. At first, Jiraiya was very attentive, but as he went to the back, he felt that something was wrong. What is this kid doing? Naruto. Surprises often happen inadvertently, and just when Jiraiya thought that Naruto's pretense was not at all, a terrifying chakra wave came out, his robe upside down and his blonde hair flying. The cubit Ninetales, who successfully transformed himself, suddenly raised his small head with frizzy hair, and his hands that were raised above the top slammed under his right flank. Super Saiyan transformed. Turtle Qigong started. Kamehameha. At first it was a little bit the size of a grain of rice, and then in an instant, it grew into a ball of light the size of a football. Yuhi and the blue inside shone wildly. Sanin's crazy ghost, Jiraiya, almost jumped to the moon. What the hell is this? Rumbling house collapsed, and Elm Town, which had just been scourged by Kisame Hoshigaki, ushered in a new baptism in the blink of an eye. Perhaps the only good thing about Jiraiya's master and apprentice is that no one lives in these dilapidated houses. Naruto, who taught you this thing? Jiraiya asked solemnly, crawling up from the ruin. Boss, who else could it be? Looking at Jiraiya with an idiot look on his face, Uzumaki Naruto, who was exhausted, plumped to the ground. This fluffy man came up on a whim, seeing that Naruto couldn't learn how to spin the aura, so he changed the Hokage version of the Turtle Qigong, which was almost as powerful as Tailed Beast Bomb, and Pervert reached the extreme. But the same power cameras pervert, the preparation time of more than 5 minutes, and the high consumption that is so intense that ordinary people will die after using it has no practical value at all. In addition to being a yin person on the battlefield, Liamong really can't think of any use for this thing. But Liamong can't think of it. It doesn't mean that Jiraiya can't think of it. In the end, he was a person who had been famous for a long time, and he immediately saw the potential value of this technique. Naruto, can you divide it into two parts? Jiraiya sat down cross-legged and explained, the technique you used just now consists of two parts. One compresses and the other releases. If you can use them separately, you can get two unique bell technique. Unique. Yes, it is unique to Jinchuriki column, similar to the powerful ninjutsu of Senpo Sage Art. Shaking his head, sighing and shaking his head, Jiraiya seemed to see the purple figure standing proudly on the rocky mountain again. Konoha, how many talents have you lost? Orochimaru, Uchiha Itachi, Rotten Wood Liuman, which one is not the most amazing person? If such people can stay in the village. Thinking of the hatred, Jiraiya pinched her chin and began to instruct Naruto, squeeze the chakra to the extreme and burst out in an instant. This is the essence of the technique you use. Now the first problem you need to solve is how to stabilize the compressed chakra. If you can do it, you will become extremely powerful. Whether it is taijutsu, ninjutsu, or even demonic illusion, it will get an immeasurable increase. Quote, really? It sounds like a simple thing. Big words blurted out, hugged his arms and nodded confidently. Seeing Uzumaki Naruto's appearance, Jiraiya had a bad premonition. A week passed by. The lecherous fairy who once again took out the deposit to accompany the money clenched his fist, turned around and spit at Naruto. Uzumaki, what are you doing? Idiot. How many times have I said, be stable, understand? You idiot who was born without a string in his head. The idiot whose head hits the ground after birth. It's annoying enough. I've already cared enough. Jumping frantically and pouting, the destruction that blew up 18 bedrooms in a week went on a rampage. Was also in a state of rampage. Jumped up without even thinking. Itachi, are you sure this is what we're looking for? The sharp face was twitching and his eyes were round, and Kisame Hoshigaki's livid forehead was covered with black lines. Don't despise him. He is one of the Sani, the toad fairy. Jiraiya with the name of the mad ghost. A series of loud names were announced with a solemn expression, and Uchiha Itachi's face was freezing. Kisame Hoshigaki, who was speechless for a while, suddenly realized that they should not have come out to carry out this mission. First, he ran into the Konoha turmoil and was crushed by the legendary ninja, and then he encountered the weird boy who caused the turmoil. I bought a watch last year. Itachi, should we go back and think about it first? Good. Lang Bingbing spit out a good word and disappeared without a trace. Akatsuki, Uzaku Akatsuki, Nando didn't even dare to hit him in the face, so he smeared oil on the soles of his feet and ran away. Returning to the sandy gobi outside the town, the two guys were a little silent when they sat together. In the end, the ghost shark spoke first. The difference in strength is too big, although you can handle it. But don't despise yourself. If you fight against him, both of us will be killed. If you are lucky, you can only fight and lose both. Even if you find someone else, it will be the same result. I think we made a mistake when we came out this time. The gravel in his hand crunched to the smallest detail, and Kisame Hoshigaki has never been so useless for a moment. There are again and again, not again and again. When they arrived, they had a good time for 1, 2 or 3 rounds. Once they were cheap, they didn't say anything, and they also suffered from old nose stuffiness. Too depressed, almost depressed to death. Uncle Snake, have you found any trace of the fat sheep? Dead boy, why are you here? The pale face trembled slightly, and the sight of Orochimaru was disgusting as if he had eaten a fly. Gangster licked his little face with a smile, took the rag on the table and wiped the stool. Orochimaru teacher. Hello. I was very bad. The upside-down Jintong twitched hard, and Sanin Leng-kun, who was trying to find an excuse to get away, looked sideways at the door. For collection, and for monthly pass, 5 more final chapters. Brothers, there is still one day. Union will persevere. Let's work together. If you are able to vote for a few more monthly tickets, Union will thank you here first. Tech chapter 59 _ on the way, I happened to meet that prodigal girl. Jiraiya froze her smile as she stepped on the board in midair. A pair of wide-eyed toad eyes protruded, a square mouth broke, and there were a few black hairs growing on the toes of the big toe raised high. When the wind blows, that taste. Boss, don't go there. He grabbed Naruto Uzumaki, who was about to rush to the dining table, and Jiraiya's gloomy face sank to the bottom of the valley. These two guys actually blended together, although I already knew that there was such a possibility. But, Toad, what are you doing here in Konoha Town House without a lot of money? It turned out to be a stinky snake. Long time no see. Reaching out and scratching the back of his head, Jiraiya led Naruto to the front, pulled out the stool and sat down. Boss, Hinata, it's you kid. You brought the devil here. Devil. Looking left and right in surprise, Naruto was surprised. Boss, what is the devil? Where is the devil? Corner of his eyes. It is self-evident who Liamong is talking about. The lecherous fairy who pricked up his ears was not happy at that time. How can I become a devil? devil. You dare say you're not a devil? He rolled his eyelids and looked down from the top of his head to the soles of his feet, his livid mouth tucked behind his ears. Are you Sanin? The lecherous immortal, who didn't know what the kid in front of him was thinking, nodded. Since you have admitted it yourself, how dare you say that you are not a devil? No, what does Sanin have to do with the devil? Why doesn't it matter? Bang! He slapped the dining table with a slap and glanced at Orochimaru, who was sitting opposite him. Uncle Snake ranked first in Sanin, talking, laughing and killing people like a shoji, and people give him the nickname Langkun. Tsunadiheim ranked second in Sanin. It's a good bet it's natural to lose or lose, and people give them the nickname Fat Sheep. What about you? What's wrong with me? Hearing Liamong describe the two companions so vividly, Jiraiya also wondered what he could say about himself. A few strands of bleak autumn wind blew past, and the gangster sighed. Well, you are not a devil. Why am I a devil again? You go crazy when you go to war, don't you? Yes, you look like a ghost when you go crazy, don't you? That's right. So the big guy will give you the nickname Crazy Ghost, right? Yes, there is such a thing. Interesting academy. Boom. He slapped the dining table again, and Liamong shook his face and scolded. Since you have admitted all this, why are you not a devil? Naruto gave you a task, dragged him out and shot him. The boss fluttered with a black red, and Uzumaki Naruto dipped his yellow hair. Jiraiya, who was instantly transformed into a Spartan berserker, had a face that was neither a face nor a nose. That face, which was originally not very good looking, was completely distorted. How can a mad ghost become a ghost? Can you explain it to me clearly? What's so strange about this? He raised a finger and blew his fingertip, curled his lips with infinite contempt, turned his eyes to the pretty-faced Yuhi's fluttering little secretary and asked, Hinata, the vegetables for grocery shopping. What the name of the basket? Basket, Hinata said in a low voice. It's oh good. When he got the answer he wanted, Liamong gave the little secretary a piece of food, and then asked Naruto, Naruto, what is the name of the meat buns made of meat? Bowsy. Naruto answered loudly, the buns are delicious but too expensive. Knowing what kind of virtue he has, he stuffed a big bun for him, and turned around and asked Jiraiya, the basket for buying vegetables is called a basket, and the meat buns for selling meat are called buns. Then you say that killing people is like chopping a ghost. What the name of the madman? Ghost. Devil. Oh, that's not right. Jiraiya slapped her hand on her thigh and gave a thumbs up, and Jiraiya, who had reacted, was immediately angry. Orochimaru, who had been silent for a while, twitched the corners of his mouth, gave Yakushi Kabuto a look and got up and left. If he goes on with these two white dementias, he is really afraid that his IQ will also go offline. Unexpectedly, before taking 2 steps, Liamong shouted from behind, Uncle Snake, don't rush to go, pay for the meal. With a sullen breath in his chest, Sanin Langkun, who had the urge to slash with a knife, continued to walk forward frantically, biting Kiba as he walked and said, Kabuto, go and settle the account. Seeing that the goal was achieved, the smiling Liuman stretched his neck. Waiter, one of the waiters is here, and quickly serve me another plate of beef. Give me death. Kisame Hoshigaki, who was sitting on the second floor opposite, lowered his head, and Uchiha Itachi, who was opposite, was as quiet as a dead person. A long time. The ghost shark who turned the hot water into cold water in the cup said in a muffled voice, I want to go back. Good. What about the mission? Whoever likes to do it. It hasn't come out for a few years, and it's been out of mold for a few years. Itachi, who never believed in fate, now believes in it. Second generation of Hokage, Sanin, the kid who caused the turmoil, came out, scene after scene, all piled up together. Thinking about this trip full of variables, Urzuzi's brother, who failed to achieve the same purpose, has the feeling of rushing into the hardware and building material store to buy a watermelon knife. What Uchiha Itachi wants to do most now is to slash people with a knife. Shizune, how much money do we have? Tsunade-sama held Xiaoshang Pig in his arms and lowered his head. Kato Shizune was speechless. Tsunade, who couldn't hear a reply, turned around, his big beautiful eyes lit up. The little pig started screaming, Tsunade-sama, you can't. Let go. I won't let go. Hurry up and let me go. He grabbed the necklace around Xiaoshang Pig's neck with one hand, and pushed his assistant secretary's chest with the other. Tsunade, who was full of thought, couldn't control that. Feeling that it was getting harder and harder to breathe, Xiaoshang Zududo turned the Byakugan up. It shattered, and the torn pearls flew into the air like scattered flowers, and the eyes of the surrounding merchants lit up. The wealth moved people's heart, and the crowd licked their lips with pearls in their eyes. Tsunade, who was not good, was immediately annoyed. I see who dares to move. Boom. A fist smashed into the ground, and the 10-meter wide street collapsed in half a meter like an earthquake. The vendors who wanted to pick up cheap were numb. That woman. Too horrible. I want to go home. I will return too. Dang Dang closed the door and swallowed saliva. The merchants who felt unsafe blocked the door in unison, and all the tables, chairs, stools, everything that could be seen, and everything that could not be seen, all moved to the door. However, their worries are obviously superfluous, and the fat sheep with their heads full of thought can't care about them. Smashing the streets and picking up the scattered pearls one by one, looking at these round and shiny treasures, Senju Tsunade's beautiful big eyes could not help revealing excitement. Okay, with these, not only can you lose money, win it all back and make a lot of money. Shizune, where is the nearest casino? Quote, Master Tsunade hung his head weakly like Xiaoshu, and Kaden Shizune was speechless. Flip the book, as if you say that every time. Result, Orochimaru paid the bill and left without a trace, and Liuman also said goodbye to Jiraiya Naruto. When leaving, the lecherous immortal solemnly proposed to invite them back. Silent for a moment, looked up at the sky and shook his head. The next generation of the Hyuga family has been appointed. What are you asking us to do? There are 2 old men, Kaharu Udatane Homura Mitokado. I heard that they have returned to the village. It's really funny. There are so many ninjas in Konoha who don't even have the guts. They represent the daimyo, and the village has its own concern. Then change your name. Liamong's blurted words deeply shocked Jiraiya, and at that moment the lecherous immortal finally understood that Liamong was different from them. This is a completely self-centered kid who doesn't think about anything else at all. Changing the name, this kind of crazy thing, only this kind of lunatic can think of it. Recognizing the real face of the gangster, the lecherous immortal immediately rejected the idea of urging him to return to the village. Even Shimura Danzo, who has no trace now, is not so crazy. That guy is already military enough, but compared with Liamong, he is worse than the boss. 2 people, one in the sky and one in the ground. Danzo seems self-serving in his radical actions, but he has a faith-like loyalty to the village, which no one can dispute. Compared with him, the rogue is different. This rebellious gang leader who has been rebellious since childhood is even more extreme. If he can casually say the idea of changing his name, what else is he afraid to do? Jiraiya didn't want to see the unintended piece turbulent again, so he took Naruto away, which was extremely difficult. But what he didn't know was that the rogue had no intention of ascending the throne at all. The reason for proposing to change the name is entirely to see through the history. The battle between the 2 Jades always has a result. Since the other end of the scale always wants to be lifted, it is better to smash it. There is only one drag tray left, and it will stand firmer than anyone else. The world's major event, long together must be divided, long divided must be united. For Liamong, whether it is war or peace, it has nothing to do with him. The thing he wants to do most in his life is to steal money in a dignified manner and be happy to cheat people. Hinata, come here. How about this one? Sister Anko, you should also change into something nicer. Stinky boy, get out of here. Mitarashi Anko was furiously staring at the little bastard who was holding a pair of tulle hot pants in his left hand and a transparent top in his right, and his eyes were still wandering around. Where did he get such a big face? And he can touch the things in the girl's house. With a bang, Lu Mang, who was kicked out of the door, glanced back at the signboard of the boutique women's underwear store, and turned his head in contempt. As he looked around, his eyes suddenly lit up. That is, ask for a reward, and ask for a monthly pass, is the first in the 5th watch. Brothers, with the support of your ability, I got up at 3:20 in the morning. On the last day, the cloud needs you. Tech chapter 60 _ step on the setting sun to hide the sadness behind. What do you think the boss is doing? He gently stroked the 2 little white dogs lying beside him, listening to Akamaru's murmur. Inuzuka Kiba looked up at the sky and sighed. Baidu Interesting Academy. Shikamaru, with his hands folded behind his head, took a wheat and put it in his mouth. The wheat was bitter and had a sour taste. Who knows? That guy has always been able to hide things, and he doesn't bother us with such a big action. One sound. Speaking of which, he is really ruthless, and he will kill the high-level people in the village. Stop talking. That's not something we should discuss. Looking around, Shikamaru cautiously sensed the shadow. Anything with form will cast shadows when illuminated by light. This theory, which he learned from a certain technique in the Book of Seals when he graduated, is gradually approaching completion. But speaking, it seems to be something that cannot increase combat power. Am I a natural auxiliary life? He tightened his brows and spat out the chewed weed, and the sky suddenly darkened. It seems that since the Chunin exam, the village has no longer had the peace it used to be, and it always rains and thunders for 3 days and 5 hours. Eventful autumn. It's time for us to go home. Choji patted his re-rounded belly and narrowed his eyes. The chief strategist of the Konoha gang shook his head and said, go to the stronghold first. Shino should be back. The property left after Liamong left fell into the hands of several younger brothers and became a place for the big guys to discuss matters. When Izumi, Sake, and the spoiled gangsters enjoyed themselves happily. Who says you can't drink before the age of 20? One person carried a small glass of Zira in his hand, and Shino, who was not in the water, pushed on his sunglasses. Recently, the mood in the village has been very impetuous, and the hidden family has also started a gathering activity. Kurama seems to have caught up with Hyuga. They're all crazy. The wine in the glass suffocated. Shikamaru really didn't understand how these people's head grew. They were caught by the door, or were they filled with water, and that position was so desired. Hokage, a troublesome and intimidating job. Experienced the big change firsthand. Shikamaru doesn't think the position is any good, but things in the world are always so helpless, and the Ino-Shikacho family, who have always been close to the Hokage lineage, inevitably got into this mess. It wasn't anyone else who caused all this. It was the gangster who was wandering around. 3 generations of Hokage have crossed the stage, and the first generation of Hokage has left a forehead guard, which has reduced the prestige of the previous Hokage to a minimum. At this time, people's hearts are floating, and even Hyuga, who has been sticking to the position of Eternal S-Ni, has a tendency to emerge. The Konoha shuffle is imminent, and several direct family heirs certainly can't stay out of it. But what can they do with their age? We need a 5th generation Hokage. The answer thrown out loudly floated in on Izumi, and Shikamaru spoke the heart of all ordinary people. Interesting Academy first release. Shino, Inuzuka Kiba, Akamichi Choji were silent for a moment, drank the heat in the cup and went home, and a few days later, the voice of Konoha calling Hokage came to the apex. Uchiha Sasuke, who silently watched all this, stayed in the empty family quarters, looking around. Hundreds of lonely houses were filled with sorrow. Have those dead mice outside yet? The slightly tingling third Tomo Sharingan felt sore and itchy from time to time, strangely uncomfortable, and her Sukuko's already disturbed heart became more and more irritable. If you don't go, you will die. A rumble of thunder rumbled across the sky, and Homura Mitokado's roar resounded in Hokage's office. The orphan of the Uchiha family must be brought under control. Let's wait until Lord Jiraiya comes back before making a decision. The dead fish rolled his eyes and couldn't tell whether he was happy or angry. Now Konoha and Kakashi are also qualified to speak. The last Hokage candidate is him. When Kaharu Udatane saw the tension in the atmosphere, he quickly coughed twice. Now Kakashi is a treasure in the eyes of the consultant. If they can push this kid to the top, they can continue to live in the past. Regardless of whether Jiraiya or Senju Tsunade, whoever takes the top, their situation will become bad. Jiraiya doesn't look lazy and lecherous, but his mind and wrist are not bad at all. He is simply a replica of 3 generations of old men. But compared to Sarutobi Hiruzen, Jiraiya obviously won't compromise too much with them, and won't make too many concessions. Acting in the future will inevitably get in the way. If Senju Tsunade is on top, thinking of the horror, the 2 old guys murmured together. I am afraid not many people know what the woman was thinking. Stinky boy, where are your eyes? The plump, large gravel, and the rounded pestle with the slightest came to the front, and Lu Meng subconsciously took a bite. Sweet, soft, stop time. The whole world fell silent. Shizune, who was holding Xiaoshang Pig in his arm, squinted his beautiful black eyes, and the pig's bleeding didn't look like a pig at all. Master Tsunade, stinky boy, you give me the heavenly foot of pain. The jade feet that were raised to the top of the head slanted into a one-word horse, and Liamong smiled and held his thighs against his waist. Shizune closed his eyes and hugged Dudu. Shizune, who had not heard the sound for a long time, slowly opened his eyes, and the whole person was stunned there for a moment. Haas is placed in front of the women's clothing store, and her forehead is just against the drooping light below her chest. Her small shoulders and thighs hug Tsunade's waist, and her 2 small hands are firmly grasped on her raised arms, no worse than her head. I felt like I started, and I couldn't help but grab 2 at that time. 1 time, 2 click, bouncy, slippery, boom. The boy who was getting cheap was smashed into the clothing store with a fist. He aimed, forgot she still had hand. Blue, brother Liamong, dumbly shouted twice, and the little secretary who was picking clothes with Enko rushed to his side. Don't worry, I'm fine. He opened his mouth and struggled to shrink his hand. The pain in his chest was full of aftertaste. If the peony flower dies, it is also a ghost to be a ghost. I am willing to be beaten, and dare to push my body forward. Not very friendly encounters are destined to have no friendly result. After listening to Liamong's request, Tsunade shook his head without thinking. I want me to save people, but there is no door. You can have a window if you don't have a door. For the sake of our acquaintance, this little task is very easy for you. He stretched out his little finger and gestured twice, and Liamong licked his little face. Senju Tsunade still didn't let go, pulled up Shizune and left. A whimper of wind and sand blew past, and Liamong made a trick. I know the news of your grandfather. Despair. Shoes slowly turned around, and Tsunade Haim with blonde hair and golden eyes rushed in front of him. His little neck was pulled to the midair, and he smiled. Beautiful elder sister, you'd better let go of your hand. I am a little forgetful. Hunk, when you get angry, your head will not work. Stinky boy, you'd better be honest with me. He loosened his collar and put it back on the ground. Tsunade lowered his head and stared at his flowing eye. The head of the gang raised his head with a grin. You can see if you want to, and there are 2 tails of meat. Besides, we won't suffer. Look to the death. The spring breeze blows, the drums of war thunder, and whoever is afraid of looking at a beautiful woman. Hinata, don't you care? Angrily rattling his knuckles, Mitarashi Enko was about to die of anger next to him. The shy little secretary shook her head gently. She had received traditional education since she was a child, so she would not be angry about such a thing at all. Hearing the conversation in his ears, Lu Meng calmed down his thoughts of playing, and rarely showed a serious look. This is not the place to talk. shock. Familiar figures from the left and right came together, one in the east and the other in the west, and the gangster was speechless. Will the class start early? Jiraiya, Orochimaru. How did these two guys come so quickly? After a long-lost meeting, the dust broke through the setting sun, and complex thought flew in the evening wind. Orochimaru, what are you doing here? I'll do whatever you want. The tit-for-tat bark flashed wildly, and the two who had eaten together a few days ago were filled with murderous intent in the blink of an eye. Senju Tsunade shook off his blonde hair and glanced at the flowing eyes, but without looking at the two of them, he walked from the middle of the broken house to the street. Wait, Jiraiya said solemnly after reaching out to stop the step. Konoha needs you. The village has decided that you will be the 5th generation Hokage. The jade feet that stopped Bada stepped on the intersection of yin and yang, and the information revealed by the lecherous immortal in a deep voice shocked a large number of people. Kaka, Uzumaki Naruto holding his neck. Astonishment Jongmu Gaidong Shizune. Mitarashi Anko staring slightly. Although the big guys belong to different forces now, they are all ninjas from Konoha. How will she choose? The evening wind rolled up his robes along with the setting sun like fire, and the whistling blew golden yellow to his cheek. Tsunade said without turning his head, I refuse. It's very simple, very flat enough to not have any emotional ups and downs, as normal as if you have eaten it. Coughing. The coughing Naruto is silent. Astonished Jongmu Shizune was tongue-tied. Mitarashi, Anko and Hinata were stunned in place. This is not a meal, nor is it to pay. This is the 5th generation of Hokage inheritance. This legendary woman gave up so easily without any hesitation. Stepping on the sunset does not take away any nostalgia, and the fat sheep carrying the huge gambling word walk very firmly, so firm that it is unbelievable. Others have been fighting to the death and fighting for the position all their lives. What is it in her eyes? Looking at Tsunade's heroic back, Lu Meng laughed, tears overflowing from the corners of his eyes. Tsunade.